Chapter 1 The Hero's Retirement. Innermost Wilderness. For removed from Theralmo humanity. Lias the Hartof de Domainof Destructive Dragon. Blake. Ida Shar do Fathomthathuman traces Scood still exist in such a desolating calamitous land. The destructive dragon is a pure breeder dragon, and under the influence of such a formidable creature Isora, the terrain exhibits a nearly dark crimson hue, a consequence of the excessive accumulation of fiery elemental energy. Some parts of the ground have even cracked open, with Mamus and Firth like the blood vessel sofa giant, as sight both alarm and Gondai inspiring. Behind Asmal Hill here, a makeshift the main encampment has been established, utilizing the hill for shelter against the sporadic onslaught of searing Hotwines. Thecum comprises 4 individuals, an Eamon and 3 women. The man, clad in a fearsome and imposing blackened reedermer, sits cross-legged on the ground, meticulous lipolishing alongside of officiants. The snow-white blade reflects Shishinsum, resolute a visage like a mirror. Beside the swordsman kneels a golden-haired maiden dressed in clerical robes, her hands shimmering with golden light as he enchants the sword. Wythiach graceful movement of her fair hands, the faint glow upon the blade intensifies, eventually irradiating brightly, resembling a sword of flight. A femallure wolf stands tall, towering over her male accompanied by nearly a head, approaching 20 meters in height, wielding a massive sword upon her back. Asa warrior, she choose heavy armor in favor of lightweight leather, with only her vitalious protected Biron plating, and now Shalian the hill, Ias close set in meditation. Thearkarov Tegru possesses pointy deers, and at Thisment, sheep scent-minded lysips from Abadaliof wine. Herva can't guz ficant the horizon. Suddenly, the clouds sent the distant sky appear to be torn apart by some unseen force, splitting gunder the intense pressure off the wind, a sunlight cascade strut herifts. There emerges a bludger dragon, distant Tiatek suiting Ganon paralleled sins of oppression. Thil read a sweltering air becomes even more distorted, each breath feeling as if scalding water were being put in lungs. It's coming, Thueri Orgrip Shisword tight liandresses, while Theothers follows it, tightening Theurgrip sun their respective weapons. Thuer will fun strap sure greatsword, and Theolf sets down hair when a bottle. On set this battle is over, Ishalin dole giant Tennessee creams, the clerical Medin declares as he brained a Cheshire staff, examining its structure. One can discern the tassim ple transformation woodaloths tafide more finto a flail, capable of crushing gammonsters is cool. Each face bears a serious expression, yet Nuna harbors fear soft defeat they have prepared far too long for this confrontation. The purpose of their perilous journey has been to vanquish these destructive dragon. Aquis they have pursued for 3 years. From Nova Sea to seasoned adventurers, they have endured hardships and trials, and now they stand full equipped for LNG ahead. More importantly, only among them embodies Thesencio leadership under his guidance, Thetria fin sit difficult to conceive of an erasing for failure. Over Thessa 3 years, they have ever erased to believe a thought this battle will unfold in Azam Alarminer. Thueri holds the holosword known as Swarm Snow, inheriting the power of Phaeacian snow. Heth thrusts Swarm Snow into the ground, and a colossal Magachurki unfurls beneath him, emanating an icikilt Hatevan freezes Thimagme on the surface, raising a vast barrier that envelops the heavens and constrains the dragon's movements. During Thedragon's absence, Thegrufus spent 3 full days inscribing Thigh's enormous Magica formation within its territory. Such agrandus planaturally attracts the dragon's attention, which shifts its Gorseto fly towards them, unleashing Gathanderous roar. Only by standing direct libo for right canona truly grasp the magnitude of its perse represents. The dragon's wingspan exceeds 1200 sevin time meter saisoni specimen among dragons. It measures over 4 to 5 meters in length, excluding Jitstale, resembling a mountain hurtling towards them, accompanied by Adam Pestoff destructive Ea. Thielf steps forward from Thegroup, drawn for Thomasiv bow ched with peculiar runes. This exquisite bow, crafted from Ethrilondamethist, spans nearly 4 meters in length. With Thuerwolf's assistance, Thielf swift Lysicorus Thebo to Theground, knocking a frost blue arrow in place. This bow is saply named the Sigh of Frost, thought Hilvan Archer, Yifudon, prefers its alternatidal the Dragon Hunter's Bow. Thero poised Japan Sachabo wis nerdinary projectile rother, it cowled Belican toe spear. Ice crystals coalescer upinit, asked the warriors Izzy and the cleric Nilla quiet Licanting Contation Stone hence potency. Indeed, Zyzel service a samage within Thegroup. As Thebo stringish drawn taut, etherealum igesso physeros materialisi in the air. Now, with a sharp command from Thelongirdelf, Theorois loosed, soaring toward the airborne Edragon, accompanied by a Burjo fishire roused hat follow in a roar, thought Tedragon evides with Alit smite, tis still struck at he left shoulder blade, where its body connects with its wings. The near lightwimmy turtle werewolf, bolstered beyond Areof enhancements, races forward alongside a Theoro. Up in close air inspection, the spear-like curious tethered toe chain, which Thuerwolf grasps tightly, using Jita propel herself closer to Theurd Dragon. Shadrasnir, very near. Thuerwolf warrior, Elena, Canavan catch Thess and Toph sulfur emanating from the dragon. As the dragon's jaws collide, sparks fly, a Furlandingen harriers, causing them tote with chin discomfort. All Shikando iskra for massive S word from lie as he approaches the dragon, Shiralisher hold on Thyron chain, instead clutching the great sword with both hands. Theoromids itself within the dragon's body, and the silver grey werewolf follows to it. With a fierce yet wild countenance, her golden beast-like eyes Gaimus Hebring sure great sword crashing down upon the tail off Tedragon hunting a row. Theoro becomes Philime de Dacer a sounding note, echoes forth. Theoro detona tess within the dragon, sending forth a cascade of crimson scala stumbling, from Theskathe wing soft Tedragon. The warrior, too, is propelled skyward Bethephersiof Teblo. Is this Themo Vespokov? Elena stabilizes herself midair, reflecting the tight should be called the great sword stops the dragon carriage, if her memora servicerite. As it contemplates, shed a sense like a silver moon, her great sword poised to strike the dragon's souther wing tremendous force. Thedragon holds in agony, its wings grievous lie wounded, rendering Jitan capable of flight. Zyza removes the shield from his back, placing Jitan his offhand Thus begins the ground battle. The group swift lipositions themselves within the formation, exerting Thyriat Musteffert Stovenquish their dragon. Theskal Dingdragon blood, nearly a Shotaz magma, splatter say crossed scorched earth, sizzling gaudibly. Theonjur Dredragon, no more ferocious Thanaver, unleashes its fangs, claws, tail, fiery breath, and various dragon-related magics, fighting with the desperation of Fakernerd beast. The earthquakes beneath their tumultuous lash, tremors felt 4 dozen soft miles, as-towering flames erupt skyward in conical bursts, vaporizing moisture and distorting their under the searing heat. This fire sea buttle ridgeson 4 over Anur, scorching the cloud Sinaandrid mile radius with dragonfire, as the blistering sunlight pours down upon the land. The dragonly sweetly upon the ground, its vulnerable scales exposed, unable to shield its critical weakness. Before I'd stand 4 formidable humanoid beings, particularly the leading warrior, whose immense strength is matching Libby's extraordinary magical prowess. Even if you were read fast this foe alone, the outcome of T buttle wudramine uncurtain, let Haloner with 3 equally formidably sath aside. Theon Lyrius and the fight has lasteth longis pure lijuito the dragon's resilience. Watis must infuriating is tatish pity at smite, Thebe streef use a stone, a straightforward confrontation, instead resorting to an array of tactics bombs, toxic miss, and more. Whenever it sustains San and Jury, Ono fit Shaman companion swift lie administer shielding, denying Jitanya opportunity toward a Lyadian kind. Now, unable to Maviv Nazingal Claw, the dragon finds itself at Themercy fits opponents. The swordsman strides forward, plunging his frost laid in blady into the dragon's vulnerable scales, feeling jit sliff force a rapid libe away. Thuffuer strong, a voice emerges, reminiscent tough gravel fouling into molten rock. High-ranking dragons possess mastery over numerous languages, which is sharply surprising. This dragon, having fought for over Anur without tutoring a word, surprisingly speaks in its final moments. But he refuses toiled. The dragon's voice brums with unbridled hatred your ally, solely on external me and simmering worthy oath he tight Leo for ire. Ziz remains unfazed, twisting the swordy parent wound don light ho suho fight until themed can claim victory. Dragon blood gushes forth from thwoundenete scales, showering the 4 adventures of Scrimson torrent. They bask in thesency of Tedragon's lifeblood, their body is invigorated beats by biological evolution, their muscle strengthening, their magical reserves expanding, and their spirits becoming more formidable. Ishal Cursia, I too to read in the tongue of dragons, am a level interemanating from the colossal beast, coalescing into tangible curse. It seemed that the final words Sophziza had provoked Edragon, and Thiscurtus directed Theliathum. The dragon's blood in which he bathed became potent poison, and as it mingled with his visage, his facegrub normally hot, marking the place where the dragon crud. With Theodorency of T curse, the last vestiges of Tedragon's vitality dissipated, leaving gone lie the zething dragon's blood, Adestamon Toitson's glorious existence. Zeiss touched this face, feeling no immediate change, yet the coup done denia bly sense the presency of T curse, thaw fits nature remained a mystery. Their for the curse was, in fact, quintessemplar relinquish the power granted by the dragon's blood. However, these ways an impossibility for Shiza, a fact well known to the Crimson Dragon, which made death ease its final curse. Once a Tedragon's demise was confirmed, Zeiser released his word and ploped down into the ground, reclining backward at last, itis over. When we return, iltriatul to cream. After more than an horrif intense a bottle, every o knew a saturli exhausted. The dragon's blood deterred all surrounding creatures, rendering this place an obsolete Sophie zone. Ah, we can finally cease fighting, exclaimed the priestess nearly, reclining as well, restinger Hegepan's eyes abdomen, her body sprawled in a starfish position. Antontuan dulge Mijulf when we return. Feuden also lay down, casually tossing Erboa aside, utterly fatigued. After a moment's hesitation, she joins Izzy on the ground. Only the wolf warrior, Elena, diligent liggeth read the spoils, collecting dragon blood, scraping Goff scales, and partitioning the dragon's flesh. Ash worked, she inquired, I plan to return to Mitribla Tabudi? What are our intentions upon your return? Feuden touch at the pendant around Dernak, a party gift from Ermother before leaving. Thelvan Forest's form, I suppose a should return to Thelvan Forest first? Ash spoke, her peripheral vision caught Alimsiof sizzling in the ground. Feuden opened the pendant, revealing the silver moonstone, a local treasure Hermother had packed for her. Hermother had said the thief Sheaver struggled outside. She kutzel the stone to cover the cost off her return. I must report back to the church. Nilla shielded her face from the sunlight with her hand. Imis the church spit and breakfast. Each of Tim hailed from different origins. Feuden ways Anulf Hohud venturedland from Arameland in search of diverse experiences, which led Herdo Hoin Thispan dof adventurers. On Supina time, few Dan dreamed of traversing Thworld, but now Shire Neto explore it with Zomiombi her side, to witness the myriad wonders stowed there. Well, if it must, 4 people would suffice. Single inn could accommodate 3 rooms. Elena Wasa wary or from Thwolf tribe. Unlike Ether Swoko Cedo Levitheromes, Shuasper red bethef flame Sauvagen Safter witnessing the devastation Ropeth annihilation dragon upon her homeland damp Philosof Deerfer. Thus, Shabbat farewell to her homeland, hefted Hergreet's word, and embarks on her solitary adventure. Shavivad Lai recall their own arrival at Adventurers Guild, utterly clueless, Ming Morella to Ernamil, Onlido Bimit with ridicule, until he extended a hand to Adaro, and Feuden followed close Libby and hum. Thuffboth were novices, the offered assistance to another newcomer like herself. He made death a decision to Tekharan, a bit foolishly, yet indeniably endearing. Nilly ailed from a distant ecclesiastical order. In response to the devastation caused by the annihilation dragon at the nation's borders, Thetcher took action. What? I am to confront the annihilation dragon? Nilla's initial reaction upon hearing this Dasquazo Novsirderer. She had nearly been brought to tears, yet the bishop, without hesitation, had placed a Duranto carriage, all the while wearing the infuriatingly enigmatic smile assured her, you will prevail. To her astonishment, she actually lit it. The furo fusera truly remarkable. Theon Scarafrenily, no in her 20s, beamed with a naive and joyous smile. What a booty you, Shiza? Elaine inquired, tightly rolling up the dragon hide she had cued away, secure ringet with rapee before turning back to slith the dragon's flesh. Snapping good of his reverie, Ziz replied, me? The plan to retire. P.S. that power tierson this narrative ersimiwat nebulous, boot can roughly be categorized as apprentice, bronze, silver, gold, emerald, epic, legendary, and finally, divine. Chapter 2 The Heist, Anthen encountering for tired hero. Zaizu is not original lie from this land be it was fate, had traversed into this realm brimming with sword sancersary. To his astonishment, have found that this world bore striking resemblance to the backdrop of fan RP game he had previously played. Asha gradually gathered information. He discovered that beyond the gammas narrativelle avast expansa freelity, with his experiences merely fragment of this world's grand history. Thus, heshiathed his arrogance, learning to tread carefully, striving to avoid the perils sophanon time litimes from the aftermath of a battle or theron sparks off chaotic spells. Hehasin through Tigamus blotta the best office ability. He acquired de very collectible material, every piece of equipment, and every skill available, ultimately defeating the final boss under sophist conditions possible. Finally, not long ago, Hahat successfully vanquished the Annihilation Dragon, completing the Gammas narrative, and Wasria de Toratire. His companions bid farewell, returning to their respective homelands. 3 eft him were recaptivating women priestess, archer, and warrior, hailing from human, elven, and wolfkin backgrounds. Hahad occasionally fantasized about their affections, envisioning them joining a Sharam, but theorized how were died biff they found out. Thought the promise said to visit them again. Was it genuine? Or morally rhetoric? Much like Heinz's former homeland, where an invitation Totten Semet time smasked courtesy, Thethotov Timgenuine liar turning felt uncomfortable, as if it would burden both parties. At that moment, Zai Z sat by the window of fast steam train, basking in the sunlight, reflecting in these missings. After parting ways with his comrades, Ziza prepared to meet the capital of Torin Empire. These ways of commitment made pre-order confronting the final boss, Toa Sumida King position at Phoenix Magic Academy in the capital. As the saying goes, Thes Malhide in the forest, Thegriathid in Thesody, Ziza's decision to become a professor Wrathi Magic Academy was carefully considered. Thoth had amassed a considerable trivia of precious materials and powerful, jurgering easier Saison adventurer, capable of selling just stone item to ensure his livelihood, refrained from doing so. Happened to read the potential consequences if such attempts fell in Tothi hands off nefarious individuals, who might turn theme against them. After much deliberation, he opted not to sell anything. Instead, Ziza resolved to offend Klastodiak. Prolong a desolation would Ronderheimer Clusay on Libby engaging with Societai could establish Anner Malruden, unless Ona possessed an indomitable willow fear in lessons eyes, had learned from experience. The Oran Emperor Savas nation, its territory emits. Zeiss had embarked on his journey from the Empire's border, and after 10 days soft travel betrain, he was nearing the capital. Despite the rudimentary technology of testimage, Thespiadov T-train was not slow, propelled by magic. Zeiss had purchased a first-class ticket, which allowed him the luxury Fapravite compartment, where Kudra Klinian dressed. This first-class ticket accommodated 12 people per compartment, and fortuitously, his opposite bunk had remained Cupid throughout the journey, granting him the privilege of solitude. Leaning against the window, Hebuscad in the sunlight, feeling as if his very bone shad softened, overwhelmed by energetolia down and fell asleep. Unconsciously, Ziza pressed his face against the window, the pressure eliciting peculiar sensation. At that moment, a metal mask adorned his left cheek, a creation from the day following the dragon's defeat. The last curse laid upon him by the Annihilation Dragon, Blake, clung tenacious Lido's eyes left cheek. On the first day, Hefelt Litliumus, Butupan awakening the next morning, he discovered that his figurement in his face. His left cheek beretti marks of a horrific burn, marred by ghastly scars, as if struck by fire from above, irreparably altering his appearance. Up in closer inspection, it seemed to be merely a disfigurement. Zeiss had repeated lie attempted to dispel it with magic, yet the curse clinked to him like a festering wound. Impervious to his fort sane excess of magic fell taken immersion in molten lava. Fortunately, it burned no further consequences, and in desperation, Zizico said a wear mask, believing that by isolating jit from external magical influences, the curse would gradually fade, this being the principle behind most curse removal spells. As the thought smindered, the train slowly approached the station. These was the final platform before reaching the capital barring unforeseen circumstances. It would take just over 12 horse to arrive. Ziza rummaged through his bag and pulled a du Tarandum book, preparing to leisurely spend the remaining time on the train. This book chronicled various amusing anecdotes from the continent's contents were not necessarily factual, yet they were rich enough, brimming with boundless imagination. The vivid description of strange phenomena might seem as if the author had personally experienced them. Zizio Pineto Thepage Hadrivius Lie read. This bitch detailed an artificial race said to possess the ability to transform into various forms. Legend has sit at longo, a mad humane empyrean leashed away viof warfare thought swept across the entire continent. Itway Xanaroff turmoil deck pansion, where Araceus Heralia door formed coalitions, waging war against all forces except Thyrales. Due to the existency of mic, the combat prowess of feature suis astonishing le formidable. Thigh engaged in unrestrained slaughter, expanding territory as anzi's resources. The casting ga forbidden spells would expose precious underground minerals, igniting yet another cycle of war. Resources in sight ambition among the intelligent traces, letting to bludged, with corpse sestrin across the land. Ida said that this vampire drew the attention of the gods above. Disturbed be theme pyresque cruelty and ferocity, that Ida unleashed divine retribution, erasing gal trace of its existence. Among the Sempiruus as sorcerer how witness said of everything Hesherishiden, Gulfedden relentless chunder. His wife, his family, his ruler, his national werelos to hymenasingle night. Determined to exact revenge upon the gods, he consulted ancients, believing that the gods were perfect beings vaginal. Toad Fethethedavine, he resolved to create bangofical perfection. Through his frenzied research, he birthed an unprecedented and wondrous creature. This being had the extraordinary ability to transform into a creature writhed consumed, they could become earth-shattering bears, soaring eagles, or wailing whales. Their existence suically sustained ballada and plunder. Accompanying the textuary illustrations, the author's artistic skill of Iden tint the ferocious depiction of a giant bear. Just as Zais became tranced be his reading, the door of the cards when open, and author elegant le dressed monitored. Cladina sharp suit hand carrying gaily ather suitcase, he was strikingly handsome, exuding an immediate delicability. With a gentle hand overishist, Heno de Dansade, good day. Seeing this, Zais close a disbukan nadiden return, good day. Anu passengeraden to red the carriage and henceforth, Zais could no longer enjoy soltity during the journey. The new passenger to KZA opposite Shiza, placing Hishuit Castone. Up a noticing Thbukan Zais shans, Hyzes brightened, and inquired, the travel soft his star? Indeed, that at aloft the book's eyes held was the travel soft his star. Do you also enjoy this book, sir? The man smiled and asked. It just began read in Jithis the past few days he content sarquita fascinating, filled with mina peculiar tals, Ziz replied. The passenger's eyes sparkled as sheen gauged Zizian conversation. From the Erdialog, Ziza learned that the man was named Trevor and ad Kamato the capital to visit Terlativi and seek some employment under him. Mr. Shiza, do you believe a thought theme at Empire described in the travel soft history actually existed? As Trevor spoke of the Empire, his enthusiasm was full, as if he held many dreams in his gaze. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps such a nation died existent the distant north? Although here is not concrete evidence it provides existence, there is equally no evidence to affirm it deuce no texist. Is there? Theratai read Heraclid. Ha ha, it seems great minds think alike, Trevor exclaimed, his brows lifting in delight, appearing quitimising. Eelways knew that those Suhodia Cath Magic University must be well versed, unlike the folks back Amuhan Lysik Damalin. A Shegru animated, Trevor to pedon thitable before him, producing a rhythmic sound. Having encountered such an intriguing individual, Zizis aside his spook hand engaged in conversation, allowing Tomedo pass unnoticed. And Herlider, Adifininge explosion resonated. At that moment, the train was traversing the outskirts of the capital, flanked by dense trees. Boom! As if triggered by a chain reaction, a series of explosive sounds erupted, the noise seemingly intent in tearing the carriage apart, allowing the searing sunlight to flood. Boom! Boom! Zizis reflects a swir swift with a flico fees wrist, as Malwand was clasped in his right hand. In stark contrast, Trevor appeared remarkably composed, eventing gammon Tosmuth histus led hair. Ha, Mr. Shiza, you truly are an amusing person, had chuckled, his voice still bright. What taped if that amingus off otherwise, would certain lysi cashethans with more thoroughly. Despidish jovial otter, a peculiar cange washed over his face. Trevor's visage began to melt away like he had put a leaf mud, theskin sliding goff feeder evi allen ermusk. Unlike Zeiss mask, which concealed half off his left face, Trevor scover a distant Tyra countenance, intricately adorned with elaborate patterns, exuding an air of mystery. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the arisard flare shot swiftly into Thesky. With a flick of his right hand, a wooden staff materialized in Trevor's grasp. I fumanigito serviv, ishal ser tineline vidi auta mi homes agist. He pointed dista fat the sweet case beneath him, and in an instant, a menacing gowrie enveloped the carriage. Having complete his actions, Trevor leaped gracefully from the carriage, feeling gasoliganta sam mysterious butter flydancing through the air. The soonlight bathed his facia closed his eyes, envisioning the tissute case would explode in the next moment, unleashing gaviolent blazy and thick smoke, accompanied by the brisoft he carriage and perhaps of his eyes dismembered limbs. Yet no nuff this would touch him he was the reascensiofligance. The next mint. Where was the explosion? In confusion, Trevor Penedices. His subordinate Shadel ready acquired what thany dead the flarethatha just ascended was their signal. They had deliberately co-sent this location for their operation, the dense woods providing ample cover. One said he obtained their prize, a swift retreat in the forest who dronder them near lie impossible to capture. To delay the Knight's off the capital, they had detonated the connections between he carriages, forcing the Knights to expend mori fort searching for passengers when. As the planner of thy suppuration, Trevor Way, exceedingly pleased with his meticulous strategy elegant, precise, and lethal Lewis the organization sass. Yet, amidst what should have been a flawlessly executed plan, a flaw emerged. The carriage under his command had no exploded. What called Betha cause? Was it a dud? Trevor pondered in perplexity, glancing back at the carriage from which he had just leapt. Although the connections between he carriage had been severed, this carriage was still moving forward with inertia. Something was moving gatha the window wove the carriage. What could it be? Trevor sensed a surge of magical energy. Suddenly, the magical energy seemed to find its target, hurtling directly toward him. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, numerous tendrils resembling grow pesiot out from the window. What were the magical tendrils? Magical tendrils swirry allotair spell typically taught by seerers twanstruct thyroprentices and harnessing magical energy. Dueta their simple structure, the strength of magical tendril swasquity feeble, easily severed with attic, and therefore suis minimal switable of thingakupov coffee. Yet what did Trevor see no? Lightning fast magical tendrils? Several tendrils shot from the window, swiftly ensnaring a single sand pulling him back toward the opening. What kind of magic was this? Trevor was taken aback. Grasping gistaffly, het was steaded, causing jitis platinto's word staff a common and practical weapon, and Trevor sways accustomadal, capable of slicing through Aaron. He swung his sword, attempting to sever the magical tendrils coiling around his feet, but this time, his renowned blade met with failure. Instead, Heffeltas thoth had struck has off Trevor's surface, its elasticity exceeding his expectations. The tendril soft magic coiling around his feet surged with that force, instantly conjuring Trevor's mind the legendary monster, the Kraken. Some say itis a colossales quitterane lucivafish, wiliather sacertitis agigantiqual, with weighton lucers perceviast tac lesmer being the insignificant belinophthis massive creaturis mouth. Yet at this moment, the monstrous visage had materialized before Trevor, an astonishing strength overwhelming high mashuas yanked controllable back into the carriage. Heffeltas thoth his inclement should under the strain. In a swift motion, he was propelled back into the carriage ta velocity several times that of tevical itself. Upon his return, Heffinala discerned the identity of the conjureth every individual with whom he had engaged in live-like conversation throughout the journey, Thesun Toby appointed professor of the Magical University Mr. Shiza. How unfortunate, Mr. Shiza. He had envisioned their meeting taking place at a later date, perhaps in a quaint queffer might have entreatia. Trevor's face, concealed beneath his mask, bore a hint of irritation. As the epitome of elegance, he permitted Nuna to interrupt this graceful demeanor. He took great pride in own particular fact tall thoth hefen resortet to magic, his true prowess lay in swordsmanship, and here for to himsel fasamagical warrior, imagine bushy. Drink! He trust his long sword forward, aiming directly at Ziz's throat. Any spell, onsi its scaster is dealt with, si sesto exist. This strike who was executed why the league in precision. The magical tendrils is till entwined around Disincle, Hispodie suspend in midair, Huil dead this word with astonishing flexibility. Ah, Aereo flustered, Utereto extend door hand twanercept miblade. While Trevor was staken abak biamage sibilitatori acta histrike, it was ultimate la feudal flesh and blood werna different from butter before a theed geophis word. His blade wood carvate spath and impeded, why the legans fervor enshrined. Trevor sensed as soon obstruction halting isward sadvents. Zeiss had ripped the blade firmly with his spurry hands. There was normer, no magical aura, nor in his senior fighting spirit's radiant glow he's impli healthis word, relying solely on his physical strength. In the next instant, all that remained in Trevor's vision ways a fist rapid lie enlarging before him, devoid of fanny magical or martial indications. Yet, in his perception, the punch approached with an imaginable speed, leaving his mind blank, consumed sola libi this cataclysmia blow. So elegant. This washes finnelt hot. The first time Trevor attempted a bad train, have found himself lying gaunt the ground, sinking into tranquil slumber, confronted Biertiro. Chapter 3. Brace yourself. I am about to accelerate what had begun as a pleasant conversation had abruptly transformed into chaos, leaving Shiza utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been promised an invitation for a visit. Yet in the blink of an eye, his companion had leapt from the window, shoving a bomb beneath his own feet. Had it not been for Shiza's quick reflexes, the device would have surely detonated. Beneath him, a suitcase brought by Trevor lay encased in a thick layer of solid ice, preventing an imminent explosion. What sort of mysterious organization or cult orchestrated such a horrific attack? With one hand gripping the window ledge, Shiza craned his neck to survey the scene outside. Numerous carriages had been obliterated, and the locomotive had vanished without a trace. The tracks were littered with motionless carriages, and the air was filled with the groans of the wounded and the frantic cries of the terrified. The entire ordeal unfolded in a matter of seconds, as masked figures poured from the carriages, fleeing into the surrounding forest, their escape punctuated by the sound of breaking branches. The railway officers attempted to intercept the fleeing individuals, but their efforts were in vain. The assailants were solely focused on escaping. Many passengers were injured and urgently required assistance, and within a minute, all perpetrators had completely vanished. This was a meticulously planned and organized operation, executed with remarkable speed and efficiency. The officers on board immediately sounded the alarm. Given their proximity to the capital, the Knights of the Realm responded with impressive swiftness. Shiza exited his carriage, eager to assist anyone in need. He too was in a state of shock over the terrorist attack. Prior to arriving in the capital, he had heard that the security in the area was exemplary. Yet, what was this? A train hijacking? An explosion? Such an incident would have made headlines even along the Empire's borders, and he had never anticipated encountering such an astonishing event so close to the capital, let alone experiencing it firsthand. As soon as the knights received the magical messenger's report, they sprang into action. The magical messenger, resembling a small blue bird, flew with a speed that surpassed that of a carrier pigeon by several magnitudes. In the kingdom of Aeon, there were no police forces. All law enforcement duties were managed by the knightly order responsible for safeguarding the capital and maintaining order. Hence, all security incidents in the capital fell under the knight's jurisdiction. Upon receiving the alarm, the vice-captain of the knightly order promptly led the knights into action. The knights were directly accountable to the imperial royal family. The current vice-captain was named Jefferson Allen, a surname associated with royalty. This incident marked the first major crisis since the young imperial princess had assumed the position of vice-captain of the knightly order. Given the timing of her recent appointment, handling the situation effectively was crucial to maintaining public trust in the knightly order. Therefore, Jefferson Allen personally led the charge. Atop a griffin, Jefferson Allen piloted the creature while listening to reports from her subordinates. The incident was the result of a terrorist attack orchestrated by an illegal organization known as the Abyssal Mark, aimed at seizing a valuable item from the train. What precisely are they after? The platinum-haired princess's expression was one of intense frustration. Encountering such an event on her first day was enough to unnerve anyone. We're not entirely certain, replied her aide, wiping the sweat from his brow. The item belongs to the Rhine family, and they refuse to disclose any further details, claiming it invades their privacy. The Rhine family was a prominent dynasty within the Aeon Empire, deeply entrenched in various fields and wielding significant influence. Having their belongings stolen and still insisting on privacy. Jefferson's tone grew sharper, causing her aide to lower his head in submission. "Do we have any intelligence on the perpetrators?" Finally, the aide produced a stack of documents from his pouch. "According to our information, the group responsible is the Black Death Church, and the operation seems to have been led by one of their newly appointed 10 Blackfingers, a magic swordsman proficient in both magic and swordsmanship." Jefferson glanced over the documents, nodding in acknowledgement before drawing her sword and pointing it skyward. "All units, accelerate." Due to their proximity to the capital, it took less than 5 minutes for the silver-armored knights riding griffins to arrive. Identifying the leader of the group was straightforward. She was the only woman without a helmet, her long platinum hair cascading down her back. Her exquisite features were matched only by the formidable aura she exuded. Her griffin noticeably larger than the others nearby, its golden plumage contrasting sharply with the brown and red-hued hybrids beside it. Regrettably, their response was not swift enough. The limited number of officers on board and the resulting chaos from the chain explosions had left no trace of the terrorists behind. Only a scene of devastation. Surprisingly, the casualty count was low. The attackers did not seem intent on inflicting harm. The cries of the injured stemmed primarily from unfortunate souls struck by shrapnel or those who had fallen and broken limbs. Under the Knights' swift rescue efforts, order was rapidly restored. The Knights cordoned off the area, and the leading female knight requested the passenger list from the crew to compare with the individuals present. This was to ensure that no terrorists had remained hidden among the passengers, as many of them had likely disguised themselves to board the train. Without this precaution, they could not have effectively controlled the train. Shiza rummaged through his bag and found a rope, using it to bind the young man who was sound asleep at his feet. With Trevor's suitcase in one hand and the unconscious youth in the other, he followed the knight's instructions to a clearing where they lined up to have their identities verified against the passenger list. Shiza attempted to remove the mask from Trevor's face, but it seemed to be magically affixed, and no amount of force could dislodge it. Instead, he ended up causing Trevor's skin to bleed, and fearing the blood would create an unfavorable impression, he ceased his efforts. With the retired hero holding the semi-metallic mask-wearer and the sight of the bloodied man creating an unusual scene, a considerable distance formed around him, drawing attention. The leader of the Knights, the platinum-haired beauty, approached, scrutinizing the passenger list. Upon noticing Shiza's unique situation, she signaled 2 of her subordinates to join her. "You are?" she inquired. Her gaze locked onto him, her voice calm yet commanding, as she flipped through the documents in her hand. Shiza produced a letter of recommendation from his bag, intended for a teaching position at the Phoenix Academy of Magic in the Aeon Empire. He handed the letter to the knight beside the princess, who verified its contents before passing it to Jefferson. "I was invited to the capital for work as a magic instructor," he explained. Nudging the still sleeping man at his feet to ask for this fellow, "He is likely affiliated with the individuals who just detonated the bomb, and I happened to capture him." He gestured to the suitcase in his grasp. "Here's his bomb. Protect the captain." The reactions of the 2 knights were decidedly intense. They thrust their shields into the ground, and 2 beams of white light erupted as defensive magic was instantly conjured. Positioning themselves, one to the left and one to the right, to shield Jefferson, in contrast, the Lady Knight remained remarkably composed, perusing the letter in her hand. This world is rife with anti-counterfeiting symbols, exemplified by the letter she held, sealed with the exclusive emblem of a certain esteemed figure from the Magic University, a unique magical aura that is irrefutably genuine. However, "You are merely 19. She could hardly believe her eyes. As one of the promising heirs of the future Aeorn Empire. She had studied at the Empire's foremost academy, proudly graduating 2 years early at the age of 21 by amassing sufficient credits. But what was she witnessing now? What exactly are you teaching? Frankly speaking, even if the situation were absurd, the letter in her possession rendered the likelihood of deceit minimal. Magical mechanics, a newly introduced course this year. Would you mind if I opened this letter for a closer look? Shiza shrugged, "Be my guest." There's nothing confidential. Upon glancing at the contents of the letter, Jefferson was already convinced to a significant extent. Though it was indeed preposterous, the youth before her seemed truthful. Although she merely caught a cursory glimpse, The letter indicated that he had been personally invited to instruct at the academy. You should take a look at that fellow on the ground. She gestured for her subordinate to handle the capture of Shiza as assailant. Milady, it appears this is Trevor, one of the Black Fingers. At this revelation, a nearby guard was utterly astonished. The architect of this terrifying attack was lying here like a dog? How did you manage to capture him? Jefferson was equally taken aback, her elegantly shaped platinum brows arching slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, you performed admirably. After hearing Shiza's rough account of the events, Jefferson nodded in acknowledgement. Though it still seemed excessively implausible, everything felt surreal, like a child's play. The Black Death Cult is a notoriously malevolent organization, its 10 leaders all possessing formidable skills. The former vice-captain of the Royal Knights had sustained such severe injuries during a mission involving this organization that he was forced into retirement for recuperation. Yet here lay one of the Black Fingers before her. There are matters I need your assistance with, Mr. Shiza. Jefferson's tone softened considerably. I require your help in compiling a detailed account of this incident. The more thorough, the better. Please bear with me for a moment. She nodded at Shiza. We are still quite a distance from the capital. I will arrange for a griffin to take you there shortly. But first, allow me to attend to this gentleman. Under Jefferson's directive, several knights from the capital approached to secure the still slumbering Trevor with multiple magical restraints. These iron shackles were inscribed with numerous magical runes. Anyone bound by them would have their magical energy continuously siphoned away, along with their physical strength. Soon, the chaotic scene transformed into a semblance of order under the knight's proficient management. After mounting her striking golden griffin, Jefferson summoned one of her aides to assume command of the scene. A carriage would soon arrive to transport the witnesses to the capital, coincidentally assisting the knights in documenting their accounts. Once everything was arranged, Shiza was invited by a notably robust knight to mount a griffin as well. Danny, please escort Mr. Shiza. With a mere tremor of its massive claws, the golden griffin lifted Trevor into the air, generating a powerful gust of wind. Following closely were 2 guards who had previously been at the princess's side. One was impressively large, towering over 2 meters, resembling a colossal iron canister, while the other was considerably more slender. Sir, I apologize for the inconvenience, remarked the hefty knight. Although griffins are indeed large creatures, the space upon their backs was hardly expansive. At that moment, high above the ground, the griffin soared, flapping its wings, while Shiza found himself nestled within the embrace of the brawny knight. This knight was terrifyingly tall, broad-shouldered. One griffin could easily accommodate a single individual, but 2 men made for a snug fit, especially with one being a veritable giant among men. Shiza suggested sitting behind him, but was politely declined. What if you accidentally fall off? Was Danny the knight's earnest response. Furthermore, Trevor's bomb-laden briefcase was still in Shiza's possession. He had to hold on to it. Ultimately, the brave gentleman was left seated in the arms of the knight, his own height of 1.8 meters appearing diminutive beside the 2-meter-2 colossus. Hold on tight, Mr. Shiza. I'm about to accelerate. Chapter 4. Phoenix Magic Academy. The griffin's speed was truly astonishing, a stark contrast to the train Shiza had previously ridden. Flying, indeed, surpassed running. As the griffin's wings flapped, the grand royal city loomed ever closer, its massive walls a product of magic, an awe-inspiring sight, akin to a giant reclining on the ground, listening to the heartbeat of the earth. The gates of the Aorn Empire's capital were colossal, operated daily by 2 behemoths. Although they shared the same green skin as goblins, the blood coursing through the behemoths was undeniably golden, renowned for their immense strength. The gates were a thoroughfare for various carriages, showcasing a multitude of different races. The 32-entry main road was traversed by horse-drawn carts as well as dragon-drawn vehicles. Such draconic creatures were rare at the borders. Primarily carnivorous, making them a luxury for the impoverished outskirts, where the value of mere horses, which merely required fodder and could be left to graze, far surpassed them. Regardless of location, griffins always attracted attention. And here, a pure-blooded golden griffin drew the gazes of all passers-by. This was Shiza's first experience soaring through the sky on such a mount. As an adventurer, the former hero had contemplated acquiring a steed for transportation, but soon realized that these mounts were slower than his own legs. Then, was the purpose of a steed? Would he carry it in case of danger? Yet now, Shiza truly grasped the essence of riding. It was not merely a functional tool, but rather a statement of style. Soaring over the capital atop the griffin, Shiza felt the grandeur of the royal city. The imposing walls cast immense shadows, and the towering clock tower reached a height of 100 meters, with the entire city built into the mountainside. According to Shiza's understanding, the city was divided into an inner and outer city, separated by a vast moat. The base of the Royal Knights was located in the outer city, occupying a significant area. This base was strategically positioned in the bustling district. As they flew, Shiza observed numerous shops lining the streets, each crammed together. He even spotted a small establishment run by halflings selling fried foods, such as fried chicken fillets and legs. The capital must be a place where every inch is precious. Yet within such a locale, a knightly base akin to a royal garden underscored the imperial family's esteem for the knights. The choice of location was purely pragmatic, as its proximity to the inner city allowed Griffin Knights to swiftly cross the moat to the palace in the event of an incident. The Griffin descended into a garden-like clearing, where upon landing, attendants approached to lead the Griffin away. These attendants donned simple knightly armor, reminiscent of novice gear, Shiza mused. Please take Mr. Shiza to make his statement. Once completed, escort him to Phoenix Magic Academy. Jefferson instructed. Yes, Danny the Knight responded with a vigorous stomp of his right foot, his right fist striking his left breast in a loud salute, prompting Shiza to jest, Are you offering your heart as well? Mr. Shiza, I must interrogate this criminal, so I must take my leave. Please accompany Danny for your statement. Should you require anything, feel free to express it to Danny, and he will do his utmost to accommodate you. The princess nodded at Shiza before turning to leave with another guard. It is worth mentioning that Trevor, the magic swordsman, was being carried off by another guard, still fast asleep, a testament to Shiza's exceptional lullaby skills. Please follow me, Danny. The knight slightly tilted his body and gestured with his right hand, invitingly. The transcription proceeded swiftly. All that Shiza needed to do was succinctly recount the events that transpired on the train, while the reliable knight would embellish the narrative with additional details. The suitcase, on the other hand, was surrendered as evidence. Despite the rapid pace, time flew by, and soon it was noon. Danny extended an invitation to Shiza to dine at the Knightly Order's mess hall. It must be noted that the interior of the Knightly Order exuded an aura of disciplined order. Throughout their journey, there was a conspicuous absence of idle knights. According to Danny, the Order had implemented a shift system following a recent reform, wherein knights typically worked 3 days followed by 1 day off in a continuous cycle. En route to the mess hall, Shiza observed numerous knights queuing to partake in their meals, predominantly consisting of apprentice knights, who comprised over 90% of the entire royal capital's knightly order. Essentially, the entirety of the capital's patrolling duties fell to these apprentice knights, forming a crucial component of the city's security apparatus. When deployed, they operated in groups of 3, each responsible for a designated area, patrolling for over 8 hours at a time in a rotating 3-shift system to ensure continuous monitoring throughout the day. Knights like Danny, who were Griffin riders, numbered only around 280 within the entire order. The requirements for becoming a Griffin rider were exceedingly stringent, as taming such a fierce silver breed posed significant challenges. A Griffin, when not in flight, typically consumed between 25 to 30 pounds of meat per day, and this figure could double or even increase by 50% when flying. The maintenance costs for a Griffin were exorbitant, and only those knights who underwent rigorous evaluation could qualify as Griffin riders. In fact, acquiring a Griffin was no small feat. Raising a fledgling was far more arduous than most would presume. The fledgling must begin its training before it reached 3 months of age, prior to the emergence of its first feathers. If training is delayed, there exists a 10% chance it may refuse to accept a new family. And if subjected to mistreatment, its sense of alienation could escalate by 20% each month, with confinement viewed as a form of abuse. If the fledgling's desires are disregarded, it may very well turn against its master. In the capital, there exists a prohibition against flying, with only objects smaller than sparrows exempt from requiring a flying license. However, Griffin Knights have been granted flying permits. It is worth noting that casually soaring with wind wings in the city would also result in the revocation of one's flying license. necessitating a thorough understanding of the Aran capital's flying manual. Failure to comply may lead to a third betrayal, ultimately rendering one incapable of even becoming a hero, which could certainly be quite vexing. The knightly order's provisions were commendably satisfactory. That noon, Shiza enjoyed a succulent steak accompanied by a generous bowl of pasta topped with tomato and minced meat, the steak having been marinated with spices. In this world, spices were considered a luxury for most, yet here, everyone could relish a substantial portion of spice steak for lunch. Knight Danny proudly proclaimed, "Our knightly order allocates 120 copper coins per meal for each member." It was evident that knights taking their daily meat rations was a point of pride in terms of employee benefits. P.S. In the Aeon Empire, 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins, which is approximately 1,000 copper coins. As they traversed towards the outskirts of the knightly order, they occasionally witnessed knights practicing spells while wielding their longswords. The outer city of the capital was divided into 4 districts: east, west, south, and north, with the eastern and northern districts being notably more prosperous than their western and southern counterparts. The Phoenix Magic University and the base of the Royal Knights were both located in the eastern district. Shiza, wishing to avoid further inconveniencing others, exhibited a touch of independence, bordering on introversion. He would prefer to wander alone for hours rather than seek directions from a stranger. "That simply won't do, ASA local. It would be quite disrespectful for me to allow you to navigate this unfamiliar territory alone," insisted Danny. "The Phoenix Magic University is not far from here. Let us walk together. This also affords me the opportunity to introduce you to the capital." Unable to refuse such warm hospitality, Shiza acquiesced to the proposal, and the two set off on foot. As they walked upon the cobblestone streets of the capital, Shiza experienced a moment of disorientation. During his days as an adventurer along the border, life had been a constant strain, with each day consumed by the need to prepare for the next target after vanquishing a boss. Gathering the necessary equipment and potions. The border was predominantly inhabited by adults, with few innocent children to be seen. Those who appeared childlike were often halflings, seemingly pitiable, yet harboring predatory instincts directed at the unsuspecting. The border populace endured daily assaults from monstrous entities, as their territory bordered that of the demon race, leading to occasional incursions by fleeing fugitives from the demon empire. The vigilance of the people was paramount. Survival necessitated incessant contemplation of myriad concerns. However, the ambience here was markedly different. The streets were alive with a vibrant atmosphere, vendors peddling fruits while dozing behind their stalls. Children frolicked freely, and halflings were not merely relegated to thievery. They could also find work as ordinary shoeshiners. Stalls lined the streets, some offering magical items, primarily magical crystal spheres inscribed with enchantments, which would sway and dance at the slightest shake, providing an amusing spectacle. With such a towering knight accompanying him, the crowd parted with deference. Along the way, they encountered a structure resembling an enormous tent, constructed from thick wooden poles wrapped in fabric. Its purpose was indiscernible. As 2 shackled tiger folk stood guard at the entrance, casting a wary gaze. "What is this place?" Shiza inquired curiously. "A circus," Danny replied with a hint of disdain. "No, this is a slave market." "So this is a slave market?" During his previous endeavors along the Empire's borders, Shiza had indeed encountered slave-catching brigades. It was common to encounter wanted criminals there, most of whom had been stripped of their citizenship. Those sought after often possessed remarkable skills and could fetch a handsome price. However, the slave-catching brigades along the border were typically devoid of moral scruples. With the demon race seemingly embroiled in internal strife, it was not uncommon for them to seize refugees amid the chaos and transport them back to the capital for sale. There existed no slave markets along the border, as the impoverished populace could not command a decent price. Shiza harbored a profound disdain for the concept of enslavement. After departing the slave market, they continued for over half an hour until they finally reached their destination. The Phoenix Magic University operated on a 2-semester system, and at this time, late July, the students were on vacation, resulting in a notably quiet campus. The entrance was quite imposing, featuring a massive obsidian stone inscribed with the words, "Phoenix Magic University established in the year 1266 of the new moon calendar." A smaller inscription at the bottom right read, "Presented by esteemed alumnus Ryan Nix in the year 288 of the new calendar." Flanking the entrance were two black stone lions, posed as if in slumber, and no other security presence was evident. Save for these two stone sentinels, I shall leave you here. Should you require anything, you may find me at the Nightly Order headquarters. I must take my leave now, declared Danny, removing his helmet. To Shiza's surprise, beneath the helmet lay a remarkably handsome visage, with golden hair and blue eyes, exuding an air of authority akin to that of a golden lion. After Danny departed, Shiza approached the grand gate of the Magic University, but before he could draw near, a voice emanated from the right stone lion at the entrance. The Magic University is currently on summer break. Visits are not permitted. I am here to apply for a teaching position. Here is my letter of recommendation, Shiza replied, stepping forward to produce the letter from his bag. The left stone lion rose, stretching and blinking awake, before addressing Shiza. Hand over your letter of recommendation for my review. These two lions were magical creations, exhibiting an unexpected level of animation. Could it be that the current state of magic allowed for the creation of life? Truly a testament to the advanced magic of the university, or perhaps not merely advanced, but high magic indeed. Shiza had thought his magical abilities would suffice here, yet this first encounter with something so novel left him utterly astounded. The creation of life was a domain typically reserved for the divine. What is this seal? Exclaimed the lion, its expression betraying surprise. Ugh, the stone lion emitted a retching sound, yet after much effort, it could not produce anything. Knock, it shoved its paw into its mouth and rummaged around for a moment before finally ejecting something. It was a small orb radiating a blue glow, speckled with stone debris. Considering it was a stone lion, the sight of this object was particularly unsettling, resembling saliva. The two stone lions shouted in unison at the orb, "Old woman, the one you've been waiting for has arrived. Come out and greet them." Upon the completion of its proclamation, the stone lion on the left swiftly devoured the very stone back into its belly. Within its abdomen emanated a familiar voice to Shiza, that of Ms. Jessica, the esteemed dean of the Shaping Magic Academy at this prestigious magical university, inviting him to join her here. Is Shiza here? I shall be there shortly. Please wait for me at the school gate. The voice resonated from the lion's belly, sounding somewhat muffled. No, you should wait here for a moment. Find a comfortable place to sit, the lion on the right suggested, and before finishing its sentence, it reclined once more. Are you daft? Do you intend to make this weary gentleman sit upon the floor? The left lion retorted vehemently, its voice rumbling like thunder. Come, Mr. Shiza, is it? While speaking, it adjusted its position on the stone pedestal it had been lying upon, shifting slightly to create a space. Here, take a seat, Mr. Shiza, it beckoned, patting the stone pedestal with a paw larger than Shiza's head, warmly inviting him to sit. Chapter 5. The invitation. Ultimately, Shiza opted not to take a seat, wishing instead for the lion to lie more comfortably, maintaining a distance that felt agreeable to all. Soon, an elderly lady clad in a wizard's robe appeared in Shiza's line of sight, jogging while waving her hand. Over here. Ink stained her hands, indicating her hasty arrival. Why didn't you notify me in advance? I could have sent someone to fetch you from the train station, she spoke with a smile, her eyes narrowing in delight as she opened the school gate. This was a scholarly woman of advanced years, her neatly styled silver hair framing a face that always bore a smile. Time had etched wrinkles upon her visage, yet it also bestowed upon her gentle eyes. Adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles and dressed in a simple wizard's robe, she appeared as a kind, elderly lady. What happened to your face? She inquired, immediately noticing the iron mask Shiza wore. Why have you donned a mask like those old fellows from the Shaping School? The magicians of the Shaping School practiced quite perilous magic, and the volatile elemental forces could inadvertently lead to disfigurement. Shiza briefly recounted the circumstances, an affliction stemming from dragon's blood that would naturally dissipate within a year or two. Oh, how remarkable, as long as it will heal. That is a relief. The elderly lady nodded repeatedly. It would not do for such a young lad to bear a disfigurement without having wed. Hearing this, the dean also exhaled in relief. She scrutinized Shiza closely. My, you seem to have lost weight, she exclaimed with a smile, extending her hand to grasp Shiza's. She was Shiza's teacher, akin to a grandmother in his eyes. The elderly lady had become acquainted with Shiza during her explorations along the border. Having grown familiar with him after he assisted her on several investigative missions, having never married or borne children, she was nonetheless well-versed in knowledge, and her demeanor was one that instilled comfort in others. To Shiza, she was a revered elder, and it was she who had arranged this opportunity for him to work here. I just arrived today. There were minor mishaps along the way. I had intended to arrive in the morning. But here I am now, Shiza explained. Oh dear, how exhausting, she responded, ushering Shiza into the school. Upon entering, they were greeted by an expansive square, dominated by a grand fountain at its center. At the heart of the fountain stood a statue, not of a person, but of two hands cradling a book. This was the renowned Hands of Truth. As they walked, the elderly lady introduced the sculpture to Shiza. Originally, this statue was meant to depict the first headmaster of the academy. But do you know what he said? She inquired. What did he say? You should not believe me, but rather believe in the truth. Thus, the statue transformed into what is now known as the Hands of Truth. She seemed quite fond of this tale, chuckling to herself upon its conclusion. The square was encircled by lecture halls, and the elderly lady led Shiza toward one of them. These lecture halls were impressively tall, each boasting 7 stories, presenting a stark contrast to the buildings outside. In this era, magic reigned as the foremost productive force. The elderly lady's office was located on the 7th floor, and contrary to Shiza's expectations, it was not particularly spacious. The room was filled with an array of books and materials. Along the way, he observed student classrooms, which, due to ample space, were large amphitheater-style rooms. It was surprising that the office of the dean, a position of such stature, was thusly modest. Please sit down. It may be a bit chaotic, ha ha. The office was simply arranged, featuring a sunlit desk, a coffee table, and a sofa on one side, surrounded by bookshelves. Upon the coffee table rested a coffee pot and several crystal glasses, with nothing else in sight. Jessica invited Shiza to take a seat on the sofa, while she turned to retrieve a contract from her desk. This is your contract, have a look, and if all is in order, please sign it. I have negotiated your weekly salary to be 8 gold and 6 silver, with 4 classes per week. The schedule will be arranged by the academic office. How does that sound? The amiable lady handed him the pen and the contract. A weekly salary of 8 gold and 6 silver is indeed substantial. Many commoners likely do not spend even 2 gold in a month. Thus, this offer places Shiza firmly within the realm of high earners. The contract she provided was exceptionally generous. After a cursory glance, Shiza promptly signed it. After finalizing the contract, he glanced at the time. It was still early. Jessica tidied her desk briefly before leading Shiza to arrange his accommodation. Teaching at this magical university included meals and lodging, with the faculty dormitories situated on the far western side of the campus. Without prior knowledge, one might find it difficult to imagine that this garden-like structure served as faculty housing. Resembling a standalone villa, it was enclosed by iron railings, adorned with lush flowers and greenery. With verdant branches peeking through the gaps in the fence, the apartment's main entrance was securely shut, yet the gatehouse appeared devoid of a guardian. The dean seemed accustomed to such occurrences, as she approached and rapped gently on the glass of the gatehouse window. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy. After several knocks without response, finally, on the last tap, a large hand emerged from below the window, tapping in return. Stop knocking, stop knocking. I'm coming, I'm coming. Though the hand was visible, the person was not. When the gatehouse door finally swung open, Shiza realized that the figure outside was a dwarf. His limbs were robust, and he bore the countenance of maturity, yet he stood only slightly taller than half of Shiza's height. Unlike other dwarves with unkempt beards, Mr. Roy's facial hair was meticulously groomed, neatly tied with colorful little rubber bands. Dressed in casual attire, his exposed limbs were notably sturdy. Mr. Roy, this is our new teacher, Mr. Shiza. Please assist him with registration and accommodation arrangements. And if he has any questions, kindly guide him, the elderly lady said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the dwarf retrieved a pair of glasses from his pocket, polishing them with his clothing before placing them on his face to scrutinize the young man following the dean. So you are Mr. Shiza, huh? Very well, please wait a moment. After completing the registration, Mr. Roy, armed with a hefty bunch of keys, led the two to arrange a room. No, this room has too many trees outside. The lighting is poor. Let us find another one. This layout is not suitable. There's a bedroom directly across from the living room door. Let us try another. This one is too close to the stairwell. That one do. After several rounds of selection, they finally settled on a room. Throughout this process, Shiza was not permitted to speak. The wisdom of experience would ensure everything was arranged adequately. Once the room was chosen, Mr. Roy wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to have finally completed the arrangement, and he eagerly exited the scene. I will arrange for someone to come and clean for you shortly. Do you have any plans for this afternoon? Shiza carried only a single bag, which he placed in his dormitory. I must say, the staff accommodations here are quite splendid. His room comprised a study, a modest living room, a bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Well, it seems I have little else to do. Perhaps a stroll outside, Shiza replied. Perfect. I will accompany you to purchase some essentials, and this evening, I shall treat you to a meal to welcome you properly. In just a few sentences, she laid out the plans clearly. What do you think? I have no objections. It would be delightful to have you show me around the capital. Then it is settled. Dean Jessica exclaimed joyfully, snapping her fingers. Now, let me change into something more suitable. Dean Jessica returned to her office to don a simple outfit, appearing as an ordinary elderly lady. One would never suspect that she was one of the highest authorities at the Arcane Empire's premier magical university. The two exited through the side gate of the school. As the academic term has yet to commence, it proves cumbersome for teachers to enter through the main gate, particularly with that imposing iron door for first-year students. The side entrance, however, is conveniently located not far from the faculty dormitory. Exiting through this route requires no key, as a gargoyle fashioned from artificial stone stands sentinel here. All registered faculty members may utilize this passage. Though ordinarily, students are barred from doing so. Only those remaining on campus during holidays are permitted to use this way. This some sort of facial recognition technology from another realm, West thought to himself as the gargoyle scanned his face. Yet, unlike the two lively stone lions at the main entrance, which seem imbued with genuine life, the gargoyle here is limited to executing basic commands. One might say it exemplifies the distinction between artificial intelligence and a mere application. Not far from this side door lies a commercial street. Due to its proximity to the Magic University, the shops here are predominantly themed around magical wares and an array of snacks likely to please students. Everything from magical equipment, mana materials, magical pets, to an assortment of spellbooks can be found here. However, as the school year has not yet begun, many shops remain shuttered. Here, West procured the necessities for his daily life. He need not carry them himself, as delivery services are available to transport his purchases to the school gate, where he can collect them later. Within a tailor's shop, Jessica was preparing to have several suitable outfits custom-made for West. This establishment appears to specialize in bespoke clothing, nestled within a narrow alley. The shop was sparsely populated, and upon Jessica's entrance, a staff member promptly approached her with the utmost respect. Today, I am not here for myself, but to have a few respectable garments tailored for this young man behind me. Do you have any fine fabrics available? The director, clearly a regular patron, was immediately attended to, as she began to scrutinize the materials hanging on the walls. Sir, please follow me, a staff member beckoned, leading West to take his measurements. Please raise your arms, instructed another employee, who began to measure West's chest while another took notes nearby. Once the measurements were complete, they returned to Jessica, who stood beside a middle-aged woman with striking red hair, presumably the shop owner. Upon seeing West approach, the owner quickly inquired, "What may I assist you with today? Perhaps something in a subtle color." "Nothing too flamboyant," West replied after a moment's contemplation. "Very well, how about these fabrics?" the owner suggested, gesturing for several attendants to bring forth various selections. "These options here are excellent for linings. The material feels quite comfortable. What do you think?" "Ah, yes, quite nice." For West, clothing merely needed to be functional. If questioned about armor that facilitated movement or where padding might prevent chafing from his breastplate, he would certainly have insight. But matters of clothing were an area of ignorance for him. Fortunately, the director noticed West's lack of familiarity and stepped in to assist, occasionally demonstrating the fabrics to him. As they deliberated over the materials, another figure entered the shop. The attire suggested nobility, A handsome, middle-aged man accompanied by a young lady entered, followed by two servants. He feigned nonchalance as he approached, only to discover Jessica selecting fabrics, which elicited a look of surprise as he greeted her. "Good day, Lady Jessica. What a delightful surprise to find you here." "Good day, Mr. William," Jessica replied, her demeanor far from warm, merely raising her gaze to acknowledge him. "Are you here to purchase garments?" he inquired. "Perhaps I am merely here for a meal," she retorted, her annoyance palpable, nearly rolling her eyes at him. "Ha ha, you possess quite the sense of humor." Unperturbed by her coldness, William motioned to the young girl beside him, saying, "Come, Barika, greet Lady Jessica." The young lady, mirroring her father's vibrant red hair, bore a pair of slender, slightly awkward eyes framed by long lashes, a delicate nose, and thin lips pressed together. Her features exhibited a blend of Western boldness and Eastern subtlety, akin to a striking rose. "Hello," she greeted, her voice clear and melodious. Jessica's demeanor softened considerably towards the young girl, a smile gracing her lips. "Greetings, Barika. You look as lovely as ever." "Thank you," Barika replied shyly. "Our dear Barika has long admired you," William added, rubbing his hands together as he stepped forward. Jessica chose to ignore him, instead introducing West. "This is West, my apprentice." "Apprentice? You've never mentioned this before," William exclaimed, clearly astonished. "When did you take on an apprentice?" Barika, too, seemed somewhat surprised, her focus shifting to West. "About 2 years ago, at the border," the director replied nonchalantly. "Yes, you can see. If you've come to discuss that previous matter, I must decline. I am rather busy, procuring suitable clothing for West." "How thoughtless of me, dear lady," William remarked, brushing back his red hair with a flourish, raising his right hand with a wave, the gemstones on his sleeve glinting under the shop's magical lights. "Please charge the expenses for these two to my account. Mr. West is truly a remarkable gentleman. To be an apprentice of Lady Jessica, he must possess exceptional qualities," he lauded, though West pondered his own unremarkable attire, iron mask, and ordinary demeanor, feeling a twinge of narcissism at the compliment. Such flattery. "Barika is the true gem, destined to bring pride to your family," West replied, offering his own compliments. "For it is said that flattery is the art of social grace. I shall bear the cost myself. Although I am no longer young, I can certainly afford a couple of garments for the child," Jessica asserted, her demeanor icy, refusing to accept any favors. Very well, I respect your choice," William said with a wry smile. By the way, my daughter Barika will also be attending Phoenix Magic University this year. She has long admired your introduction to magical techniques class. I hope you will look after her. She has always been somewhat reserved and tends to keep her concerns to herself. I will not overlook any student with a thirst for knowledge." "You may rest assured on that front," West replied, observing as Barika subtly tugged at her father's sleeve, seemingly wishing to halt his discourse, yet her quiet plea went unnoticed. "Tonight marks my daughter Barika's 16th birthday celebration. Would you be so kind as to grace us with your presence? It would be a wonderful opportunity for her to be inspired by her idol. I understand this may be a bit presumptuous, but consider it a simple meal," William proposed, noticing the embarrassment on Barika's face, as if she might wish to hide away. "Tonight, you say?" "Indeed, at 7 o'clock, William replied eagerly, producing an invitation from his coat pocket and handing it to Jessica. "I hope Mr. West will also join us for my daughter's soirée." "Take this, West," she said, accepting the invitation, which elicited a look of delight from William. "Then I shall await your arrival at home. We shan't disturb your shopping any longer," he concluded, as the two maidservants departed with the garments. A lovely gown fit for a celebration, swiftly disappearing in their carriage. Chapter 6. Lucia. After selecting several fabrics and customizing a few outfits, Jessica assisted West in choosing 2 ready-made garments for the evening's banquet. Had West made the selections himself, he likely would have purchased multiple identical styles, as he was far from adept in such matters. Upon exiting the tailor's shop, West had transformed his appearance. How to describe it? Gazing into the mirror, he saw himself clad in a deep navy suit, impeccably pressed at the cuffs and collar, exuding a sense of sharpness. The iron mask covering the left side of his face lent him an air of a flamboyant villain from an evil organization. The director, however, was quite pleased with this new visage, continuously offering her commendations. A young man must take pride in his appearance, presenting himself handsomely. It's invigorating. Originally, you were to arrive today, and as your elder, I ought to treat you to a fine meal to welcome you, but plans have shifted. Once you arrive at the banquet, simply enjoy the food, speak little, for their hospitality is bound to be extravagant, she advised. It also serves as an opportunity for me to introduce you to certain individuals I understand. I shall go and eat in style, and perhaps gain a bit of weight, West replied. Shiza chuckled. Ah, indeed. You ought to eat more. Just look at your face, weathered by the winds and sun. You've grown so thin, in comparison to other places. The transportation infrastructure of the royal capital is remarkably well developed. Public carriages, funded by the state, are spread throughout the outer city, making travel considerably more convenient for the residents of the royal capital than for those in other regions. However, this evening, Shiza and Jessica have no intention of taking the public carriage. Ms. Jessica possesses a more sophisticated mode of transport. A dragon carriage. It features a blue-patterned ground dragon, adorned with a long horn atop its head, measuring a substantial 4 meters in length. Unlike the other creatures often misleadingly referred to as ground dragons, this one is a bona fide subspecies of dragon. It is housed in the school stable and is cared for by designated personnel. The coachman is a staff member hired by the school, serving as a part of the employee benefits. In the carriage, Jessica converses with Shiza. The gentleman you just met, Mr. William, is the head of the Dex family. The lady, Baraka, is his only daughter. He previously proposed that I take Baraka as my disciple, which I declined. It's not that Baraka lacks talent, but I simply do not have the energy to mentor her. I made my refusal clear, yet he remains insistent, merely seeking to leverage my connections. Shiza nods in agreement. Hearing you say that, I feel rather sorry for Baraka. With such a controlling father, her life must be quite burdensome. Pity, my foot. The old lady scoffs, rolling her eyes. She will inherit the entire Dex family in the future, and several buildings at the school were financed by her. You dare to feel sorry for her? Remember, observe, and listen more. Speak less. Do you understand? Understood, understood. Shiza nods repeatedly. Before long, the carriage arrives at their destination, located in the northern district. It is worth noting that there are checkpoints between the inner and outer cities, as well as among the 4 districts of the outer city. As dusk settles, and only a faint blush remains in the sky, they finally arrive. One can clearly see the influence of the Dex family here. A blue-patterned ground dragon is already considered a rather prestigious mount, yet numerous more dazzling creatures abound, including a unicorn. Though not purebred, it is a descendant of a legendary creature. To say this place resembles a luxury car exhibition in another world would not be an exaggeration. Since Shiza is merely accompanying Jessica, the invitation bears only her name in this world. There exists a role responsible for announcing guests, and a figure resembling a half-elf, proficient in standard universal speech, loudly declares the identities of the attendees at the entrance of the banquet hall. This building, repurposed as a banquet hall, is impressively grand, occupying an area equivalent to several football fields. The band plays nearby, predominantly orchestral music, captivating the audience with their performance. Guests invited by the hosts display their talents on the central stage, showcasing dramas and musical performances. The banquet will not commence until all guests have arrived, during which the hosts provide various recreational activities for those already present. Jessica's status is rather prestigious here. She is quite renowned in the realm of magical education within the royal capital, and as a legendary mage, her arrival draws significant attention. Shiza follows closely behind her, maintaining a respectful distance, thus evading any notice. Akin to a shadow of a prominent figure, upon entering the banquet hall, a staff member immediately approaches to invite Jessica to the second floor, where a conversation room has been prepared for esteemed guests. Jessica ascends with the attendant, while Shiza discreetly separates from her. I intend to indulge tonight, Shiza muses, quickly melding into the crowd, where no one's attention lingers upon him. The banquet hall on the first floor is adorned with numerous long tables, laden with a rich array of delicacies, all covered with crystal domes to retain warmth. Servers weave through the crowd, pouring drinks and replenishing fruits. Yet, few guests seem to be genuinely dining. Most wander with their glasses raised, mingling, while some casually snack on grapes or nuts. huddled in small groups engaged in conversation. Shiza does not recognize anyone, but truth be told, the individuals before him are far less enticing than a steak. Doesn't it seem that no one is truly eating? Shall I take these ice clams, then? It appears no one desires them, he muses, observing the rare and magical delicacies displayed, particularly the ice clams. A precious magical ingredient from the far north. Having sampled these once before, he recalls their delightful sweetness. He requests the server to slice a small plate for him, gathering a variety of foods before retreating to a corner of the banquet hall. One cannot deny the opulence of the Dex family. The banquet hall is extravagantly constructed, with ornate reliefs even on the load-bearing pillars. This secluded spot is designed for weary guests to rest. An ideal haven. Ignoring all else, Shiza focuses on relishing the gourmet offerings before him. To be honest, while the seasoning may not rival that of Blue Star, the superior quality of the ingredients here is unmatched. Shiza eagerly anticipates tasting the ice clams, which are worth their weight in gold. The icy texture, with a hint of wasabi and a fragrance reminiscent of cherry blossoms, truly invigorating. More, please. Just as Shiza indulges in his feast, a voice interrupts. May I sit here? A black-haired girl, appearing quite young, perhaps only 15 or 16, approaches, her delicate features resembling that of a doll, standing no taller than 5 feet. Of course, Shiza replies leisurely, swallowing a mouthful of meat. Upon receiving Shiza's affirmation, she promptly takes a seat beside him, gazing vacantly at the vast banquet hall. Evidently bored, turns out her appetite is not insatiable. The food simply does not meet her expectations. After securing her third serving, Shiza reflects on this realization. Delicious food invariably whets one's appetite, and as he contemplates this, he dives back into his meal. Unbeknownst to him, the girl beside him has shifted her attention to this peculiar man. How strange, Lucia Fayer thinks to herself, attending a banquet yet choosing not to converse like the others, but rather gorging on food. Has he eaten excessively? Lucia wonders, noting that this is his third trip for food. And he has devoured at least 5 plates, including 7 steaks and countless other dishes. Her initial boredom transforms into quiet observation, intrigued by his unabashed appetite. Having finished his third serving, Shiza decides against fetching more. Feeling he has drawn enough attention with his frequent trips, time to take a break. I'll return later, he thinks, preferring to remain inconspicuous. He wishes to avoid the kind of drama where one is mocked for overeating. A scenario he finds most troublesome. Has he stopped eating? Lucia muses, noticing Shiza's pause. Aren't you hungry anymore? Seeing the young girl initiate conversation, Shiza responds, not for now. I'll rest a bit before grabbing more. Aren't you going to eat something? He assumes she is merely a child from someone's household, hiding away like himself. I'm fine. I'm not hungry yet, she replies, blinking curiously. Aren't you going to look for someone to talk to? Haha, I think I'll pass. I don't know anyone here, and discussing unfamiliar topics with strangers would be rather awkward. Wouldn't it? Shiza chuckles. That's true. Lucia nods thoughtfully. Hello, I'm Lucia. Hello, I'm Shiza. Are you really not going over there? The girl inquires. I thought men usually enjoy discussing things like national affairs, or the latest conflicts, or which young lady is the most beautiful and yet unmarried. While Shiza would enjoy sharing a few risque anecdotes, he finds the prospect of boastful banter with strangers rather tedious. Not really. I'm more interested in what kind of honey they used for this dessert. As it has a floral aroma, he states, grabbing a dessert resembling a gelatinous cream and drizzled with honey and powdered sugar, adorned with nuts. Delicious indeed. Didn't you say you were going to take a break before eating? Lucia remarks. Shiza, savoring a generous spoonful of dessert, replies, the dessert's stomach is different. This seems to strike a chord with her sense of humor, and the little black-haired girl giggles, covering her mouth. I bet you're still not full. Right? She stands up, suggesting, shall I fetch you some more? To be frank, the proposal did stir something in Shiza's heart. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately declined, feeling it would be inconsiderate to trouble others, as previously mentioned. He was the kind of person who would rather lose himself for 2 hours than ask someone for directions. No, it's not necessary. It would reflect poorly. I can't possibly eat that much on my own. Shiza waved his hand dismissively. Don't be shy about taking it. When you're hungry, you must eat. she said, noticing Shiza's moment of interest. With a playful wink, she added, "Just wait, I'll fetch you something delicious." With light steps, she approached a table laden with an array of food, soon returning with a modest plate. She had only taken a smattering of various dishes, perhaps uncertain of how much Shiza could consume. "Please enjoy, Mr. Shiza." "Well, I shan't hold back then." Having taken only a small amount, Shiza quickly savored his meal, leaving behind a solitary item resembling a rock. He had noticed this peculiar object earlier, displayed within an exquisite thermal container. Undeniably edible, yet its nature eluded him, thus he had refrained from taking it. Miss Lucia, however, had taken the initiative to bring it to him, yet he remained unsure how to approach this stone-like food. "Take this," Lucia offered a small, conical metal piece, explaining, "Insert it here, twist to open, and then dip it in this sauce." She gestured towards the rock-like item. Following her guidance, Shiza found a small opening and, upon inserting and twisting the metal piece, the object yielded, revealing a substance akin to oyster meat within. Dipping it into a small dish of brown sauce, he was pleasantly surprised by the flavor, reminiscent of creamy jelly, yet far more refreshing. "Is it delicious?" the young girl asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Delicious," Shiza affirmed, giving a thumbs up. "Indeed. Can you still manage more?" Lucia inquired, eager to see how much he could eat. "Shall I fetch you some more? Something novel, perhaps? Wait for me. I'll be back shortly." Without waiting for Shiza's response, she turned and waved goodbye as she departed. She returned swiftly, and with her generous spirit, Shiza felt obliged to continue indulging. "You are truly remarkable. I wish I could eat like you," Lucia remarked with genuine admiration, her expression devoid of pretense. "If you eat a bit more, you might grow taller," she added, gesturing above her head. Uncertain how to respond, Shiza pondered whether to encourage her to eat more or reassure her that being shorter was not a concern. This plate too was soon emptied, yet Lucia was intent on fetching him more, only to be gently halted by Shiza. All right, I'm full." Lucia held a certain admiration for Xi's. In gatherings such as this, leftover food was typically wasted, with only a few generous hosts ensuring it was dealt with properly. Most nobles, after feasting, would discard stale food rather than allow their servants to partake, viewing it as a means to prevent pilfering or hoarding. Such practices were strictly prohibited, leading to the unfortunate waste of the majority of banquet leftovers. The meal had stretched nearly an hour. Shiza had entered at 7 o'clock alongside Headmistress Jessica, and now it was nearing 8. Most invited guests had arrived, and they had been enjoying performances and idle chatter for almost an hour. Suddenly, the crystal chandelier above dimmed, casting the banquet hall into shadows. A figure ascended the central stage, none other than Mr. William, whom they had seen earlier. The ceremony for Barika Dex's coming of age was about to commence. Chapter 7. A Twist of Fate. William, now adorned in an even more flamboyant ensemble, a pale pink suit, caught the eye of many noble maidens with his striking red, shoulder-length hair and handsome visage. Uncle William remains as charming as ever. "Look, those ladies' gazes are practically entranced," Lucia pointed out. Shiza followed her gaze, noticing several noblewomen with rather peculiar expressions. "I wonder when he might find a stepmother for Barika." He mused. "Stepmother? What do you mean?" Shiza inquired with curiosity. "You're unaware," Lucia responded, her cute nose wrinkling slightly in surprise. "It seems Barika's mother passed away long ago, and Uncle William has yet to remarry. Still mourning her, devoted, handsome, wealthy. No wonder he is the object of many young ladies' affections." Shiza admitted, "To be honest, I recently arrived in the capital and am not well versed in these intrigues." "Ah, that explains why you struggle to converse with those over there." Lucia chuckled. "Let me introduce you, but do refrain from speaking thoughtlessly." Under her guidance, Shiza began to identify the nobles in attendance as William delivered a speech, welcoming everyone to his daughter's coming-of-age ceremony and expressing his hopes for her future and the family's expectations of her excellence. "That's the second daughter of the Berlin family. Look, isn't her backside rather ample? I've heard it's even larger than it appears now. She's wearing a corset beneath her gown. Otherwise, it would rival a griffin's head," Lucia gushed, her enthusiasm for gossip palpable. Shiza couldn't help but admire her impressive memory as she recounted such detailed information about numerous individuals. "Oh, look over there," Lucia exclaimed, pointing to a corner where a middle-aged man with red hair conversed with a handsome young man with golden locks. "That's Barika's uncle, Mr. Grey Dex." Observing Mr. Grey, Shiza noted his hair matched that of Barika and Count William. Though his features bore a rugged, masculine style, characterized by thick eyebrows and a sharp jawline that suggested hidden strength, as for the young man beside him, Lucia squinted, resembling a cute little fox. "I believe he is from the Rhine family. Let me think, he should be the second son of the Rhine patriarch, named Mihai Rhine, if I recall correctly," she said, though her certainty wavered. "I'm not very familiar with him myself." On stage, Count William was reaching a poignant moment in his speech. "I in the blink of an eye. My precious Pearl is already 16. As her father, I lament that I cannot always be by her side. And I feel deeply remorseful about this." As he spoke, tears seemed to well in his eyes, prompting him to retrieve a handkerchief from his pocket to dab at the corners. As the stage curtain rose, Barika appeared, resplendent in a magnificent gown. She wore a delicate touch of makeup, and the chandelier's gentle light graced her youthful face, enhancing her beauty. Though her expression remained aloof, the subtle eyeshadow lent an enchanting quality to her demeanor. Reminiscent of dewdrops on a snow lotus, sweet yet elusive, her slender figure boasted alluring curves, prompting admiration from all present, as if the divine had gifted them a glimpse of a breathtaking snowflake. She approached gracefully, and Count William gently took her hand, raising it slightly. "I cannot always protect you, but you must grow stronger than anyone else." As he spoke, his tone was soft, and even Barika's typically cold expression softened momentarily. With a subtle gesture, two maids appeared, presenting a tray upon which William unveiled two items: a ceremonial robe, entirely black and adorned with what resembled constellations, and a beautifully crafted wand, wooden with branches at its tip clutching a sparkling gem. Shiza recognized the gem, known as the Tear of the Siren, a precious magical material. William draped the robe around Barika and placed the wand into her hands. "My daughter will enroll in Phoenix Magic University this year, where she shall wield the flames of magic for her protection and adorn herself with the beauty of knowledge, ultimately becoming a worthy heir of the Dex family. Fortunately, esteemed Miss Jessica from Phoenix Magic University is present today. She has long been Barika's idol. I hope that during this pivotal time in her life, you may bestow her with your blessings." The elderly lady, seated below, retrieved a wand from her coat pocket and waved it in the air, transforming it into a butterfly that fluttered gracefully to the stage. "This is the blessing of the fairies. May you achieve success in your studies and obtain all that you desire at Phoenix." A butterfly collided with Barika, transforming into a cascade of twinkling starlight that gracefully merged with her being, prompting thunderous applause from the audience below. This was indeed the legendary blessing of Lady Jessica, one of the few remaining female legendary mages in the world, a woman of extraordinary stature, and witnessing her was a matter of great pride, especially now that they had received her blessing. Barika on stage was equally astonished, bowing slightly to Jessica in a gesture of gratitude. Below, Grey Ducks burst into laughter, joining the crowd in their applause. As the applause subsided, without waiting for William to speak, he strode confidently onto the stage. Shiza noticed that Count William appeared to raise a hand as if to stop him, but ultimately relented. "Your father has bestowed upon you the strength and courage to protect yourself, and I hope to offer you a true pillar of support," he said with a smile. "Grey, not now," Count William whispered to Grey Ducks standing beside him. "No, brother. With Lady Jessica as a witness, this is the perfect time." Grey's voice rang out robustly. "Esteemed guests, on this auspicious day, I have the pleasure of announcing a momentous occasion." He surveyed the audience. "Today, the Ducks family shall join in kinship with the Rhine family. Mr. Mars Rhine's second son, Mihai Rhine, shall, in the presence of all, become betrothed to our family jewel, Barika Ducks, and they shall wed immediately after Barika completes her studies at the Phoenix Magic University." A spotlight illuminated the handsome man below, revealing Mihai Rhine as he ascended the stage. A priest approached, prepared to ask the couple if they wished to bind themselves in marriage. Everything seemed meticulously arranged, Yet Barika Dux's expression betrayed her astonishment. The unfolding events appeared entirely unforeseen to her. "Father, what does this mean?" she inquired, her voice tinged with confusion. Count William remained silent, averting his gaze, while Grey Dux stepped forward to speak. "If your father and I are no longer here in the future, it would be challenging for you to navigate life alone. Mihai is a worthy person to rely upon, and being with him is what everyone wishes to see. Perhaps this is a bit sudden for you." The golden-haired, handsome man stepped forward, placing his right hand over his heart. "I have long admired Miss Barika, and I hope you will grant me the opportunity to be known. Father, what is your opinion?" Barika asked, her expression calm as she turned to her father. At that moment, Count William stood beside Mihai Rhine, resting a hand on his shoulder. "I too believe Mihai is a worthy person to entrust," he stated, though perhaps his heart was tumultuous, yet he displayed no outward sign of it. Barika's face was a canvas of disbelief, her expression shifting from initial astonishment to anger, and now to a mask of neutrality. "If this is your wish," she seemed to concede. The priest smiled and continued to read from his holy book. "Do you wish to enter into a betrothal with Barika Dux, promising to protect her in the future?" "I do," Mihai nodded. "Then, please place the engagement ring upon her finger," the priest declared. Mihai produced a ring and knelt before Barika. She extended her left hand, seemingly accepting the marriage, but suddenly retracted it, delivering a sharp slap to the handsome young man. The event unfolded so abruptly that no one had time to react. Shiza, observing from the crowd, was thoroughly entertained, relishing the unexpected twist. A resounding slap echoed, leaving a significant mark on Mihai Rhine's face, the force of which was unmistakable. "But I refuse, father. You are still so self-righteous." She tore off her robe, smashing her wand onto the ground, and turned to flee from the hall. The situation escalated quickly. The guards at the entrance attempted to stop her, but Barika whistled, summoning a massive black panther that charged in, knocking the guards aside. It was Barika's pet, a golden tear shadow leopard, undeniably striking. She's amused about wanting one. Though lacking the funds, Shiza nodded in agreement, noting that the leopard stood nearly 2 meters tall, a magical companion of exceptional prowess. The Dux family's guards included mages, yet they hesitated to act, likely fearing for Barika's safety. Thus, on her 16th birthday, Miss Barika Dux made her escape to— "Oh, this scene seems rather chaotic now," she mused, resting her chin on her hands as she observed the murmurs among the guests in the banquet hall. "Tonight's festivities seem to be at an end," she declared, rising from her seat. On stage, Grey Dux and William Dux wore grim expressions. Grey's face reflected anger, while William's bore a mixture of guilt and regret. "Apologies, everyone. It appears there has been a disruption at tonight's gathering." Grey stepped forward to restore order. "Trust us, we will handle this." He hurried down the stage. Shortly after, the Dux family servants began politely ushering the guests to depart. Shiza noticed several groups hastily exiting, presumably to search for someone. "What do you think about this matter?" Lucia inquired, gazing at Shiza. "Me?" Shiza pondered briefly before responding. "Well, I just feel a bit sorry for Barika." "Sorry? What makes her deserving of pity?" Lucia raised an eyebrow, pressing further. "She possesses a priceless birthday gift, an illustrious and wealthy family background, an impending degree from the Phoenix Magic University, and perhaps even a suitable fiancé. How many would covet such conditions?" Upon hearing this, Shiza frowned, taking a moment of silence before slowly raising his gaze. Perhaps what she lacks is the right to choose for herself. Everyone is preoccupied with what she is about to gain. Yet no one considers what she truly desires. Shiza furrowed his brow. It's as if she is a puppet, being pushed along by others. Enjoying the benefits of her family, she must also sacrifice for them. But perhaps before that, she should have the power to refuse her family's advantages. "I didn't realize you possess such empathy," Lucia teased with a wink. Indeed, her family background may seem inconsequential to her. But for many, it is a cherished aspiration. Regardless, it doesn't concern me. Perhaps I am simply born with the capacity to love. Shiza shrugged, jesting. "Actually, I misspoke," he added after a moment's reflection. "After all, enjoying the perks provided by one's family also entails corresponding responsibilities, whether or not she desires them." Shiza continued, however, These are merely our perspectives as outsiders. Perhaps only the parties involved and their family can engage in meaningful discussion. At this juncture, Shiza chuckled, shrugging again. But really? What does it matter to us? Indeed. What does it matter to us? Lucia smiled lightly. They both laughed, realizing they were merely enjoying the spectacle. Well, I must bid farewell now. May we meet again by chance? After sharing a hearty laugh and watching the crowd gradually disperse, Lucia stood and made her exit. All right, may we meet again by chance, Shiza thought Lucia intriguing. Exiting the Duck's family estate, he approached the azure-striped dragon. Discovering that teacher Jessica had been waiting in the carriage. Where have you been? I've searched everywhere for you, Jessica inquired. I was hiding behind that pillar, snacking, Shiza admitted. Have you had enough to eat? The headmistress gently ruffled Shiza's hair, reminiscent of a grandmother with her grandson. I have, Shiza replied earnestly. That's good. Did anyone seek you out for conversation? The elderly lady resumed her position, resting her hands on her lap. Shiza scratched his head. Well, there was a girl named Lucia. We chatted about various things. Lucia? Is she the one with black hair, petite, about this tall, somewhat adorable? Jessica gestured to indicate her height. Yes, Shiza confirmed with a nod. You two seem to have a connection? The elderly woman grinned. What do you mean? Shiza asked, puzzled. Heh, I won't tell you, the old lady replied playfully. Rob, let's set off. The headmistress called to the coachman outside. Right away, the coachman responded, preparing to depart when a familiar voice interrupted. Wait. Shiza craned his neck out of the carriage to see Count William approaching. What brings you here, Mr. William? Shiza lifted the curtain of the carriage window, revealing the expression on Dean Jessica's face, which appeared darker than when I encountered him earlier that afternoon. I have an unwelcome request. His stamina was not particularly robust, and as he sprinted from a distance, he gasped for breath, saying between heaves, Could I trouble you to use the locating spell to help me find Barika's whereabouts? The locating spell is a form of divination magic that can uncover the location of an individual. Given Dean Jessica's legendary prowess, there are but few who could elude her pursuit. He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. I am deeply concerned for her safety. At this hour, she is alone at home, a girl by herself. The elderly lady's face, lined with wrinkles, was awash with loathing, as if a torrent of disdain were about to burst forth at any moment. She raised her hand slightly, signaling Shiza to lower the curtain, seemingly unwilling to gaze upon the loathsome man before her any longer. If you truly care for her safety, today's events would never have transpired. The elderly lady's voice was frigid and authoritative, each word striking William's heart like a dagger. William's face betrayed his discomfort as he attempted to explain. I have my own grievances. You have grievances? Humph. The elderly lady abruptly interrupted him. That is your own grievance, not Barika's, and certainly not mine. As the esteemed head of Phoenix Magic University, the elderly lady held a prestigious position, and as a formidable legendary figure, she faced the nobleman without a trace of fear, even displaying her disdain openly. Rob, let us depart, the elderly lady commanded loudly. The coachman, responding to her call, swiftly raised the reins and cracked them with vigor. The massive blue-striped earth dragon, understanding the cue, promptly set forth with its powerful limbs, striding forward with its head held high. The wheels rolled and dust swirled, quickly leaving William Dex far behind. Watching the carriage recede into the distance, William stood rooted in place, displaying an expression that seemed a blend of regret and turmoil. Within the carriage, the elderly lady was equally unreserved in her contempt. That young man. I only attended Barika's coming-of-age ceremony today out of respect for the child. Yet he sought to finalize Barika's betrothal to that fellow named Mihai while I was present, asking me to serve as their witness. He wishes for me and the guests to pressure Barika into submission. How preposterous. The elderly lady was so incensed that she resorted to profanity. At such an advanced age, lacking any capability, merely idling about each day. Outrageous, Shiza remarked. Such an important matter as a wedding ceremony. To not notify in advance and simply summon someone without warning is rather difficult to assess. What does outrageous mean? The elderly lady inquired. It means idling about, Shiza clarified. Yes, indeed. It is truly outrageous. The elderly lady nodded in agreement. The dean, striking her thigh, declared, "If you wish to exploit my reputation, there will be a price to pay. Mark my words." A glimmer of cunning flashed in the eyes of the silver-haired lady behind her gold-rimmed glasses. Chapter 8. The opening ceremony. The year comprises 12 months, and Phoenix Magic University commences its academic year in mid-August. During the week leading up to the opening, Shiza had been studying under Jessica. Being a teacher requires more than just knowledge. The ability to impart that knowledge is equally vital. It was only during this past week that Shiza realized the intricacies involved in teaching. A week passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the opening season at Phoenix Magic University. Every year, during this mid-August period, the school is adorned with a flower known as Dragonheart Orchid, which blooms along the pathways. According to legend, the heart's blood of a dragon is blue. When a mighty dragon perished at a certain location, its heart's blood nourished the ground, giving rise to these orchids. Yet, would anyone truly waste such precious heart's blood after slaying a dragon? If it were me, I would undoubtedly gather every scale from its rear. As Shiza strolled along the school path, such thoughts crossed his mind. The opening ceremony is a long-standing tradition at the school, held for every new incoming class, featuring a speech from the principal followed by remarks from an outstanding representative of the new students. Today's weather was splendid, with sunlight filtering through the branches lining the road, creating ethereal beams of light known as the Tyndall effect. As Shiza walked from the faculty dormitory towards the school auditorium, he noticed the crowd growing denser. Groups of students meandered together. Due to its formidable strength, Phoenix Magic University boasts towering academic buildings, each set apart by considerable distances. The students appeared youthful and fresh-faced. Mostly 16 or 17 years old, clad in the uniform robes issued by the school, Shiza's task today was to guide the new students to their designated seats and take attendance, specifically for a portion of the first-year students in the Shaping Magic department. Upon receiving the list of students, Shiza commenced his duties. In addition to the teachers, several second- and third-year volunteers were also at work. The scene was chaotic, with both students and teachers milling about. Fortunately, the students were quite obedient, and before long, Shiza had completed his responsibilities. The school auditorium was a circular tiered lecture hall, spacious enough to accommodate this year's 1,200 new students. With so many people, Shiza casually chose a seat at the back of the classroom, where a few others were also seated, likely fellow teachers. A gentle-looking teacher with pink hair approached Shiza. "Excuse me, which class are you in?" "Hello, I am Shiza," he replied, tugging at the name badge issued by the school, which he had to display daily at the office to clock in. "You are Mr. Shiza? My apologies, you look remarkably youthful." After glancing at the badge and confirming its authenticity, the teacher gasped and covered her mouth in astonishment. "I have heard of you. We shall be colleagues from now on. My name is Evia Della. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Upon hearing their exchange, a gentleman with brown hair, resembling a muscular gorilla, approached. "You are Mr. Shiza? I am Kungan, a teacher of potionology. Delighted to meet you." He extended his right hand towards Shiza, exuding warmth and friendliness. To be honest, upon seeing his robust physique, Shiza initially thought he was some sort of warrior. He certainly resembled a melee combatant. Other teachers soon gathered to introduce themselves to Shiza in turn. A middle-aged man with green skin, notably pale and appearing somewhat frail, was a lecturer in curse magic named Quell. A white-haired man with traces of fox lineage taught summoning magic, named Yuka.as for the initial teacher. Miss Evia was responsible for magical beast studies. "Your course on magical mechanics is being offered for the first time at our school. Previously, I had only heard of it from the continent of magic, and it promises to be a fascinating experience for me. I will certainly attend your class tomorrow. Be sure to reserve me a good seat," Quell remarked, looking at Shiza. "Absolutely," Shiza nodded. "It is essential to foster good relations with colleagues. I am quite new here, and still unfamiliar with many matters. Perhaps I could treat you all to dinner this evening. There is much I wish to learn from my esteemed seniors. Dinner would be fine, but I must decline your invitation to treat us," Miss Evia said with a smile, shaking her head. "After all, we are the seniors here. It would be inappropriate for you to host us." The other teachers soon echoed in agreement. The simple pleasantries rapidly came to an end as the opening ceremony commenced. This year, the principal was absent, and the speech on stage was delivered by Dean Jessica. Dear students, Dean Jessica adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and began her address. Aside from expressing her hopes for the students' flourishing growth and aspirations for the school's future development, she also outlined several arrangements for the students. To avoid being held back a year, students must not only fulfill the credits for their major courses, but also select 3 or more elective courses. Otherwise, they would find themselves short of credits upon graduation and unable to receive their diplomas. After today's student ceremony, there would be no further obligations, allowing students to freely allocate their time. Over the following week, various professors would offer open classes, enabling students to attend and choose their elective courses. Electives are categorized into 2 types, those available only to specific departments and those open to all. The courses offered by Shiza and several surrounding teachers fall into the latter category. The school comprises 4 departments: divination, transformation, shaping, and finally, spirit. The students' robes are respectively blue, red, green, and gray. The enrollment at the Magic University occurs in 3 ways: through recommendation letters from the school's professors or teachers, limited recommendation slots from various magical academies, and the annual admissions exam held every June, through which anyone can enroll provided they pass the exam. The top scorer in the entrance exam delivers a speech as a representative of the new students during the opening ceremony. Dean Jessica spoke on stage. Magic is a wondrous thing. It not only relies on your innate talent, but also requires your efforts as sustenance for its growth. Adjusting her glasses, she continued, "A fleeting achievement merely reflects the rewards of your past endeavors. Your future self still needs to spur yourself onward. However, this does not imply that your previous efforts are not worthy of pride. On the contrary, you should be grateful for the diligent you of the past, for it is they who have shaped you." Her voice suddenly rose. "Next, let us warmly welcome this year's outstanding representative of the new students, Byrika Dex, to address us." Surprised, Shiza thought, wasn't she the one who ran away from her family? It was unexpected that she actually came to school. After all, given the incident at her coming-of-age ceremony, Shiza had assumed it would have impacted her significantly. Yet, it appeared that her demeanor had not been affected by the previous events. She seemed to be in good spirits. She remained as captivating as ever, her red hair flowing as she walked up to the podium, stirring a commotion among the new students below, who marveled at her excellence and beauty. Draped in a green robe, she was a freshman in the shaping department this year. The freshman ceremony concluded swiftly, and the various classes exited. Shiza, having some work to do alongside a few teachers, exchanged a few words before arranging to meet for dinner that evening at 7 o'clock. He intended to seek out Dean Jessica to inquire about her plans and whether she would like to join him for lunch. As he made his way to Dean Jessica's office, he unexpectedly spotted Byrika Dex loitering outside. The young girl had her head bowed, staring intently at the ground, biting her lower lip tightly, seemingly hesitating over whether to knock on the door. "Is there something on your mind? Why not come in and discuss it?" Shiza inquired, startling her. "No, it's nothing. Please go ahead," she replied, stepping aside to allow him entry. Shiza knocked on the door, and Dean Jessica's voice called from within, "Come in." Upon entering the office, the red-haired girl hesitated, ready to turn away, but Dean Jessica beckoned again. "Byrika, you may come in too." The legendary figure had likely been aware of her lingering at the door all along. "Shiza, what can I do for you?" the elderly woman asked. It's nothing urgent. I was just wondering if you were going to have lunch later," he replied. The elderly lady pondered for a moment before saying, "Well, just bring me something back, that will suffice. Please wait a moment. What about you, Byrika? Is there something troubling you?" the elderly lady asked gently. Byrika appeared quite conflicted, glancing at Shiza, hesitating, and suddenly bowed deeply before the dean. "I am very sorry for causing you trouble." Her face flushed red, seemingly a mix of embarrassment and anger, as she kept her head lowered. Observing this, Dean Jessica quickly rose from behind her desk to assist Byrika upright. "No, dear, there's no need for that." The expression on the dean's face was warm, radiating the nurturing aura of an educator. "We cannot choose our families," she reassured Byrika, patting her shoulder. "But that does not mean we lack the courage to resist. If you encounter difficulties at school, you may speak to me or seek Shiza's assistance. We are here to support you." Byrika remained silent, merely nodding in response. "If you wish to take control of your destiny, you must become strong," Dean Jessica encouraged. Byrika nodded resolutely. I will. Should I step out for a moment? Shiza suggested using wind magic to carry his voice, to which the dean nodded in agreement. After Shiza exited, he gently closed the office door behind him. Approximately 10 minutes later, the door opened. Shiza, I have a bit more work to attend to. Please take Byrika out for lunch, the dean instructed, handing him her work card. Let her use my magic crystal card. I want to be joining you. On the way to the cafeteria, Shiza felt somewhat awkward. He sympathized with the girl, fearing that remaining silent would only heighten the tension. However, after contemplating, he decided to break the ice. Have you thought about which courses you might choose? Byrika shook her head. Not yet. Then you could come to listen to my course on magical mechanics tomorrow. It might be of some help to you. I will, she nodded, still appearing somewhat uncomfortable. After leaving Dean Jessica, she seemed to have closed herself off a bit, but Shiza understood her predicament. After hastily securing his own lunch, Shiza parted ways with Byrika, bringing some food back for Dean Jessica. The elderly lady needed nourishment. Although she could easily incinerate the school's lighthouse with a fireball when angered, she still required sustenance. Sitting on the sofa in the dean's office, Shiza waited for her to finish eating before collecting the dishes for washing. After a few bites, the elderly lady remarked, Shiza, what do you think about taking on a disciple? A disciple? Shiza responded, me? Isn't that a bit premature? Besides, who would it be? What about that Byrika? Her. But I'm only 19. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate to take her as a disciple? Shiza scratched his head. I was merely suggesting. Don't feel rushed, she replied. Blowing on her spoon, although a legendary figure was not fazed by such temperatures, the dean still preferred this practice for a more homely feel. That child is indeed quite pitiful. Had I not sought her out the other day, she might have struggled to even enroll, the elderly lady frowned. Her family is exactly composed of good people. They might cause trouble at school in the coming days, so please be vigilant. The elderly lady narrowed her eyes, exuding an air of authority. If they come openly, they lack the guts, but they might resort to underhanded tactics. Shiza nodded. Just be cautious. Don't let them take Byrika back. Later that evening, the arrangement was to dine with future colleagues at a small restaurant outside the school. Shiza's future office would be shared with the teachers he met today. After the meal, Shiza grew more familiar with his colleagues. Miss Evia had pink hair, which piqued Shiza's curiosity. I've read many books, but have yet to discover which lineage my pink hair originates from. After sipping some wine, Evia's cheeks flushed slightly. So, I asked a professor from the divination department to help me determine my ancestry. At this point, Evia chuckled, revealing her adorable little canine teeth. It appears I might have some elven blood? She took another sip of her drink. According to my father, my parents even argued about it when I was born, because of my pink hair. Laughter erupted among the group. By the way, Shiza, have you studied in the magic continent? Professor Quell inquired curiously. It seems magical mechanics hasn't been systematized in the Aorn Empire. The magic mechanics there are merely basic engravings of magic arrays. Rather than calling them magical mechanics, it's more accurate to describe them as vessels for magic arrays. Indeed. I find that quite intriguing. The course you're teaching a product of Dean Jessica's work? Kuan Gang interjected. I apologize. That wasn't my intention, just a curiosity. This course is based on some insights from Dean Jessica, and I have conducted some research on that foundation, primarily to share my findings. Shiza remarked that borrowing the esteemed name of Dean Jessica would lend greater credibility to his words, especially considering his youth and lack of familiarity with the academic environment here. It was prudent for him to remain modest about his limited experience. You truly are a remarkable young talent. Kuan Gang commented. Chapter 9. Public lecture the following day. Shiza rose early and meticulously prepared himself. Phoenix Magic University was hosting 3 public lectures today. One from 9:30 a.m. to noon, another from 2:30 p.m. to 5:00 p.m., and the final one from 7:00 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. The day's offerings consisted entirely of elective courses available to all students. The morning session featured a general knowledge course on magical beasts taught by Professor Evia. The afternoon was dedicated to Shiza's course on magical mechanics, and the evening session would introduce the basics of curses and countermeasures. Led by Professor Quire, These 3 courses were not only open to all students within the institution, but also accessible to the public through ticket sales. Many outsiders opted to purchase tickets this week to experience the vibrant atmosphere of the Magic University. The lectures were held in the formidable Nautical Hall, which was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate over 5,000 attendees. The hall employed magical projection, ensuring that students could clearly hear every word spoken by the instructor from any seat and see every illustration drawn on the board. Shiza had anticipated remaining composed, yet he felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing the vast crowd. After all, he would be delivering a lecture in this very hall later that afternoon. This year's intake of first-year students numbered just over 1,200. Yet the venue was already filled to over 80% capacity, with still some time left before the classes commenced. Students seated closer to the stage occupied the better spots, while those further back were reserved for external attendees. With reports that prime seats were priced at over 25 gold coins, equivalent to nearly 3 weeks of Shiza's salary. The professors occupied the front row, and the robust Kuing gang was among them. Upon spotting Shiza, he waved him over enthusiastically. Naturally, individuals tend to form small cliques. If Shiza and the other elective course instructors constituted one group, then the compulsory course instructors formed another. Shiza found himself seated with Choir, Yuka, and Kuing gang, while several other compulsory course instructors occupied the right side. Shiza greeted them with a smile, saying, "Hello, I am Shiza." The other instructors responded amicably, waving back in acknowledgement, except for a notably elder teacher of obvious long-eared lineage, who disdainfully turned away, seemingly displeased with X-size. "Do not take it to heart," Choir communicated telepathically to Shiza. "That individual is Professor Lei Yin, who teaches Introduction to Array Techniques. His demeanor is rather irritable. It is said he previously applied for a position related to magical mechanics but was turned down. Do not let it bother you." Shiza shook his head, indicating that he was unfazed. He understood that not everyone would welcome him, given that he was appointed directly by Dean Jessica through a recommendation letter and had anticipated encountering colleagues who might be difficult to engage with. After a brief wait, the time for class arrived, and the students settled into their seats, enveloping the vast hall in a profound silence. The pink-haired Professor Evia made her way to the front, accompanied by several magical beasts of various forms. Both flying above and scuttling below, the wave of astonished gasps rippled through the audience. This world harbors both ordinary beasts and magical creatures. However, the latter are not as commonly encountered. Humans are far more likely to encounter goblins than magical beasts. As the former, those green-skinned little miscreants are notorious for pilfering farming tools and devouring crops. The magical beasts that ascended to the stage were primarily of the silver tier, with one particularly impressive lion. Adorned with purple fur and crystalline skin, having reached the gold tier in this world, 90% of practitioners are either of the bronze tier or still in their apprenticeship phase. Indeed, achieving the bronze tier is already a commendable accomplishment. To illustrate, the apprenticeship tier can be likened to an ordinary person preparing for civil service examinations, while the bronze tier represents those who have successfully attained positions as local government officials. Even in roles as guards, their pay would not be insignificant. The golden tier lion showcased before them is a sight that many would never encounter in their lifetimes, should a beast tide occur in the wild. This lion's mere presence could easily spell doom for ordinary individuals. At this moment, the majestic feline beside Professor Evia appeared as docile and endearing as a pet. Evia introduced the concept of universal beast language, communicating with the purple crystalline lion while playfully brushing her pink hair against its nose, prompting the 3-meter-tall creature to yawn widely. Accidentally, it snatched a strand of her hair into its mouth, only to spit it out moments later, causing the students below to gasp in alarm. With a firm push, Evia coaxed the lion to lie down, revealing deep violet markings encircling its neck. Various magical beasts develop these markings, known as beast patterns, as they reach certain age milestones. Evia extended her finger, counting 1, 2, 3, 12, 13. As you can see, this creature has a total of 13 beast patterns. These patterns indicate the current stage of the magical beast's development. 3 patterns denote one stage. And generally, beasts exhibiting a total of 13 patterns have attained the gold tier. While explaining, Evia affectionately stroked the lion's belly, stating, This is one of the most intuitive and reliable methods for assessing a magical beast's strength. Evia then proceeded to showcase the beast patterns of several other magical creatures, all of which displayed remarkable docility throughout the demonstration. The patterns on a magical beast's body typically represent the number of innate magical abilities it possesses. The casting of spells by magical beasts generally falls into two categories. One is the innate magic acquired naturally during their growth, which we refer to as innate magic. The other consists of spells learned through practice. Categorizing those beasts as magical practitioners, they might even be smarter than you, Evia chuckled. She retrieved a cylindrical object emitting a distinct fragrance. Seated in the front row, Shiza caught a whiff of something delightful. Reminiscent of roasted meat seasoned with cumin, yet it appeared crisp, akin to a type of biscuit. Upon catching this scent, the previously reclining lion rose and began nudging Evia affectionately. "Hold on, my dear," the pink-haired beast tamer urged as she gently pushed the affectionate giant cat away. Observe closely. When magical beasts utilize their innate magic, their corresponding patterns illuminate. Let us create an ice orb, darling. She tossed the object skyward, prompting the lion to open its mouth wide. An ice orb erupted from its maw, striking a suspended cat toy and freezing it in midair before it fell, at which point the lion eagerly caught it in its mouth and began to chew. Evia turned her body to showcase the lion's glowing patterns to the audience, which flashed in a mesmerizing rhythm. Innate magic is the most instinctive and adept spellcasting method for magical beasts, representing their signature skills. The audience below murmured in awe. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. The class concluded, and students began to exit the hall. Shiza followed the crowd outside, noting the excellent engagement of the students during Evia's lecture. After the session, discussions abounded about the imposing yet majestic lion. Shiza and Professor Kuan Gang joined the throng, exiting the classroom and navigated around to the backstage area of Nautical Hall. Inside, Professor Evia was busy feeding the magical beasts. The creatures that had appeared so lively during the lecture now appeared somewhat fatigued, having been tasked with various poses and magical displays throughout the morning, which had indeed been a rigorous session for them. Poor Palu looked particularly exhausted. Upon entering, Kuan Gang led the applause, exclaiming, "Professor Evia, your lecture today was truly remarkable." The others joined in, clapping in agreement. With the morning's course successfully concluded, the group made their way to the dining hall for a meal. While conversing casually, Choir tossed her long, dark green hair aside and remarked, "It seems that Professor Lain harbors quite the opinion of you." He had previously expressed a desire to introduce courses on the subject of magical mechanics at the school, subsequently applying for approval to establish a committee. However, his proposal was ultimately rejected during a meeting of several deans. Now that you have launched this course, he may harbor some objections towards you. So exercise caution. Time swiftly elapsed, and Shiza did not take a midday rest. Instead, he busily transported various items to the backstage of the New Tao lecture hall, preparing props needed for the afternoon's lecture. Given that Shiza was recommended for the teaching position by Dean Jessica, this was no secret. His course appeared to be more engaging than that of lecturer Evia in the morning, thus attracting a larger audience. With the classroom filled to capacity and even the aisles crowded with attendees. In contrast to the morning session, the most notable difference in the afternoon was the presence of Dean Jessica in the audience. Dean Jessica is one of the few legendary figures officially teaching at Phoenix Magic University, alongside the school's principal and the head of the divination department, while the remaining deans are of the epic tier. Although a few other legendary figures are affiliated with the institution, they merely hold honorary titles, with only these three actively teaching. As a renowned female legend, Dean Jessica is an idol for many young girls. And when she appeared through the back door of the classroom, the atmosphere noticeably intensified. With the ringing of the class bell, the lesson officially commenced at 2 o'clock. Shiza stepped onto the stage. "Good afternoon, students. I am Shiza, your lecturer on magical mechanics." That moment, Shiza felt a twinge of nervousness. In the wilderness, survival merely required vanquishing all obstructing magical beasts. However, delivering a poor lecture could not result in the expulsion of all students. He turned to the blackboard behind him and began sketching a diagram. It was a schematic representation of a magic array, remarkably simple in structure, and with just a few strokes, a basic prototype magic array emerged on the board. It is widely acknowledged that our magical mechanics are primarily driven by magical energy, complemented by corresponding mechanical structures. The combination of the two serves our purpose, in this process, as the magic array and mechanical structures are pre-prepared. It significantly reduces the time required for casting unfamiliar spells, thus possessing a certain degree of strategic advantage. We understand that the primary components of a magic array can be divided into three parts: the activation command required to initiate the magic, the framework for the magical energy's configuration, and finally, the directional output command. Shiza pointed to the diagram on the board, explaining each component. This is akin to our usual practice of casting spells. However, in our typical spellcasting, the activation command is issued directly by us. We only need to construct the magical energy framework and the directional output command. In contrast, with magical mechanics, we merely need to infuse magical energy into it to directly output the spell. Although the iron mask covering half his face provided an illusion of anonymity, making the audience incapable of recognizing him, he found his lecture increasingly smooth and his confidence growing. However, due to the specialized nature of the course, the audience members inevitably began to feel drowsy after prolonged exposure, akin to the experience of a mathematics class where one might lose track of the lecture upon lowering their gaze. Why do we design our magic arrays in a circular shape? This is because our magical energy requires a constraint to prevent it from escaping the array. Among all geometric shapes, the circle is the most effective for circulation. The distance from the center of the circle to the edge of the array remains constant, ensuring that our magical energy does not dissipate and can effectively form spells. Thus, we can observe that aside from the corresponding magical runes, the most common elements within the array are various angular arc curves. However, we must also recognize that circles are the least efficient shapes in terms of spatial utilization. Shiza then drew 4 circles tightly adjacent to one another, leaving a significant gap in the middle. Within this configuration, it became evident that a considerable space remains unutilized. As the area of our magic array gradually increases, we can observe that the amount of unusable space also increases. Shiza drew 4 even larger circles closely packed together. This illustrates the current low practicality of our magical mechanics. The magical mechanics produced from such large arrays occupy substantial space and exhibit considerable inefficiency in magical energy utilization. After all, the longer the magical energy pathways, the lower the efficiency of magical energy transmission, potentially rendering direct spellcasting more effective. At this juncture, the students were generally able to follow along, as they all possessed a foundational understanding of magic. But many of the external attendees were beginning to feel drowsy, as forcing oneself to comprehend something incomprehensible only muddles the mind. However, with the advancement of my research, I discovered a method to address this issue. Shiza smiled and stated, that is by employing square magic arrays. Squares are significantly more efficient than circles, with a higher spatial utilization rate, and the layout of magical energy circuits can be arranged more rationally, allowing us to construct more coherent magical patterns, thereby conserving magical energy. The instructor Lei-In in the audience appeared increasingly troubled. The notion of utilizing square arrays was unprecedented to him. He was an expert in magic arrays, possessing the bloodline of the Long Ear race, which granted him a lifespan considerably longer than that of other races. Although he presented as a middle-aged man, he had lived for over a century. He had used traditional circular magic arrays for more than 100 years, and now he was being told that square arrays were superior. How could he accept such a claim? The student's lack of depth and understanding was quite normal. Typically, spellcasters only gain a certain understanding of magic arrays upon reaching the silver tier. At this moment, Lei-Yin's brow furrowed, and finally, unable to contain himself, he rose to his feet and vehemently retorted, "Nonsense. You are misleading the students. How can magic arrays be square?" His voice was loud, reverberating through the relatively quiet classroom, awakening those who were drowsy and invigorating them. A few individuals who had been sound asleep were roused by their companions. The human instinct to indulge in gossip is deeply ingrained. Those present, largely lacking comprehension of the lecture content, had merely purchased tickets to attend in hopes of having bragging rights upon returning home. They found the morning's magic creature class quite engaging, but the afternoon's lesson far exceeded their capabilities. Now, with the spectacle unfolding, everyone became animated. "Wake up! Something is happening." Chapter 10. dragon language magic even though Shiza was recommended by Dean Jessica, and might risk offending her, he remained unfazed. He could not tolerate the presence of such a misleading individual on the podium of Phoenix Magic University. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Dean Jessica with his peripheral vision. Although he was not intimidated by such so-called legendary figures, as he feared nothing before the truth, he still held a fundamental respect for powerful individuals. He did not believe that this esteemed elder would mindlessly defend him in the face of academic fallacies. Unexpectedly, the elder seemed entirely indifferent to his remarks, merely casting a brief glance in his direction. Shiza on stage smiled slightly, not only refraining from countering Lei Yin's assertions, but instead responding with a grin. As this esteemed elder has mentioned, utilizing square arrays is indeed a rather audacious, if not presumptuous, action. It implies that I am negating all prior efforts made by predecessors in the realm of circular magic arrays, which undeniably disrespects those who came before us. I kindly ask this teacher to take a seat and allow me to continue. He gestured for Lei Yin to sit down, and under such circumstances, Lei Yin found it difficult to retort, as academic discourse must allow for rebuttals. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on himself. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. Shiza did not delve into excessive explanations, but instead turned to the blackboard. Sketching a large quarter circle. This is a quarter circle. It must be said that circular magic arrays represent one of the greatest choices made by magicians. Circles are simple to draw and appear identical from any angle, possessing perfect cyclical properties. However, we can approach it differently. Shiza began drawing small squares along the perimeter of the quarter circle, subsequently erasing the circle itself, leaving only the small squares behind. Ladies and gentlemen, is this still a circle? No, responded an audience member. Shiza continued erasing the small squares, drawing them smaller. What about now? He asked. Not a circle, another audience member replied. What if I make them even smaller? Shiza erased them again and redrew. The audience remained responsive, albeit their voices grew quieter. And if I reduce it to an infinitesimal size, merely a point, is it still a circle? The audience fell silent. Esteemed teacher, what do you think? Shiza inquired of the earlier questioning instructor. Lei Yin. At that moment, Lei Yin's face flushed crimson as he responded. How could that be a circle? Unless that square remains infinitely small, but it is impossible to achieve infinitesimal size. He seemed to have found a point to refute. Then continued. It is impossible for infinitesimals to exist in this world. You cannot establish your theory using square magic arrays based on such a premise. Young man, I acknowledge your creativity, but one must take things step by step. Aiming too high is unwise. Shiza, still calm and unhurried, replied. You are correct. Such infinite divisions exist solely in the realm of pure mathematics. In reality, it is forever impossible to create such diminutive squares. Your intellect is indeed sharp. However, we must analyze specific issues concretely. What we need to clarify now is whether we can utilize squares in the magic array. My answer is affirmative. Please observe. Shiza retrieved a small cube from the podium, each of its 6 faces inscribed with different magical runes. It was diminutive, no larger than Shiza's pinky finger. Using a gesture somewhat unfriendly towards a certain small nation on a blue planet, he lifted the cube and employed projection magic to showcase the object to everyone in the classroom. According to my research, the dissipation of magical energy within a magic array is limited. When we draw magic arrays in our daily lives without the aid of instruments, it is quite challenging to directly create a standard circle. Yet, this does not hinder us from using this circle as a basis to draw a smoothly operating magic array. This is due to the existence of a dissipation distance for magical energy. As long as the distance from the center of the magic array to the nearest and farthest points of its frame falls within this range, excessive dissipation will not occur. I refer to this distance as the primary magical distance. As long as the length of the diagonal of the square magic array, minus the side length, is less than the primary magical distance, this magic array is feasible. Shiza clapped his hands, and soon, someone assisted in bringing up boxes from the back of the classroom. With a wave of his arm, Shiza activated the mage hand spell, causing the contents of the boxes to float into the air, forming a larger cube. Lei Yin had already taken a seat, and the small floating magic array cubes numbered in the hundreds. Managing so many small cubes simultaneously and arranging them into a square in such a short time was a considerable test of a magic practitioner's mental fortitude. Anyone capable of such a feat would at least have to be at the emerald tier. After all, strength deserves respect wherever one may be. Behold, Shiza declared. As he infused magical energy, the runes on each small cube began to illuminate one by one, connecting with one another to form a cube with six-sided magic arrays. The array was not purely circular. Rather, it was composed of many small cubes arranged into a near circle, with the runes on the non-circular cubes differing from those on the circular ones. Observe, he continued. I will extract the energy runes from the array. Thus, the area of the original array can be reduced. By placing these runes outside the array and linking them, we can maximize spatial utilization. Moreover, the interior of this cube will also be primarily composed of energy runes, thereby effortlessly resolving the issues of energy supply and spatial occupation for magical machinery, while the central magic array, being constructed from many small cubes, will not suffer in magical efficiency. Teacher Lei sat down. Though unwilling to concede, he had to admit that this young man's expertise in magical machinery was no less than his own. Shiza then proceeded to elaborate on other aspects of his course, providing a brief overview. While few outsiders grasped much of it, Shiza noted that many students appeared to gain insights, leading him to believe that a considerable number would choose to enroll in his course. After all, there was a correlation between a teacher's bonuses and the number of students selecting their course. Returning to the backstage area of the classroom for a brief respite, after all, lecturing continuously for over 2 hours was somewhat taxing. Several teachers gathered backstage. "Bravo!" exclaimed Teacher Evia, clapping and smiling. "Your insights into magical machinery are truly remarkable." Choir, as lethargic as ever, cautioned, "You must be careful. That Lei has quite the keen eye. Coupled with your proposal of the square magic array, which may be, well, you understand, a bit too innovative. There could be some turbulence. Do take care." The group then enjoyed dinner together before attending choir's evening lecture. During the night class, a minor commotion arose when a few outsiders audibly screamed while auditing the course. Choir, unable to tolerate it any longer, employed a transmutation curse to turn one of them into a lizard. Notably, Shiza did not encounter Teacher Lei that evening. The classes of Kungong and Yuka were scheduled for the following day. After a full week of courses, with each day packed, Shiza couldn't help but reminisce about his own school days long ago. The week of consecutive public lectures swiftly passed. Shiza had 4 classes to teach in a week, 2 for first-year students and 2 for second-year students. The second-year course was a new addition by Dean Jessica, with students primarily from the Shaping Magic Academy. Today marked Shiza's first day teaching, with all first-year students seated below. Only a handful of first-year students opted for Shiza's course, totaling just over 80 in the class. However, this was understandable, as Shiza was a new instructor and the credits for magical machinery were limited. He surmised that a significant portion of the students selecting his course did so because popular courses, such as Teacher Evia's Magical Pets class, were already full. To Shiza's surprise, the student Byrika Dex had also enrolled in his class, sitting in the front row. "I need to select a teaching assistant. Is anyone interested?" The students below responded positively, exhibiting relative enthusiasm. "Those interested should submit their application forms to me after class." After some consideration, Shiza handed an application form to Byrika Dex, saying, "Please assist me in distributing these later." The day's class concluded ordinarily, and Shiza found himself alone in the school's cafeteria for lunch. The faculty and students at Phoenix Magic University greatly appreciated the cafeteria, as the meals were both delicious and economical. Not all students hailed from affluent backgrounds. Those from more modest circumstances could easily manage their sustenance by working as student laborers. In the cafeteria, Shiza once again spotted Byrika Dex. Unlike others who were in groups, she sat alone, seemingly devoid of friends. She ate quickly, hastily finishing her lunch before departing. In the afternoon, Shiza chose to spend his time in the school's library. The library at Phoenix Magic University was remarkably grand, occupying a vast area, with books meticulously categorized on shelves. The scent of books mingled with dust filled the air, a fragrance that Shiza cherished. The librarian, a somewhat befuddled, balding, middle-aged man, dozed at the desk near the entrance. Shiza came to the library seeking information on dragons in this world. Dragons were exceedingly rare golden species, their magic distinct from other races, designed specifically for them as dragon language magic. It is well known that language serves as a crucial medium in magic. Among all magical races on the continent, the most common medium language is the continental common tongue. Conversely, dragons pass down a remarkably difficult language through their bloodline, dragon language. Dragon language differs from all continental languages. A single word could encapsulate a very complex statement. A seemingly simple dragon's roar might convey to dragons, who has polished the teeth I replaced yesterday into the form of a dagger. In dragon language, a slight misstep can lead to significant misunderstandings, renowned for its obscurity and complex pronunciation. Dragons distinguish whether their offspring are dragon beasts or of noble lineage based on whether they can elegantly utter their true names in dragon language upon birth. If such a complex language were to be taught word by a mother dragon, it is likely that 99.9% of dragon hatchlings would still be babbling incoherently by the age of 50. However, Shiza was also a man who had slain dragons. The bloodline of dragons is the most aggressive, pervading the world, with virtually no reproductive isolation between dragons and other creatures. The remnants of dragons have spread across the globe. And the moment dragon blood touched Shiza, he became one who possessed dragon blood. Thus, utilizing dragon magic was not an impossibility for him. Shiza came to the library seeking dragon magic books, hoping to acquire a couple for reference. Approaching the section for alien race magic books, he began his search, pulling out volumes one by one. This book seems relevant, he noted, extracting it to find it was a rough interpretation of dragon language magic written by elves. Utilizing the long-extinct High Elf script, truly, this is a magic university. They possess the most eclectic assortment of books. Can this really be trusted? After rummaging through several more books, Shiza decided to find a seat and read slowly. Wait, why are you here again? Shiza casually chose a spot to sit and soon noticed a familiar figure with red hair beneath a nearby bookshelf. She was holding a magical crystal lantern and appeared deeply focused as she searched for a particular book. Several others clutched in her hands, many inscribed in Elvish. These tomes primarily consisted of travelogues and historical texts, including one titled The Madness of War, which Shiza had previously read. It was penned by a dwarf and dated back to the age of the new moon calendar. The book detailed the tragic life story of this dwarven gentleman, who, as rumor had it, endured the ravages of war, losing his family 3 times, in his later years, haunted by the specter of conflict and deprived of sight. He authored this renowned anti-war treatise, characterized by its stark realism, with some passages horrifyingly dark. The dwarf had been captured multiple times by a malevolent empire, forced to forge weapons and armor for their wars. Ultimately, to prevent him from continuing to craft arms for those who opposed the empire, a cruel sorcerer inflicted a dreadful curse, forever robbing his fellow dwarves of their sight. Barika approached, and their eyes met. Revealing a hint of surprise on her part, she nodded slightly in acknowledgement before moving on to another area with her books. Shiza also nodded in return. To be honest, he preferred to avoid socializing with unfamiliar individuals. He resumed his focus on the book in his hands. Compared to other forms of magic, draconic magic offers considerable advantages. In the current continent, instant cast spells necessitate years of practice and exceptional skill. However, due to the inherent uniqueness of draconic language, it is renowned for its brevity and efficiency. Many powerful spells can be nearly instantaneously cast if one possesses sufficient magical energy, merely requiring the utterance of the corresponding syllable. As he perused the tome, Shiza unexpectedly discovered a draconic spell inscribed within, a passage transcribed by the author. Upon seeing the draconic script, he instantly comprehended its pronunciation. It emitted a sound akin to stones scraping against each other. Difficult to describe, conveying a brief expression of mortality in draconic. Unable to resist, Shiza uttered the incantation, producing a voice that seemed ancient and authoritative. Suddenly, a small flame erupted before him, nearly igniting the book in front of him. A bird, kept in the library by an unknown caretaker, startled awake and flew directly into the glass ceiling, producing a loud thud before plummeting to Shiza's feet. The sound emanating from the apex predator awakened a deep-seated fear within the blue-feathered parrot, causing it to momentarily lose its wits before recalling that it was in the Phoenix Academy's library. If a dragon could breach this sanctuary, the entire capital would likely have fallen long ago. How could it remain so tranquil? It took flight once more, scanning the vicinity and finding no other creatures aside from the seemingly dazed human before it. Surely, that authentic dragon roar could not have originated from this unassuming individual? Chapter 11. Do you have anything you wish to say? When Shiza released the draconic incantation, he felt the magical energy within him surge, eager to burst forth through his mouth. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his impulse. Otherwise, the resulting conflagration would have been far more than a mere flicker. Had he set the library ablaze, Dean Jessica would undoubtedly have flayed him alive. He gently lifted the dazed bird and returned it to the shelf where it had previously rested. Having finished his book, Shiza found that the remaining texts primarily contained conjectures from other races regarding dragons and draconic magic. Lacking any valuable content, he resolved to find a suitable location to thoroughly experiment with the draconic script he had just learned. The academy featured designated areas for teachers and students to practice magic, and Shiza sought out a relatively secluded corner. He had a strong intuition that reciting the draconic passage entirely would constitute a complete spell. With a sound reminiscent of stone scraping, a plume of flame erupted from his mouth, hovering in the air. According to scholarly speculation, identical words in draconic bear different attributes. For instance, Dai may have a fire attribute or an ice attribute, both conveying the same meaning yet differing in nature. This linguistic complexity contributes to the challenges of mastering draconic. Shiza carefully assessed the flame before him. Its temperature surpassed that of the fire magic he typically cast. Yet the magical energy consumed was relatively modest. He attempted to wield this flame to cast a fireball spell, discovering that its potency exceeded the original version significantly. A spell that ordinary apprentices could cast with ease had become an instant incantation in Shiza's hands. Driven by dragon fire, achieving a power equivalent to that of a bronze-tier spell. Impressive, Shiza thought to himself, marveling at its strong adhesion. He flicked his fingers, and just a brief touch ignited the fuzz on his fingertips. Subsequently, he continued experimenting with various fire-based spells. For magic of the gold tier or higher, the enhancement provided by dragon fire was negligible. However, for silver tier spells, the increase was substantial. Shiza estimated that silver tier fire spells could see an enhancement of approximately 15 to 20%. Emphasizing precision while still being an estimate, as Shiza took a moment to rest, someone entered the adjacent practice area. It was Barika Dex, the same red-haired girl. What a remarkable coincidence. She approached Shiza, her expression one of mild surprise as she greeted him. "Hello, Teacher Shiza." "Greetings," Shiza replied, waving his hand. The girl appeared rather aloof, immediately beginning to practice her own magic. The best method to enhance magical proficiency is to use it frequently. She wielded an ordinary student standard staff, casting spells in the practice area. Her primary expertise lay in fire magic, and Shiza narrowed his eyes, estimating her strength to be at the peak of the bronze tier, on the verge of reaching the silver tier. Her magical energy lacked potency, and her spellcasting was not entirely polished, yet her movements were commendably precise. In this world, the evaluation of strength is rather approximate. There are no standardized tiers. Otherwise, participants in battles would merely state their tier levels, and those of lower tiers would concede defeat. A practitioner adept in both martial and magical arts may have swordsmanship and magic skills that individually fall within the bronze tier, but when combined, they can contend with silver tier adversaries, thus qualifying as silver tier themselves. Equipment, luck, and other factors all contribute to one's overall strength. The girl diligently repeated the casting of fire spike spells, targeting the wall. This wall was constructed from expensive anti-magic iron, boasting high magical resistance, making it challenging for even silver-tier spells to inflict damage. In this world, practitioners of magic or melee combat do not abide by the useless rule that warriors cannot learn magic or mages cannot wield swords. Practicality reigns supreme. The only limitation is the finite capacity for human focus, leading to specialization in learning. It would not be surprising if a mage were to suddenly confront someone with a flail in hand. There are also those who choose to master both magic and martial skills, becoming magic swordsmen. However, achieving excellence in all aspects is challenging without exceptional talent. Of course, the advantages are clear. Such individuals become more versatile. Barika exemplifies this path of dual mastery. While repeatedly casting the fire spike spell, she executed a forward step while extending her staff. Perhaps some would overlook it, but Shiza recognized it as a common technique among magic swordsmen, combining thrusting with fire spike spells to enhance both penetration and range, a commendable blend of techniques. However, due to the rarity of magic swordsmen in this world, many have failed to take on apprentices, resulting in a lack of heritage for this profession. After all, finding a practitioner of dual mastery is difficult, and locating a disciple with matching magical prowess is even more challenging. The fire spike technique she was currently employing was executed with remarkable precision, even exceeding the standard. The legacy of many magic swordsmen relies heavily on those who, unable to find apprentices, consolidate their life's work into manuscripts as a final act of defiance against their skills remaining unpassed on, only to be discovered by opportunistic magic swordsmen who practice their techniques without fully comprehending them. This often leads to a widening gap in understanding as mistakes compound over time. The fire spike technique serves as a prime example of this phenomenon. There exists a significant distinction in the manner in which males and females execute this technique. Due to the physiological differences between males and females, it is reasonable to assert that a woman should take smaller strides, as this would effectively reduce the distance of exertion, allowing the swiftness of the fire rabbit strike to be executed flawlessly. However, at this moment, Barika, wielding a staff instead of a sword, adopted overly large strides, resulting in a sluggish pace that hindered the enhancement of her spells by the sword's wind. The two elements could not complement each other, and the casting speed of the fire strike was consequently impeded by her swordplay, which could be deemed quite a failure. After observing for a while longer, Shiza could no longer bear to watch. Take smaller steps and restrain yourself, he advised from behind Barika. If your posture is incorrect, your power will not reach its potential. Shiza ceased his rest, rose, and approached Barika's side. Stop practicing like this. You will only deepen your mistakes. He gestured with an imaginary thrust, simultaneously casting the fire strike, which was indeed the fire rabbit strike. Though he held no sword, Barika distinctly felt the sword's wind. Under the influence of this breeze, the fire spell spiraled forth, propelled at a much swifter pace. Like this, do you understand? Shiza turned to the red-haired maiden and said, restrict your steps and be swift in your movements, as we say in my homeland. As tranquil as a maiden, as swift as a fleeing rabbit. Do you grasp it? The retired hero translated his homeland's saying into the common tongue of the continent, though it inevitably sounded somewhat peculiar. The red-haired girl repeated, in action as serene as an unmarried woman, and in action as agile as a fleeing rabbit? As dusk approached, signaling mealtime, Shiza glanced at his watch and remarked, precisely. Remember this mantra and practice diligently. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. The young lady of the Dex family continued to ponder the meaning of his words. And upon hearing Shiza's voice, she instinctively replied, goodbye, teacher. When she regained her senses, she found herself alone in the training ground, as tranquil as a maiden, as swift as a fleeing rabbit. Barika echoed, still feeling it was quite odd. Was this a dialect from the eastern continent? It seemed that black hair was also a characteristic of people from that region. Have I been practicing incorrectly? Yet the book I painstakingly acquired explicitly stated this, along with illustrations. However, Barika recalled Shiza's movements. Compared to her, his waist movements were considerably more restrained, and his strides were much smaller. While she focused on lunging forward, he appeared more concerned with swiftly completing the step and then executing the thrust. Is it truly like this? She thought, envisioning the sound of her step echoing and the crack of the sword slicing through the air, accompanied by the fire strike. Huh? Is this a deception? My sword energy spiraled? Barika pondered as she observed the fire strike slowly dissipating in the air. Isn't it rather serendipitous that I have such a connection with this Barika? The retired hero mused on the following day. While having breakfast, Shiza contemplated the girl ahead of him in line. Upon queuing, he encountered Barika Dex once more. Her appetite was quite impressive, as her breakfast plate held 3 pieces of rock beef steak, a bowl of oatmeal, and 2 honey fruits. After collecting her meal, she turned to leave but halted upon noticing Shiza behind her. Hello, teacher. Her expression remained cold and devoid of emotion, yet she nodded at Shiza with her tray in hand. Hello, Shiza responded, taken aback by her greeting. The previous day, she had acknowledged him when their eyes met. Now, he was lost in thought. Their itinerary included heading to the library to seek out books related to dragons, as well as searching for a potential remedy for the curse on his face. The librarian, still appearing half asleep, nodded off at the table. After aimlessly browsing for the morning, Shiza found almost nothing of value, though he remained unperturbed, as he had ample time. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a vague notion. There exists a certain grammar in the dragon language. It was said that altering a specific sound could transform a word's elemental attribute within the dragonkin. For instance, changing fire to ice.at noon, Shiza planned to indulge himself in a hearty meal to replenish his lost brain cells. Due to the school's welfare policies for faculty, he felt no remorse for his consumption. While eating, Byrika unexpectedly passed by, her tray still piled high with food. As she walked past Shiza, she suddenly stopped and, adopting the same posture as in the morning, greeted him once again. "Hello, teacher." "Hello, hello." Shiza thought it was peculiar. Such a mentally taxing encounter had not occurred in quite some time. The abruptness of her greeting drew curious glances from passers-by. After her brief acknowledgement, she swiftly departed, as if she had paused solely to offer her greeting. How utterly baffling. What could this possibly mean? Unable to decipher it, he decided to dismiss the thought and made his way straight to the magic experimentation area with several books borrowed from the library. Each of these volumes shared a commonality. Their authors belonged to a singular race, High Elves. There is a saying that one's enemies often understand one better than oneself. Thousands of years ago, High Elves and dragons were in constant conflict. In an effort to decipher the dragon's communications, the High Elf King dispatched numerous individuals to decode the dragon language and script. The books in the library were written against this historical backdrop. However, upon Shiza's examination, he found that these texts were less about deciphering and more about conjectures regarding the dragon language and script. It seemed that these compilations were likely concocted by a few translators attempting to deceive the Elven King for funding. Shiza maliciously speculated, as he spent his days sifting through this academic refuse in search of something useful. It was no wonder that the High Elves ultimately perished, vanishing entirely from the annals of history. Is it correct to transform it to chi pronounced as chi? Shiza mouthed, experimenting with the dragon's roar. The dragon language, being highly spiritual, could evoke magical elements merely through mimicry of sound. Tio verified the accuracy of his pronunciation. Shiza could not suppress the output of his magical energy. After multiple attempts, he felt as if his throat might burst, akin to having consumed dozens of scorching sun peppers followed by swallowing several icy shells in one gulp. Most peculiar. I can't do this anymore. I need a break. The sun had traversed much of the sky, and the heat was now unbearable. I'm so thirsty, Shiza muttered to himself. Would you like some water? No. Why are you here again? The magic experimentation area was equipped with a resting shelter where the school had installed seats. Shiza was seated on a bench, while Byrika stood behind him, holding a bottle of water, at some point. The crimson-haired girl had quietly positioned herself behind him. Given the early hour, many students were passing by, and several recognized the girl who had topped the entrance exam, casting curious glances her way. "Teacher, I am going to practice now," Byrika announced as she set down the water. Go ahead. Shiza waved his hand, wishing to rest a bit longer, yet he found himself encountering the girl once more. Under the sunlight, she drew forth her staff, substituting it for a sword, and diligently repeated the fire rabbit strike once more, seemingly tireless in her endeavor. Every repetition was executed with utmost seriousness. The sun illuminated her flushed face, beads of sweat trickling down, and her youthful vigor was evident in the fine hairs on her cheeks. Her movements had improved. Compared to yesterday, her strides were noticeably smaller, indicating that Shiza's advice had indeed been beneficial. "Ha!" she declared, extending her staff as the fire strike spiraled forth, the casting distance evidently greater than the day prior. Although she did not outwardly express joy, Shiza could inexplicably sense her happiness, a curious feeling he could not quite articulate. "Ha!" she exclaimed again, this time even better than the last. Her talent was undeniably impressive. "Do you have anything to say?" After another practice session, she turned to him and inquired, "You're doing well, keep it up?" Shiza replied thoughtfully, "Is there nothing you wish to advise on?" She asked, "I am immensely grateful for your previous guidance, which has proven invaluable, yet I still perceive many shortcomings. I hope for your further instruction. Are you aspiring to follow the path of the magic swordsman?" After uttering this, Shiza, still feeling some discomfort in his throat, coughed twice. Observing this, Byrika approached and offered him the drink she held. "Indeed," she confirmed. Shiza accepted the beverage and took asipit was a juice of some unknown fruit, sweet and reminiscent of mint, having seen a vendor selling it at the entrance of the magic experimentation area earlier, but not purchasing due to uncertainty. "Did you choose to pursue the path of the magic swordsman on your own, or was it a decision made by your family?" Shiza inquired. The path of the magic swordsman was typically followed by heirs of prominent families. The concept of martial prowess, while significant in certain contexts, holds little weight for the heir of a prominent family. In comparison, a sharp intellect is far more crucial. One may lack physical strength, but ignorance is inexcusable. Situations necessitating force can be delegated to loyal vassals, yet one must possess the discernment to select competent subordinates willing to risk their lives on one's behalf. "This is the path I aspire to pursue," remarked Byrika. "That's so? Quite admirable," mused Shiza. After a brief moment of contemplation, he instructed, "Follow me." Rising, he strode into the training area. "Your fire rabbit thrust, was it learned from a book? Or perhaps imparted by a male instructor?" "I acquired it from an ancient text. Is there a problem?" the young lady inquired respectfully. Shiza requested her to demonstrate. The girl assumed her stance, lowering her center of gravity, and executed a fire rabbit thrust. "Maintain that position," Shiza commanded as he crouched down, gently shifting her foot backward. The girl was taken aback by the sudden grip on her foot, her little shoes arching upward momentarily before she stilled. How awkward, Shiza thought. After a moment's reflection, he addressed Byrika, "Hand me your staff." She complied, passing it to him. "There is a distinction between the pelvic structures of males and females," Shiza stated, prodding the staff against Byrika's posterior. Applying pressure inward. The female pelvis is broad and short, with a larger inlet, a design necessitated by reproductive functions. Relax and draw inward slightly. The retired hero spoke thus. Today, he fancied himself quite astute. After all, propriety dictates a certain distance between the sexes. With only a few years separating him from the young lady, direct contact would surely be uncomfortable. However, utilizing the staff alleviated such concerns. The young girl, dressed in form-fitting trousers for ease of movement, showcased remarkable elasticity and coverage, naturally yielding to Shiza's prodding. The girl bit her lip, acutely aware that anatomical differences result in varied centers of gravity and consequently distinct methods of exertion. The staff ascended to her waist. Your waist should also project forward slightly to maintain alignment. Throughout his instructions, Shiza remained in a crouched position, compelling Byrika to lower her head to heed his guidance. Rising, he continued, "The flow of magical energy within the body is swift. Regrettably, I cannot provide personal instruction on this matter. You must rely on your own experiences." He returned the staff to Byrika. "Why is personal instruction inconvenient?" she instinctively queried, quickly realizing the folly of her question. Sensing the flow of magical energy within the body is a formidable task. The most effective method of guidance would involve placing a hand upon her body and teaching her step by step. As anticipated, her instructor cast her a peculiar glance. Byrika seldom experienced feelings of shame, yet now she felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Continue to practice," he encouraged. Byrika gathered her thoughts, memorizing her current posture before reverting to her stance. "Ha! Twist the waist, swing the arms, step forward, thrust." A burst of fire shot forth, the fire thrust seemingly no different in strength from her previous attempts. However, in reality, it bore a transformative magnitude. "What do you feel?" Shiza inquired. "It feels very effortless," Byrika replied, noting that Shiza's voice had shifted from beside her to behind her. Turning, she realized she had moved quite a distance from her original position. Shiza inwardly marveled at her innate talent. After merely a hint of guidance, she had grasped so much. He couldn't help but ponder how rapid her progress would be with a more skilled instructor. her potential rivaling his own accelerated development. "Are you a magic swordsman?" Berika asked, her tone now laced with genuine respect, a departure from mere polite inquiry. "A magic swordsman?" Perhaps, she's amused, contemplating his response. Initially, he had aspired to be a full-time swordsman, yet due to a lack of team members, he was compelled to learn to contribute to the group. "You possess considerable expertise as a magic swordsman. I would like to request your guidance during your leisure time," she stated, bowing her head. "Offering guidance is not out of the question, but you understand I have classes to attend, and you likely have your own schedule as well? Conflicting commitments may hinder your studies," he replied. "So? Thus, perhaps it would be best to forego it?" Shiza suggested tentatively. "I failed to consider that. This would consume a considerable amount of your time." "Are you contemplating compensation?" "Not precisely." Shiza scratched his head, gazing at the earnest young lady before him. "Rest assured, I will cover any tuition fees. How about we settle on an hourly rate? 3 gold for each hour. This will be the fee for today." The red-haired girl reached into her bag, producing 3 gleaming coins, which she presented to Shiza with both hands. "You need only provide me with guidance," she urged, nudging the coins toward him. "It is not merely a matter of money." Shiza hesitated, but ultimately declined. He had no immediate need for coin, and he preferred not to expend his time in pursuit of profit. He merely wished to enjoy his days idly. "Should I find the time, feel free to approach me with any questions. However, I believe tutoring is best left aside," he reiterated, waving his hand in refusal. Berika resumed her practice, while Shiza continued his experiments with dragon language. However, lacking knowledge of grammar, being not a dragon himself, he struggled to make any significant breakthroughs. Soon, mealtime arrived, prompting Shiza to conclude his training for the day. After finishing dinner that evening, Shiza intended to take a leisurely stroll when Director Jessica summoned all faculty members for an impromptu meeting. During the assembly, Jessica's demeanor was notably grave. According to intelligence from the Royal Capital Knights, it appears a group of terrorists has infiltrated the capital. Adjusting her glasses, she surveyed the gathered educators. There are only first-year students currently on campus. To ensure the safety of all staff and students, we have decided to dispatch faculty members to patrol the campus at night. Teachers will pair up for nighttime patrols, operating on a shift basis. The precise schedule will be organized according to your class schedules. Do any of you have something to say? The director presided over the meeting, seated at a long table, with the teachers arrayed along either side. The elf-blooded teacher, Rayan, raised his hand to speak. "Where did this information originate? Is the principal still absent?" "This intelligence comes from the Royal Capital Knights informants, so it should be trustworthy." Jessica paused. "As for the principal, they are likely still in the northern continent, so for the foreseeable future, I will assume the role of acting principal. Do you have any further questions, Rayan?" The elf teacher sat back down. "Anyone else?" she inquired, noticing Shiza raising his hand. "Shiza, please speak. Will there be overtime pay for the night shifts?" he asked. For reasons unknown, Evia, seated beside him, stifled a laugh behind her hand. Jessica blinked in surprise before responding. "Of course. 2 days passed without incident. In the office, 2 young students stood before Shiza's desk. "Are you both here to apply for my assistant position? Please, introduce yourselves briefly." Point 1 was a strikingly handsome boy with dark green hair and an air of arrogance, while the other was a seemingly timid girl with white hair. "I am Patrick Phil. I placed second in the entrance examination and specialize in shaping magic, assessed at mid-tier bronze level." Confidence radiated from his face. "I am quite interested in your research on magical machinery and hope to learn more from you. I am Omira. I ranked 9th in the entrance exam, also specializing in shaping magic, assessed at bronze level. I too wish to learn more from you." The girl appeared somewhat anxious, her words slightly stuttering. Achieving a bronze rank at the beginning of the school year signifies a commendable level of talent, and one could hardly dispute their exceptional status among their peers. The former's noble heritage was evident in his demeanor and impressive results, while Omira exuded a lack of confidence, often keeping her gaze lowered. "Have you both completed your application forms? Allow me to review them before providing a response. You may return for now," Shiza instructed. "Then I shall take my leave," Patrick declared curtly, bowing slightly before departing. "Goodbye, teacher," Omira said before turning to exit. Evia entered the room carrying a tray of coffee. "You've been working hard. Here, please enjoy, she said, placing the cup on Shiza's desk. Be cautious. It may be hot. Thank you, Shiza replied gratefully. Were those two children here to apply for the assistant position? With a cup of coffee in hand, teacher Evia returned to her position and inquired, What's the matter? Oh, nothing much, replied Shiza, taking a sip of his coffee, which had become less bitter after the addition of sugar and milk. Both of those students are exceptionally talented. They ranked among the top in the entrance examinations. Have you decided which one you prefer? Teacher Shiza? Not yet. If I were to choose now, I might lean slightly towards Patrick. He appears more self-assured and has performed better academically. I asked that so? Evia squinted, stirring her coffee with a small spoon. Her cheek tilted at a charming angle of 45 degrees, exuding a playful cuteness. Since you already have an inclination, let's go with that. However, I personally would prefer you to select Umala, as the assistant school offers some subsidies. And choosing students from less fortunate backgrounds could indeed provide them with some assistance. I asked that so? I'll give it careful consideration. Well, it's ultimately your decision, Teacher Shiza. It is crucial to select an assistant who fits well. After spending some time idly in the office, the evening soon arrived. Today, it was Shiza's turn to oversee the night shift. Night supervisors are typically paired in twos, and Shiza was assigned to work with Teacher Evia. The school dormitories generally close around 11 at night, and after that time, few students would be wandering about. You can patrol this area, and I will stay near the dormitory entrance. It will be more convenient that way, Evia suggested. Today, Shiza and Evia were assigned to oversee a considerable area around the girls' dormitory entrance. Although Phoenix Magical University is quite affluent, some of its buildings, due to their historical significance, are rather old. The girls' dormitory is one such example. It is said that when it was constructed, the goal was for it to endure for 5,000 years, with just over 2,000 years having passed. The building is still in use. Despite subsequent paint jobs, the dormitory where the girls reside still appears somewhat antiquated. It is a sizable mansion, originally coated in a layer of brick red paint, which has faded to a dark red from the ravages of wind and sun, rendering it somewhat eerie. It could easily serve as a setting for an authentic horror film from Shiza's previous world. Due to his male gender, Shiza kept a respectful distance from the dormitory, opting to patrol in the nearby woods, maintaining a proximity that allowed him to communicate with Teacher Evia at any moment. Although it was late August and typically the weather would be quite warm, the recent rains, coupled with the fact that the capital is situated at a higher latitude on this planet, brought a refreshing chill with the evening breeze. However, Shiza's body was infused with a searing magical energy, akin to the blood of a red dragon, keeping his temperature comfortably warm. There are no strict regulations regarding where to patrol at night, so Shiza casually climbed a tree and began to jot down notes from his pocket. Given Shiza's exceptional abilities, whether he chose to be vigilant or not was of little consequence. The difficulty of someone obliterating the entire dormitory in an instant was as simple as flipping one's palm. Though such individuals are rare in the world, the notes served as a summary of his findings over the past few days. Since the start of the semester, Shiza had hardly ventured outside, spending his time immersed in the library, seeking materials related to the dragon language. His efforts yielded little of value, but he did manage to pick up a fair amount of slang and coarse expressions from the high elves and dwarves. The former, priding themselves on their status as a superior race, often indulged in their convoluted anecdotes and slang to assert their superiority, filling the pages with what they deemed humor. The latter, having endured enslavement by dragons long ago, used to mine for the shiny treasures favored by the malevolent dragons. It is said that the long-eared folk relish mocking the dwarves for this reason, perhaps explaining the strained relations between them. Dwarves tend to use a plethora of vulgarities when writing about dragons, with many expressions plunging into the depths of crudeness. The activities Shiza engaged in these past days felt akin to searching for treasure amidst a heap of refuse. Just as he leaned against a branch to continue his writing, faint footsteps reached his ears. With a few careful maneuvers, Shiza traced the source of the sound. It was not a petty thief, but rather a familiar face, though perhaps not quite familiar. With hair as red as dancing flames, it was Barika Dakes Ati that moment. The girl was sharing a large cloak with another girl, both of them cautiously yet brazenly exiting the main entrance of the dormitory. Walking down the center of the path, Teacher Evia seemed entirely oblivious to their presence, idly twirling a pin in her hand and occasionally placing it to her lips to prevent it from falling. Shiza squinted his eyes. Was that a piece of magical equipment? Chapter 13. Teleportation. The two girls appeared to be sneaking about, each clutching one side of the magical cloak tightly, tiptoeing like two little mice along the path. What are they up to? Shiza narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing the magical fluctuations emanating from the cloak, which seemed to be imbued with an invisibility spell. This spell was of epic grade, capable of rendering one invisible in terms of light, sound, and scent, making their stealth unnecessary. However, the magic, while epic, could not completely mask their presence. This type of invisibility magic belongs to the realm of mental magic, akin to hypnosis but at a more advanced level, capable of interference at the reality level. Yet, it was utterly ineffective against Shiza. Such magic struggled to conceal its wielder when confronted by someone of equal rank and against those of higher ranks. It was rendered completely ineffective. What were these two girls planning? Beside Barika stood a blonde girl whom Shiza did not recognize, having only recently started. Her short hair framed a cute face that was now taut with tension as she nervously scanned their surroundings. After pondering, Shiza decided to remain undetected and stealthily followed the pair. Moonlight bathed the ground, yet it cast no shadows upon the two girls. Heather was extremely anxious at that moment. Leaving the dormitory after 11 was a serious violation of school rules. Having always adhered to rules, this was her first experience doing something so audacious. Just moments before at the dormitory entrance, she had spotted Teacher Evia, and fortunately, Barika's cloak was genuinely enchanted, preventing them from being detected. Once the two had tiptoed away, she finally dared to voice her concerns. Barika, are you really going to the library? If we get caught by a teacher, we'll receive a disciplinary note. We could still turn back now. What do you think? Barika shot her a glance of exasperation. You haven't changed a bit. You're still so timid that it's fine, as long as we return before dawn. She patted the blonde girl's shoulder. Hurry up. This cloak is only of epic grade. It won't matter if we run into other teachers, but if we encounter Headmistress Jessica, that would be a real disaster. This threat proved effective, as the girl immediately fell silent and quickened her pace. The two of them dashed towards the library entrance. TO safeguard the library's collection. It enforces a closing policy after midnight. The magical array operates to maintain a dry environment, preventing books from becoming infested. As the volumes here are as numerous as stars, each book cannot be individually maintained, so they must be preserved in batches at regular intervals. During other times, efforts are made to keep them in good condition. The doors of the library were firmly shut at night, with a massive gargoyle brandishing a sword standing guard at the entrance, a guardian of epic grade. This gargoyle towered over 7 meters high. During the day, it appeared merely as an unremarkable statue, but at night, it awakened to become the guardian of the library. Invisibility spells, being of the mental type, cannot deceive inanimate guardians like the gargoyle. Its eyes, crafted from obsidian, opened, fixating upon the two invisible girls. Within the cloak, Heather gripped Barika's hand tightly, tugging her left and right. The gargoyle's obsidian eyes bore down on them, turning in its deep eye sockets. Barika, is it staring at us? Heather whispered. Barika could see Heather's palpable fear, her grip tightening as if she might burst. Could you let go of my left hand before you speak? Oh? Heather glanced at her right hand and quickly released her grip. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? Barika retrieved a green token from her pocket with her left hand. Upon a mere glance from the gargoyle, it diverted its gaze and closed its eyes, reverting to a silent statue. What is that token? Heather gasped in astonishment, and Shiza, observing from the shadows, shared her shock. Well, it seems they are indeed up to something. A little preparation. Let us move. Barika reclaimed her brand and produced a key to unlock the library door. Pushing it open and stepping inside. You even have the library key? Heather exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Barika remained silent, merely casting a glance at her friend before rolling up her cloak. Don't make a fuss. Help me gather all the books on this list. Once inside the library, Barika skillfully rummaged beneath the borrowing counter, retrieving 2 magical lamps. She handed one to Heather and secured the other to her wrist with the lamp strap. What an audacious plan! Had she been scheming this all along during their previous encounters in the library? What were her intentions? At that moment, Shija was curious to see what these two would do next, sitting atop the highest shelf in the library and observing them below. The library's shelves towered high, requiring movable ladders to reach many of the books. Shija watched as the two girls split up. Searching for the Tomes, Guide to Caring for Dragon Teeth, an autobiography of King Dwarflayhammer, an overview of the interplay between druidic and necromantic magic, the Roar of Dragons, the Fiery Behemoths, a review of imperial customs, the Union of Sword and Sorcery. Why should we incorporate mages into our military? A hodgepodge of books from various fields. The volumes bore little connection to one another. Among them, Shija recognized two titles, one he stumbled upon while researching dragon language, an academic travesty created by an unnamed court mage, and the other, a similarly dubious work by the same author that Shija had discovered while searching for trash. The latter's content was disturbingly provocative, compelling enough that he couldn't help but acknowledge the author's elegant prose, despite the stench of their scholarly garbage. What did they intend to do with these books? Did they come here merely to peruse such nonsense? Shija's instincts warned him something was amiss. Though the books were organized by number, it took the two nearly half an hour to locate every tome on their list. Gradually, Shija began to discern a pattern. The spines of these books bore peculiar designs. Individually, they appeared inconspicuous, but together, they resembled a magical array, suggesting someone had meticulously dismantled a particular array and inscribed it onto the spines of these volumes. This was a challenging technique. The reason magical arrays could cast spells is due to the continuity of magical circuits within them, ensuring the stable release of magic. Shija's work in magical mechanics merely involved crafting smaller arrays and assembling them, representing a significant difference in skill. Such techniques were typically a show of prowess for mages. He roughly counted the array below. It comprised hundreds of books, and the artist who had segmented a single array into hundreds of parts must possess at least epic-level prowess. There were few epic-level beings in this world. Who was behind such a convoluted scheme at Phoenix Magic Academy? Heather, having gathered the books, approached Barika's side. The girl had procured a cart from an unknown source. Shija swore he had never seen such a cart in the library before. Surely it was brought in by her, deserving commendation for her resourcefulness. Lend a hand, Barika instructed, as she began loading the books onto the cart one by one. Together, they transported the volumes to the library's center. The library at Phoenix Magic Academy was a circular structure, with the books arranged in concentric circles around it. The ceiling featured a massive glass window, through which moonlight streamed, casting a circular glow upon the floor. They placed the books in this illuminated area. The floor was tiled with various colors, forming a circle at its center. Shija had often enjoyed reading here due to the ample natural light, requiring no magical lamps for illumination. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt that reading under natural light was far gentler on the eyes. At that moment, he noticed that the colors of the tiles aligned with those of the books. As long as they matched them accordingly, the placement would be correct. Heather diligently followed Barika's instructions, positioning the books in their corresponding spots. As more books were arranged, she began to realize that this formed a magical array. "Barika, what are you trying to accomplish?" she asked, her voice trembling as she continued to place the books. "You know magic isn't allowed in the library. Isn't this against the rules? And where did you learn about this array?" The red-haired girl remained silent, simply handing her another book, signaling her to place it in the correct position. Seeing Barika's reticence, Heather pressed on. "What sort of magic is this? Why did you come here at night? It can't be dark magic, can it? Did you choose this time because it's the only moment you can unleash it?" Barika glanced at Heather, her eyes sharp. "You figured that out, too? Of course. I'm just a bit slow. Not foolish. Why did you invite me along? You aren't planning to use me as a sacrifice, are you? Is this truly dark magic? Indeed, you've guessed correctly. Shortly, you shall serve as the offering." As she spoke, Barika handed Heather another book, which she placed in its designated spot. "Could you answer me properly for once?" Heather pouted, appearing somewhat displeased. "I thought you'd be more startled by me," Barika replied flatly, catching Shija off guard. He had assumed she was the type with few friends. To his surprise, she was engaging with her companion, revealing a cunning side. "If you don't want to speak, then don't. Do you truly think I'm an idiot? I'm being completely earnest here." The girl's cheeks puffed out as Shija couldn't help but compare her to an irate pufferfish. I, too, am being entirely sincere in this conversation, Barika replied evenly. Though it was fleeting, Shija swore he caught a glimpse of fear on Heather's face. Was this girl really so naive? Before long, the magical array was fully set up. Heather stood at one end of the array, following Barika's instructions. Wait for the right moment, until the moonlight fully covers this array, Barika said, and Heather nodded solemnly in response. When that time comes, we shall both channel our magic into the array. The weather was pleasant that night, with few clouds dotting the sky. A gentle breeze blew, dispersing the scant clouds. Shija was eager to witness the effects of this array, which bore many unfamiliar runes he had never seen before, likely ancient symbols. He had encountered some during his adventures exploring ruins, but those had been so worn down that they had lost their efficacy. He hadn't expected to see such runes here. This world still adhered to the basic principle of energy conservation. Given the amount of magical energy within these two girls, it was no exaggeration to say that 1,000 of Shija could easily sustain them. He was keen to see what sort of magic would unfold. Soon, the moonlight enveloped the area. Heather, are you ready? Barika inquired, and Heather tightened her grip on her small wand, nodding in affirmation. Both girls held their wands poised above the array, ready to channel their magic. As their energies flowed together, shimmering white light began to coalesce within the array, and Shija understood why Barika had brought someone with her. This magical array required a silver-level output of magical energy. While she was undeniably talented, she lacked in this particular regard, which required time and age to accumulate. She needed a partner. It was time for him to make his entrance. Shija adjusted his collar and leaped down from the shelf, landing with a pronounced thud. Who goes there? Barika heard the sound but did not turn around. She continued to channel her magic, questioning, Why are you two still here at this hour? Shija emerged from the darkness, feigning surprise. Which class are you from? What are you doing here at this late hour? He pretended to have just noticed them, as it wouldn't be wise to reveal that he had been following them. Damn it! Why did it have to be now? Barika bit her lip and remained silent, almost caught. Speak. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Which academy do you belong to? 3, 2, 1, done. With the final release of magic, the specks of white light in the array converged into a large orb, and a strange spatial ripple emanated forth, drawing the three of them along with several books into the brilliant light. Is this a teleportation spell? Shija's eyes widened in disbelief. Teleportation magic is an intricate and profound branch of shaping magic, a discipline that has long since faded into obscurity. Although many have attempted to replicate it, the challenges are immense, and the restoration process is painstakingly slow. In a time long past, the continent was ravaged by ceaseless warfare, resulting in numerous spatial rifts birthed from the clashes of various races. During that tumultuous era, humanity had ample resources for study, leading to remarkable advancements in spatial magic. However, the cataclysmic conflicts a millennium ago obliterated many invaluable magical texts, including those pertaining to spatial magic. It is said that in those days, one could transport a warship directly from the coast to the depths of dwarven forges for repairs, yet now even the simple act of teleporting a cup proves to be a formidable task. In this era devoid of conflict, the unauthorized creation of spatial rifts is strictly prohibited, as it poses a grave threat to the stability of the entire continent. Should instability arise in any region, it could easily lead to spatial rifts endangering innocent lives. Thus, the Holy See enforces stringent regulations across the continent, forbidding reckless breaches of space. Due to the principle that might makes right, the rules established by the Holy See, being the mightiest power in this world, are adhered to by all empires. My rules are absolute. This is a direct quote from the Holy See's tribunal. If you refuse to comply, you may seek someone more agreeable. Yet, what has Shija encountered at this moment? A teleportation spell requiring merely silver tier magical power. This warrants a trial. Shija relinquished his resistance, leaving a magical marker in place, and soon he, along with Barika and Hayes, found themselves enveloped by a radiant white light, drawn into its embrace, eager to discover their destination. Chapter 14. The space below. Where am I? Shija surveyed his surroundings, which were enveloped in a blinding whiteness. He found himself in a stark, white chamber. Where is the magical marker? No matter which direction he looked, the space appeared uniform in color. Illuminating the ceiling were luminescent crystals emitting a soft white glow, and a long corridor stretched forth, equally shrouded in white, its destination unknown. Sensing the distance above him, he realized he was still beneath the library. Without turning back, Shiza spoke. Where do you two intend to hide? Behind him, the two girls slinked away, curling their bodies in an attempt to diminish their presence. Which of you is the mastermind? Shiza inquired, turning to face them. At this moment, Berika stepped forward, pulling Hayes behind her. This scheme was devised by me, she confessed. Why did you do this? How did you know that magic circle existed? Shiza pressed. Berika bit her lip, remaining silent. Shiza fixed a penetrating gaze upon the red-haired girl. Are you aware of the effects of that magic circle? The girl did not respond verbally, but nodded in acknowledgement. Shiza then turned to the girl standing behind Berika. What is your name? I am Hayes. Greetings, teacher, she stammered. Her face contorted in an expression that suggested she might burst into tears at any moment. I'm doomed. I've really been caught. Shiza merely regarded her silently, and her expression of impending doom grew more pronounced, as if she might weep at any second. Do you know how to exit? Shiza asked. The girl hesitated before responding. We should head in that direction. She pointed towards the corridor. Her face was devoid of expression, yet it bore an unmistakable air of guilt, reminiscent of a child caught misbehaving by a teacher. Very well, follow me, Shiza nodded, turning to proceed down the corridor. After taking a couple of steps, Berika Dex suddenly reached out, grasping the hem of Shiza's clothing. There may be danger ahead. Shiza turned around, and the girl released her grip. It's fine. Just stick close to me and be careful not to get lost. He continued down the passage, with the two girls trailing behind. The corridor's walls were adorned with various bas-reliefs depicting scenes of battle. Shiza glanced briefly at the artwork, which showcased heroic moments, dragons swooping down upon armies, mages standing valiantly against them, and epic duels culminating in the dragon's defeat. Each relief told a different story, whether it be the slayer of dragons or a lone hero confronting an imperial army at a chasm, or the wielder of a holy sword vanquishing an undead catastrophe. As they walked, they passed numerous rooms filled with ancient tomes and armor, relics that had clearly withstood the test of time. Perhaps due to their subterranean location, these items retained their original forms, yet Shiza refrained from touching anything recklessly. They moved from room to room, with the two girls following closely behind. Observing their expressions, Shiza noted Hayes' innocent curiosity as she eagerly scanned each room upon entering, while Berika appeared more intent on searching for something specific. Are you aware that casting magic in the library constitutes a violation of school rules? Shiza began. Berika remained silent, but Hayes spoke up, her voice quivering slightly. Will we be expelled? I cannot say for certain, but casting silver-tier magic is a serious infringement of school protocols, and you can expect reprimands and written reflections. I hope you are prepared for that. In truth, it wasn't as dire as it sounded. Although the library forbade the use of magic, this was a magic university, and it was not uncommon for students to employ spells for practical purposes. As long as one did not go overboard, it was generally tolerated. However, Shiza intended to instill a sense of dread in Hayes, knowing her mental fortitude was more fragile than Berika's anticipated. Upon hearing this, Shiza noticed tears welling in Hayes' eyes. If you confess your intentions for being here, it may be taken into consideration. Otherwise, if Dean Jessica learns of this, the consequences could be severe. The words slipped from Shiza's lips, and Hayes stifled a sniffle, biting her lip tightly. How noble of you, Shiza remarked, continuing to open door after door. Each room revealed a trove of antiquities, and Shiza casually picked up a sword leaning against the wall. Shaking off the dust, the blade had dulled over time, its original form obscured, yet the intricate patterns on the hilt suggested it had once been a finely crafted weapon, adorned with gems and feathers, though the feathers had disintegrated into dust as he shook the sword. Think carefully. If the dean questions you later, it won't be so simple. If you end up in a meeting to reflect on your actions, it would be quite unfortunate. Shiza continued to intimidate, feeling somewhat villainous for scaring the girls. Stealing a glance at Berika, Hayes looked at Shiza's back to ensure he wasn't watching. Despite her tearful expression, She raised her right hand and drew a finger across her lips, signaling her intent to keep quiet. Little did she know, Shiza was acutely aware of every subtle movement. Such loyalty, he thought, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. As they proceeded, Shiza grew weary of opening doors, randomly choosing a few to glance inside before hastening forward. At the end of the corridor stood a door that distinctly differed from the others. For the first time, Shiza observed colors adorning this door, unlike the pure white reliefs that characterized the others. Furthermore, its dimensions were imposing. While the other doors stood at a height of 2.5 meters, this one towered over 4 meters. The carvings on the door depicted a myriad of epic tales. Shiza speculated that the artifacts housed in the earlier rooms likely belonged to some ancient hero, and the wall's reliefs chronicled their legendary deeds. Yet, he pondered why such treasures were interred here. The door before him was adorned with a multitude of intricate reliefs, primarily illustrating a figure clad in armor confronting various foes. This central figure, notably larger than the others, bore wing-like embellishments on his shoulder armor, emphasizing his role as the protagonist. This must be the exit, Shiza concluded, nodding to himself, recalling his past explorations of labyrinths. Such designs were typical. The preceding chambers had likely served as rewards, while the one before him was the boss chamber. Just as Shiza prepared to push the door open, Barika interjected, "Wait, teacher, can I trust you?" What do you mean? Please elaborate on the matter, Shiza replied. Barika Dex fixed him with a penetrating gaze. There is a hidden organization within the school that has placed a shadowy figure among the faculty. I do not know who it is, but I can discern that it is a teacher. The likelihood of the figure being Shiza was exceedingly low. The head of the modeling department, Jessica, is his mentor. If there were such a legendary figure within the Black Death sect, their actions would undoubtedly become bolder. Barika could not fathom what motivations could drive the man before her, Shiza, to join the Black Death sect. For power? Even a pile of legendary warriors could elevate a mere pig to the epic tier. For power? Then why join the Black Death sect? With his status as a disciple of a legendary tier warrior, countless individuals would willingly ally with him, even arranging marriages with their kin. Standing behind him was a formidable legendary figure, which essentially granted him everything he could desire. Are you familiar with the Black Death sect? Shiza inquired. The Black Death sect? Shiza recalled encountering them on the day he arrived in the royal capital. They had even blown up a train, but he had the misfortune of crossing paths with them. He remembered them as a terrifying organization. This place is what the Black Death sect has been seeking, Barika remarked. According to records, it is said to conceal a relic from ancient times, imbued with power exceeding the epic tier, perhaps even reaching the legendary tier. So, are you part of the Black Death sect? Shiza asked. Certainly not. Why would you think that? Barika's voice rose a pitch, incredulous at such a notion. Did you not say that the Black Death sect is searching for this place? And here you are conjuring such magical arrays in the school library. Should I not arrive at such a conclusion? Shiza scratched his head. Is she part of the Black Death sect? Shiza pointed at Heather. The blonde, gaunt girl shook her head in terror. I am not. Shiza knew she wasn't. If the Black Death sect sought someone like her, they would surely expose the organization's secrets in an instant. He merely intended to tease her. Please keep the subsequent matters confidential, Barika said, her expression turning serious. There are members of the Black Death sect colluding within my family, and my purpose here is to retrieve that relic in advance to thwart their plans. Is that relic behind this door? Shiza indicated the door it should be. I'm not entirely certain, only that the relic is buried here. This information was covertly obtained from a member of my family, so it may be somewhat incomplete. Why not report to the Knight's Order? Shiza queried. Because there may be members of their organization within the Knight's Order as well. She paused. Perhaps even within the royal family? As I have seen documents bearing the royal seal, I have no corroborating evidence. Acting rashly would only alert them. Furthermore, that is, after all, the family that raised me. As she spoke, Barika's eyes dimmed, akin to a flame extinguished by icy water, leaving her somewhat deflated. Shiza observed her demeanor, feeling a twinge of pity. He contemplated reaching out to comfort her, but upon reflection, their relationship wasn't that close, so he raised his hand halfway, instead brushing his fingers against the half-mask on his face to alleviate the awkwardness. "Can you keep this a secret for me? I wish to save my family," Barika implored, bowing deeply. "This is my request." Shiza pondered for a moment and replied, "I can keep your secret for now, on the condition that you can prove the veracity of your words. Thank you, teacher." Barika bowed once more. Heather, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback but mimicked the gesture. "Thank you, teacher. Why is this child always a step behind? We don't know what lies behind this door or if there is any danger. You two will follow closely behind me. If anything seems amiss, you must flee, understood?" Shiza instructed, glancing back before pushing the door open, to which both nodded in comprehension. The stone door scraped against the ground, producing a sound reminiscent of a grating noise. Unlike the other rooms illuminated by white luminous stones, behind this door lay an abyss of darkness, where one could not see their hand in front of their face. Those luminous stones must have been radiating light for ages, perhaps for thousands of years. Their brilliance surely indicated they were precious magical materials. Should I consider returning to pry some loose? Boom! A fireball materialized in Shiza's right hand, a testament to his adeptness in the fireball spell, with blue flames indicating a complete combustion of magical energy. More often than not, he preferred this method of illumination over the lighting spell. Should he encounter anything unusual, he could readily hurl it at the threat, buying himself time. As the light emanated, the scene before the trio was unveiled. They stood in a vast circular chamber, cluttered with a variety of bizarre artifacts. A dragon's skull preserved as a trophy hung on the wall, a crowned skull encased within a crystal ball serving as a sacrificial offering, and an imposing humanoid skeleton, roughly 7 to 8 meters tall, its facial structure bearing a singular eye socket where the eyes should have been. A cyclopean relic. The skeletal figure knelt on the ground, reverently facing a certain direction. Following its gaze revealed a throne turned away from the onlookers. Most of the other items in the chamber faced this central throne as if they were trophies. "Is this like a collection of spoils?" Shiza mused aloud. The items displayed seemed to belong to the master of this chamber, or rather, this tomb. A glance revealed creatures of considerable might or renown. The throne, being turned away from the audience, obscured its occupant, but dark tendrils resembling branches or a viscous substance extended ominously from it. These obsidian tendrils spread in all directions, replacing the spots where luminous stones should have illuminated the walls and ceiling, which had mysteriously vanished, casting the tomb into impenetrable darkness. Upon closer inspection, many items within the chamber were ensnared by these tendrils, including the cyclopean skeleton and the skulls of unknown beasts. As Shiza opened the door, a shift in the air occurred, a gust sweeping into the depths of the tomb. The cyclopean skeleton toppled over, releasing a musty odor. Since this area was near the entrance, it bore no artifacts nor tendrils encroaching upon it. "Are they moving?" Heather peered from behind Barika to catch a glimpse inside. "Sure." Barika pressed a finger to her lips. The fireball cast a remarkably bright light, creating stark shadows. At that moment, the entire chamber's shadows appeared to writhe as if the dark tendrils were slithering like serpents across the ground. Drawing closer. Chapter 15. "My tailbone is going to break. What is that?" Heather curiously inquired, peeking from behind Barika. The tendrils on the ground seemed to be writhing. Barika fixed her gaze on the strange phenomenon, her instincts warning her that something was amiss. One must always remain vigilant against the abnormal. Suddenly, the tendrils twisted and surged forth like the appendages of a monstrous creature, rapidly advancing toward the trio from multiple directions. Moving so swiftly that Barika could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. "Watch out!" Barika spun and lunged toward Heather, bringing both of them crashing to the ground to evade the onslaught of the dark tendrils. "Ouch!" Heather cried out in pain as she was abruptly tackled, expecting an attack that never came, instead hearing a muffled thud, akin to a heavy impact. Barika looked up to see a pale blue magical barrier had materialized before her, halting the tendrils' advance, which collided against it, producing a series of dull thuds. "Ouch!" Tears welled in the corners of Heather's eyes. "Ugh! I feel like my tailbone has broken. I'm going to be disabled." "Barika, what should I do?" Barika wore a slightly exasperated expression. Humans are not that fragile, after all, moreover. This shield. It's a non-chant instant cast spell, and the shield's level is remarkably high. Realizing they were unharmed, Barika quickly stood, pulling Heather up along with her. Unbeknownst to them, Shiza had conjured a circular magical barrier, securely protecting the three of them within its confines. The dark tendrils continued to batter against the barrier. Realizing they could not penetrate it, they shifted tactics, attempting to entwine the shield instead. The density of these tendrils varies. Shiza observed the patterns among them. The dark tendrils surged toward the trio, those targeting Barika and Heather advancing directly, while those aimed at Shiza exhibited a different approach. They concentrated upon a single point, colliding against the barrier at that location, where Shiza had just unleashed the fireball spell for illumination. Shiza contemplated this point, a realization dawning upon him. The magical energy within the shield is dissipating. He sensed the magic being siphoned away where the black tendrils made contact, the faint blue glow of the barrier gradually dimming. Go! There is no other reason, but simply because it sounds quite impressive. With a swift flick of his sword, Shiza unleashed a blue fireball that burst forth from the shield, colliding with the branches above. The immense force generated a gust of wind, causing numerous branches entwined in the ceiling to tumble down, accompanied by a cascade of white powder. It seems this is the reason why the fluorite here does not emit any light. These pitch-black branches appear to possess the ability to absorb energy, completely siphoning off the magical essence from the fluorite, rendering it into mere dust, devoid of luminescence. To validate his hypothesis, Shiza cast another fireball spell. Exerting the same intensity as before, this time, he deliberately directed it towards an area with minimal branches, and indeed, a multitude of branches surged toward that direction, catching the fireball mid-air, thus diminishing Shiza's control over the magic within it. Creak, creak. A sound that sent shivers down one's spine echoed, and Hayes, trembling, alerted, "Teacher, your shield." Those black branches tightened their grip on the shield, causing visible cracks to appear in some areas. "Oh, it's nothing. This is a normal occurrence." Shiza replied with remarkable composure, intently observing the unfolding scene. Following the trajectory of the branches, he traced their source to the throne atop the central circular platform. Suddenly, a sound akin to something scraping against a hard surface resonated. The throne began to rotate, revealing its occupant. Seated upon the throne was a shadowy figure, resembling a robust monarch clad in dark armor. Draped in an ebony suit of armor, a dim crown precariously perched atop its head, which fell as the throne turned. A tattered crimson cloak cascaded down the steps like flowing blood. The armor was adorned with menacing spikes, and a beast's head was intricately carved into the chest plate. Roaring defiantly, its beastly eyes surveyed the onlookers below, akin to a ruler gazing down upon his subjects, while a long sword lay grasped in the armored hand, its decorations long decayed, yet the passage of time had not dulled its sharpness. As the reflected glint attested to its lethality, no one would doubt that clad in this armor and wielding this sword, one could wreak havoc. However, this suit of armor was currently devoid of any occupant. The very black branches sprouted from the hollow of the armor, with such growth emerging from the joints and the waist sections. They were the very force that compelled the throne to rotate and face the trio. More branches surged toward them, nearly obscuring their vision entirely. "Teacher! It moved!" Hayes exclaimed, witnessing the armor rise in a contorted manner under the influence of those dark branches, its sword clattering to the ground with a resounding clang. "I understand now," Shiza nodded calmly, recalling an encounter long ago in a certain dungeon. Before he had met his current companions, he distinctly remembered a halfling, a human, an elf, and a dwarf collaborating, the unusual alliance between the dwarf and elf of particular note. Surprising to find them working together in an adventuring party, he reminisced about how they had even prepared a meal using such armor, the soup made from the helmet exuding a rather rusty aroma. What a peculiar memory. "Humph! Allow me to demonstrate the might of gold-tier magic to you both," Shiza declared, estimating that they were situated thousands of meters underground, in a space constructed to withstand considerable seismic activity, surely capable of enduring the trifling gold-tier magic. "Fire Dragon," he uttered, summoning a dragon-shaped spell that spiraled around his arm. The higher the grade of transformation magic, the more it tended to mimic the form of a creature. This bore numerous advantages. Foremost, it provided a distinct image for mages to visualize and delineate the spell's lines, rendering it more solid. Additionally, most biological forms possess inherent magical structures that can reduce the dissipation rate of magic in the air, thereby enhancing the spell's duration and range. And of course, there was the paramount aspect. Aesthetics. A small red dragon flapped its wings, each scale appearing vividly lifelike, resembling a shrunken version of a true dragon. Since defeating the Dragon of Destruction, Shiza had gained deeper insights into such draconic beings, mastering the casting of such transformation spells with greater finesse. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the fire dragon burst forth from the shield. Detonating violently against the exterior, Shiza observed that a significant portion of his magical energy was absorbed by those black branches, with only about 80% successfully contributing to the spell's release. Yet, even this fraction was sufficient to shatter the branches, unleashing a torrent of intense heat and flames throughout the chamber, whether it be a tomb or a trophy room in this enclosed environment. The potency of the fire magic was dramatically amplified, and the unfortunate remains of the Cyclops, already drained of all magical essence by the dark branches, were sent flying in all directions by the shockwave. Most of the branches were severed, falling into a heap, as Hayes watched the heat waves and flames surge toward her. The already burdened magical shield appeared on the brink of collapse, fissures spreading across its surface, threatening to shatter at any moment. Barika, having retrieved her magical cloak, enveloped herself and pressed Hayes down beneath her, hoping that should the shield fail, the cloak would absorb the impact and flames. She was uncertain. Merely acting on instinct is quite decisive, but sometimes trusting the teacher is for the best. Shiza's voice resonated, prompting the two on the ground to lift the cloak and discover that all heat waves were kept at bay beyond the shield. Despite the cracks, it remained steadfast and unbroken. "This is definitely going to fracture my tailbone," Hayes exclaimed, lying on the ground, her hands clutching a spot just above her rear, nearly rolling about in agony. Barika, unsure how to comfort her friend, attempted to help her up, but Hayes curled up in pain, guilt gnawing at Barika for having tackled her twice. "Yes, all right. It's all right," she murmured, patting Hayes' back gently. "Have you not learned any healing spells?" Shiza asked, somewhat exasperated. While quick reflexes were commendable, being overly swift had its drawbacks, and those falls must have indeed been painful. "No, I haven't learned," Hayes stammered, her voice choked. "Understandably so. Being merely a teenager, I focused on shape-shifting elemental magic before enrolling, and I haven't delved deeply into healing spells yet," Barika replied, her tone tinged with guilt and embarrassment. "Very well." Shiza approached and crouched down, allowing Barika to shift aside as a green light emanated from his hand. This was healing magic. Healing spells were relatively scarce, primarily due to their low cost-effectiveness. Mages often pondered why they would cast healing spells when they could seek out dedicated clerics instead. The conversion efficiency of magic in such spells was generally low. If one needed healing, why not simply drink a potion? Only novice mages typically dabbled in healing spells, as they were often financially constrained in their early days. "Should I say healing?" Shiza mused as he cast the spell. "Thank you, teacher," the child responded, her voice still nasally. Could she genuinely be crying? At that moment, the armor on the throne suddenly stood upright. The black branches strewn across the ground writhed like maggots. Converging toward the armor, Shiza chose not to intervene. Soon enough, the branches coalesced into the armor's hollow body, emanating a dark magical energy, like black mist rising. Once the black branches were retracted, the armor did not immediately retrieve its sword from the ground. Instead, it shook its wrists and flexed its ankles, though Shiza was uncertain how a mere shell could perform such movements. "They have returned," murmured a mysterious soul within the armor, a whisper meant for itself. 3 humans, 1 male and 2 females. The male's power was indiscernible, while the 2 females could easily be identified as lacking the prowess to reach silver tier. Judging by their attire and physique, they were likely spellcasters. As the first meal upon awakening, it appeared somewhat meager, but that mattered little. How long had it been since their slumber? In a state of disorientation, I have been clinging to the meager energy from the ancient stones for years. resigned to the belief that my life would remain in this wretched state. Little did I expect that a day of revival would come. The arrival of someone here signifies that a path to the outside world has been opened. By eliminating these few individuals before me, I would amass enough magical power to activate the teleportation array. In that moment, unbound by limitations, I shall reign over this world. The mere thought of such a future sends a thrill coursing through my very being. Standing there foolishly frozen in place. Am I paralyzed by fear? I shall dispatch 2 of them, leaving one alive to glean knowledge of the outside world. It is settled. With a resounding clatter, my iron boots strike the stone floor as I pick up a sword from the ground. The spirit within the armor launches itself into a charge. Observing the armor before me, I ascertain that a certain soul is controlling its actions from within. The armor's legs push off the ground, and with sword in hand, it executes a powerful slash through the air, a strike of such magnitude and speed that the 2 young women barely have time to react. It is at least the caliber of a golden tier swordsman. If all goes as anticipated, the figure before me should be cleaved in 2 in an instant, blood spraying a meter or 2 away. Truth be told, while I resented being subjugated by that person, the sensation of blood splattering upon me has always brought a perverse pleasure. To thirst for blood is my very nature. Yet, all of this appears to transpire at a languid pace in my eyes. With a mere twist of my body, I sidestep the imminent strike, spinning around and delivering a powerful kick to the armor's chest. A crack resounds, the sound of something shattering within the armor. Black tendrils, which had coalesced within the armor to form a structure akin to a human body, snap under the force of my kick. The lower half of the armor remains stationary, while the upper half, sword in hand, is propelled through the air, crashing into the ceiling before plummeting back down, the sword slipping from its grasp and embedding itself into the skull of the colossal dragon in the room, piercing perfectly through its eye socket. What has transpired? Gazing at the ceiling, the soul within the armor falls into contemplation. In a certain part of the capital, within the Dex family estate, a red-haired man sits at his desk, his pen spinning as he contemplates various matters. The bloodline of the Dex family possesses the power to subjugate that entity. I need not lift a finger, for someone shall retrieve it for me. Though we share a blood connection, ultimately, we are merely distant strangers, devoid of any emotional ties. The Dex family has fallen from grace. Once, they were the descendants of heroes, now reliant on wealth to sustain their power. Presently, the direct lineage of the Dex family faces the dire threat of bloodline extinction. Damn it, why is he so selfish? The steel pen has ceased its spinning, its tip puncturing the letter and leaving a dark blotch of ink. The wind flutters the window open, the curtains dancing in the breeze, and moonlight spills onto the floor, bringing a coolness to his furious mind. I have become increasingly irritable of late. This is a detrimental habit. To achieve greatness, one must first learn to control their emotions. I should close the window. Rising, he approaches it. Once upon a time, in my youth, I relished standing alone in a high place, enjoying the gentle night breeze. Yet now, with age, I must consider my own frail body. Though this slight breeze holds no effect on my epic physique, the mere psychological impact is sufficient. As he raises his hands to shut the window, he notices the scars and wrinkles adorning them. The former are remnants of his battles, while the latter are marks of time's relentless passage. I should not have aged so rapidly. As an epic being, I could have chosen my appearance, whether as a youthful lad or a robust middle-aged man, all within my power. Yet, the injuries I bear compel me to present this aged visage to the world. Soon, very soon, he whispers to his palms. Once I reach the legendary tier, everything will change. The Dex family shall rise to greatness once more, thanks to me. The moonlight streams through the window, but my ambitions cannot be contained within such a small frame. Chapter 16. The Demigod Dragon. The perspective sways rapidly with the helmet that has been flung away. What has happened? The soul inhabiting the armor finds itself momentarily bewildered. Its viewpoint need not be confined within the armor's limitations, for it is a specter. It merely sought to recapture the sensations of its former humanity, which is why it had tethered its perspective to this suit of armor. As the viewpoint drifts beyond the helmet, It observes an ordinary-looking human male who has just delivered a kick. He is now slowly lowering his leg from the air, striking a pose. What a powerful teacher! Heather cheers from behind Zur, having seemingly transformed into a cheerleader without notice. Meanwhile, Barika watches in silent shock, unable to comprehend the events that have unfolded. All she saw was the armor on the throne suddenly springing to life. Sword in hand, charging toward them. Her eyes could barely keep pace, and her body was unable to react. In the blink of an eye, the armor's upper and lower halves had separated. How dare you? The vengeful spirit within the armor roars, yet its voice, stripped of its original faculties and distorted by time, is perceived by the onlookers as an unintelligible shriek. It had suffered defeat at the hands of the armor's master millennia ago, cursed and bound by a contract to aid its master in slaying foes. For 1,000 years, it had endured solitude and darkness, until now, a young man from some forgotten corner of the world has rudely kicked it from its slumber. It cannot accept this. The lower half of the armor suddenly lunges towards Zur, while the dislodged upper half crawls on the ground, black tendrils sprouting forth to reclaim the sword and return it to the armor's grasp. As it is no longer a living entity, coordinating attacks between the upper and lower halves is entirely reasonable. Can we communicate? Zur inquires. After millennia of change, the common tongue has evolved beyond recognition. And to the armor's spirit, Zur's voice sounds like the slang of a stranger from an obscure locale. It brandishes its sword. Zur, unarmed, evades the strikes, as the sword swings relentlessly but fails to graze his attire. Still no luck with communication? Zur furrows his brow. Flame Dragon. Another instant-cast Golden Tear spell? Previously, he had believed the previous Flame Dragon was conjured by the magical artifact on this man's person. It now seems that the man himself is the source. To cast instant Golden Tear spells, this man must at least be of Emerald Tier. Wait. We can talk, it bellows, but due to the language barrier, its words emerge as an agitated roar. Still no success? This time. Zur utilizes dragon language magic as a medium for his Flame Dragon. He has always felt that dragon fire is no ordinary force and decides to test it against this peculiar being. A small fire dragon unfurls its wings and flies forth, erupting in a violent explosion against the armor. As Heather had feared, the magical shield shatters at last. However, beneath that shield lies another identical one, tightly adhering to the previous layer, which is why Heather and Barika are oblivious to the development. Damn it. Is this dragon fire? Is this man transformed from a dragon? As a magical flame, dragon fire not only inflicts intense physical heat but also burns at the spiritual level, causing it excruciating pain. Wait. Are you deaf? We can talk. The armor is obliterated in an instant, shattered into countless fragments, even the black tendrils within igniting. It appears to have little capacity to absorb the dragon fire, as the black core within resembles its original form, steadily engulfed in flames. Even when its body is reduced to several pieces, it emits a series of incomprehensible roars, the fragmentation granting it a reverberating effect. Great Flame Dragon. This is the advanced magic of the Flame Dragon, wielding power that approaches the Emerald Tier. The disparity between Golden Tier and Emerald Tier magic is immense. Some Golden Tier spells can dispatch multiple opponents of the same rank, while others possess magnitudes of power greater than their peers. The Great Flame Dragons could be likened to the combined force of several flame dragons, its explosive core temperature unfathomably high. What is this? Why are you still shouting at me? Covering his ears, Zur commands, as both Heather and Barika can sense the terrifying magical power contained within the 30-centimeter-long Great Flame Dragon that he wields. Wait! You cursed creature, can you truly not comprehend the common tongue? If that thing explodes near me, will there be anything left of me? Wait, I can use the language of understanding. The common tongue is not immutable. Over the course of several millennia, change has been a natural occurrence. With no time to cast a spell, the soul could only watch helplessly as it exploded before its very eyes. It hastened the incantation. Yet such spiritual magic had never been its forte, as it had always pursued sheer lethality. The hurried chant sounded to Shiza like a torrent of curses, as the Great Flame Dragon burst forth. Shiza instinctively covered his ears. Boom! The violent explosion resonated, sending tremors through the air, felt even by those thousands of meters away. Despite the formidable barriers of earth and stone surrounding the tomb, the tremors were fleeting, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. The fierce explosion billowed forth thick clouds of smoke, prompting Shiza to conjure a fireball for illumination. The entire chamber was engulfed in darkness, charred remnants strewn about, and the once vibrant reliefs on the walls had been reduced to a smudged black mass. "Wait, can we talk?" A voice, both startled and furious, exclaimed, "I am the great Archmage Tia Bai from a millennium ago. Young warrior, can we converse?" At that moment, its condition was utterly dismal. The black substance that had once fortified the armor was nearly gone, incinerated by the immense heat of the great flame dragon. Its primary consciousness could only reside within the helmet for protection. "You can speak." Shiza paused his magical output, having intended to summon another flame dragon, but unexpectedly found himself thrust into a dialogue. His expression hinted at a tinge of regret. "Human, I concede that you possess considerable strength. How about we strike a deal?" Tia Bai offered, as the armor on the ground gradually coalesced toward the center. "I can see you are exceptionally gifted. To wield such power at your age, you have the potential to become legendary. If you assist me in escaping, I shall allow this armor to recognize you as its master. And I can even teach you how to attain legendary prowess. First, tell me why you are trapped here and what your name is," Shiza inquired. "How long have I been sealed? Have the people of today truly forgotten the esteemed Archmage Tia Bai of the Empire?" "Empire?" The two syllables sounded like an obscured term uttered from the lips of this enigmatic soul, leaving Shiza utterly baffled about what had just been said. "Damn. The Empire? How could it be? The Empire has fallen. Tell me, which family governs the land now?" Its voice brimmed with astonishment, as if it had encountered something utterly incredulous. "The Oran Empire now reigns. The Aelin family has unified for several centuries. The last empire was the Galloping Horse Empire, which perished over 1,200 years ago." "What era do you hail from?" Byrika stepped forward, questioning whether this was indeed the figure sought by the Black Death Sect. "The Oran Empire? The Galloping Horse Empire? Damn! I have slumbered for at least 2 millennia." Tia Bai cried out, "Those damned usurpers! You have come to assist me in escaping, have you not? Power, knowledge, authority. I can offer you everything. Forge a pact with me, and all you desire shall be yours." Its emotions surged, howling with fervor. "A pact? What sort of pact?" Shiza asked. My essence was obliterated by a despicable wretch. He could destroy my flesh but could not extinguish my soul. He sealed my spirit within this dark dragon armor, coercing me through a cursed contract to slay enemies on his behalf. The remaining armor gradually converged. Despite being scorched by flames, it was evident that this suit of armor was no ordinary relic. Shiza casually picked up the helmet, inspecting it. Inside, a few black tendrils twisted together, and in their midst, he sensed a gathering of energy, likely the true sanctuary of this soul before him. "Do not handle me so carelessly. You must show a modicum of respect for the powerful," the helmet protested indignantly. "How about it? Forge a pact with me. If you agree to help me restore my form, it is not impossible for you to become a legendary warrior. Simply let a drop of your blood fall upon this." It gestured with the black tendrils extending from the helmet. "I refuse. Why would I bring home something of unknown origin?" Shiza grasped the black tendrils, attempting to pull them away, but unexpectedly, they coiled around his wrist, trying to brand him with peculiar runes. Shiza did not resist. Rather, he was curious to discover their nature, which felt less like a true contract and more akin to a curse. A faint purple light flickered, and the runes were finally completed. "Human, kneel before me." Suddenly, its tone shifted to one of arrogance, an unfamiliar confidence radiating from it. "You truly possess audacity," it declared triumphantly. "What is it that you dare toy with, yet are too afraid to take home? Now, kneel." Shiza remained unmoved, instead reaching with his other hand into the helmet, intent on unraveling the tangled black tendrils within. "I had thought that if you behaved, I might offer you some rewards, but now it appears you require a lesson." Its voice turned chillingly cold, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. dark purple energy surged from the runes on the back of Shiza's hand. Intrigued, he sensed that the contract's essence demanded mutual assistance, yet the runes bore a peculiar structure that indicated inequitable terms. The violet lines swiftly spread from his arm to his face, reaching the area where his mask lay. The red dragon's magic, which had been dormant due to its seal, suddenly roiled like boiling water, and Shiza felt a fierce heat enveloping his face, the amassed magic threatening to erupt, leaving him gasping for breath. "How does it feel? Is your head splitting with pain?" Tiabai taunted. "You can still backtrack and become my obedient slave from this moment forth." "Ideas so stifling," Shiza murmured, tugging at his collar. "What did you say?" Tiabai retorted. "Are you belittling me?" I said. "It's really stifling," Shiza insisted. No longer suppressing the curse upon his face, he tore off his mask, revealing the left side of his face. Scorched by the red dragon, now surging with magic, the red lines ignited, incinerating the purple threads that had crawled upon his visage, and the flames blazed forth, coalescing into a red dragon above him. "The dragon of destruction?" Shiza exclaimed. "Aren't you already dead?" The red dragon did not respond, instead unleashing a furious roar. 9 crimson rings coalescing behind its head, it opened its mouth and released flames as searing as in its living days. "Roar!" The beastly roar echoed, a manifestation of the dragon's ire. It spewed flames onto Shiza's hand, engulfing both his palm and the helmet he clutched. This is dragon fire. Such caliber," Tiabai screamed amidst the inferno. "You are also of dragon lineage. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts," it howled incessantly. "You are a demigod dragon. I was wrong. I was wrong." The helmet trembled. "Spare me, great demigod dragon. I did not know your noble status. No matter how great you are, you cannot oversee everything. Those 2 humans behind you must be your companions. Please, cease at once. Otherwise, they shall accompany me to hell." Shiza turned to see the gauntlets of armor, which had just been blown apart, now clutching the faces of the 2 young women behind him. Haze's face was filled with terror, unable to move, while Byrika struggled to pry the gauntlet away with her hands. Yet to no avail, a moment's inattention had placed his students in peril. Though he had only been a teacher for a little over a month, Shiza felt a pang of guilt. After all, taking on this role meant shouldering such responsibilities. The retired hero discarded the helmet and placed both hands upon the gauntlets. Tiabai sensed an overwhelming magical force descend upon it, as if all magic had solidified into ice. However, it was of no concern. It had long since inscribed a pact upon these 2 individuals, ensuring that should it perish, they would explode alongside it. Can the magic inscribed in the runes be stilled? The magic, during its prohibition, could not operate. It could only watch helplessly as its runes twisted and deformed under Shiza's control. The scene before Tiabai transcended its comprehension. Tio put it in terms understandable to a blue star inhabitant. "You have reassembled the already braised meat into a pig, and a 2-liter container of DDW has been resurrected from the brink of death by your miraculous hands." Not a bro. Even after the runes transformed, they remained runes. Only the content had changed. The parties to the contract remained unchanged. It was merely the terms of the contract that had shifted, akin to a pre-signed contract whose content has been forcibly altered. Since the signature was on a blank sheet, it remained valid. Chapter 17. The Cursed Armor and the Pure White Cup. "My soul!" Tiabai shrieked in terror. "Why is it splitting apart?" "I apologize." Shiza smiled apologetically. "Due to the nature of the contract you signed, which is a dual obedience agreement, the stipulations require absolute compliance with the master's commands. In theory, such a contract does not accommodate the existence of a second master. Prevent the contract from being breached. This seems to be the only viable solution." "What does that mean, teacher?" Haze inquired, while Byrika also turned her gaze towards Excised. "Why oversight inadvertently forced it to form a contract with you both. This is my negligence, but fortunately, I possess some knowledge of magic. Before the contract took effect, I managed to make slight modifications. Henceforth, it will split into 2 halves, fully obeying each of you." Haze nodded, somewhat understanding. Yet Byrika felt a twinge of alarm. The concept of a contract was among the most reliable in the continent. She had never heard of altering the terms without the practitioner's consent. The helmet in Shiza's hand emitted a strange moan, dark purple magic swirling violently upon its surface. Combine again, do not split apart, Tia screamed, struggling with the fragmentation of its own soul, yet all efforts were in vain. The power of the binding contract emanated from the contractor themselves. Attempting to halt the contract with one's own strength was akin to trying to lift oneself by pulling on one's own hair. An utterly impossible endeavor. Black substance from within the helmet flowed forth like water, converging into the two gauntlets. A faint shadow struggled in the air before ultimately splitting in two, merging into the gauntlets, silencing any further sound. Shiza donned the mask once more, rebinding the searing curse beneath its surface. After searching the area, the group found nothing of particular value, save for a sizable dragon's head, though its size rendered it impractical. Shiza collected the armor and swords, discovering a magic circle upon the throne. A cursory examination revealed it to be a teleportation circle, likely serving as an exit point. He handed the two left gauntlets to Hayes and the right one to Byrika. Since you have formed a contract with Tia, these gauntlets cannot stray too far from you both. Keep them with you for now. As for the remaining items, you cannot take them back to your dormitory. So I shall safeguard them until you find the time to retrieve them. Byrika, please confirm the statements you made previously this weekend, or else you both shall face consequences, Shiza instructed. The two nodded in agreement as Shiza activated the teleportation circle, and the trio returned to the library. The sensation of teleportation was peculiar, akin to being tossed into a washing machine and spun around. Shiza mentally noted the magic circle, intending to study it when time allowed. You two will not require my escort back, will you? Shiza glanced at the cloak in Byrika's hand. Byrika nodded, draping the magical cloak over both of them, which instantly took effect. Impressive, Shiza remarked, acknowledging the cloak as a fine magical artifact. Its mana consumption was minimal, yet its efficacy was remarkable. Beneath the cloak, Byrika suddenly bowed to Shiza, her red hair styled in a ponytail swaying slightly. Teacher, thank you for your trust this evening. After bidding farewell to the two, Shiza discreetly employed a few tricks to return the armor to his dormitory before hastening back to the grove. Though he had just departed, he had left behind a magical surveillance method known as the Eye of Mana, alongside an illusion spell that created a phantom of himself, ensuring that to Professor Avia, it appeared as though he had never left. Shiza and Professor Avia were to guard the area until midnight, when another instructor would take over. Professor Avia resided in the faculty dormitory, albeit on a different floor. The two walked together back to their dormitory. Suppressing a yawn, Professor Avia covered her mouth delicately. I'm feeling a bit tired. It has been quite some time since I stayed up so late. How about you, Shiza? I'm quite fine, he replied. Having battled a dragon intensively for an entire day, staying up late was trivial for him. A former adventurer, as they passed the school's artificial lake, creatures resembling fireflies flitted through the air. While their tails glowed, they would intermittently burst forth with magical flames, resembling small blue fireworks. What beautiful luminescent insects! Professor Avia remarked as they walked, admiring the tiny creatures whose blue sparks resembled a miniature summer festival. These insects only exhibited such brilliance from September to October, engaging in mating rituals before expiring, leaving behind dormant larvae that would re-emerge the following year. Shiza, may I call you that? Avia asked, feeling that addressing him as teacher Shiza sounded somewhat peculiar. Conversely, you may call me Avia directly. Of course, Shiza nodded, feeling a tad embarrassed. Avia chuckled, I plan to venture outside the school this Sunday to purchase a few items. During the last gathering, I heard you express a desire to have a pet. Would you care to join me? I'll treat you to a meal as a thank you. Did I mention that before? It seems I did, casually during our conversation about wanting a pet, perhaps a cat, to keep me company in the dormitory. Surprised that Professor Avia remembered, Shiza readily accepted the invitation since he had no plans for the weekend. That sounds great. I've just arrived in the capital and am not very familiar with the area, so it will be nice to explore. Avia clasped her hands together with a smile. Then it's settled. We shall go this Sunday. Will you be free then? Shiza nodded, and the two chatted amiably until they reached the dormitory. Parting ways at the stairway, Professor Avia lived above Shiza, and as she ascended, She spoke softly to him. Then it's agreed? I'll come find you Sunday morning. She spoke in hushed tones, seemingly cautious not to disturb the other faculty members. Shiza mirrored her quiet demeanor, replying, certainly, good night. Good night. Professor Avia smiled, waving at Shiza as she turned and continued up the stairs. Upon returning to his dormitory, Shiza examined the armor. It lacked anything particularly unique. The quality was decent, adorned with engraved and enchanted runes, and a complete set would undoubtedly qualify as legendary-grade equipment, though its fragmented state diminished its efficacy. The sword was of commendable quality, but Shiza had better options. He waved it in the air, finding it satisfactory, though ultimately uninteresting to him. Upon inspecting the armor's interior, the previously abundant black substance had vanished without a trace, leaving only some white powdery remnants in the boots. Reflecting on the tomb, it was evident that Tia had been siphoning the surrounding magical energy to sustain its existence. Despite the skeletal remains of the Cyclops being absorbed, a considerable amount of residue remained. The sight of the substance within the boots made Shiza feel somewhat queasy. He hastily found a container to dispose of the contents, deciding to bury it somewhere tomorrow as a form of respect. Despite the unlikelihood of anyone visiting his dormitory, Shiza prudently stowed it away in his cabinet. After a restful night, Shiza awoke to find it was Thursday, and he had classes to attend. Upon arriving at school, he noted that Byrika and Hayes appeared visibly fatigued. Byrika, though seemingly exhausted, was making an effort to pay attention, while Hayes sat at the back, nodding off intermittently. Shiza contemplated that it would be permissible for her to sleep outright, as long as she did not snore and disturb her classmates, but as a teacher, voicing such sentiments felt inappropriate, so he continued with his lesson. Before long, class concluded, and it was time for Shiza to select his teaching assistant. Patrick O'Meara, please come to my office after class. With that, Shiza gathered his belongings and departed. With the two following closely behind in the office, Shiza decided to appoint Patrick as his assistant, reasoning that he was more capable and, being a male student, would be more convenient. Though relationships between mages and their students were not uncommon in this world, Shiza felt it prudent to avoid potential complications. Teacher, I regret to inform you that I cannot serve as your assistant due to personal reasons. I suggest you select O'Meara instead, declared the handsome noble youth in the office. What are your reasons? Shiza inquired, surprised by Patrick's sudden withdrawal before he had announced his decision. I believe O'Meara is more suited for the position. Patrick simply stated this, and after bowing to Shiza, he departed. Shiza cast a glance at O'Meara, a vague suspicion stirring within him. What do you think? Shiza inquired of O'Meara. I believe that Patrick is more outstanding than I am, she replied, her speech slightly stammering, with long strands of hair cascading over her forehead, partially obscuring her eyelids, creating an air of mystery. Very well, it seems that Patrick has some personal matters to attend to. So how about you take on the role of my teaching assistant? Shiza proposed. Okay, she responded emphatically. Thank you, Teacher Shiza, for this opportunity. Her voice was loud, yet still betrayed a hint of stammering. All right, you may return for now. Next week, come to my office an hour before class, understood? O'Meara nodded vigorously in reply. Once outside Shiza's office, O'Meara could vaguely surmise why Patrick had withdrawn from the race for the teaching assistant position. She intended to seek him out. The days swiftly passed, and Saturday arrived. On this day devoid of work, Shiza felt rather lethargic about breakfast, intending to lounge in bed with a book until around noon before freshening up and eventually finding something to eat. At noon, the sound of ringing echoed through the air. The bell on the wall chimed, connected directly to the doorman's office of the apartment building via a thin wire. If anyone were to deliver something or seek assistance, the diminutive doorman, Mr. Roy, would pull the bell's cord. Peering out the window, Shiza spotted Byrika and Heather standing at the doorman's office, one clad in gold, the other in red, waiting. Shiza hastened his grooming routine, donned his attire, and made his way downstairs. Mr. Shiza, you have arrived, Mr. Roy remarked, stroking his beard. These two are said to be your students, come to see you. Hello, teacher, they both greeted in unison. I apologize for the trouble, Shiza said to Roy. I have a bit of business to attend to, so I shall take them with me. Not at all, Mr. Roy chuckled. It would be inappropriate to escort the two students back to the dormitory. So Shiza asked, have you two had your meals? They both nodded. It's not suitable to converse here. Come with me to the CAF on campus. Shiza decided to lead them to find something to eat. Upon arrival, Shiza ordered a drink for each of them and indulged in a plethora of sweets for himself. The culinary landscape of this world was reasonably advanced, with some similarities to Blue Star, as items such as coffee and cakes were not exclusive to Blue Star. Berika carried a small backpack, and upon reaching their booth in the CAF, she retrieved it, extracting several stacks of documents. This is the internal information I have gathered about the Black Death Cult. They are seeking 2 items within the school, the cursed armor we discovered yesterday and something called the Pure White Cup. While Shiza savored his food, he listened as Berika detailed the contents of her documents. I procured this information through clandestine means. The cult aims to locate these 2 artifacts within the school. The Dex family is indeed colluding with the Black Death Cult. The Pure White Cup recently arrived at the school. Berika continued, I can verify the truth of my statements a few weeks ago. The Black Death Cult attacked an Imperial train to acquire the Pure White Cup, which was transporting a counterfeit point. One of the cult's henchmen, the magic warrior Trevor, fell into the hands of the knights. The cult dispatched more operatives into the capital to rescue Trevor. Teacher, the reason you encountered us at the library that night was likely due to your patrol of the campus. This is why we suddenly required your assistance in surveying the school. To guard against any infiltrators from the Black Death Cult, Heather added. Upon hearing this, Shiza found their claims increasingly credible, as the logic was quite coherent. I have one more piece of information. The Black Death Cult plans to attack the Night Brigade next week to rescue Trevor. Berika added, Is that true? How do you come by such intelligence? Shiza exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps it is due to my family's high standing within the cult. I secretly copied a piece of intelligence directly from my family member's desk. Berika's tone seemed to drop slightly as she spoke about this. Chapter 18. A day out, as the saying goes, every family has its troubles. If Berika's family situation is indeed as she described, it is truly unfortunate. I have already written an anonymous letter to the Night Brigade to alert them. I hope they can be prepared, Berika stated. Shiza realized that alerting the Night Brigade himself would be futile. He was uncertain about their trust in him. Berika's warning was one thing, but if he were to inform them further, how would he explain the source of his information? Would he have to admit that Berika had informed him? Very well, I understand. You are both still young. I will speak to Principal Jessica about this matter. If you notice anything amiss, report it to me immediately, and do not place yourselves in peril, understood? Shiza rubbed his temples, lamenting that whenever he sought a peaceful life, chaos would invariably ensue. However, he could take this matter directly to Principal Jessica for resolution. Is there anything else? If not, finish your coffee and return to rest. You need to recuperate. After summoning the waiter to settle the bill, Shiza turned to leave when Berika suddenly stood up, exclaiming, Teacher Shiza, could I request your guidance in swordsmanship and magic? I am willing to pay for my tuition. Ever since returning to the dormitory from the library that day, Berika had harbored this intention. Her magical cloak could obscure all observations below the epic level, yet it had been discovered by Teacher Shiza. Regardless of any special means employed, the teacher's prowess was undoubtedly formidable, and she realized she may have taken many wrong turns relying solely on self-study in the art of sword magic. Certainly, Shiza replied, Oh? Berika was taken aback. Shiza had agreed without much hesitation. She had prepared herself for rejection and had even considered offering her cloak as payment should her request be denied. To her surprise, Shiza had readily accepted, leaving her without the chance to voice her subsequent thoughts. Heather, you should join us as well. Teaching 1 is the same as teaching 2. As for tuition, it is unnecessary. I have only one condition. If anything occurs at school, you must report to me first and refrain from acting independently. Is that agreeable? Shiza stated with seriousness. Berika's proactive nature was commendable, but he felt the need to impose some constraints to prevent any potential mishaps. Let us commence next Saturday afternoon. Spend this week preparing, and remember to bring that gauntlet along. You may return now. After bidding farewell to the two, Shiza set off to find Principal Jessica to discuss the Black Death Cult, both to verify and to remain vigilant against those terrorists. Am I going as well next week? After Shiza's departure, Heather slumped over the table, as if her bones had been drained. What about my weekend? Berika looked at her friend, who had always been aimless, and found her own tension easing somewhat. You can come with me. Teacher Shiza is quite skilled, and learning a few things wouldn't hurt. She took a sip of her juice. Heather reached out, gently ruffling Bairika's hair, her silky red locks feeling delightful to the touch. Teacher Shiza is quite capable. Don't worry too much. Bairika turned her head, swatting Heather's hand away, staring blankly out the window. That's the situation. What do you think we should do? In the office, Shiza relayed the events to Principal Jessica, seeking her counsel. I understand. I will remind the Night Brigade to bolster their defenses. As for the Pure White Cup and the Cursed Armor, I am uncertain about the latter, but I have a rough idea of what the former entails, Jessica said, retrieving a stack of documents from her drawer and handing them to Shiza. Upon receiving the documents, Shiza saw a colorful image on the first page. A group of adventurers posing for a photo, a standard 6-person party showcasing their spoils. At the center stood a strikingly handsome and tall warrior, cradling what resembled an oversized wine goblet, intricately adorned with unsettling engravings. Depictions of skeletal beings, bone dragons, liches, and other dark creatures were etched upon the chalice, executed with a unique artistry that imparted an eerie sense of sanctity to these malevolent figures. What the man is holding is the Pure White Cup, a rather peculiar magical artifact, Jessica explained. This object appears to have the ability to convert life force into magical energy that can be directly absorbed, subsequently enhancing an individual's overall magical capacity. In the image, the sorceress from that small team inexplicably transformed all her companions into vessels of magical energy using this artifact. The 6 of them embarked on an adventure in the wilderness. Yet only the female sorceress returned to the human town. Shiza gazed at the enchanting sorceress depicted in the image. Her beauty was striking, adorned with a gentle smile, and her chestnut curls bestowed upon her an aura reminiscent of a nurturing mother. Turning the page, the second chapter revealed the earlier image of that sorceress. This particular illustration was rendered in black and white, set against an unknown square. The sorceress's beauty had faded, replaced by an unsettling hint of deranged madness. She cradled a pure white chalice, filled with a mysterious solid liquid mixture, and the shaky depiction revealed what appeared to be finger-like objects submerged within. The sorceress was marred by dark stains, her attire tattered and worn. Yet amidst the monochrome image, Shiza discerned vivid splashes of red. Had the entire team perished? Upon noticing the subsequent introduction regarding the team, he learned that the female sorceress was a graduate of Phoenix Magic University, an alumna from over a decade ago, and the average member of her team was of golden rank, making it an exceptionally prestigious assembly. That child ultimately fell victim to the Black Death cult, Jessica remarked, her tone tinged with a subtle sadness. She had devoted much of her life to this institution, and every student who graduated here had heard her lectures, each one akin to her own child. The Black Death cult did this? Shiza frowned. What of the Pure White Chalice? Has it been returned? Not yet, Jessica, the dean replied. The Black Death cult has been relentlessly pursuing it. The train they ambushed did not carry the Pure White Chalice. It was merely a decoy we released. The genuine chalice is being returned by another utterly reliable individual, and it has yet to reach the capital. Regarding the matter of that child, Bairika, please lend me your utmost attention. If anything arises, come to me. I shall resolve all that I can. We must avoid inciting panic among the students and faculty. The seemingly amiable elderly lady stood and approached the window, stating, as for the Black Death cult, should they arrive in the capital without comporting themselves, I will ensure they comprehend the weight of legendary wrath. The specifics would be determined once the Pure White Chalice returned to the capital. Next Tuesday, the 2nd and 3rd year students would return to school, at which point their respective teachers could manage within the campus. Since the cursed armor is in your possession, I feel reassured. Just ensure you keep it safe. The dean had complete faith in Shiza's capabilities and character. In truth, with Shiza's prowess, he could vanquish the Dragon of Destruction. If the Black Death cult possessed the strength to seize the cursed armor from him, they would surely dominate the world. Enough of this. How is the teaching going recently? Are you managing well? The dean inquired. It's quite satisfactory, Shiza responded. As long as it's satisfactory, by the way. How is your lesson plan coming along? Bring it to me. I shall review it. My lesson plan is in my dormitory. I'll show it to you next time, he replied, feeling as though he were being quizzed by a teacher. In reality, he had not written it at all, planning to hastily complete it by the following evening. He concocted a flimsy excuse to escape from the dean's scrutiny. That evening, Shiza received a letter from his former teammate. Neely, dear Shiza, I hope this letter finds you well. The elegant script did not resemble that of the somewhat clumsy cleric from their team. He had expected a more unsightly handwriting. The letter primarily recounted her experiences since returning to the Holy See, where Neely had been rewarded and was preparing to become the next Saintess, likely assuming the role in due time. The Dragon of Destruction's head had been returned to her, and it was said that the Holy See would use those materials to forge a set of equipment for a few members of their team. With the remaining materials and artisans provided by the Holy See as a reward, I had anticipated we would reunite soon, but due to the numerous affairs within the Holy See, I have only recently found the opportunity to write to you. It seems unlikely we shall see each other this year. I will write to you in advance when the time comes. How is life treating you in the capital? Have any young ladies been casting sidelong glances your way? The letter concluded with, Have Irina and Fudan written to you? I have sent them letters as well. I miss you all dearly, Shiza, including Fudan and Irina. The latter part bore signs of having been crossed out, with the character for them added later. The letter was dated over a week ago. Shiza retrieved paper and pen to write letters to the 3 members of his former team, mainly recounting his life at school, reassuring them that his colleagues were very considerate and that they need not worry. Fudan and Irina had returned to the Elven Forest and the Orc tribe, respectively, both locations being relatively distant, leaving him uncertain of how long it might take for the letters to reach them. Sending mail internationally was quite cumbersome. Reaching the Elven Forest and the plains of the Orc tribe required cross-border transfer, which could take several months. Letters sent to the Holy See were somewhat closer, estimated to arrive in about a week. This world was vast, and under the leadership of the Holy See, a sprawling postal network had been established to facilitate correspondence between nations. One merely needed to visit the post office to send a letter. Although magic existed, mailing letters remained a rather troublesome endeavor, with a significant risk of loss. He planned to send out his letter when he accompanied Professor Evia to the post office the next day. After returning to his dormitory and resting, Shiza, having spent a considerable amount of time in this world, had not indulged in the luxury of sleeping in for quite a while. During his time as an adventurer, he typically retired early, rising at dawn to prepare for the journey ahead. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted it was still early, just past 7. He was to accompany Professor Evia for a stroll today. After a brief wash, he contemplated donning something more presentable, perhaps one of the outfits Jessica had purchased for him, but ultimately decided against appearing overly formal for a casual outing with a female colleague. He opted instead for the attire he had worn during his adventuring days, which boasted numerous pockets, quite practical for his needs. He recalled that Irina had gifted him this outfit, which he found quite appealing. Though at the time, Neely and Fudan had teased him about it for reasons he could not fathom. 2 buttons had fallen off, but Irina had sewn them back on using dragon teeth as buttons. Around 8:30, a knock sounded at the door, and Shiza quickly tucked the letter into his pocket before opening the door. Shiza, are you awake? Came Evia's voice. Upon opening the door, he beheld Evia, radiant in a light green dress, a small bag slung at her waist, and a sun hat atop her head, exuding a cheerful demeanor. Her pink hair was tied back in a ponytail, showcasing her perfect figure. I thought you might sleep in a bit since you are not working today. You look quite refreshed, Evia remarked with a smile. You look lovely today, Shiza complimented. According to their plan, the two enjoyed breakfast together in the school cafeteria before departing through the school gates. Prior to the start of the semester, many shops in the vicinity had remained closed. Now, however, the area bustled with life, as vendors sold fruits and snacks, and numerous students indulged in purchases. Do you have any plans, or shall we simply wander about? Shiza inquired. Where is the nearest post office? Is it close to the school? I have a few letters to send, he added. The post office was, in fact, not far. Following Evia's suggestion, they decided to send Shiza's letters before helping her with some shopping. Only in the capital is there such a thing as a public carriage, Shiza mused. When I was at the border, I could only find them in the main cities accessible from the border towns. Although referred to as carriages, they were actually pulled by earth dragons and functioned similarly to buses on Blue Star, stopping at various stations, reportedly organized by the royal family. Such services were nearly non-existent in smaller towns, which required stable law and order to maintain such public amenities, though one still had to pay to ride. Owen, being the most stable and prosperous capital, has only implemented public carriages in recent years. Their prevalence is still not widespread, Evia noted. There aren't many of them, mainly catering to those with disposable income, as earth dragons are not permitted to run too swiftly in the capital. Commoners prefer to walk themselves. What did you do at the border? Evia asked curiously. Me? I was an adventurer at the border. I recently sought stability and came to the capital for work. Shiza replied, I am preparing to send a few letters to my former teammates to assure them of my well-being. How impressive, Evia exclaimed. Did you encounter dragons during your time as an adventurer? Not earth dragons, but the real, colossal ones. I have seen several. Red dragons, black dragons, and even bronze dragons. They were quite grand. Shiza remarked, not only have I encountered them, but I have also personally slayed several, speaking of which might frighten you. What does a dragon smell like? I have heard that some dragons exude toxic gas. Could that possibly be true? Professor Evia inquired with palpable excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Shiza responded, It seems that only the black dragon emits toxins. I once encountered a red dragon, which continuously released a sulfurous scent. However, after some time post-mortem, the odor diminishes significantly. My former teammates explained that this is due to the dragon's breath organs ceasing to excrete breath fluid upon death, and most of those odors originate from the breath fluid itself. Inside the carriage, there were merely 2 rows of seats, and apart from Shiza, several others occupied the space. Upon hearing Shiza's comments, a man with a small mustache, who exuded a somewhat flamboyant demeanor, scoffed, Every dragon is at least of emerald tier. A creature like a red dragon is at least of epic tier. If a red dragon had actually perished, would we not be aware of it? Chapter 19 Why not be my companion? He continued, If you truly have encountered dragons, provide some evidence to broaden my horizons instead of boasting here. Well, I recall that a few buttons on my garment are made from dragon fangs. Shiza recalled, remembering that he had lost 2 buttons from this very outfit, which were later replaced by Eilina using dragon teeth after he had slain one. You are indeed quite absurd, the mustached man concluded, likely perceiving Shiza as a boastful individual reluctant to engage further. However, Professor Evia was genuinely supportive. Is that true? She smiled at Shiza. I once encountered a dragon as well. It was said to be kept by royalty. I wonder if dragons undergo a change of teeth. 2 repaired buttons adorned his attire, one on his chest and the other at the cuff of his wrist. Shiza extended his left hand, shaking his sleeve. This button on my sleeve is indeed one. It appears to be genuine dragon tooth. Evia's eyes sparkled, sensing the faint magical elements imbued within. May I come closer to inspect? Upon receiving Shiza's consent, she added, Shiza, could you extend your hand a bit? The mustached man in the front row felt a bit exasperated, realizing that this was merely a flirtation between the two. Listening to their exchange, he yearned to disembark and return to the palace, having sneaked out alone and not having visited the royal estate in a long while. Time passed swiftly in the carriage, and as they were about to alight, Evia released Shiza's hand. I apologize. I have an excessive fondness for such things. Not at all. If you desire, I could gift you a small dragon tooth, Shiza offered. A dragon's teeth are not solely enormous. They possess many smaller teeth that assist in grinding their prey. Upon disembarking, the mustached man finally escaped the clamor of the couple behind him. He approached the counter with 3 letters in hand. Phoenix Magic University had a designated counter, which Shiza only learned of through Evia's reminder. The postage for the 3 letters, due to their international nature, was quite steep, totaling 24 gold coins. According to Evia, the journey ahead was not far, so they opted not to take a public carriage but rather to walk. She mentioned that the shop they were heading to belonged to a friend of hers, a store specializing in magical pets and their supplies. The shop was not located on the roadside but rather in an alleyway, with a wooden sign at the entrance depicting a black cat pointing into the alley. Accompanied by a small inscription, walked 10 steps inside. Inside was a typical magical pet store, with various pet food and small garments displayed on the shelves. The shop was empty, yet a door within was ajar, emitting some faint sounds. Are you there? Evia called out before stepping inside. Come in, chattered the parrots at the entrance. The interior resembled an ordinary magical pet shop with an array of food and clothing for magical creatures. Evia called out again. You? A feminine voice emerged from the open door. Evia? Is that you? Just in time. I need your help. Evia proceeded towards the source of the voice, with Shiza following closely behind. Beyond the door lay a spacious courtyard, where various magical creatures were calmly resting. A figure with long black hair was currently restraining a colossal black feline beast. Just in time. Help me hold it down while I give it a bath, she instructed. The beast stood over 2 meters tall but remained immobile under the elf's control. Honestly, where do you get your brutishness from? Evia rolled her eyes and gently stroked the creature's fur. Mao Jian, be good and don't squirm. The once struggling beast ceased its thrashing upon hearing Evia's soothing voice. Teske, your words are indeed effective. If it were another creature, it would be disobedient enough to warrant a red heart lantern fruit as a treat. The individual named you released her grip and rose, conjuring a torrent of water magic to thoroughly wash the black tiger. Be gentler. Why must you always be so rough? Mao Jian dislikes your bathing methods. Evia admonished. Shiza, this is my good friend. You can simply call her you, Evia introduced. Your boyfriend? You glanced up at the unfamiliar male, casually asking. Not at all. Hello, I am you, she replied, directing her left hand to control the water magic while gesturing to her own ear. I am an elf and the owner of this shop. Greetings, I am Shiza, a colleague of Evia's. Shiza observed her long ears but found it difficult to associate her voluptuous figure with that of an elf. Due to the water magic, her attire clung to her, accentuating her curvaceous silhouette. Shiza had encountered many elves before, including Fudan from his previous party, who was a quintessentially beautiful elf. Generally, elves possessed a harmonious physique, brimming with health and vitality. Yet, Yu's form appeared somewhat exaggerated, her ample bosom seemingly on the verge of spilling forth. According to the law of gravity, the mass there resembled a black hole, of course. Being the former hero, Shiza's composure was unwavering, and he refrained from lewdly fixating on her attributes, merely casting a fleeting glance. Wait a moment. I will wash this creature first. Shiza watched as she vigorously bathed the adorably named giant tiger. Employing a rather aggressive technique, scrubbing shampoo into its fur and rinsing it off, often directing bubbles into the creature's eyes, provoking low growls of displeasure, it was no wonder that the beast had resisted her attempts to wash it previously. One could only say its temperament was rather mild. Due to her rough handling, you soon completed the bath, using a towel to dry off the creature. Mao Jian eagerly dashed away, hiding behind a rockery in the courtyard. Let us proceed to the front to converse, you suggested. After serving both of them a cup of coffee, she settled behind the counter and took a sip. Did the school ultimately assign the task to you? Evia frowned and pouted. Yes, with the teacher absent, it fell to me. Oh, by the way, I haven't mentioned this to you yet. Evia turned to Shiza. I came here primarily to procure some special items. Have you ever seen a griffin? The ones that the knights in the capital keep. Shiza nodded in acknowledgement. Recently, a griffin is about to give birth. These creatures tend to become quite aggressive during breeding. It is a protective instinct for their offspring. She explained, her expression tinged with concern. The knights keep 2 types of griffins. One that is relatively docile and has been tamed, posing little danger. The other type is naturally fierce and has not passed the initial screening of the Knights Guild. These wild griffins are specifically bred for their ferocity. Recently, one of these second-type griffins has become pregnant and is nearing childbirth. During this time, its aggression has escalated, leading to several injuries among the other griffins, including a near-fatal incident involving one of its caretakers. Consequently, the Knights had no choice but to send it to our school for assistance. Such occurrences have happened before, but back then, my teacher handled them. Last year, my teacher and the principal went on an expedition, and with the senior students preoccupied, my lighter course load led to this task being assigned to me. Oh, the magical pet treats you ordered last time were for this purpose? You inquired. I thought they were for Azzy. Turns out you're simply a fickle creature seeking novelty. Aji appears to be the name of the amethyst lion that was present during the public class at Evia. There's no helping it. I simply wish to cultivate a good relationship with it, for when the time comes, if it has consumed those things, it will not be able to devour me, Evia remarked. Look at you. If that griffin eats those things, won't they still belong to it? You retorted with a smirk. Oh dear, please don't frighten me. Quickly help me think of a solution. Shizai, you ponder as well. Isn't it sufficient to feed it directly through the bars of the cage? Shizai suggested. Ts not that simple. Griffins are exceedingly rare creatures, and the Night Order requires me to document corresponding data daily. Close contact is out of the question. Alas, if I had known, I wouldn't have accepted this task half-heartedly. Serves you right. Who told you to be so soft-hearted and unable to refuse others? You rolled her eyes, seemingly struck by an idea, and smiled. However, I do have a method. An adult griffin, at its strongest, barely reaches the level of a golden tier. I can lend you Mao Jian to accompany you, and together with Aji, they can protect you. Even if it is a higher golden tier, Aji and Mao Jian together would surely prevail. If not, you can personally step in. 3 against 1, victory is assured. As she spoke, this remarkably grand elf called out, Mao Jian, come here. The black tiger, upon hearing the call, approached with evident reluctance. Evia waved to it, and it trotted over, showing no signs of longing for you. You see, it also adores you. Just take it back. As long as you feed it, it will protect you. Evia embraced the enormous tiger head, but upon feeling some dampness, she pushed it away in distaste. No. Silly, I don't want to take it back. Golden tier magical beasts possess considerable intelligence. Although they cannot communicate in the common tongue, they can at least understand. Hearing Evia call it silly, the creature emitted a somewhat aggrieved whimper. Shizai watched enviously from the side. What an adorable big cat. The cats here are so obedient, allowing you to pet them. They are delightful, Hajime. Unlike the large cats that wanted to eat me during my previous adventures, which were merely keyboard caps, only able to consume the red heart lantern fruit. May I pet it? Shizai inquired. Of course, but it's a bit shy, so be careful not to get bitten. After receiving the owner's permission, Shizai cautiously extended his hand to stroke it. Contrary to his expectations, the texture was smoother, perhaps due to its recent bath, slightly damp yet overall pleasant to touch. Shizai raised his other hand to scratch its chin, and the creature obediently remained still. He was about to remind Shizai not to bring his hand too close to its mouth when she noticed that the ordinarily shy Mao Jian was completely still. Appearing somewhat frightened, gradually lowering itself to the ground in a position that made it easier for Shizai to stroke. Good Hajime, Shizai murmured. It's rare to see Mao Jian being so obedient. What does Hajime mean? You asked curiously. Hajime is the term for honey in my hometown, which later came to refer to adorable small animals. Here it means cute cats, Shizai explained. How did honey come to be associated with cute little creatures? You inquired further. Language is such that even if a word originally does not mean that, once it is widely used, the incorrect becomes correct. For me, as long as it's useful, that is sufficient, Shizai reasoned. Evia, in agreement, reached out to stroke Mao Jian's back. Good Hajime, observing the majestic creature, you appeared contemplative. Why is it called Mao Jian? Shizai asked. That's because when I first found it, it was only this small. You gestured with her hands, mimicking the size of 2 large watermelons, indicating it was approximately the size of a small watermelon. It had 2 clusters of sharp gray fur on top of its ears that extended beyond them, which we elves refer to as smart fur, hence I named it Mao Jian. Such a casual name, Evia scoffed. Suddenly, I thought of another method to ensure you won't be bitten by the griffin. What method? Evia inquired. You abruptly stood up from behind the counter and approached Shizai, closing her eyes and bending down to carefully sniff his scent. Her figure was so exaggerated that as she walked over, she nearly collided with Shizai, who was seated. He had to lean back to avoid her. Your scent is quite strong, you remarked, opening her eyes. My scent is strong. Indeed, very strong. She inhaled deeply, and Shizai was just grateful he had washed his hair the night before. When the time comes, just let Shizai accompany you for protection. He possesses that capability. What do you say? You stepped back a bit, I must say. Her figure was quite extraordinary. Despite wearing a fully covered outfit, it sparked endless imagination. If I can be of help, that would be splendid. Shizai retained a scent reminiscent of a long-haired animal, mixed with a hint of floral fragrance. At just 19 years of age, He felt a restless stir within him. Having been preoccupied with exploring maps and leveling up previously, he now felt the urge to act. Shize is not your boyfriend. Is he? You turned to Evia. Why not consider being my partner? Your scent is quite pleasant, she stated boldly. What? Unwilling. She intertwined her fingers and pressed down, accentuating certain parts of her anatomy. I dare say I am quite charming, especially in terms of femininity. What are you doing? Evia stood up, embracing you and pulling her back behind the counter, insisting she sit down. Don't say such strange things to Shize. She then turned to Shize and added, Shize, please don't mind her. You can be rather eccentric at times. While saying this, Evia used one hand to cover Yu's mouth. Yu, dissatisfied, pushed Evia's hand away. I'm not speaking nonsense. This is our tribe's tradition. You're not a pure-blood elf? How would you know? In our tribe, we generally seek partners based on scent or visual attraction. If you find the scent appealing, then you two will surely get along splendidly. I can sense that Shize is powerful, and his scent is delightful. He would make an ideal partner for me and our tribe. I would seize the opportunity to knock Shize out and take him away. Shize was at a loss for words, scratching his head and offering a polite yet awkward smile. Miss you? Which elf tribe do you belong to? I previously had an elf friend but have never heard of such customs. I must swiftly change the subject. This is getting somewhat awkward, Shize mused. You beamed with pride. I am of pure night elf lineage. In our tribe, women work outside while men manage the home. As long as you become my partner and pass my evaluation period, I will earn the money to support you. At this moment, Evia, standing behind her with arms crossed, chuckled softly at her words. Poking her cheek? You? Earning a living? It would be impressive if your shop could break even each month. As it stands, it's fortunate that the shop is yours and you don't have to pay rent. Otherwise, you'd have gone bankrupt long ago. You, however, appeared unfazed. So what? This shop is mine. Shize, if you truly become my partner, this shop will be yours as well. It's quite spacious, and I spent a hefty sum of 15,000 gold on it. How about that? Feeling tempted? Now, back to the matter at hand. Just let Shize protect you. Trust me, he definitely has the capability. Then leave it to me. If the griffin gets hungry, it can feast on me and be satisfied. Shize jested, no worries. If it truly comes to that, I'll just give it a good thrashing. Evia flexed her arms, though her slender limbs hardly showcased robust muscles, making her appear rather endearing. Do I still need to purchase the magical pet snacks I ordered from you earlier? I needn't curry favor with that griffin, since I have Shize protecting me. Evia asked with a mischievous smile. Should I just cancel the order? Dream on. Having ordered it, you can't just say you don't want it. Can't you feed it to Aji instead? You rolled her eyes, standing up to venture into the depths of the shop, returning with several bags filled with neatly stacked crystal cans. So easily forgetting the old for the new, you heartless woman. Shize expressed his desire to keep a pet. Do you have any recommendations? Evia inquired. Do you have any preferences? You asked. I'd like a pet that is easy to care for, not too troublesome, and adorably cute. Although this establishment is a magical pet shop, my primary intention is to find reliable guardians for these little companions. I merely charge a modest intermediary fee along with the previous foster care expenses. Why don't you take a look and see if there is a suitable match? As long as both parties feel a connection, it should be straightforward. Shize has been affectionately stroking a large cat, which initially seemed somewhat apprehensive. However, after a while, it began to purr contentedly, narrowing its eyes in bliss. The large cat is utterly adorable. I too wish to have one, albeit a smaller version. After Shize meandered around the shop, he ultimately settled on a small kitten. Its fur was predominantly black, save for a white belly and paws, and a tuft of silver fur stood upright atop its head. Is this the one? Observe if it desires to befriend you. This is no ordinary kitten. According to Evia, it is also a magical creature. And once it matures, it is likely to surpass the apprentice tier and achieve the bronze tier without a doubt. Meow. Shize extended his hand into the small cage, and rather than displaying fear, the kitten let out a tiny mewl that appears quite fond of you. What do you think? Have you made your decision? Would you like to become its friend? You inquired. This one will do. It captivates my interest. Shize confirmed without much hesitation. Can I purchase magical pet supplies here as well? Given my regard for Evia, I can offer you a 20% discount. You, having produced an account book at some point, stood behind Shiza, her gaze fixed intently upon him. I'll buy it. Shiza, unfazed by the expense, reassured himself that as an adventurer, he had ample savings. The total for cat food, treats, toys, and the fee for befriending the kitten amounted to 31 gold coins. However, considering my regard for Avia, I shall waive the cents and grant you an overall discount, bringing it to 24 gold coins. You winked playfully while adding, if you're willing to be my boyfriend, I can waive the fee altogether. I'll think about it. Shiza chuckled, recognizing U.S. slightly blunt demeanor. The world is vast, inhabited by various intelligent races, and certain perspectives may differ from that of humans. There's quite a lot to carry, Avia complained. Can't you find someone to assist you? It's quite cumbersome to manage all these items. Had it not been for Shiza today, I would have certainly asked you to help me carry them back. Both Shiza and Avia were laden with several bags, with Shiza bearing the heavier ones while carrying a small backpack with ventilation holes on his back, inside which nestled the newly acquired kitten, a small female. In this otherworldly realm, who knows, she might transform into a catgirl in the future. With such musings, Shiza decided to name her Nibao, as her mews were sweet and delicate. Oh, come on. It's not like you pay the wages. You rolled her eyes, standing at the shop's entrance to bid farewell to the two. Shiza, do come by to play when you have time. Feel free to ask me anything, and no need to come with Avia. Why not have me accompany you? Avia questioned. Because your presence is quite a hindrance, was U.S. unvarnished response. Fine, fine, Shiza replied, glancing back at you as they walked further away, gradually becoming more aware of the awe-inspiring grandeur that surrounded them. It's likely that in the future, merely seeing her silhouette would be enough for recognition. The two decided to return to school first to drop off their belongings and enjoy a meal. Although you sometimes spoke oddly, she was genuinely a kind person. Fearing you might leave Shiza with a negative impression, Avia spoke up to explain. Perhaps elves are simply like that. They tend to be rather direct in their speech. It's all good. I find it quite refreshing. Shiza nodded in agreement. To be honest, if you wish, you could consider spending more time with you, Avia suggested with a gentle smile. Don't let her outward demeanor fool you. She has never been in a relationship and is quite an endearing child. You might just find an opportunity. Speaking of elves, their appearances often seem at odds with their actual ages, Shiza pondered suddenly. I wonder how old she is now. Such inquiries are best kept to oneself. It's wise not to voice them indiscriminately, Avia cautioned, tilting her head to gaze into Shiza's eyes. After they returned their belongings to the dormitory, it was nearly midday. Shiza carefully settled the tiny Nibao within the confines of his room. They resolved to have lunch at school first, then in the afternoon, they would visit the Griffin, with Avia treating Shiza to dinner later that evening. The kitten, still a mere juvenile, was somewhat timid in its new surroundings, huddling within its tiny carrier and refusing to emerge. Shiza gently grasped the scruff of its neck and lifted it into his hands. It truly was a diminutive creature. The kitten emitted soft mews, reminiscent of a little whimper. Shiza retrieved the cat bed he had purchased earlier and placed it in the storage room, which was devoid of any belongings that could be damaged by the kitten's antics. He also arranged the litter box, instructing, "Don't make a mess. Use this box for your business." He pointed at the litter box, not particularly concerned whether it understood his words, before placing its food nearby. While he was still setting things up, there was a knock at the door. It was Avia's voice. "Shiza, are you there? The door is unlocked. Feel free to come in." Just as Shiza was arranging the items, Avia entered, having changed into a new outfit. A brown leather jacket over a set of leather armor, complete with bracers and gloves, giving her the appearance of a female adventurer from an unknown land. Her long pink hair was styled into two playful buns atop her head, her lips a healthy shade of pink, her features embodying the elegance of her elven heritage, her skin as pale as snow, and her eyes sparkling with vitality. "I'm coming in," Avia announced as she pushed the door open. Previously, there had been discussions regarding the disarray often associated with male living spaces, yet Shiza's room was remarkably tidy, with no discarded clothing in sight. Fresh laundry was hung out to dry by the window, and the table and shelves were adorned with numerous books and writing materials, some of which were open, showing signs of having been read, alongside a notebook filled with notes. The room simply lacked a touch of liveliness. Perhaps placing a couple of dragon heart orchids on the balcony would help? Following the sound, she approached the storage room, where Shiza was playfully engaging with Naibao, who was chasing after his fingers. Avia crouched down to gently rub the kitten's head, which responded with adorable mewls akin to a soft whimper. The two were close enough for Shiza to catch a whiff of the delightful fragrance in Avia's hair. "Why have you donned a full set of gear?" Shiza inquired. Avia chuckled lightly. "I'm still wary of that griffin. Should it decide to bite, at least I'll have some protection." "Let us go," Shiza said as he stood up, brushing off his clothes. "Little Naibao, be good while we're away," Avia said, reluctantly giving the kitten his head one last rub. In the afternoon, the two made their way to the school's beast garden. Avia carried the bag filled with glass jars they had retrieved earlier. Interestingly, when Shiza first arrived in this world, he had contemplated whether he could profit from selling glass, perhaps by melting some sand. However, that entrepreneurial endeavor had yet to materialize before falling flat. Long before, some bored individuals had already sought to discover the transformation of sand into glass. To produce clear and brilliant glass, one must pay attention to a few key factors. The temperature must be sufficiently high, and impurities in the sand must be minimized. Such technical challenges might perplex the common folk. But for a wizard, it is merely a matter of snapping one's fingers. Understanding the various magical beast species is also an essential aspect of becoming a proficient wizard. The school never hesitated to invest in creating an optimal learning environment for its students, as it was not the institution's funds being spent, but rather the royal treasury. Most of the school's facilities and equipment were directly sponsored by the royal family of the Aeon Empire, and they certainly made the most of it. Phoenix Magic University spans an impressive area exceeding 27,000 hectares, with the Beast Garden occupying more than one-third of the entire campus. As the saying goes, the greater the magical energy, the greater the productivity. Under the influence of magic, the productivity of this world surpasses that of the Blue Planet, showcasing a vast array of species from the northern continent, the Magic Continent, the oceans, and even the Elven Forest. The Beast Garden was lush with trees, and larger magical beasts were allocated specific living areas to prevent any potential harm to humans, managed collaboratively by the teachers and staff. To mitigate any altercations among high-tier magical beasts, those of silver rank and above were kept separated by magical barriers. "Let us first locate the griffin," Avia suggested, transferring some of the jars into another bag while setting aside the smaller one. This excess bag is for the griffin. Establishing a good rapport with it is crucial, and the remainder can be given to Aji. Perhaps due to her slight elven heritage, Avia seemed even more enchanting in this arboreal environment. She stuck out her tongue playfully, exuding natural charm. "I hope Aji won't be upset with me later." As they wandered through the Beast Garden, reminiscent of a forest, they finally arrived at the griffin's designated area. This section was remarkably expansive, featuring a wooded landscape with a stream originating from underground, bisecting the area. The two stood at the source of this stream, just outside the boundary of the griffin's enclosure. "Let us call out from outside the barrier first to see if it's around," Evia remarked, her demeanor slightly anxious, as she sought a higher stone to perch upon, her shoes brushing against the ground. Leaving traces of mud atop the rock, "Sanko, Sanko," Evia called out, invoking the name of the golden griffin. No response echoed back from the woods before her, only the distant chirping of insects whose origins were unknown. In this region, Sanko was the sole large creature, having resided here for several days. Aside from the day she had been introduced into the woods, Evia had not laid eyes on her again. Were it not for the daily disappearance of the fresh meat Evia provided, coupled with the absence of any warnings from the magical barrier, she would genuinely suspect that Sanko had escaped. Typically, a pregnant griffin's appetite would increase significantly. The Academy ensured it was fed over 40 pounds of meat each morning and evening to guarantee its nutritional needs were met. Evia had previously utilized a magical eye to observe Sanko, who would only come to claim the offered meat in the evenings, never appearing in the presence of others. Evia appeared somewhat disheartened, having fed her for days without even glimpsing her face. Caring for a griffin, especially a pregnant one, was no simple task. A robust griffin could be worth more than its weight in gold, and with the added value of the unborn chicks, The Nightly Order required daily records of her physical data to ascertain the precise timing of her delivery. Ensuring a smooth birth. Chapter 21. The Serpent's Eye Fruit, Evia and Senko. The reproductive methods of griffins in this world are peculiar. At times, they lay eggs, while at other times, they give live birth. In adverse external conditions, griffins may choose to lay eggs and then venture out to hunt, but in more favorable environments, they gestate their young within until maturity before giving birth, a remarkable biological phenomenon. The latter approach, having absorbed sufficient nourishment from the mother, results in healthier and stronger chicks. To facilitate this birthing method, caretakers must provide ample space and food during this critical time. Furthermore, despite possessing maternal instincts, these inherently fierce creatures may sometimes suppress their somewhat tenuous maternal love, occasionally leading to instances where they harm their own offspring. Insufficient nutrition for the mother griffin poses a grave risk. The Nightly Order meticulously monitors the griffin's health data to avert such dire outcomes. It was now afternoon. The gentle babbling of the stream resonated through the woods, with only the sound of water breaking the silence. Devoid of any insect chorus, Senko, Senko, Evia called out once more, yet still, the griffin named Senko did not appear. There's no other choice. Let us venture in search of her. If anything occurs, you shall hide behind me. Shiza was wholly untroubled by the prospect of the griffin posing any threat to them. It would be rather pathetic if a mere young griffin dared to act fierce in front of a retired hero such as himself. Wait, Evia stopped Shiza. You should wear my bracer and no need. It shouldn't he be able to bite me? Shiza waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense, it's better to be safe than sorry. You really should wear it to avoid getting bitten. With that, Evia removed the leather bracer from her left arm and placed it on Shiza's. This bracer contains a spell slot with an instant casting silver magic shield. If it attempts to bite you, activate it swiftly. Unable to argue with Evia, Shiza reluctantly extended his left arm, allowing her to fasten it on him. The bracer was evidently custom-made for Evia, fitting Shiza rather snugly, though the adjustable straps alleviated any discomfort. I'll lead the way. You follow closely, Shiza declared. Let me show you how an experienced adventurer observes his surroundings. Just be cautious. If you encounter Senko, avoid sudden movements, as startling her would be unfortunate. Evia was not overly concerned for Shiza's safety. Despite his youthful appearance, one could not become a teacher at Phoenix Magic University without some degree of prowess, with the minimum requirement being at least of the golden tier. Thus, they traversed the woods together. Shiza, how many years have you been an adventurer? Evia inquired as they walked. Perhaps 2 or 3 years, Shiza recollected. Impressive, Evia responded with a hint of envy. I have always been a theoretical mage. And aside from practical exams during my student days, I have rarely engaged in real combat. Being a theoretical mage has its merits as well. When I was an adventurer, I endured many nights in the wild. Sometimes going hungry, relying on foraging for sustenance, Shiza replied, crouching down as he spotted several clumps of long hair near the stream. The hair was golden at the top, fading to silver and eventually clear at the tips. This was characteristic of griffin fur. The outer gold and inner silver transitioning to transparency made the griffin appear golden under sunlight, aiding them in concealing their forms against the sky. Evia leaned closer. This marks Senko's territory, indicating we are not far from her. Beside the stone grew a green, vine-like plant, the tip adorned with a small blue fruit. As Shiza stood, he casually plucked several of the fruits attached to their vines and stuffed them into his pocket. Shiza, why are you collecting those serpent's eye fruits? They're toxic, Evia cautioned. Eat. Of course, Shiza replied, I often consume these during my adventuring days. They can restore a bit of magic and also enhance mental acuity and magical resistance. But the serpent's eye fruit is poisonous. Consuming too much can induce hallucinations. How can you eat them? Evia expressed her confusion. I used to eat them frequently when I was an adventurer. An elder taught me how. Shiza said, retrieving a serpent's eye fruit from his pocket, still attached to its stem. Here, let me show you how to eat it. He pinched the stem with his thumb and forefinger and pulled back forcefully. The stem did not break, but the juice was expelled as the white and green liquid oozed out. The blue hue of the fruit faded away, leaving only the stem tinged blue. Upon peeling away the outer skin, the white flesh inside was revealed. The toxins were primarily contained within the skin, and if the skin was ruptured, it would taint the flesh with poison. Shiza popped the round fruit flesh into his mouth. Sweet. Would you care for one? Look, just like this, he demonstrated, pinching the stem and pulling back, causing the blue color to diminish. He offered the prepared fruit to Evia. Would you like to try? Evia cautiously accepted the serpent's eye fruit, its flesh glistening invitingly. After a moment's hesitation, under Shiza's watchful gaze, she finally placed it in her mouth. "It's sweet," she remarked, "but it seems to have a bit of a spicy aftertaste." "Oh, that's the flavor of the seed. Just spit that out," Shiza explained. "The hallucinogenic properties come from the toxins in the skin. If these toxins come into contact with the seed, it can cause a burning sensation in the mouth and throat." The half-elf lady covered her mouth with her hand, spitting out the black seed. "I actually enjoy the lingering spiciness. It's a bit intoxicating when consumed in excess," Shiza chuckled. "Would you like more?" Evia shook her head. "I cannot tolerate spicy foods." "The experiences of an adventurer are indeed vast," Evia mused. "I only learned from books that the serpent's eye fruit is toxic, yet I had no idea it could be edible if properly prepared. What would my life have been had I chosen the path of an adventurer?" Shiza picked up the tuft of griffin hair and activated the locating spell. The spell's essence belonged to the divination school. It is noteworthy that the locating spell does not operate as those untrained in magic might conceive, deriving answers from nothing through tarot or rods. Rather, its fundamental principle lies in tracing the remnants of an object's existence to make inferences. For instance, Shiza was now employing the griffin's golden hair to utilize the locating spell. Essentially, he was inquiring whether any entities in the spiritual realm had encountered the owner of this tuft of hair. A process of deduction from 1 to 2. In contrast, divination spells such as tarot and rod divination are considered quite challenging, as they transition from nothing to something, demanding a high degree of spirituality from the caster. Throughout history, many mages specializing in divination have concocted various obscure remedies to enhance their spiritual sensitivity. Shiza had indeed researched this, particularly the seemingly implausible ritual of walking backwards 7 steps in each of the 4 corners of the washroom. It is said that some individuals have communicated with the legendary great beings through such methods, acquiring recipes for certain magical potions, yet, honestly, it sounds rather dubious. A faint white magical aura emanated from Shiza's hand. As the spirits of the ethereal realm accepted this energy as payment, guiding him in the search for the griffin known as Shunka. "Found it. Over here," the spirit informed Shiza, directing him with a cacophony of excited chatter. As if a group of children were trying to lead the way, yet failing to articulate their meaning clearly. As they traversed the forest, various magical plants came into view, all precious species transplanted from outside by the school. The area inhabited by the griffin was a wooded slope, advantageous for the takeoff of such large winged beasts, allowing them to ascend with minimal runway. The guiding spirits eventually halted beside a gentle incline. There lay a deep cave, and the spirits informed Shiza that what he sought was within. Griffins typically favor nesting in locations akin to cliff platforms, where they excavate a den with their razor-sharp claws. Using the remnants of their hunts to construct their nests in the absence of such geography, they would opt for dry caves. The cave entrance was deep and shrouded in darkness, with dragging marks at the mouth, likely the result of Shunka dragging the meat provided by its caretakers back into its lair. "This must be the place. Let me see if I can lure Shunka out," Evia said as she stepped forward. Retrieving several crystal jars from the bag she carried, she opened them at the cave's entrance and conjured a gentle breeze with her magic, wafting the mixed aroma of fish and meat into the cave as she and Shiza concealed themselves. Data regarding the griffin's physical attributes, such as its length and weight, could be estimated through visual comparison, while pressure gauges could be employed at the feeding sites to measure its weight. However, the more critical observation was whether the griffin was lactating. If it chose viviparity, the female would produce milk before giving birth. If oviparity, it would only do so during incubation. By analyzing the griffin's weight and abdominal condition, one could deduce its reproductive method with reasonable accuracy. After setting up the jars, Evia and Shiza retreated to a distance, quietly observing the cave's entrance. They lay low, patiently awaiting the griffin's emergence. Shiza pulled out a few snake-eye fruits from his pocket, nibbling on them while collecting the discarded stems and seeds. After approximately 20 minutes, Shiza finally spotted the golden griffin that had instilled fear in Evia. As a female, it was impressively large, standing over 1.5 meters tall and measuring more than 4 meters in length. Excluding its tail that a fringe of white fur adorned its head, while the rest of its body radiated a golden sheen. Its wings were tucked at its sides, rendering it both beautiful and majestic. With a slightly rounded belly, both individuals held their breath as they observed the griffin from afar. Despite its eagle-like head, its movements on the ground resembled those of a feline. It crouched low, cautiously approaching the jars, sniffing at them. Should it decide to eat, Evia could gradually approach it with the jars. This creature possessed the intellect akin to that of a small child. Evia had encountered it upon its arrival, allowing for the possibility of communication. Yet, it remained wary of the unfamiliar food, circling the jars multiple times without taking a bite. Suddenly, it seemed to catch a scent, raising its head to sniff the air intently. As if detecting something, it slowly advanced towards their hiding spot. Stopping approximately 60 meters away, It opened its mouth, releasing a sound reminiscent of a huff. Hass. Its fur bristled, and its wings unfurled, making it appear larger and more imposing to any potential adversaries. Evia realized they had been discovered. She rose from the underbrush, revealing her hands to show she bore no weapons, only the jars. Shiza remained still, observing intently. "Shunka, do you remember me?" Evia called softly, then slowly placed the jar on the ground and opened it. Shunka lowered its body, poised for action. "Shunka?" Hiss. The only response was a louder huff. Evia attempted to step forward, but with each advance, Shunka would huff loudly, retreating a step in response. After several attempts, Shunka ceased backing away. But its posture indicated a clear intent to attack. Ha! It huffed forcefully, and a sudden surge of magical energy enveloped its mouth, a manifestation of the innate spell of the pureblood golden griffin. Known as the solar flared, a golden sphere of light erupted forth, a quintessential golden spell. Evia, unable to evade in time, activated all her instant-cast protective spells in front of her. In a critical moment, Shiza sprang from the underbrush, enveloping Evia in his arms and swiftly retreating, narrowly avoiding the solar flare. The golden orb whizzed past them, detonating on the ground behind them, while the spell's area of effect was not vast. Its power was formidable, creating a crater 8 meters in diameter in the earth. The soil crystallized from the intense heat. The fact that it initiated with a high-tier spell rather than a lower-tier one illustrates the peril inherent in a pregnant griffin. Evia, still in Shiza's embrace, shielded her face with her arms. Controlling magical energy in proximity is far easier than projecting it, and a defensive spell of the same tier could easily withstand 1 or 2 equivalent attacks. Yet, Evia had activated several silver tier shields, and their efficacy against the solar flare remained uncertain. In that critical moment, it was Shiza who saved her, and Evia's expression reflected her relief at having survived. The griffin's arsenal was far from exhausted. Upon realizing the solar flare was ineffective, Shunka lunged towards them, its wings thrumming in the air to gain speed. However, in Shiza's eyes, the assault of this golden-tier beast was still too slow. A dragon of colossal proportions, hundreds of times larger than Shunka, could unleash dozens of bites or claw strikes within that time frame. Shiza gently set Evia down in a nearby clearing, positioning himself to face the griffin's advance. As it lunged, he deftly sidestepped, seizing Shunka's neck, flipping onto its back while tightly clamping his legs around its body. Chapter 22. Within the Ganges, the temperament of the griffin is notoriously volatile. Even knights who coexist with them daily cannot claim to have fully tamed such a proud creature. Shiza's act of mounting Shunka was, without a doubt, a blatant provocation. The moment it registered Shiza's presence on its back, it began a furious struggle, flapping its wings and thrashing its body in an attempt to dislodge him. Yet Shiza's legs were firmly clamped around it, and his arms were tightly wrapped around its neck, preventing Shunka from casting him off. Roar. No longer a mere huff of warning, Shunka emitted a majestic roar akin to that of a lion, attempting to roll over in a bid to shake Shiza free. Evia, wishing to assist, found her magic hindered by the entangled duo. After several minutes of relentless resistance from Shunka, Shiza continuously sought to soothe the creature, yet to no avail. The griffin's head could rotate 180 degrees, akin to that of an owl, and during their struggle, it turned to face Shiza, letting out an enraged roar. Magical radiance coalesced within its mouth, a manifestation of its innate magic. The beast's roar possessed the power to instill fear in creatures of lower tiers, paralyzing them with dread due to the vast disparity in strength. However, this tactic proved ineffective against X-Size. Dio subdued Shunka. He firmly grasped its head, forcing it back and pressing it toward the ground. Evia, you need to step back for a moment, Shiza instructed, and she promptly complied, retreating. The surrounding environment bore the brunt of their struggle. The earth was furrowed as if plowed, with the soil turned up and claw marks from the griffin's powerful strikes etched into the stones. Evia watched in astonishment. This was her first encounter witnessing someone contend with such a colossal golden tier beast. Shiza appeared to handle it with ease, even finding the time to caution her to retreat. Was this truly a human, or had a dragon transformed into human form? At that moment, every muscle in Shanka's body was taut, its claws deeply embedded in the rock, determined not to lower its head like the human atop its back. A continuous low growl of menace emanated from its mouth, reminiscent of a rolling stone. Shiza, wary of injuring the griffin beneath him, refrained from exerting too much force, gradually pressing its head down, content to simply pin it to the ground. As the standoff persisted, Shiza himself failed to notice a faint red magic creeping up his left cheek, the very spot where the curse of the red dragon resided. The skin beneath the mask began to burn, and as he observed the griffin continuing to resist, an agitation surged within him. With a roar, Shanka released another low growl, prompting Shiza to feel an urge to unleash a primal scream from deep within his throat. An overwhelming surge of magic uncontrollably gathered within him, and instinctively, he yearned to roar in response. However, his quick reflexes allowed him to suppress this impulse. The amassed magic already surpassed 1% of his total magical capacity. Were he to actually roar, he feared Shanka might not withstand it, and certainly, Teacher Evia would not endure such a force. Shiza swiftly reined in the majority of his magic, yet he felt no need to stifle the impending roar altogether. Leaning down, he emitted a sound akin to a dragon's roar directed at the mother griffin beneath him. The volume was not particularly loud, but to Shanka's ears, it resonated like thunder. The roar of a predator at the apex of the food chain etched itself deeply into the essence of this majestic creature. Confronted with such a being, the only recourse was to bury one's head in the earth and pray not to be discovered. The roars of higher beings carry an inherent intimidation. As one of the most powerful races in existence, dragons infuse their roars with magic, launching a direct assault on one's psyche. Although Shiza had mitigated most of his magic, it was crucial to remember that he had unleashed it right beside Shanka's ear. The poor griffin found its mind momentarily blank, its body seizing up, unable to support its weight, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Shiza took this opportunity to turn and dismount, standing aside. Evia, witnessing Shanka's sudden collapse after Shiza's peculiar roar, hurried forward as the griffin ceased its resistance. At this moment, Shanku appeared utterly dazed, its eyes rolling back, tongue lolling out, its entire body limp upon the ground. It should now be incapable of resisting. Shiza remarked, urging Evia to record any pertinent bodily data quickly. As Evia examined Shanku, Shiza took the opportunity to inspect himself. This was not the first time the curse upon his face had spiraled out of control. Previously, he had dismissed it as merely a disfigurement, assuming a year or so of recovery would suffice. However, it now appeared to affect his cognition during battles, leading him to act impulsively. While the previous instances of the curse had yielded no detrimental effects, this time it had proven somewhat beneficial. Otherwise, Shiza would have struggled to devise a method to quell Shanka's resistance without inflicting harm. Perhaps his overly cautious approach when confronting the Annihilation Dragon had resulted in this curse, causing him to lose rationality in battle and compelling him to confront challenges head-on more often. Shiza! Shiza! Evia's voice pulled him back to reality. Can you help me figure out how to get Shanku to lie on its side? She needed to ascertain if the griffin was lactating. During her earlier examination, she had noted signs suggesting that for some unknown reason, Shanku seemed inclined to lay eggs prematurely and needed to be turned over. With Shiza's assistance, Evia successfully flipped Shanku onto its side. A gentle press indicated signs of milk secretion, though it remained unclear why the griffin exhibited signs of wanting to lay eggs prematurely. Evia shared her concerns with Shiza, who surmised the cause. A single roar had likely startled the griffin into early labor, an explanation that would hardly be palatable. I'll keep watch while you try to build rapport with it. Shiza suggested. Rest assured, with me here, it won't have the opportunity to harm you. Good. I'll show you step by step how to bond with a fierce, large magical beast. Completing the examination evidently lifted Evia's spirits, and she smiled as she commented, I wonder if it's due to my elven heritage, but I excel at forming bonds with magical creatures. After a brief wait, Shanku, who had been overwhelmed by the roar of a superior species, finally stirred back to consciousness. Upon opening its eyes, it spotted two humans nearby, one of whom, the familiar pink-skinned one, held jars of food. First, we must demonstrate our goodwill by showing we bear no weapons. Evia explained as she slowly extended her hands toward Shanku, revealing nothing but the two jars emitting the aroma of food. Gradually, she approached the griffin, moving with gentle, deliberate slowness. It is crucial not to exhibit overt intentions. Many magical creatures maintain a comfort zone, and encroaching upon it too swiftly can provoke aggression. As she continued to approach, Evia articulated, the correct approach is to gradually close the distance, continuously testing boundaries to increase their tolerance. As Shanku curled its body in response to Evia's cautious advance, it kept a watchful eye on her approach while remaining acutely aware of the other human's presence. The griffin, being astute, would not easily accept food of unknown origins. It growled deep from its throat, attempting to deter Evia's advances. Though initially effective, she persisted in testing its limits. Just as Shanku's demeanor grew increasingly perilous and its posture more aggressive, Shiza behind her narrowed his eyes, recalling the earlier incident, and emitted a barely audible growl from his throat. Though Evia could not hear it, the sound resonated clearly in Shanku's keen ears, instantly conjuring memories of the fear it had just experienced, akin to a bucket of ice water cascading from its head to tail, abruptly quelling its agitation. Shanku instinctively lowered its head, signaling submission. Observing this, Evia misinterpreted it as a gesture of goodwill and, despite her uncertainty, seized the opportunity to step closer, now within reach of the griffin's forehead. As the human encroached further, Shanku exhibited signs of wanting to raise its head again. Shiza responded with a more aggressive growl, infused with unmistakable anger, startling Shanku into pressing its head lower, emitting a whimper reminiscent of injury. Encouraged, Evia boldly placed her hand atop the griffin's head, a significant breakthrough in taming. Though unbeknownst to her, Shiza nodded in approval at her progress. Moving closer, Shiza crouched beside Evia, extending his hand to stroke Shanku alongside hers. Is it just my imagination, or does it seem to be trembling? Evia asked, puzzled that I don't know. Perhaps it's simply unaccustomed to such close human contact, Shiza replied, feigning ignorance. As Shiza continued to stroke the griffin, he gradually increased the motion, gently lifting its chin. The two remained silent, simply enjoying the tactile connection with the griffin. While it displayed complete submission under Shiza's touch, its expression remained significantly more fierce when Evia's hand made contact, emanating an aura of aggression. Does it not like me? Evia lamented, frustrated by Shanku's enduring scowl. I have an idea, Shiza mused, positioning his hand on Shanku's neck where Evia could not see. Why don't you try touching it again? Upon hearing this, Evia reached out once more, and indeed, Shanku wore an unmistakably impatient expression. Upon witnessing the scene, Shiza discreetly tightened the hand resting on Shanku's neck, and indeed, the irritation that adorned Shanku's face dissipated in an instant, leaving behind a demeanor of remarkable docility. After several such exchanges, when Evia reached out to caress Shanku once more, the latter had already refrained from displaying any semblance of impatience on its countenance. Where has that rebellious spirit gone? Is it not possible to resurrect it? Shiza mused silently. It had discerned the hierarchy among the beings present. First was Shiza, followed closely by Evia, who shared a closer bond with Shiza. And lastly, It found its own place at the bottom of the pecking order. Only upon grasping the order of precedence did it exhibit the compliant behavior befitting its status. Shunka? Shunka? Would you care for a treat? Avia inquired, observing Shunka gradually yielding to her advances, hoping to entice it to consume the canned delicacies. Although aware of Avia's superior standing, Shunka, believing itself stronger, chose to disregard Avia's invitation, turning its head away in obstinacy. Shiza recognized that forcing its head down to eat would be counterproductive to the very intention of fostering a good relationship. After all, compelling it to eat would be a misrepresentation of their goals. Yet, Shiza had a solution in mind. From his pocket, he retrieved the stem of the snake-eye fruit he had recently peeled. Perhaps you might consider this. Avia turned her gaze towards him as Shiza continued. Why not squeeze the juice from this into the canned food? Huh. Avia responded, puzzled. Shiza elaborated. In my days as an adventurer, I initially intended to collect this juice to poison my weapons. However, I once discovered that the cats in the village seem to have an insatiable interest in it. Quite frankly, it resembles an otherworldly variant of catnip, albeit with far greater potency. Avia noted that ever since Shiza had produced the juice from his pocket, Shunka's eyes were fixated on it, captivated by the enticing liquid. Let us give it a shot. After all, it's merely a small quantity. Being of the golden tier, it should withstand any adverse effects. All right, just a tad. Avia eventually acquiesced, reasoning that trying it posed no risk. Shiza squeezed the juice into the can, transforming the previously pale pink mixture of fish and other ingredients into a subtle shade of blue. The aroma wafting through the air. Shunka's expression began to shift, its nostrils flaring as it inhaled the intoxicating scent emanating from the food held by the human. Avia brought the concoction to Shunka's mouth, which, despite initial resistance and a slight turn of its head, could no longer resist the allure. A few unbidden tears slipped from the corners of its mouth and dripped into the can. Ultimately, it surrendered to temptation, extending its tongue to discreetly taste a morsel. Exquisite. So intoxicating I had intended to chastise her sternly, but the allure was simply too overwhelming. In later reflections, when recounting to its offspring how its relationship with that human had blossomed, Shunka would express this sentiment. Observing Shunka rolling on the ground, its gaze now entranced, Shiza nodded in agreement. Cats fall prey to addiction, and lions, being felines, do as well. If lions succumb, then griffins, being part lion, are not exempt either. Chapter 23. Shiza remained silent. Another kin was devoured, and by now, Shunka was thoroughly indulging itself, having consumed several cans in succession. Initially, it had refused the standard fare, only relishing the enhanced version. All right, enough already, Avia gently admonished as Shunka continued its voracious consumption, her hand affectionately stroking its head. Though somewhat reluctant to be petted by Avia, it ultimately complied under Shiza's watchful gaze, diligently continuing its feast. As dusk approached, the two prepared to take their leave. Let us call it a day, Avia declared, rising to her feet and brushing off her hands. It's still pregnant. We shouldn't allow it to feast excessively. She casually opened the last can and set it down on the ground, then turned to grasp Shiza's sleeve, their bond having grown significantly closer throughout the afternoon. Come, I shall treat you to dinner, Avia beamed. I'm glad you were here this afternoon. Shall we go directly? Don't you wish to change into something else? Shiza inquired, noting that Avia was still clad in her adventurer attire, having returned the gauntlet to her. Let us go. No need for a change? She twirled around. I think this outfit is just fine. Very well, Shiza replied, rising to his feet and heading towards the riverbank. I just need to wash my hands. I'll join you. The primary purpose was to wash away the juice from the snake-eye fruit that had smeared onto his hands. After washing, Shiza simply flicked his hands dry. Traditionally, he would have dried them on his clothing, but perhaps it was best to be more mindful of his appearance this time. Wait a moment, Avia called from behind. Upon hearing her voice, Shiza turned to find Avia approaching with small steps, extracting a handkerchief from her pouch and taking hold of his hand to wipe it clean. Let us dry off the moisture first. I have a handkerchief right here. Shiza recalled seeing a similar small bag on Neely, who would use it to carry precious materials or potions acquired during adventures. However, Avia's bag contained a mirror and a handkerchief. With meticulous care, Avia wiped Shiza's hands, ensuring to dry between his fingers before folding the handkerchief and using the other side to dry her own hands, ultimately placing it back into the compartment of her small bag. Her hands, unlike those of the girls from his former adventuring party, were devoid of the calluses typically earned from outdoor escapades. Instead, they were soft, with distinct knuckles, the contrast between her fair palms and Shiza's hands strikingly pronounced. "Shall we?" She smiled, a few strands of her pink hair escaping the confines of her hair tie, dancing in the evening breeze, while her eyes sparkled with mirth, framed by long lashes that seemed almost translucent under the warm golden sunlight. Exiting the Beast Garden and passing through the school gates, they chose not to take a public carriage, opting instead to walk to their destination. "Come, let me take you to a wonderful establishment. Certified by yours truly, the taste is absolutely delightful." Her enthusiasm was palpable, her demeanor exuding joy as she walked. Lively and youthful, she resembled a novice adventurer, freshly returned from her first quest, having vanquished goblins in a village outside the royal capital and eager to celebrate her earnings with a grand feast. Upon leaving the school grounds, they observed many students in uniform strolling along the streets. Phoenix Magic University bore an uncanny resemblance to universities on Blue Star, differing only in their curriculum. Moreover, due to the legal marriage age being set at 15 in the Aeorn Empire, it could be argued that it offered even more freedom than Blue Star in certain respects. Occasionally, students greeted Avia, who seemed to enjoy considerable popularity among her peers, likely due to her gentle nature and striking beauty. After navigating through several winding streets, Avia led Shiza to a tavern. This establishment, run by a pair of dwarven proprietors, appeared to cater to adventurers, with patrons clad in various adventurer garb from all races. Aeorn is a notably inclusive nation. Despite being ruled by human royalty, it extends a warm welcome to other intelligent races, particularly dwarves and various beastfolk, both of which hold significant roles in the Empire's forging industry and military. Non-human races constitute 1/8 of the population in the Aeorn Empire, a remarkably high figure on the continent. The atmosphere in the royal capital is rather pleasant, Shiza remarked as they settled into a corner table. Observing the surroundings, people here seem far friendlier than those at the borders, and their conversations are much quieter. "Did altercations really break out in the taverns when you were an adventurer?" Avia inquired. "Indeed, quite frequently. It was common for conflicts to erupt over the slightest provocation," Shiza replied, casually taking the menu Avia offered. Men could ignite a brawl over the mere glance of a curled-haired baboon. And the women there were even more ferocious than the men. Truly, this is the royal capital. The adventurers here exhibit a higher caliber than those on the fringes. The tavern was jointly run by a dwarven couple. And just then, the robust dwarven proprietress approached them, resembling a stout potato. Upon overhearing Shiza's remarks, she could not help but interject, "You must have just arrived in the royal capital. The environment has improved significantly in the last 5 or 6 years. You should have seen it before the knights began patrolling. Those ruffians would brawl here daily when intoxicated." She set down 2 large mugs of drink on the table with a thud. "A friend of Avia's? A warm welcome to the royal capital." "Just as usual, Ursha," Avia replied. "Very well," the sturdy proprietress responded boisterously, then turned to Shiza. "Since the knights began their patrols, Haven Tea had to change this table in 3 years." As she wiped down the table, she continued, "The royal capital is rather unremarkable. Really. Aside from the prices being a tad steep, there's nothing particularly special about it. You want to encounter any prominent figures, and the common folk have little impact on you. Just mind your own business." Shiza did not order too much. He opted for a signature roasted rib and a specialty dish from the establishment, whimsically named black snake rice, the menu providing little insight into its nature. He took a sip from the large wooden cylindrical cup, initially mistaking its frothy contents for beer, only to discover it bore a resemblance to juice, complete with effervescence akin to the sodas from Blue Star. Observing Shiza's astonished expression, Avia inquired, "Would you prefer beer? Perhaps I should order a glass?" "No, no." Shiza quickly waved his hand in refusal, for he harbored an aversion to alcohol. Who could truly enjoy something that clouded the mind? He had never been fond of drinking, only indulging in a glass after a long and exhausting adventure, as it guaranteed a more restful night's sleep. "What was it like when you were an adventurer?" Evia asked. Today, she had broached this topic repeatedly, her curiosity apparent. Shiza recounted snippets of his adventures, sharing the more intriguing tales with her. Evia listened intently, nodding and posing questions. Everyone possesses an innate desire to converse, much like the gossipmongers at the village square. Evia proved to be an exceptionally receptive audience, providing Shiza with positive feedback throughout his narration. "Your companions must have been remarkable individuals," she mused, her gaze seemingly drifting to a distant realm filled with wondrous escapades. The dishes began to arrive, the roasted rib a substantial cut attached to the bone. Its texture reminiscent of beef. As for the black snake rice, it was quite literally as described. A generous portion of meat interspersed with diced vegetables and rice, the tubular meat merely stripped of its snake skin, cooked to perfection and drizzled with a certain brown sauce. According to the proprietress, it was the meat of a colossal python. Evia's choice was a potato puree salad, the creamy mixture enveloping various vegetable bits and minced meat. All dressed in a light yellow sauce. In truth, I once aspired to become an adventurer at the tender age of 15, she reminisced. I was quite the prodigy back then, having attained the bronze rank by that age. However, her teacher disapproved, and under her insistence, Evia persevered through her studies until she reached the golden rank, ultimately becoming an instructor here. "A stable life has its merits," Shiza remarked. "I prefer the tranquility and leisure of my current existence." "I did not imply this life is undesirable," Evia replied after swallowing a spoonful of potato puree. "Yet, I do harbor a tinge of regret. The tomes speak of the sea monster Kraken, whose size dwarfs that of a ship, and of the demon kin of the magic continent, who tattoo their bodies with the blood of fallen comrades, inheriting their will. I wonder where lies the sky city of the hero King Gil, soaring unseen, overlooking all of existence. There are countless tales I have read, yet never witnessed." She expressed these thoughts, a glimmer of longing shone in her eyes. Shiza found himself slightly apprehensive, fearing she might suddenly declare her intent to embark on a grand quest. Seeking legendary treasures, adventuring is fraught with peril. While I speak of it lightly, moments of life and death abound. During my time as an adventurer, I had strategies in place. Now that I've stepped away from that life, it is merely because my strategies have not progressed further. Shiza indicated the mask adorning his face. "The scar here is a remnant from my adventuring days." Evia gasped, her expression one of genuine surprise. "I had thought you were akin to the other transformation mages." "Similar to the other transformation mages?" After a moment's contemplation, Shiza grasped the implication. "The study of transformation magic is notoriously perilous. High-ranking transformation mages often find themselves closest to danger when examining the very structures of magic, frequently at the risk of their own visage should a spell inadvertently backfire. Thus, some mages don masks during their studies to safeguard their features, a practice that has since evolved into a peculiar trend, with some adopting masks purely for fashion. "May I touch it?" Evia inquired. Shiza hesitated, but eventually tilted his face slightly. Evia cautiously reached out to graze the mask on Shiza's left cheek before retracting her hand. "Does it still hurt?" "Not at all. I consulted a cleric, who reassured me it would heal within a year or two. If there's no urgency, I should refrain from using divine magic to allow my self-healing abilities to flourish." It was, in fact, the result of a cursed, Their meal extended into a lengthy conversation before concluding, ultimately with Evia settling the bill. Exiting the tavern, Shiza and Evia opted to stroll back to the academy. In early September, the capital city, though sweltering by day, experienced considerable temperature drops at night, the breeze carrying a refreshing chill. The nighttime atmosphere in this world offered little in terms of entertainment, barring the revelries of those engaged in merriment. Shiza, who preferred cleanliness, noted that at this hour, past 9, while magical lamps existed, they remained costly and scarce among the common folk, leading most to retire early, with few establishments open beyond the tavern. With little to explore, Shiza escorted Evia back to the faculty dormitory, the familiar staircase. After bidding her farewell, he retreated to his own quarters, preparing for sleep, mindful of the lessons he needed to prepare for his students the following day. After spending about an hour completing his lesson plans, he felt akin to a primary school student from Blue Star frantically finishing assignments on the eve of class. All right, today's lesson concludes here. Please reflect on what you've learned and practice creating a model to present to Elmira before our next class. After the bell rang, Shiza lingered not in the classroom, having addressed a few student inquiries. He gathered his belongings and departed. Instead of returning to the dormitory, he found himself at the door of Dean Jessica's office. With a bit of time before mealtime, he decided to wait here, considering whether to inquire if she desired him to bring her a meal. Knock, knock, come in, came the voice of Dean Jessica. Upon opening the door, the elderly lady glanced up momentarily, recognizing Shiza, before returning to her paperwork without a word. Familiar with the office, Shiza settled onto the sofa, noticing a plate of pastries on the small table, a treat from some unknown student. Much to his delight, he casually picked up a piece and savored it while perusing a book from the shelf. After a while, without lifting her gaze, she inquired, "How have you been recently?" "Quite well," Shiza replied, sipping water and swallowing the pastry. "The environment and interpersonal relationships are satisfactory, I presume," she continued. "The surroundings are pleasant, and my colleagues are agreeable," Shiza affirmed, flipping through the pages of his book. "Did you go to feed the griffin with Evia today?" Having promised yesterday, we should have gone today. As he spoke, Shiza sensed something amiss and set his book down. "Very good," the elderly lady nodded in satisfaction. "What troubles you? You seem to be looking at me oddly." She adjusted her glasses, resting on the bridge of her nose. Shiza remained silent. "What's there to be concerned about?" "My eyes are everywhere within the school," she remarked, setting down her pen to take a delicate sip from her coffee cup, her demeanor poised and graceful. Shiza continued to withhold his words. "I am also aware she touched your face." "She is quite adept," the dean praised. "Rest assured, I have my methods," she added. "In the future, the school will implement evening patrols, and I will assign you and Evia to the same team." Shiza lowered the book to cover his face, remaining as silent as a tomb. Chapter 24. The complexities of youthful relationships. Staying in the dean's office was no longer an option. Lingering further would likely lead to an enforced pairing with Evia. The afternoon schedule still involved feeding the sacred creature, St. Ku. Following their previous feeding session, St. Ku had evidently become much more docile. Although it still resisted Evia's touch, its demeanor had improved significantly. No longer huffing when she approached, Shiza stood nearby, watching as it eagerly devoured its meal. The offering consisted of canned food, supplemented with ample raw meat daily during its pregnancy. This was merely an additional serving to bolster its nutrition. As it feasted, Evia quietly crept closer, seizing the opportunity to stroke its head. Engrossed in the consumption of canned food, it had little time to attend to Evia's restless little hands, with a limited supply of cans. Once they were fed, the two prepared to depart, leaving behind the bewildered St. Ku, who rolled aimlessly on the ground. They went to check on the amethyst lion named Xiaozi, and took the opportunity to feed it a bit as well. For reasons unknown, it seemed to harbor a certain aversion towards Shiza. Yet, with Evia nearby, it did not overtly express its disdain for Shiza. There lingered an inexplicable sentiment of animosity towards anyone who might be perceived as closer to Evia. After bidding farewell to Evia, Shiza returned to his quarters, the evening already casting its shadows. One cannot help but acknowledge that the foresight of the elderlies often surpasses that of the youth. In this apartment, the study boasted splendid lighting, with a breeze flowing through from north to south, as the warm hues of the setting sun poured in, instilling a sense of comfort. Shiza opened a book and took a seat at his desk, drawing the window wide, allowing the evening breeze to caress him. This week, the senior students of Phoenix Magic University gradually began to return to campus, and Shiza was scheduled to attend classes for second-year students. From time to time, he could hear the sounds of students with luggage passing by, their conversations drifting into his ears. "Evia," he mused, gazing into the distance, his thoughts slipping into recollection. During those adventurous years with his three companions, Shiza was perpetually preoccupied with how to swiftly complete various main and side quests, acquiring all obtainable items and skills with the least risk involved. After triumphing over the Destruction Dragon, the group had parted ways, each venturing to different corners of the world. The elven archer Fudon was a remarkably dependable ally. always ready to lend assistance at the most opportune moments, possessing an impeccable sense of direction. She had often guided their lost team out of perilous situations. Her long golden hair was invariably woven into intricate braids, secured at the back of her head, her tall and slender frame exuding an air of noble elegance. Her delicate features would leave one in awe, reminiscent of the jewels adorning the crown of the moon goddess. Though not particularly talkative, she would always answer any queries, displaying an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Fastidious about cleanliness, she detested physical contact with others. Yet, on one occasion when Shiza was gravely injured and bleeding profusely, she carried him back, her meticulously braided hair stained with blood. "Because we are like family," she had said. Irina, a female werewolf warrior, perhaps served as a maternal figure to all her companions. With a striking physique, nearly 2 meters tall, her silver-gray hair was usually tied simply in a ponytail, and her keen wolf ears were perpetually alert. Her golden eyes resembled those of a true wolf, and her impressive 8-pack abs marked her as the steadfast shield of the team, always standing by Shiza's side. Though she appeared fierce, she was, in reality, quite amiable. With unwavering resolve and discipline, she possessed deft hands and remarkable culinary skills. When their leather armor sustained damage during adventures, she would meticulously mend it with her sewing kit during their rest periods. While on watch, she would gather her teammates close, nurturing them as if they were her own children. During their downtime after a quest, she would diligently attend to everyone's daily needs. When Shiza once encouraged her to take a break, she responded, "I relish the feeling of caring for you all. You are very important kin to me." Neely was the last to join the group at the time. The trio needed to recruit a priestess to explore a particularly challenging labyrinth. Her physical prowess was the weakest among the four. The priestess practiced divine arts, drawing more from mental and spiritual strength than from the physical enhancements that warriors gained through training. Neely was somewhat clumsy. As she herself described, she had spent her previous life within the confines of the church, dedicating her days to prayer and meditation. She lived this way for quite some time, embodying a pure and naive essence. Initially, her companions were skeptical about her joining the team, perceiving her as a pampered child. Yet, in the end, she proved her worth through sheer determination. Beneath her gentle demeanor lay a resolute spirit, as steadfast as iron. Standing as the shortest in the group, her petite frame resembled that of a delicate porcelain doll. Once the team transitioned to a quartet, Neely rapidly blossomed. "From now on, you must address me as Lady Saint," she declared confidently to everyone before their departure. "Wait for me, Shiza." Even now, Shiza remained perplexed about what exactly Neely wanted him to wait for, wrapped in an aura of mystery. All were exceptional women, beautiful, independent, and accomplished in their respective fields. During their adventures, Shiza meticulously prepared a myriad of supplies, for as the captain, he bore the responsibility for his companions' well-being. He strategized, procured the necessary magical potions in advance, prepared specific gear, and managed the team's finances, ensuring everyone learned the requisite skills to tackle increasingly formidable challenges, all aimed at strengthening their group in the shortest time possible. Shiza pursued a fulfilling life, aspiring to maintain good health, both physically and mentally. He dreamed of having a girlfriend, or perhaps starting a family, though that seemed far off. The people here were refreshingly simple, especially when compared to those from Blue Star. In Blue Star, Shiza had encountered opinions suggesting that the only suitable partners were someone else's wives, as infidelity was not legally punishable. However, in Aeon, the consequences of betrayal could be devastating. He had occasionally entertained fanciful thoughts about his teammates. But under the pressure of their adventures, there was little room for such musings. What did his companions truly think of him? Shiza pondered. Many companies in Blue Star prohibited office romances, as such entanglements could lead to distractions that might hinder teamwork. Sometimes, Shiza wondered, what if all his teammates had feelings for him? Surely that would be an excessive display of vanity. All were outstanding individuals, and as Shiza reflected, he felt unworthy of even one of them. Let alone three. However, time had passed, and they now resided in distant corners of the world. He had retired, and overthinking was of little consequence. Surely, he had achieved a commendable status in this world. At barely 20, he had already attained legendary status, holding a respectable position in the capital. If one were to speak of savings, simply selling off a few pieces of accumulated gear or materials could yield a considerable sum. Though he was a hoarder at heart, reluctant to part with his possessions, Avia was gentle, akin to an older sister. Now that he was no longer adventuring, the prospect of experiencing romance seemed appealing. Marriage and parenthood felt like distant dreams. Such musings might appear trivial, yet for Shiza, who had recently turned 18 and was 13 months into adulthood, perhaps he was merely caught in the throes of a delayed adolescence. Yesterday afternoon's reading failed to capture his interest, prompting Shiza to retire early in preparation for his class with the second-year students the following day. Rising early, thanks to his early slumber, he washed up and departed as dawn began to break. The younger one was, the more effective their magical training proved to be. Phoenix Magic University encouraged its students to substitute sleep with meditation and to rise early for exercise. A robust physique was among the many assets of a powerful mage. Many students were already up, exercising within the confines of the school using gravity magic to enhance their physicality. After breakfast, with nowhere specific to go, Shiza decided to arrive early at the classroom to prepare the materials needed for his lesson. In reality, there was little to prepare, as today was primarily dedicated to introducing the course of magical machinery. With over 2 hours remaining before class commenced, Shiza chose a seat in the front row upon entering the classroom and began perusing a book. Today, he was delving into the knowledge of draconic magic. The book was a memoir penned by a dwarf titled Dragon Breath Melts Iron. Centuries ago, a significant faction of dwarves had once been enslaved by the great dragons, extracting gleaming treasures from the depths of the earth and refining them into exquisite forms. According to legend, the dwarves' artifact, the Thunder of Water, was a heavy hammer forged in the face of humiliation under the claws of dragons, ultimately leading their kin to unite with other races to overthrow the tyrannical reign of the dragons. This book recounted the tale of a dwarf who followed their king in the revolt against dragon dominion. As Shiza delved into his reading, he occasionally noticed small magical creatures or elemental familiars entering the classroom, settling into various seats. Some students employed these creatures to reserve seats, a truly magical feat that allowed for fully automated seat reservation. This exemplified the distinction between the academy-trained mages and the self-taught practitioners outside. The mages here had received comprehensive, systematic magical education, such as Avia's pet class and the summoning classes taught by the Kitsune instructor, Yuka. Such courses were often unattainable for many wild mages, whose magical foundations were typically derived from questionable texts or transmitted by fellow wild mages, resulting in a fragmented understanding of magical knowledge. Students specializing in shaping magic were required to select either the pet class or the summoning class during their first year. Generally speaking, individuals without any particular reasons typically summon their own familiar before reaching the second grade. These familiars take it upon themselves to secure a spot for their masters, and upon noticing that there were already occupants in this area, they would vacate. However, one parrot approached instead. This parrot bore an array of blue speckles, exuding a captivating beauty, with feathers that were smooth and lustrous. It was a rare blue rain parrot and, more importantly, a familiar acquaintance of Shiza. Oh, rather, a familiar bird. Previously, Shiza had unwittingly attempted a draconic incantation in the school library, nearly causing this little parrot to take flight in fright. Feeling a pang of guilt, Shiza had made it a point to bring it nuts as compensation during subsequent library visits, thus establishing a semblance of familiarity over the course of several days. The parrot, evidently recognizing Shiza, chose not to claim a spot for itself, but instead flew over, uttering a couple of calls in greeting. The owner of this parrot had quite the peculiar sense of humor, as they had taught it to exclaim, "Help! Help! I've been turned into a parrot." In a world brimming with magic, such occurrences are not entirely implausible. Alarmed, Shiza conducted a thorough check and consulted others, ultimately confirming that it was merely an ordinary parrot, albeit one with a rather whimsical owner. In the parrot's understanding, calling for help was simply its way of greeting. "What brings you here?" Shiza addressed it, gently stroking its little head. Unfortunately, despite being a precious magical companion, the parrot had only just reached the bronze tier in maturity, its intellect insufficient for engaging in conversation with humans. "Help!" it chirped, hopping excitedly on the table and tapping its beak against Shiza's hand, as if to say, "Help! I've been turned into a parrot." Shiza did not expect it to respond, but he enjoyed the feel of its soft feathers. The parrot was quite well behaved. When Lucia arrived in the classroom after finishing her breakfast, she encountered this scene. Shiza sat in the front row, engrossed in a book while gently petting the parrot, which was behaving remarkably well beside him. "Shiza?" Lucia approached, her surprise evident. "What are you doing here?" The school maintains strict regulations in certain respects, such as requiring students to wear uniforms. Shiza, dressed in casual attire, was not in compliance. Since parting ways at the Dex family banquet, Lucia had not anticipated encountering Shiza in this setting. "It seems we truly are fated to meet," Shiza remarked, glancing at Lucia's second-grade uniform. "Are you here for class?" she inquired. "Indeed," Shiza nodded, confirming his purpose. This petite girl with black hair possessed a warm-hearted disposition, kindly advising, "If you're just auditing, it's best to sit in the back during class. Otherwise, if that new teacher sees you without a uniform, he might say something." "Understood," Shiza replied, a hint of mischief bubbling within him. At that moment, several students gradually entered the classroom. Shiza extended his mental perception and found that the magical levels of the students in the room had mostly reached the bronze tier. While the girl named Lucia exhibited remarkable talent, her abilities hovering around the mid-silver tier for her age. A veritable prodigy, a few more students entered, led by a girl with platinum blonde hair. The diversity of hair colors in this world was a result of varying bloodlines or magical elements, leading to unique hereditary traits. The girl at the forefront had a magical level comparable to Lucia's, while two others in her group barely reached the silver-tiered IT, seemed to represent the elite echelon of the class. "This is my magical companion, Peanut," Lucia announced, extending her hand as Peanut leaped from the table to perch on it. "I've seen it several times in the library. Why did you teach it to say such things?" Shiza inquired. "Haha, so you've heard it already," Lucia laughed. "What do you think? Isn't it amusing? Last year, someone even concocted a legend about it in the library, which had me in stitches." Her laughter was unabashedly mischievous. As the two conversed, the newly arrived students made their way to the back of the room, where their familiars awaited them. Meanwhile, the attention of the platinum-haired girl was evidently fixated on Lucia and Shiza. After settling into their seats, one of the girls in the group stood up at the platinum-haired girl's signal and addressed the two. "Lucia, could you keep it down? This is a classroom, not a place for idle chatter. If you wish to converse, kindly step outside." Her voice was loud enough for other students to hear, drawing their gazes toward the group. Phoenix Magic University, while lacking in many aspects, was certainly affluent, featuring spacious classrooms with a limited number of students. Tio claimed that Shiza and Lucia's conversation was disruptive, was merely stirring up trouble. Lucia offered Shiza an apologetic smile before turning her gaze directly past the speaker to the platinum-haired girl. "Emiya, you're back again. Can't you refrain from being so tiresome?" Lucia's tone held a hint of disdain. Emiya, the platinum-haired girl, sat back, gazing out the window with a smile, her chin resting on her hand. "I don't find it boring to engage in conversation to recruit competent allies," she replied. "I can't be bothered with you." Lucia rolled her eyes. "It's been a holiday since we last met, and you still maintain this insufferable demeanor. Thank you for the compliment. You remain as charming as ever," Emiya replied with a smile, her eyes narrowing like a cunning fox. Shiza found himself puzzled. Was this a friendly or hostile relationship? Lucia chose to ignore her, turning to sit down. "Are you going to disregard me?" Emiya said with a smile. Lucia remained silent, offering Shiza a look of exasperation, shrugging her shoulders while continuing to pet Peanut. "That's not very considerate of you toward your companion," Emiya remarked, a new face without a uniform. "Here to audit, I presume? Instead of hiding in the back, you've chosen to sit in the front row. What do you want? Looking to practice a bit more?" Lucia retorted coldly, akin to a cat ready to pounce. "Oh, no, no, no." Emiya shook her head. "Such rudeness, Lucia, that I merely wish for you to accompany me for a cup of coffee this afternoon. Don't assume the worst of me." "Not a chance," Lucia replied without looking back. Yet her soft tone almost sounded like a playful protest toward Emiya. "Not even for a cup of coffee?" "No." Shiza felt utterly bewildered. What was the nature of their relationship? The dynamics among today's youth were increasingly incomprehensible. Chapter 25. Joyful rivals' human emotions, when not deliberately concealed, are easily discernible. The girl named Emilia, while conversing with Lucia, displayed a distinct lack of genuine hostility, instead exuding an oddly pleasant aura, reminiscent of a citrus fragrance. "Is this Emilia classmate a friend of yours?" Shiza inquired, still uncertain of the situation and preferring to remain silent for the time being. "That irritating individual? Hardly a friend," Lucia huffed disdainfully. Clap. The beautiful girl named Emilia brought her hands together, tilting her head with a smile. "We are meant to be each other's most important people." "How can you say that?" Ordinarily, such gestures might appear contrived from an average person, yet Emilia's actions radiated a natural elegance and charm, paired with her playful tone, resembling a sly fox. "What do you say? Care to join me for coffee this afternoon?" Emilia suggested, her fingers trailing through her flowing platinum locks. "Surely you don't wish for Mr. Shiza to miss out on class, do you?" "You?" Lucia appeared genuinely irate, her cheeks puffing up in indignation. "No worries, no worries," Shiza thought to himself as he observed her flustered expression. He was tempted to ruffle her hair, but they had yet to reach that level of intimacy, merely existing as amiable acquaintances. "This classmate has a point. It is indeed inappropriate for me to sit here." Shiza stood up, winking at Lucia. "I'll step out for a moment." "Shiza, don't." Before she could finish her sentence, Shiza had already made his way toward the door. This surprised Emilia, as sending Shiza out of the classroom had not been her intention. She merely sought a pretext to engage Lucia in conversation. Furthermore, Shiza was a new face she had never encountered, suddenly appearing beside her chosen companion, prompting her to observe him closely. After a moment of contemplation, Emilia leaned down and whispered to the girl who had initially spoken to Lucia, "Angelina, please go check." "Understood." The young girl nodded slightly, rising to chase after Shiza, who was outside the door, adjusting his attire to ensure there were no flaws. As he was about to make an appearance before the second-year students, where one's appearance was of utmost importance, a cold voice emanated from behind Shiza. Upon turning, he saw one of the girls who had just been following Emilia. "It was not Prince Yumiya's intention to expel you from the classroom," the short-haired girl stated as she approached Shiza, stopping a mere 7 or 8 steps away. She rummaged through her school uniform's pocket and produced a small pouch. "This is a compensation from Prince Yumiya." She raised her hand and tossed the small pouch toward Shiza, who instinctively reached out to catch it. Weighing it in his hand, he heard the sound of coins clinking inside. Estimating there were about 5 pieces. "If you wish to attend class, please come to the back door later. We will let you in." With that, she turned on her heel, leaving no opportunity for Shiza to respond. What was the meaning of this? The girl seemed rather amiable. 5 coins were a significant sum in this world, and to receive such an amount without any substantial loss, was it due to the luck he had selected during character creation? Not in a hurry to enter, Shiza lingered at the door for a moment longer. Soon, the class time arrived, and the students filled their seats, patiently awaiting the teacher's entrance. Hearing the school bell ring, Shiza re-entered the classroom. Without a word, he turned and wrote his name in the universal script on the blackboard behind him. "Hello, I am Shiza, your instructor for the course on magical machinery for the coming year." Below, Lucia was taken aback, wondering why he was on the podium when he was supposed to be attending class. No one doubted Shiza's identity. There was no one brave enough to engage in such antics here. The students were merely astonished at his youth. "I have also gained some preliminary understanding of certain classmates in the classroom earlier. They are quite the spirited young individuals," Shiza remarked with a smile. Observing the students' reactions from the podium, some students could not help but whisper among themselves, while Yumiya watched Shiza with keen interest, her expression inscrutable. As for Lucia, she wore a look of embarrassment, not quite understanding why. Beside her, the lively Peanut seemed eager to fly onto the podium, but was ruthlessly restrained by Lucia, who gripped its head firmly, as if to silence it. The first lesson primarily served to introduce the new course and take attendance, allowing the students to become acquainted with one another. "Let us begin with the roll call. I will check. Lucia?" Lucia appeared to be lost in thought and did not initially respond to Shiza calling her name until he repeated, "Is Lucia present?" "Ah, yes, here," she exclaimed, snapping back to reality. "Please pay closer attention," Shiza advised. "Yumiya Alan." "Present," The girl replied with a cheerful smile, showing no trace of the earlier incident's impact. The order of names on the school roster was based on students' academic performance, indicating that Lucia ranked first and second year, followed by Yamiya Aylin in second place. As for the girl who had tossed the coins to Shiza, her name was Motelli Angelina. Present, she replied, her expression as unreadable as ever. The roll call concluded swiftly, with Yamiya expecting Shiza to address the earlier event, yet nothing of the sort transpired. The class proceeded normally, devoid of any interruptions. This course, newly established for the academic year, would reduce theoretical content since second-year students already possessed a foundational understanding of magical knowledge. However, Shiza glanced at the students. This course will be assessed without formal grading, but you will need to submit practical assignments in groups. So please remember that. Upon hearing it would be an assessment course, the students visibly relaxed. Phoenix Magic University operated on a credit system, requiring sufficient credits for graduation, alongside practical tasks to be completed in either the third or fourth year. As the foremost magical institution in the Aeon Empire, the curriculum was notoriously rigorous, and many students found themselves unable to accumulate enough credits by graduation. Assessment courses were significantly easier than examination courses, prompting expressions of relief among the students. Time passed swiftly during the lesson, and soon it was time to dismiss. Back when he was in Blue Star, Shiza despised teachers who prolonged classes during meal times. Waiting for the cafeteria to become crowded before releasing students, it was utterly exasperating. Hence, as soon as the dismissal bell rang, Shiza promptly announced, "Class is over for today. Students, hurry along to your meals. Lucia, Yamiya, and Angelina, please stay behind." The students quickly departed, curious about the situation but prioritizing their meals instead. A few classmates of Yamiya's wished to linger with her, but at her signal, they left, glancing back repeatedly. "Angelina, these are the coins you dropped earlier," Shiza said as he retrieved the small pouch of coins from his pocket and placed it on the table in front of the girl. She remained silent, merely collecting the pouch from the table with an expressionless face. Ah, could this be the legendary emotionless girl? Such traits truly exist, Shiza thought, wanting to voice his thoughts but remembering he was now a teacher and should maintain a level of maturity. While most people would find such a situation somewhat awkward, her face betrayed none of that. Her refined features were as cold as ice. As for the two of you, I would like to ask for your assistance. Shiza turned to Lucia and Yamiya. The latter smiled as she listened to Shiza, while the former stared intently at the table before her. What a table it was! Since our course will involve group projects, I would appreciate your help in organizing the students into groups of approximately 3 to 4 individuals each. Shiza explained. In the next class, I will clarify this to the students, and I hope you can assist in tallying their group arrangements. Given the class size, this may be a bit cumbersome, so I would like Lucia to handle a portion of the students while Yamiya manages another. At the end of the term, I will consider awarding you both extra credits for your efforts. I have no objections, Lucia replied, eager to leave. Upon hearing Lucia's agreement, Yamiya's expression brightened. Of course, we would be delighted to assist you, she replied with a smile, though for some reason, Lucia perceived her grin as insincere. There is one more matter, Shiza continued. Is there any conflict between the two of you? If there are issues, it's best to resolve them promptly rather than allowing tensions to escalate. He looked at both of them. Is that agreeable? Yamiya and I are good friends. There is no conflict, she replied with a beaming smile, standing to approach Lucia. Before the petite girl with black hair could respond, Yamiya seized her arm, lifting their hands to display to Shiza. Our relationship is quite harmonious. What are you doing? Lucia reacted strongly, forcefully shaking off Yamiya's grip and distancing herself. Stop being so familiar, she asserted, having created a considerable gap between them. Meanwhile, Angelina stood quietly, maintaining her characteristic expressionless demeanor, seemingly accustomed to such scenarios. Is this part of their playful dynamic? She's amused, recognizing that the two did not harbor any animosity but rather resembled playful adversaries. All right, as long as you both understand your boundaries, I shall take my leave for lunch. You may continue your conversation. Shiza turned back to the podium, tidying his lesson plans and other materials before heading toward the door. Wait for me. Lucia seized the opportunity to dash toward Shiza, attempting to slip away from Yamiya's side. Peanut, seemingly not the brightest, hurriedly followed its owner, squawking, "Help! Help!" as it flew to. So, why did it end up like this? In a certain corner of the school cafeteria, four individuals were seated at a long table. Shiza and Lucia occupied one side, while Angelina sat opposite Shiza, and Emiya Allen faced Lucia. "So, why are you all sitting here?" Shiza inquired, deftly cutting through a peculiar dish resembling a meat sandwich served exclusively to faculty today. The special spatula used during the baking process left a coin-like imprint on the flatbread. It seemed to be called mola meat, with a flavor reminiscent of the meat sandwiches from Blue Star. "It's not like this guy has been following me around," Lucia exclaimed with a look of disdain. Pushing aside the food on her plate, Emiya's eating posture was remarkably elegant. She carefully selected morsels not exceeding a third of her spoon's capacity, exuding an inexplicable air of sophistication. "This is due to your lack of consideration." "Lucia," she remarked. The cafeteria's rice was stir-fried with some nut-like ingredients, and Emiya meticulously picked out some of the nuts, placing them in front of the parrot with a vacant expression. The parrot, Peanut, seeing the nuts before it, could hardly resist, but Lucia swiftly seized it, its tiny tongue protruding from its beak as if it might perish at any moment. "No eating. If you weren't following Teacher Shiza to the cafeteria, I wouldn't have come along. Just think about it. Wouldn't it seem odd if you and Teacher Shiza were dining together alone? But with Angelina and me accompanying you, it appears much more normal." Emiya continued. Angelina remained silent, her demeanor as cold as stone, mirroring Emiya's elegance. Her soft pink lips moved rapidly, devouring her meal at a pace surpassing the other three by at least fivefold. Just as the two were engaged in their banter, Teacher Evia passed by with a tray in hand. "Oh, Shiza." Chapter 26. The final Holy War. Miss Evia took a seat next to Shiza, and thanks to her presence, the strange atmosphere at the table normalized considerably, allowing everyone to focus on their meals. "Are you still planning to go to St. Ku's place this afternoon?" Evia inquired. "Forget it," Shiza pondered before replying, although the toxin from the snake-eye fruit seems to have no effect on the golden-tiered St. Ku. "Consuming too much wouldn't be prudent. Let's wait a couple of days." Evia nodded in agreement, revealing no particular emotion, simply responding, "All right, let's go together in a couple of days." "All right," Shiza nodded, inadvertently agreeing to Evia's invitation for 2 days later. Lucia ate quickly, finishing her meal as the second fastest, following only Angelina, who had taken an enormous portion yet devoured it at an astonishing speed. Once finished, she eagerly stood up to take her tray and leave. At that moment, Emiya still had a piece of flatbread unfinished on her plate. In this world, wasting food was considered quite shameful. However, as soon as Lucia stood, Emiya made a rather reasonable yet somewhat unreasonable move. She pushed her tray, and Angelina expertly caught it, displaying remarkable skill. Emiya closely followed Lucia, while Angelina swiftly disposed of the food from the tray before rising to follow the two. Teacher Evia at the table appeared somewhat perplexed by the unfolding events. Not only her, but even Shiza was bewildered. After saying goodbye to Evia in the cafeteria, they did not return to the dormitory for a nap. This afternoon's plan was to visit the library for some reading. Shiza was not particularly fond of being active. Rather than wandering about, he preferred to find a quiet spot with a book to pass the afternoon. Reading need not always be purposeful. Enjoying literature is a commendable habit. Unsure of what to read, Shiza pulled out a pile of books and sought a corner to sift through them for something suitable. After all, these tomes were inscribed in obscure elven script, largely indecipherable to most, so it mattered little if he took them all given the difficulty of comprehending these texts. This area was typically deserted, allowing Shiza to sit directly on the floor to peruse. Books older than Shiza formed a small mound around him. How much firepower is needed to strike the mother tree of life with my dragon daughter? What strange titles! The third book seemed somewhat intriguing, and Shiza immersed himself in contemplation. Time slipped away as he became lost in a sea of knowledge, when a delicate female voice broke through his reverie. "Excuse me, may I ask if you are still reading these books?" The words jolted Shiza back to reality. Upon looking up, he recognized a figure adorned in an apron. His assistant, Umala. She was pushing a small cart laden with a hodgepodge of various books, all neatly categorized. "Ah, no longer reading," Shiza replied, gathering the books he had no intention of continuing and handing them to Umala. "Hello, Teacher Shiza," Umala exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she recognized her seated instructor. "Hello, Shiza," noticing her attire, inquired, "What are you doing?" Umala placed the books onto the cart, explaining, "I'm working part-time here in the library as a librarian for this section. Oh, I see." The librarian's role involved categorizing books and placing them on the appropriate shelves. Each book in the library bore a magical mark, rendering it impossible to take outside without proper registration. Particularly valuable tomes had iron chains affixed to their spines, linking them to the shelves. The profession of a wizard was intrinsically tied to knowledge and strength, and each day, students and teachers alike had a considerable demand for bibliophilic pursuits. Umala's task was to organize these books according to their identification numbers for easy reference. "I've already applied for your assistant stipend. Remember to pick it up at the administrative office this Friday," Shiza mentioned, recalling the matter. Umala seemed to be from a less fortunate background. The school had support plans for such students, providing various positions, most of which were filled by teachers' family members, while others were designated for students to earn a living through work study. "Thank you, teacher." Umala's eyes sparkled, and she bowed deeply in gratitude. "You're welcome. You may return to your work," Shiza waved dismissively. Umala straightened up but did not hurry away. Instead, she turned her attention to the book in Shiza's hands, asking, "Are you reading this one?" Shiza subtly shifted the book titled My Dragon Daughter behind him. "Yes, is there a problem?" he replied, feeling anxious at the thought of being seen reading such a book by his student. "This book seems to be written in Elven script. Can you comprehend it?" "Teacher?" Umala inquired. Shiza exhaled slightly in relief. It appeared she could not decipher it. "Yes, is there an issue?" he responded, maintaining his composure. "May I ask what book you are reading?" the white-haired girl asked curiously. "This one? It's a study on the living habits of red dragons." "What of it?" Shiza said with a straight face, concocting a tale. "I see. That's impressive." Umala's face expressed admiration and embarrassment. "To be honest, I've been reading a book written in Elven script recently, and due to the complexity of the language, there are some parts one don't quite understand. So I was hoping to seek your guidance." "I see," Shiza nodded. "Being eager to learn is commendable. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'll be here reading this afternoon," he offered. "Really?" Umala's face lit up with joy, and she bowed again, this time at a deeper angle, nearly reaching a 120-degree bow. "Please wait for me a moment. I'll return these books first." Umala pushed her cart away, and Shiza resumed his reading. Half an hour later, Umala returned, carrying a magical lamp and a small wooden stool. "I brought you a small stool. If you don't mind, please sit and read on it." She had a thick book tucked under her arm, its pages yellowed with age despite magical protection, a testament to the passage of time. Shiza glanced at the title, The Final Holy War, which bore a large copper lock on its spine, currently in an unlocked state. Noticing Shiza's gaze, Umala retrieved a small set of keys from her pocket. "These are from the library director," she explained. Shiza remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. She then expressed her curiosity. "I borrowed the key from the director because I was a bit intrigued by this book. Due to my lack of systematic study of Elvish, I find myself reliant on consulting the dictionary page by page as I peruse this tome." She opened a page of the book, pointing to the text and remarked, "There are times when I compare the vocabulary word by word, yet in the end, I still cannot comprehend the sentences as they come together." As she spoke, she withdrew a small notebook from her pocket. The white wheel, inverting black and white, crushed into juice that dripped into a white goblet, passed from hand to hand. Shiza sat on a stool, accepting the book titled The Last Holy War. Placing it upon his lap, and gazing towards the direction pointed out by Umala, his heart understanding the gravity of the moment. The challenge of Elvish lies in their penchant for using various words to refer to or embellish different matters. We must learn to discern which terms are direct references and which are allusions, as well as recognize that some vocabulary may be omitted entirely. Shiza flipped a page forward and stated, "Translating Elvish requires a contextual understanding, for only by grasping the circumstances can one achieve a translation that is faithful and elegant." Umala nodded in agreement, bending beside Shiza to observe the spot his finger indicated, her white hair cascading down, which she deftly tucked behind her ear. "Let me see." Shiza squinted. The text describes the process of a certain ritual. When connected with the surrounding context, it conveys the meaning, under the moonlight, to slay a certain being, life, and after crushing its soul, to let it flow into a white goblet, perpetuating this cycle. Upon reading this, Shiza furrowed his brow. This is a sacrificial rite. I cannot ascertain its specific target, but it may pertain to some otherworldly entity or elemental life form, certainly nothing benign. Why are you looking at this? Omala's face revealed a perplexed expression. I merely wish to use this book to study Elvish. It is said that there will be a corresponding course in the 3rd year, and I want to prepare in advance. Noticing her genuine confusion, Shiza thought little of it. That is good. You may peruse these texts, but refrain from recklessly attempting any of the chaotic rituals within. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me. All right, I understand. Omala nodded. Is there anything else unclear? Shiza inquired. There is this part, Omala continued to question. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was nearly time for dinner. Observing the dwindling magical energy within the luminescent lantern, Omala finally returned to her senses. Thank you, teacher. She rose, performing a deep bow. Perhaps due to her slight malnutrition, she stumbled slightly while bowing, nearly losing her balance. Luckily, Shiza was quick to catch her, preventing her from falling. She straightened herself hurriedly. Diligent study is commendable, but one must also pay attention to their health. Shiza observed her pallor and kindly reminded her. Understood. Shiza departed, heading for dinner. The library was now sparsely populated, with only a few individuals remaining to toil away. Omala returned the stool to its rightful position and pushed out a small cart to continue collecting the books that were out of place. One advantage of working part-time in the library is that one does not have to work continuously. The librarian only requires that all books be returned to their correct places before closing, without the need for constant tidying. After approximately an hour, Omala finally completed her tasks. She opened the last holy war to a certain page. The page depicted a bizarre altar, with various eerie skeletons kneeling in worship beneath it. The closer one got to the center of the altar, the more formidable the skeletons appeared, with a colossal dragon, a behemoth, and creatures like chimeras among them. Atop the altar sat what resembled an enlarged goblet, from which a strange black liquid flowed, cascading down the steps of the altar, submerging parts of several skeletons within the dark liquid. Some skeletons appeared as though they were being consumed by the black substance. Were Shiza present, he would undoubtedly recognize this for what it was. The pure white goblet sought by the Black Church. After contemplating this page for a moment, Omala closed the book, secured it, and returned it to its original place. Dinner that evening was quite simple. Due to time constraints, there was no opportunity to dine at the cafeteria, but Omala had come prepared. She retrieved a loaf of bread from her storage cabinet, stepping outside the library to sit on the steps and eat. The bread was somewhat stale and dry, but she was accustomed to it, hastily consuming it as she needed to attend class shortly. She paid little heed to her own health, focusing solely on her studies. Matters pertaining to the church were of little consequence. Her emotional detachment stemmed from her upbringing and surroundings. She had never experienced a shred of love from this world. Abandoned by her parents, she had survived by scavenging in the refuse. Perhaps her illness had driven her parents to forsake her. Hemophilia, the name of the affliction she bore. It was not an incurable ailment. Yet those afflicted would continuously absorb nutrients from their own flesh. Without sufficient nourishment, growth would be impossible. For the children of affluent families, this would hardly qualify as a disease. Wealthy families could afford to provide their offspring with ample life supplements, allowing them to thrive and flourish, excelling in martial training and magical studies. However, for the impoverished, it was a death sentence. Her hair had not always been this color, due to the lack of funds for life supplements. It had gradually turned white, by a stroke of fortune. The church had taken her in, primarily recognizing her aptitude for magical studies, yet they offered no assistance in treating her condition. Omala felt no sense of belonging within the church. She understood that her relationship with them was purely transactional. They provided her with the opportunity to study magic at the academy, and in exchange, she assisted them in gathering desired information. The church itself was impoverished. forcing her to compete for a teaching assistant position and take on part-time work to stave off the onset of her hemophilia. They instructed her to seek the pure white goblet, claiming it could cure her affliction. The church was likely to take action in the coming days. She would need to be cautious, remaining on the periphery, lest she attract the attention of significant figures within the church who might assign her to perilous tasks. It was said that among the newcomers was one of the church's infamous Blackfingers, a being ranked among the top 3. The Blackfingers were all lunatics, a truth Umala understood deeply. Chapter 27. The dragon-slaying honor. This was the heart of the church's realm, the confluence of faith. The city of the Holy Spirit. It had been a considerable time since she had parted ways with her companions. Neely lay upon her bed, her delicate feet swinging idly in the air, her toes wiggling. I wonder how Shiza and the others are faring now. Do they think of me? Sunlight streamed in through the window. Yet Neely had no desire to rise. She buried her head in her pillow. Just a little longer. Knocked. A knocking sound resonated. She wished to ignore it, yet such indifference was not an option. Today held significant matters to attend to. Princess Neely? Princess Neely? I am coming in. A youthful voice called from outside the door. Initially, Neely contemplated burying her head deeper into her pillow like an ostrich, but knowing her junior awaited her outside, she couldn't afford to reveal an indolent side. With a struggle, she rose from her bed and sat at its edge, saying, "Come I in." As sunlight streamed in through the window, a beautiful young girl entered. Her long hair cascading like golden threads, her face bore a gentle expression. Without having washed or adorned herself, her natural beauty radiated a sacred and breathtaking allure. Her exquisite features seemed sculpted by divine hands. And perhaps due to just awakening, she appeared somewhat fragile, evoking a desire to cradle her gently. She sat at the edge of the bed, her gaze directed out the window, likely pondering something of great importance. The girl named Mick opened the door to Neely's room, revealing this captivating scene. Mick carried a basin of water and a towel, assigned to care for the church's current legend, the reigning saintess, a formidable figure who had vanquished the legendary destruction dragon, which had long threatened the borders of Aorn. "Thank you for your trouble," Neely smiled, her words as warm as the spring breeze. "Wow, is this really Senior Neely?" Mick's heart raced with excitement, exclaiming inwardly, "So beautiful." After wetting the towel and freshening up with Mick's assistance, Neely donned the intricate attire of the saintess. Just the adornments upon her head weighed 2 pounds. Securing her hair in place, had it been the former Neely, she would have struggled to stand with such a burden. The outermost layer was a golden silk shawl, fastened at the back by Mick, who even caught a glimpse of the saintess's smooth neck. The attire adorning her figure was rather intricate, with distinct styles for both the lining and the outer garments. Were it left to Neely to decide on her own, it would likely take her an inordinate amount of time to dress properly. Fortunately, with the assistance of the gentle light, she managed to don her ensemble within approximately 5 minutes. The exquisite gown she wore was adorned with vibrant flowers, angels, and swords, representing the ceremonial garb of the Holy Maiden of the Church. Today's agenda entailed receiving accolades from the Pope and accepting the prayers of devout followers. Upon exiting through the rear entrance of the monastery, a lavish carriage awaited her outside. This carriage would convey the Holy Maiden to the sacred mountain, where she would receive recognition for her dragon-slaying achievements at the Grand Gaia Cathedral atop the mountain, followed by a descent in a floral chariot to accept the adulation of the populace. The exterior of the carriage was opulently decorated, crafted primarily from blazing copper, rare magical material, with portions enveloped in fine gold. Angelic figures, wielding swords, adorned its periphery, while bolts of lightning danced upon the wheels. 2 majestic unicorns, their golden manes resembling flickering flames, drew the carriage. The church employed only epic-tier magical beasts for such tasks, and this single carriage alone was worth a fortune. Given the considerable length of Neely's gown, she required the gentle light to assist her by lifting the hem, preventing it from trailing upon the ground. As the carriage set off, the gathered faithful spontaneously cheered along the roadside. It is noteworthy that, despite being a religious institution, the church does not adhere to the worship of a specific deity. Rather, it venerates the essence of light itself, without the existence of a distinct god of light. The Church's doctrine emphasizes a love for life, a resistance to malevolence, and an aspiration towards progress. Anything demanding the offering of one's faith for protection is deemed an association with dark gods or external malevolence. The founding pope once proclaimed, "There are no angels or deities. We do not rely upon any creator. The creation of human happiness rests solely upon our own shoulders." Upon hearing this, Shiza felt a profound admiration for the enlightened perspective of the founding pope, who had transcended the mental confines imposed by ethereal beings while spreading the faith across the continent. The Gaia Cathedral, constructed by the Church itself and imbued with divine magic, stood magnificently at a height of 177 meters and a length of 341 meters, capable of accommodating over 100,000 congregants. Composed entirely of pristine white marble, it featured a dome-shaped architecture with stained glass that, when illuminated by sunlight, refracted stunning patterns. Arriving early at the cathedral, several bishops had already gathered. Neely needed only to enter at the appointed time. Upon her entrance, she was greeted by an array of individuals, though she had rarely experienced such a scene despite her numerous adventures. Her mentor, a high-ranking archbishop, was indeed esteemed within the Church, yet she found herself approached by several individuals clad in white robes with crimson sashes draped around their necks, though unfamiliar to her. She recognized the attire of the archbishops. Fortunately, with the gentle light at her side, Neely managed to navigate the social interactions, as most of those present were at least of bishop rank, totaling approximately 40 individuals, including 8 archbishops, 5 men and 3 women. Archbishops seldom congregated at the sacred mountain, as each had their own cities to oversee. Within the Church's realm, an archbishop's responsibilities were akin to those of a city lord. The fact that they had returned from various locales to honor Neely underscored the significance the Church placed on this occasion. At that moment, the eldest among them, Archbishop Kane, inquired, "When did you return?" "Half a month ago," Neely promptly replied. Among the archbishops, she recognized only Kane, as he was a confidant of her mentor, having watched her grow. Kane appeared the most venerable of the group, his face etched with wrinkles and marred by intersecting scars, one of which encircled his left eye. Standing over 2 meters tall, his physique was remarkably muscular, almost threatening to burst the seams of his vestments. Without them, he might easily be mistaken for a brigand. The red ceremonial robe draped over his back resembled a cloak. Kane scrutinized Neely with his remaining eye, nodding with satisfaction. "You look well. Your spirit seems quite robust. It appears you have gained much during your years away." "My companions have taught me a great deal," Neely acknowledged. "Your companions have indeed imparted wisdom," a male voice interjected. "The title of Dragon Slayer now adorns you. You shall attract even greater recognition." The speaker was a slender man clad in a red bishop's robe. "The glory of dragon blood has only graced you and your comrades. Do not forget the Church that nurtured you." His words bore a tinge of bitterness and unwarranted malice. Neely had never encountered him before and wondered at his hostility. "I have never forgotten the assistance the Church has provided me," Neely could only respond. The gentle light discreetly conveyed, "This is Archbishop Hormo," a name unfamiliar to Neely. She pondered silently. "You ought to mind your words." "Archbishop Hormo," Kane admonished, furrowing his brow. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, yet a female archbishop stepped forward, taking Neely's hand gently. "Dear child, you must have endured much hardship during your time away." This archbishop, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, was unfamiliar to Neely. Fortunately, the gentle light reminded her, "This is Archbishop Mina, responsible for the city of the Holy Spirit." With a compassionate demeanor, she observed the weariness etched upon Neely's hands. "I am well," Neely replied, and after a brief moment of tension, the atmosphere returned to tranquility as other archbishops approached to express their concern, with only Archbishop Hormo and another female archbishop choosing to withdraw together. After exchanging pleasantries and familiarities, the assembly dispersed, each member attending to their respective duties for the forthcoming accolades, leaving only Archbishop Kane behind. "Where is your mentor?" Kane inquired. "I do not know. I have not seen her since my return." Neely responded, puzzled. Her mentor had orchestrated her dragon-slaying endeavor, which she initially deemed impossible, yet she had succeeded. Reflecting upon her departure, she had been merely at the silver tier, and now, Years later, she returned not only as herself but with the head of the Dragon of Destruction, truly an astonishing turn of events. As she wished to share her triumph with her mentor, she found herself unable to locate her. "You haven't seen her today?" Cain frowned, the scars on his face shifting with his expression. "Today is a momentous occasion. Yet she has not made an appearance. Why is that?" "No," Neely shook her head. "Are you aware of the events scheduled for later?" Cain continued. Neely's expression remained one of confusion. "What events? Your mentor truly is something." "She hasn't mentioned this to you?" Cain's expression turned slightly discontented. "What an irresponsible mentor." Neely found herself at a loss for words regarding Cain's assessment of her mentor. Both were elders in her eyes, and she could only manage an awkward smile. "From what I have gathered, the Pope intends to select a successor," Cain declared. "It is likely to occur today. During your absence from the church, 2 holy children and 1 holy maiden have been chosen. With your dragon-slaying feat, you have also been elevated to the status of holy maiden. It is probable that one among the 4 of you will be selected." Cain elaborated. "One of the holy children is none other than that Archbishop Hormo's apprentice. The selection of a pope's successor, such a significant matter, seems rather hasty," Neely remarked. "I am not entirely certain," Cain replied. "I received this information half a month ago, around the time of your return. As the news was confidential, few were privy to it. Your mentor likely knows, though it is unclear why she has not shared it with you." With that, Archbishop Cain departed, and time was short. Neely too needed to prepare for the upcoming ceremony. She contemplated why her mentor had not informed her of such an important matter. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the Gaia Cathedral was open to the public, with crowds beginning to enter under the guidance of priests and nuns. Outside, the sound of cannons echoed in celebration. For today's accolades, the church had mobilized significant manpower and resources within the span of a week. With a population exceeding 10 million in the City of the Holy Spirit, organizing such a ceremony entailed numerous considerations. As her companions were absent, Neely stood alone to receive the recognition for her dragon-slaying feat. The fall of a legendary dragon was a momentous event that resonated across the world. The dragon's carcass represented a treasure capable of astounding the entire continent. The band played outside the cathedral, filling the air with melodious strains, while griffins and chimeras soared above the Gaia Cathedral, scattering petals from baskets they held. Yates Burt was an ordinary congregant. A week prior, a monk had visited his home, inviting him to attend the upcoming accolade ceremony. In the realm of legend, there exists a saintly maiden, unseen by mortal eyes, who vanquished a malevolent dragon in the distant empire of Auren. A devout follower of the radiant faith, he felt compelled to witness this illustrious figure, especially since it was rumored that the esteemed Pope would also grace the occasion. Rising early that very morning, he set forth towards the sacred mountain. Fortune smiled upon him, for while the majority of the faithful could only pray outside the Gaia Cathedral, he was granted the privilege of witnessing the Pope's south investiture up close within the hallowed halls of the Gain Cathedral. The path leading to the sacred mountain was teeming with throngs of people, all eagerly awaiting the Saintess' procession, which would descend along this route in a floral chariot. Thanks to the relentless support of the Holy See in safeguarding the lives and properties of the populace during times of calamity, the congregation held the church in high esteem. Today, mythical creatures such as chimeras, griffins, elementals, and unicorns, typically elusive, soared through the skies in abundance. After waiting until 10 o'clock, the gates finally opened, revealing a band that filled the air with melodious strains. Under the vigilant watch of the Knights of the Holy See, the crowd began to enter slowly. The Gain Cathedral, rarely open to the public except on special occasions or significant events, welcomed the faithful today. He was fortunate to find himself seated in a central location, affording him a clear view of his surroundings. Elevated platforms encircled the cathedral, where the archbishops took their places. It was a rare sight to see all 7 archbishops present, each entrusted with significant responsibilities. Their attendance was a testament to the importance of the event. The announcement of the Saintess' triumph over the dragon had only been made 7 days prior, and the legendary dragon's demise had drawn a remarkable gathering. Dragons, being formidable adversaries among their kind, require at least 3 individuals of equal rank to challenge successfully, and to slay one is an even greater feat. Had the announcement not been made so hastily, Yates Burt was certain even more archbishops would have returned. Ethereal angels composed of light manifested in the air as the bishops bestowed their blessings. With their pure white wings, the angels fluttered down, showering the congregation with radiant light, capable of curing ailments and restoring health. Gasps of awe rippled through the crowd, for such a spectacle was indeed rare. One archbishop made his way from the rear of the cathedral to the celestial center, where elementals conjured an amplification spell. Bert recognized this archbishop, a former adjudicator from the tribunal who had ascended to the role of archbishop upon retirement. Now representing the 8th archbishop present, silence, a commanding male voice pierced through the clamor of the congregation. The muscular archbishop's voice resonated through the amplification spell. The investiture would be conducted in the presence of all 8 archbishops, with the Pope himself officiating the ceremony. After a brief pause, he continued, "Today, we shall also formally bestow the honor upon the Saintus." Upon hearing this, the bishops began to applaud, prompting the faithful to join in. The seating arrangement of the bishops was meticulously planned, strategically placed among the populace to ensure immediate support for the leaders on stage. The Saintus had slain the legendary dragon known as Blake, which resided on the borders of Aorn, also infamously referred to as the Dragon of Destruction. The archbishop raised his grand staff and struck it against the floor. "Knights, bring forth the offering." The Gaia Cathedral, an architectural marvel, possessed a wide path leading to the central altar, spacious enough for a carriage to traverse. As the archbishop's voice echoed, the grand doors of the cathedral creaked open, revealing 8 towering knights clad in silver armor, marching in unison. They held iron chains, the other ends tethered to an exquisitely adorned floral chariot. The chariot, crafted from a lustrous silver metal, was adorned with an array of flowers. Through the vibrant blooms, intricate reliefs depicting the valiant knights vanquishing various malevolent creatures across the realms became visible. A closer inspection revealed that this chariot was once a war chariot, its once fearsome spikes now entwined with vines of flowers, softening its menacing aura and adding a hint of victorious sweetness. Measuring 6 meters in width and 11 meters in length, this colossal vehicle resembled a moving fortress. Yet, it could scarcely contain the source of overwhelming might it bore, a dragon's head, a true relic of a legendary beast, fierce and formidable, as if poised to roar at any moment. The instant the cathedral doors swung open, a palpable aura of draconic power enveloped the gathered crowd, leaving even the most novice of believers feeling weak, as if they could scarcely stand. Bert felt as though his legs were encased in lead, struggling to maintain his balance, akin to a man who had practiced magic with his wife through the night. Could such a creature truly be slain? This was the shared thought among the throng. Merely the severed head of a once mighty dragon emanated such a potent force. What valor would be required to confront such a beast? Many in the crowd turned pale at the sight of the dragon's head, overwhelmed by its dread presence. The archbishop, sensing the unease, struck the ground with his staff, sending forth a wave of warmth that enveloped the crowd, dispelling the deep-seated terror that had taken hold of their souls. "Silence," the authoritative voice resounded again. "Bring it to the altar." The knights released their chains, and the 8 men, averaging 2 meters in height, approached the sides of the chariot, each extending a robust arm to gently lift the dragon's head. The weight of the legendary creature seemed to diminish in their grasp as they carried it past the awestruck assembly. As the dragon's head passed, the faithful could feel the chilling aura radiating from it, a testament to its malevolent nature. Bert noticed a sharp sword embedded in the dragon's brow. Emanating the very chill that enveloped the crowd, it was the warm snow of Shiza, effectively preserving the head and preventing decay. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the masses. It was through the combined efforts of the Saintess and her companions that this scourge was finally brought to justice. Archbishop Kane spread his arms wide, stating, "We shall not deny the dedication of other warriors on the front lines. Yet the Saintess, too, must consider myriad factors from her position. As her companions were absent from the Holy See. This investiture would solely honor the Saintess." With the aid of the amplification spell, Kane's voice resonated beyond the cathedral, accompanied by hymns that rang out, filling the sacred mountain, as the orchestra within the cathedral began to play. The knights placed the dragon's head upon the altar and stepped back. The sound of hooves echoed from outside the cathedral, as a resplendent white unicorn, adorned with shimmering wings, gracefully entered. Upon its back sat a figure, radiating a golden glow that enhanced her aura of sanctity. This was the manifestation of divine magic, an essential means to maintain her image before the multitude. The enchanting Neely, bedecked in finery, bore flowers, angels, and swords that danced along her flowing gown. A delicate tiara adorned her head, her long hair elegantly styled, while small elemental angels flitted about her, their golden wings shedding ethereal feathers that transformed into particles and dispersed into the air, imparting an indescribable sense of sanctity. Dismounting onto the central altar, Neely was promptly assisted by the waiting Lumine, who helped her descend gracefully. Her cherubic face depicted a mix of seriousness as she turned to wave at the congregation below. The bishops seized the moment to applaud once more, their claps echoing throughout the hall. The ceremony commenced simply, with His Holiness the Pope bestowing upon Neely the Holy Sword, thus completing the investiture of the Saintess. Cain struck his staff once more, asserting that this investiture before the head of a legendary dragon was an unprecedented spectacle in the annals of the Holy See. The Pope's entrance was equally extraordinary, as golden leaves rained from the heavens. Once these magically conjured leaves settled, the Pope appeared on the altar. This was Neely's first encounter with the pontiff, a living legend, not a pure human. His age exceeded 900 years. Centuries passed, amidst the turmoil that plagued the continent. This Pope led the Knights of the Holy See to defy the prevailing edicts, intervening in the conflicts to hasten the cessation of hostilities. In the realm of whispers, it is said that he could catch the storm giant axe wielded by dwarves with his bare hands, bathe in the breath of dragons, and that the bloodthirsty dark deity, Chimera, would obey his summons as meekly as a kitten. Towering over 2 meters, with hair like a blazing sun, he was known as the Silent One. On the battlefield, his mere presence would cause both sides to lose their will to fight, rendering the entire scene eerily silent. Yet, all of this seemed utterly disconnected from the elderly man before Neely. He indeed possessed golden hair, but it appeared dull and lifeless now. The old man's figure was stooped, his face etched with deep wrinkles. He was not the towering giant one would expect. Devoid of his papal garments, he could easily be mistaken for an ordinary, diminutive old man, even slightly shorter than the petite Neely. Clad in a flowing white robe, he wore a golden threaded cloak draped over his shoulders. Traditionally, the cloaks of popes are embroidered with their feats, a testament of recognition from the Holy See. Neely had seen such cloaks in books, depicting scenes of salvation, bringing rain to parched lands, and warding off beasts to protect the realm, but none bore the intricate designs of the one before her. The patterns were complex, yet distilled into 2 words: conquest. Conquest over the armies of war, conquest over dwarves who command the molten core, conquest over the chimera that unleashes poison upon the earth. Even floods would bow to him, parting at the stroke of his sword. Neely could not maintain her gaze forever. According to the ritual, she needed to lower her head to receive the Pope's blessing. Archbishop Cain held a tray adorned with a beautifully crafted holy sword, which he presented before the Pope. The elderly man extended his hand, retrieving the sword from the tray, and scrutinized Neely from head to toe. Good child," he remarked, as he tapped the sword's sheath 3 times on her left and right shoulders. Afterward, Neely stood tall, and the Pope bestowed the holy sword upon her. "You are to serve as the holy maiden of the Holy See. Persevere onward." The aged man's nod conveyed not just pride but an air of relief. Neely could not shake the feeling that she had glimpsed a flicker of black flame in the Pope's left eye, but it vanished so swiftly that she could not be certain. "May the light always be your companion in the days to come. You must overcome difficulties. Those who doubt you shall be made to see the truth. Those who seek your aid must be empowered. And should monsters arise, let them be met with steel." His voice, though frail with age, resonated with divine authority. It was a solemn admonition. His words echoed through the church, magically reverberating across the sacred mountain. As hymns resumed, and various beasts descended from the heavens, showering flowers upon the congregation, and no longer needing the Archbishop's intervention, the faithful began to applaud spontaneously, their cheers resonating beyond the church's walls. After a considerable time, Tranquility returned. At the Pope's gesture, Neely stepped aside while he took his place at the altar's center. The elderly man cast a sidelong glance at Neely, his eyes seemingly conveying multitudes. Yet saying nothing. Since I have presided over the Holy See, I have quelled the flames of war, cultivated barren lands, and secured a measure of peace to nurture life. He surveyed the 7 archbishops surrounding him, then addressed the crowd below. Today marks the 470th year of my papacy. I have never feared the malevolent, nor have I tolerated sin. I stand before you now, aged and weary. The Holy See is blessed with talent, the present is ours, and the future belongs to you. He paused, then continued. I wish to select a successor to continue illuminating this world. His proclamation sent a wave of astonishment through the assembly. A cacophony of voices erupted, the entire sacred mountain shaken by this unprecedented news. Carrier pigeons, familiars, and gargoyles took flight, racing from the holy mountain to disseminate the news across the globe, as the leading power of the continent. The change of its guiding hand would undoubtedly stir tumultuous waves. I shall not abdicate hastily. The legacy of the papacy is never a simple affair. He turned to Neely. Good child, step forward. I will first select one of the current 4 holy children as a candidate for the papacy. There shall not be just one candidate. I will continue to choose. Observing closely, one could see that the archbishops on the stands appeared unsurprised, some with frowns while others wore secretive smiles. The selection of candidates would take place tomorrow. Today's applause was for the holy maiden Neely. He waved his hand, and the elemental sprite, supporting the amplification magic, fluttered its wings aside as he turned. He seemed to stoop further, and Neely, no longer the naive novice she once was, felt an unsettling awareness. Something wild and restless seemed to dance around the Pope, as if yearning to ignite everything in flames, yet it felt like nothing at all. Golden petals fell from the sky, enveloping the Pope's figure, and when they dispersed, he was no longer within the grand cathedral of Gaia. Neely, tomorrow, you must prevail. The voice of the elderly man echoed in her ears, infused with magic. You too shall triumph. In an instant, Neely sensed an uncanny overlap between her master's voice and that of the Pope. Similar, yet not identical. Was it merely an illusion, Master? Neely whispered, her voice a mere breath, but received no echo in return. It is time for the floral carriage. Your Highness, a gentle light approached from beneath the altar, lifting Neely's gown with both hands, softly reminding her. Neely's thoughts returned to the present. She nodded slightly and descended the steps from the altar. 2 knights linked arms, assisting her onto the floral carriage. The time had come for the archbishops to make their appearance, their applause snapping the dazed crowd back to reality, albeit their claps were now considerably quieter. Neely stood on a raised platform of the war chariot, originally designed as a lookout point, now occupied by the resplendent holy maiden accepting flowers from the faithful. The knights hoisted the head of a dragon onto the carriage, this time with only 6 bearers. Yet their strength rendered even one capable of lifting it, though perhaps lacking in dignity. 8 knights grasped iron chains, guiding the floral chariot towards the exterior of the grand cathedral. All were judgment knights from the Holy See, each with strength surpassing the epic tier, one hand gripping the chains while the other rested on their sheathed swords. The head of a legendary dragon was worth a city, and they formed a protective perimeter around the carriage to deter any malevolent gazes. Though they lacked the audacity to cause trouble on the sacred mountain, knights adorned with colorful feathers stood at the sides of the road, maintaining order. Regardless of their allegiance to the Holy See, all pressed forward, eager to witness the new holy maiden's splendor and glimpse the visage of the dragon of destruction. Chapter 29. I will slay you. Is the selection of the Pope's successor simply a matter of engaging in combat? Neely inquired, having concluded a day of parades on the floral carriage, now seated upon her bed. Indeed, considering your benevolent disposition as a cleric, you may select a reliable attendant to act as your champion in this duel. The sprite replied, her gaze lowered, obscuring her expression. Neely, embodying the path of compassion, was akin to a nurturer. One could hardly expect a support character to face an opponent head-on. Generally, clerics of the Holy See could choose between 2 paths, one of benevolence, focusing on healing and buffing allies, and the other of retribution, utilizing physical might to vanquish heretics. Neely was a quintessential benevolent cleric, while the three competitors for the papacy had opted for the path of retribution. In accordance with fairness, the highest tier of attendance you may choose cannot exceed the golden rank. Coincidentally, I happen to be a golden tier judgment knight, the sprite said, subtly revealing the sword at her waist with a slight bow. Neely remained silent. The sprite raised her head, locking eyes with Neely, who was staring intently at her. I must ask, do you and the master truly consider me a fool? Neely murmured, her voice laced with melancholy. It was night. Her golden hair cascaded down, and her bright eyes reflected a sorrowful glow. The sprite did not respond, continuing to speak to herself. Tomorrow, 4 candidates will participate in the selection of the Pope's successor, including you, but in reality, you will only face 2 opponents. The other holy maiden can be considered an ally. A chill swept through the room. The night breeze of September was cool, prompting the sprite to approach the window and close it. Then, picking up documents that had been placed on the desk at some point, she began to explain them to Neely. Hey, don't just talk to yourself. Neely expressed her dissatisfaction. The following day, the selection of the papal candidates was once again held atop the sacred mountain. This place, the site of judgment on the sacred mountain, places an unparalleled emphasis on procedural justice compared to other realms of the world. Except for those whose crimes are deemed unforgivable, who face immediate execution, the majority of offenders will encounter their trial here, where the tribunal of the Holy See will present the charges against them. Should the accused feel wronged or dissatisfied, they may petition for a trial by combat, wielding their swords to voice their grievances. However, should one invoke the trial by combat, they must contend with a retribution knight of at least epic rank. Seasoned by countless battles, given the burden of their guilt, the knight's initial disposition towards them will be negative, potentially leading to a brutal execution fueled by extreme disdain. Thus, one must approach such duels with utmost caution. The sensational news from yesterday drew the gaze of the entire world to this location. Representatives from the Oran Empire, the Mage Continent, the Orcs, Elves, and Dwarves all gathered to witness the event. The site of judgment resembled a grand theatrical stage, with numerous stands constructed around it to showcase the fairness and impartiality of the proceedings to all faithful observers. Platforms were specially designated among the surrounding seating, allowing individuals from various factions to observe. While the archbishops of the Holy See occupied the higher tiers, the crowd of spectators was simply overwhelming, with small stools being sold in the front rows for peanuts and soda, ensuring a lucrative venture. A colossal figure, a crocodilian standing over 4 meters tall, scanned the area from the central platform. Due to its immense size, it could not find a chair large enough, so it sat cross-legged on the ground, coiling its tail beneath itself for support. Both the Holy See and Oran are predominantly human realms. There, it pointed, its voice booming, eyes the size of fists glinting with menace, and there, a nearby foxfolk, adorned with 2 white fox ears, gestured. The crocodilian named Creighton followed the direction indicated, spotting the stands occupied by the archbishops. That bald muscular human is one of the sons, named G. It is said, he follows the path of retribution as an ascetic. Gazing in that direction, one could see a shining bald head reflecting the sunlight, clad in loose white robes that revealed well-defined pectorals and abs. Upon his head rested a laurel wreath, symbolizing his identity as a son of the Holy See. Creighton narrowed his eyes. On the platform stood 2 archbishops, one seemingly named Homo, a figure shrouded in scarce information, while the other was a strikingly alluring female archbishop. That woman does not appear to be purely human. Creighton sniffed. You can smell that from this distance? The foxfolk, Hake, glanced sideways. The crowd likely exceeded 10,000, and the myriad of scents was unimaginable, especially given their position was several hundred meters away. That woman bears magical markings on her neck. You fool, Creighton shot back, casting a disdainful glance at the foxfolk. Hake's face showed no embarrassment as he continued. That woman is one of the newly appointed archbishops from these past 2 years. Known as May, she is a hybrid, rumored to be of human, demon, and beastkin descent. The foxfolk furrowed his brow. There is little relevant information. For reasons unknown, the archbishops and higher-ranking figures have frequently changed in the past 2 years, with nearly a third of the archbishops being replaced. That muscular son appears quite formidable. Creighton blinked. I wish to engage him in a contest of strength. According to our intel, that Ji should be of golden rank. Hailing from the tribunal, and was accepted as a disciple by the archbishop named Mei due to his military achievements. Just as the two were conversing, another figure ascended to the stands, a handsome young man with black hair. Dressed in the common white robes of a priest, his face perpetually adorned with a cheerful smile, lacking any distinctive features. Look, the one who just went up is the disciple of Archbishop Homo. There is little detailed information about him. He is known as Feilind. A messenger pigeon fluttered down to the foxfolk's hand. He retrieved a small bamboo tube bound to his leg and extracted a slip of paper from within. Oh, wait. More news has arrived. Unfolding the note, the foxfolk read aloud. Son Feilind, suspected to be the legendary Faceless One? After Hake finished reading, he glanced back at the stands, only to find that the son named Feilind seemed to be gazing at him, though his squinted eyes made it uncertain if he was truly looking in this direction. The foxfolk chuckled awkwardly, only to notice that the son Feilind tilted his head slightly, revealing a warm smile that struck him with an inexplicable chill. What about the other two daughters? Creighton inquired. Hake shifted his gaze, discreetly moving closer to the crocodilian brother, attempting to shield himself from the scrutiny of the stands with his imposing form. The other two daughters were also situated in a section of the stands. Archbishop Dehiba turned to Neely, seated beside him, and inquired, "How was your rest yesterday?" "Not bad," Neely nodded. Ever since she returned from her adventures to the sacred mountain, the girl named Weiguang had been attending to her daily needs. Initially thought to be trustworthy due to her master's token, it seemed she and her master were concealing something from her. "Where is my master? Why has he not shown his face since my return from the adventure?" Weiguang, who stood silently behind Neely with her short hair tied up, did not speak. "Has your master still not appeared?" Kane asked. Neely shook her head. "No, not even a letter." Among the stands was another individual. One of the four daughters. She wore simple light armor, her silver hair cropped short. If it weren't for the absence of an Adam's apple, her appearance might have led one to mistake her for a melancholic young man. According to Weiguang's introduction the previous night, she was Kane's disciple, known as Fawn. She sat quietly, cradling a silver long sword in her arms, meditating with her eyes closed. The rules of the competition were straightforward. A chaotic battle would ensue, and whoever remained standing would be declared the victor. "Since Fawn will be participating shortly, I won't introduce you two," Kane said, crossing his arms. "We shall discuss everything once you two have finished your match." "So, have you chosen your dual representative?" "Yes," Neely nodded, glancing at Weiguang beside her. "I see," Kane acknowledged. He could discern that despite Weiguang's apparent youth, estimated to be around 15, her inner strength had indeed reached the golden rank. Neely's master, whereabouts unknown, could not be entirely indifferent regarding the selection of the papal candidates. Hence, was this Weiguang her contingency plan? After a while, the sun shone directly upon the site of judgment, illuminating the stones beneath as though they were gilded. Kane stepped forward, his figure instantly soaring above the arena. Silence, he surveyed the crowd below, then turned his gaze to the other archbishops. The papal candidates will compete among the four sons and daughters. The Pope is the bearer of the light, and this ceremony will be conducted with simplicity. The one with the greatest strength shall be deemed the most suitable. Given that the daughter Neely is not a retribution type, we have decided, after discussion, to permit her to select a dual representative to stand in for her. Upon this declaration, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. What was initially expected to be a completely impartial selection of the papal candidates now appeared tainted. As the daughter named Neely could appoint someone to duel on her behalf, was this not a sign of collusion? Collusion! Someone shouted from the audience. The papal selection should be fair. A goblin, mingling within the crowd, attempted to stir the pot, joining in the chorus of calls for fairness. Though these little creatures were timid, the thrill of inciting chaos was deeply ingrained in them. Silenced, a knight addressed the crowd in a calm tone, and with just a glance, the uproarious voices fell silent. The individual who had called out was swiftly escorted away by the knights maintaining order, but the murmurs among the stands continued to escalate. Silence, knights, maintain order. Kane paid no heed to the ongoing discussions below. The time has come. The 4 contestants or their dual representatives are to enter swiftly. All archbishops, please proceed to the magic energy output nodes to prepare the defensive barrier. With the will of the God of Light, go forth. Upon the dais, the esteemed Cardinal Homo articulated, patting his disciple on the shoulder. The latter sprang to his feet and leaped toward the central arena of judgment. The muscular bald man had already made his move, charging forth like a cannonball, crashing into the heart of the field. The maiden, known as Fawn, swiftly appeared on the platform. Neely, today clad in casual attire, donned flexible leather armor suitable for movement. "Make way! Make way!" she called as she descended from the stand. Due to the overwhelming number of spectators gathered to witness the selection of the Pope, the seats were filled to capacity, and the aisles were crowded. Upon hearing Neely's voice, the crowd turned to see the laurel crown atop her head, a symbol of her saintly identity, and promptly parted. Like a tide, they opened up, allowing Neely to proceed step by step down from the platform and into the arena. "Saint Neely, where is your dueling proxy? Please hasten to summon her." Kane furrowed his brow. Observing Neely, who held a staff, "I can manage myself," Neely replied, shaking her head. "Are you certain?" Kane pressed once more, implying the urgency of having her proxy take the stage. The distinction between the paths of mercy and retribution is quite significant. Clerics who follow the path of mercy gradually transform their magical energy into a form known as divine power, which is gentle and exceptionally effective for casting enhancement or restorative spells. However, when it comes to unleashing destructive divine arts, it likely lacks even half the potency, I am certain, Neely reiterated, retrieving a rubber band from her pocket, tucking the staff under her arm, and beginning to tie her hair back. "I respect your choice," Kane replied, having inquired several times already. Any bias could not be overtly apparent. The crowd calling for the start of the match fell silent at this point. "I admire your courage," remarked a man named Phaline, drawing a dagger from behind his waist while maintaining a cheerful demeanor. "I shall go easy on you later. For the sake of our future friendship, wouldn't you agree?" The muscular bald man said nothing but nodded in acknowledgement. The girl named Finn merely unsheathed her sword, unable to comprehend why Neely would make such an unwise choice. However, it was not her concern. She had initially hoped to let the one called Weiguang deal with one of the 2 men to alleviate some pressure, but that now seemed impossible. After the match commenced, the first action of the opposing duo would likely be to eliminate this Neely. And in the ensuing battle, she anticipated facing even greater targeting. Nevertheless, she resolved to trust in her sword. Thus, Finn thought, utterly unaware of the tempest she was about to confront. Neely was seething with rage. She was far from pleased. The return from slaying the dragon garnered her not her master's welcome but rather a series of intricate schemes. It appeared they intended for her to succeed the Pope without even considering her own desires. Weiguang was in cahoots with her master. "I do not require you to fight on my behalf," she declared. "You 3 golden-tiered ones, what expressions are those? Do you all regard me as an easy target? I am but a step away from legendary status. Although merely an aide, I am still an entity worthy of your reverence. Why do you look upon me so?" Begin, with the announcement from Cardinal Kane echoing through the air. The angelic beings composed of elemental forces sounded their holy trumpets, buzz. The Faceless One was an ancient profession of the tribunal, akin to an assassin, wielding twin short daggers. Suddenly, his form quaked, and his garments burst apart. This muscular giant stood over 2.5 meters tall, a devotee focused on honing his formidable physique, and at that moment, he too was stripped of his clothing. Fawn did not assail Neely but charged towards Phaline. This was her best strategy, allowing the muscle-bound man to eliminate Neely while she occupied one of the opponents. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, accompanied by a powerful surge of divine energy emanating from Neely's direction, radiating dazzling white light. The strengthening spell enhanced her physical attributes. The sacred armor enveloped her in a layer of armor composed of light elements. The holy flame imbued her attacks with divine fire. The epic tier divine art, angelic form, significantly amplified her magical prowess, physical attributes, and mental strength, granting her access to certain angelic spells. The aurora I could resist all illusions, rendering all forms of invisibility futile. A total of 45 enhancement spells blossomed upon Neely. the luminous radiance eclipsing even the blazing sun above. The three combatants on the field stood agape, bewildered by the magnitude of this power. Was she truly a being of light? Neely twirled her staff, activating a mechanism atop, splitting the staff into two segments connected by iron chains. The magical gem atop was larger than a fist, transforming the staff into a flail. As Neely swung it, a tempest of wind erupted. Destabilizing the three individuals on the platform, "I shall strike you down," she proclaimed. "Whoever said a staff cannot deal physical damage?" Chapter 30. Low blood sugar? Today's lesson was still at the second-year level. Compared to the first year, the second year emphasized practical applications. The school had requirements for teachers, mandating them to conduct specific research topics in their respective magical fields annually. The institution was never short of inexpensive labor. The practical assignments for second-year students essentially served to assist their instructors in research endeavors. Those who demonstrated their talent to their mentors during their second year might be favored and granted an opportunity to join their mentor's research team in the third year. While the first 2 years were primarily focused on academic studies, the third year demanded greater engagement with practical projects. Ideally, one would find a mentor with similar aspirations within the school. Otherwise, would one really consider applying for assistant positions at external mage towers? Surely, one would not wish to compete for sustenance with those wild mages, would they? Once more, in the same classroom as yesterday, Lucia occupied the front row, her dedication to learning acknowledged by Shiza. Emiya and Angelina, along with their companions, sat in the middle of the classroom. Due to some subjective assumptions, Shiza discerned a hint of something deeper. The classroom was tiered, allowing those seated behind to observe their peers' every movement clearly. Emiya's position was directly behind Lucia, and the others formed a circle around her, yet none obstructed the line of sight between the two girls. Could it truly be love? Shiza pondered privately, filled with respect and blessings. His thoughts a jumble. Shiza's proposed research topic revolved around magical communication technology. This choice was made after considerable contemplation. The means of communication in this world were, to say the least, rather primitive. Aside from carrier pigeons and familiars for longer distances, efficiency was alarmingly low, not to mention the risk of lost messages and poor confidentiality. Often, when distances grew too great, multiple deliveries were necessary. The reason was that areas far removed from civilized towns posed significant dangers, teeming with various monstrous entities. Sending a message over long distances via a pigeon risked it becoming prey to other creatures. Meanwhile, more reliable familiars for delivering messages were exclusive to mages. Due to contractual limitations, familiars struggled with long-distance deliveries. For instance, the letter Neely had sent to Shiza was dispatched through the postal service, involving a dedicated team that was not only costly but also less efficient than the flying familiars. Direct magical communication was even more challenging. Magical energy is easily disrupted, and mages find it difficult to cast spells beyond the range of their mental focus. Otherwise, there would be little purpose in the existence of archers. Mages below the Emerald tier seldom considered such methods of communication. The difficulty was compounded by the rapid consumption of magical energy. Those specializing in prophetic magic often erect towering observatories for this very reason. Being distanced from the masses effectively reduces chaotic magical fluctuations, allowing for more efficient communication with entities in the spiritual realm. We will not have class next week, before our next session in 2 weeks. You must complete and submit your group assignments to me, Shiza announced, rapping the blackboard. Did everyone grasp the principles of the square magic circle I just explained? Shortly, I will provide several samples for you to examine. 6 faces, each corresponding to a specific magic circle, so be sure not to mix them up. Just ensure they aren't too small and double-check your work. I've consulted the dean, and you should have covered the fundamentals of magic circle technology last year. You should be capable of handling these bronze tier circles, correct? A barely perceptible smirk played at the corners of Shiza's mouth. Every assignment will contribute to your final evaluation, so do take heed. You may now freely discuss how to form your groups. We must finalize this before class concludes. If anything is unclear, feel free to ask me, Shiza instructed. Lucia, please distribute these samples. Lucia stepped forward to distribute the samples from Shiza's hands, allowing the students to pass them around for inspection. The magical communication system Shiza intended to develop bore similarities to the communication satellites of Blue Star, albeit with slight variations. According to numerous predecessors' research, This world resembled a bubble of sorts. The realm where Shiza currently resided was generally referred to as the main material plane, enveloped by a colossal membrane. Beyond the main material plane lay the realm known as the spiritual plane. Numerous disparate realms float like bubbles within the spiritual domain, operating under a unique rhythm. The so-called otherworldly malevolent deities predominantly reside in this ethereal plane. Given the harsh conditions of the spiritual realm, any creature capable of surviving there possesses formidable strength, at least at an epic level or higher. Shiza's ambition is to launch a magical satellite into the spiritual realm, serving as a relay station for magical communication. In the primary material world, the lateral transportation of magical energy is susceptible to various external interferences. However, directing it towards the spiritual realm circumvents this issue. By constructing a sufficiently tall stargazing tower. Signals from the spiritual realm can be effortlessly received. Subsequently, it suffices to create slender conduits from materials that facilitate magical transmission to relay signals, an otherworldly version of a signal tower and network cables. Shiza perceives himself as a genius. He intends to undertake the construction of the magical satellite independently, while the artifacts for signal reception will be crafted by his students. Moreover, he envisions allowing the students to collaborate with him on experimental feedback, rendering the plan utterly perfect. The students merely need to focus on completing their assignments, while the teacher must consider a multitude of grading factors. Free labor should not be overlooked. When the time comes for final evaluations, a higher score may warrant gratitude from them. Has everyone finished forming groups? Please share any opinions promptly. Shiza, upon receiving the group assignment sheet from Emilia, was taken aback to discover that Lucia, Emilia, and Angelina were all grouped together. Did Lucia not raise any objections regarding this arrangement? Shiza felt a twinge of surprise. You will collect the materials for the assignment from the Zijing Mage Tower on the east side of the school. I have already made prior arrangements there, Shiza stated. Just then, he noticed Emilia Allen suddenly raising her hand. Emilia, do you have something to say? The girl blinked and stood up. Teacher, we can sponsor all the materials for our class. The girl's expression appeared innocent. She glanced at the sheet in Shiza's hand, then back at him. There is no need to mention sponsorship. Kindly take your seat. After all, let Lucia choose who she wishes to group with. Should she bow to the pressures of monetary influence? Shiza folded the sheet and glanced at the time. There were still a few minutes until class ended, though it was not yet time. He decided to dismiss the class early. While exploiting free labor may seem somewhat inhumane, Shiza believed that enabling the students to gain an advantage in their endeavors could slightly alleviate his feelings of guilt. The afternoon agenda remained to visit the library and study. He ought to finish reading the research on the living habits of red dragons. He had to admit that the author's imagination was indeed quite rich. After returning to the dormitory, he took his little cat out with him. It was Shiza's first experience with cat ownership. The kitten behaved well at home, not causing any havoc. However, Shiza feared that leaving it indoors for too long might stifle it. So he decided to take it out for some fresh air. The library permits the entry of magical pets. Given their high intelligence, magical creatures do not behave like ordinary pets that might indiscriminately relieve themselves. And the books in the library are magically protected, alleviating concerns about potential damage. Many students allow their familiars or magical pets to roam freely during class. On particularly sunny days, the library serves as their preferred shade. Of course, there was another reason for bringing the kitten along. It was already old enough to consume cat food, and for its health, Shiza purchased rather expensive cat food, costing 1 gold and 4 silver for a single bag. Reputedly made from the flesh of the ultra-rare northern flying fish, ensuring a balanced diet. However, recently, for reasons unknown, the kitten frequently ate its food only to vomit it back up. It was quite clever, managing to vomit only on the balcony, which made cleaning up easier for Shiza. Concerned that the kitten might be unwell, he planned to take it to the magical pet shop later that afternoon for a checkup. Since the kitten exhibited no other signs of illness aside from vomiting its food, the urgency to seek veterinary care was not pressing. Shiza resolved to remain in the library until dinner time, thus allowing himself to enjoy a meal outside, perhaps indulging in some barbecued ribs. In the library, he found himself perusing the same book, albeit from a different spot. This section housed tomes authored by various races, including elves and dwarves, which were generally quite ancient. Some of these books were not meant to be exposed to sunlight. The sunlight in this world, unlike that of Blue Star, contained unique magical properties with a potent penetrating effect, effectively countering undead creatures. The magical essence within the sunlight could easily penetrate the protective barriers established to safeguard the books within the school. To prevent the magical energy in sunlight from inflicting secondary damage on the tomes and thus reduce maintenance costs. The school had constructed a dedicated room for these fossilized texts, where only magical lamps were permitted for illumination. With the kitten cradled in his arms, Shiza delved into the room, settling into a spot and immersing himself in the ocean of knowledge. Knowledge, an explosion of enlightenment. Omala had to work today as well. After class, she hurried to the library, eager to dedicate ample time to studying the final holy war. Due to her thirst for blood syndrome, she needed to frequently replenish her nutrients. The bread at school was quite affordable, with a frosted roll costing merely 8 copper coins. Recently, with her assistant's stipend and the librarian's salary, her finances had improved considerably. Sweet treats uplifted her spirits, prompting Omala to indulge in several rolls as a treat. Purchasing multiple rolls, along with a bottle of water to prevent choking, promised her an afternoon filled with joy. Typically, she would find a secluded corner to discreetly consume her snacks before work. The library boasted an amusing slogan: "Food scraps attract mice. Mice read books, learn magic, and become smarter. Magic is power, but without moral constraints. Power leads to corruption. Mice turn evil and ultimately seize control of the world." To avoid detection, Omala would hide in a seldom-visited storeroom within the library, filled with tedious tomes that few could comprehend. When eating her bread, she would cast iron's stomach on herself to ensure complete digestion. Signs of her thirst for blood resurfaced, prompting her to quicken her pace. Upon reaching the storeroom, Omala swiftly opened the door, eager to replenish her sugar levels. However, she was met with an unexpected sight. A familiar figure from the previous day. He sat in the corner of the storeroom, cradling a cat in his arms while reading a book. "Teacher Shiza?" she greeted, her surprise evident. "Not you again," Shiza muttered, attempting to conceal the book in his hands. However, reconsidering, he deemed it unnecessary. He simply closed it and set it aside, hiding the spine from her view. "What a coincidence, Omala," Shiza replied. "Good to see you again." "Are you here to read again today, teacher?" Omala inquired, glancing at the book in Shiza's hands. "It is truly admirable that someone as accomplished as you is so diligent in their studies." "Just maintaining a habit of daily reading to keep my mind sharp." Shiza chuckled. "There's something on your mind." Confronted with her teacher, Omala hesitated to admit that she was merely hiding to eat bread, fearing reprimand. Instead, a clever thought crossed her mind. "Oh, it's nothing. I simply came to organize the books here. Please, continue your reading." She resolved to pretend to organize quickly before making her exit. All right, after all, he was her student. The book she had seen yesterday was written in Elvish. What if she could understand the cover? That would ruin her image. Regardless, she would only organize and then leave. However, if she concealed the book and left, what if she piqued her curiosity and sought it out later? She would be in trouble if she had to consult a dictionary. With such thoughts in mind, Shiza opened the book again, placing it on the kitten's lap to obscure the cover. "Let us hurry up and leave." Omala set her backpack down, which contained her bread and water, and began to pretend to organize the books on the shelf. It was merely an act, as this section rarely saw any visitors. After a while, Omala felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. It was the thirst for blood syndrome acting up, drawing nutrients from her very flesh. Should she endure a little longer? Yet the dizziness intensified. Her breathing became labored, and her legs began to tremble. "I should sit down for a moment." Her complexion paled, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead as her body gradually leaned toward the ground. She quietly sank to the floor, striving to remain silent. Shiza, feeling guilty for his clandestine observation, had been discreetly monitoring her. The moment her breaths grew heavy, he sensed something was amiss. When she sat down on the floor, it became evident that she was unwell. "Omala, are you all right?" Shiza exclaimed, hastily setting his book aside and rushing over. The kitten, startled by the sudden movement, tumbled to the floor. At that moment, Omala could only perceive darkness before her eyes. As if stars were twinkling. "At the stars that are calling out to me. I feel as though I might faint at any moment." She can only clutch her knees tightly to avoid collapsing onto the ground. Her face is as pale as parchment, her lips devoid of color, tinged with purple and black, her eyes tightly shut. Is this hypoglycemia? Shiza is taken aback and quickly reaches out to pinch her philtrum. Chapter 31. Is this a proper place? Pinching the philtrum can revive someone who has fainted due to low blood sugar, but one should refrain from doing so if the person has heart-related ailments. The white-haired girl before him clearly belongs to the former category. After pinching her twice, Umala slowly begins to regain consciousness, although her face remains frighteningly pale. Are you all right? Shiza supports Umala, checking her faint breath, which feels very weak. Delving into her body with his spiritual energy, he discovers a significant frailty. She is evidently in a state of chronic deficiency, a classic case of low blood sugar. Upon seeing Umala open her eyes, still appearing weak and powerless, Shiza casts a low-level healing spell, though the effect is minimal. This situation stems from a lack of energy. She needs to replenish her strength. Leaning Umala gently against a nearby bookshelf, he says, "Wait here. I will fetch you something to eat." The girl extends a finger towards her bag beside her. There, her voice is faint, barely audible. Shiza hurries to retrieve the Biagiti this moment. Umala feels slightly better, struggling to prop herself up as she pulls out some bread and water from her backpack. Perhaps due to her frail condition, she eats rather hurriedly and chokes on the dry bread. Shiza quickly opens a cup of water and hands it to her, gently patting her back. After washing down the bread with a sip of water, Umala steadies herself, her weak body barely able to muster enough magical energy to cast an iron stomach spell to aid her digestion. Completing this, she finds a moment to pause and says, "Thank you, teacher, I'm fine." Observing her every move, Shiza cannot help but speculate if she is facing some peculiar difficulties. Previously, Evia had mentioned that this child comes from a disadvantaged background. Her frail condition makes him wonder if she has been struggling to get enough to eat. "It's all right, take your time." Shiza squats beside her, gesturing in the air, a blue light coalescing. "Let me check." Umala nods and continues munching on her frosted bread as the light hovers to her forehead. Isn't this just a case of blood thirst? There's nothing shameful about it. The little milk cat, which Shiza had tossed aside earlier, fortunately, is a docile creature. It now scurries back to their side, peeking curiously. Seeing Shiza's serious expression while examining Umala, it wisely refrains from approaching him and instead walks over to Umala. Nudging her with its head and mewing softly, Umala, one hand holding the bread, reaches out with the other to pet the little cat's head. When the cat emits a high-pitched meow, she mistakenly believes it wants some of her bread. Hesitating slightly, she is reluctant to share but recalls that teacher Shiza is very considerate of her. After contemplating, Umala dips her finger in the frosting on the bread and offers it to the cat. The little cat extends its barbed tongue to lick the frosting off Umala's finger, clearly enjoying the taste, wrapping its front paws around her finger while balancing on its hind legs, licking her outstretched finger from every angle. After inspecting her, Shiza finds something peculiar about Umala's body. It seems something is amiss near her heart, as the magical energy and nutrients in her blood are significantly diminished when pumped out by the heart, almost as if something is absorbing them. Is it your body? Shiza tentatively inquires, being mindful of the student's privacy. "It's nothing serious. I'm just a bit naturally anemic," Umala replies while chewing her bread, her words slightly muffled. The food stuffed in her cheeks reminiscent of a hamster. Anemia, Shiza has heard of this condition. It is manageable as long as one replenishes their nutrients. However, given this child's impoverished background, it is likely she is not getting enough nutrition. Observing the little cat still licking Umala's finger, Shiza mistakenly thinks it is biting her, and he grabs the little creature by the scruff of its neck, lifting it up to scold, "Little one. She isn't feeling well. Don't cause trouble." The small creature flails its paws in the air, emitting a plaintive meow. Shiza flicks its nose as a minor reprimand. "It's fine. You can put it down, teacher," Umala interjects. Clearly fond of the little cat, this adorable, fluffy creature, Shiza releases the cat, which promptly scampers away, and Umala resumes eating her bread. As the highest magical institution in Aeon, the school indeed imposes a heavy academic burden. This child suffers from anemia, and to restore her health, she must eat more. Yet the tuition fees are not inexpensive. Although Omala receives a reduction in tuition due to her excellent entrance exam results, it is likely that her part-time job in the library is insufficient to cover her expenses. Even with the assistant stipend, it probably amounts to only a few silvers each week. How about I take you to get some life supplements or something? You can't keep going like this. Don't let your health deteriorate, Shiza suggests. Upon hearing this, Omala shakes her head repeatedly, asserting that she cannot afford such expenses. No need, teacher. I'll manage by eating a bit more. Shiza can surmise the reason. Most difficult to treat ailments boil down to one word. Money. Don't worry about the cost. I can cover it for you, he insists, though he cannot think of a better solution. However, abandoning her here is certainly not an option. He must uphold at least the basic principles of being a teacher. Yet Omala firmly declines again. Really, there's no need, teacher. This leaves Shiza in a dilemma. He certainly cannot drag the girl out. Meanwhile, the little milk cat, having darted away when Shiza released it, is not one to hold a grudge against him for flicking its nose. It glances back repeatedly, curious if Shiza will chase after it, but Shiza clearly has no such intention. When it becomes apparent that Shiza is not approaching, the little cat reluctantly returns. Omala is focused on finishing her bread, while Shiza is troubled about how to assist her. Neither of them notices the little creature's antics. Sniff, sniff. The scent is coming from this direction, from that white-haired human's bag. While both remain oblivious, the little cat has already burrowed into Omala's backpack. By the time Omala finishes her bread and wipes the frosting from her fingers, she reaches into her backpack and feels something wriggling with a tail. Nai Bao, what have you done? Shiza exclaims in shock, realizing the cat has caused mischief. When Omala retrieves it, the little creature is still clutching the bread, eagerly licking the frosting off that was the last one. Omala gazes at the little cat, uncertain of her expression. That was her treat for a delightful afternoon, now devoured by the cat. Yet, expressing anger seems unreasonable. Teacher Shiza is so kind, and it would be petty to hold a grudge against his cat. She collects her emotions, cradling the little cat in her hands and offering it to Shiza, tearing off the frosted piece of bread and presenting it as well. It's fine. If it enjoys eating, let it be. Shiza takes the little cat, nearly ready to reprimand it for snatching food meant for a patient. Accepting the little creature, he observes Omala attempting to finish the remaining bread, and he interjects, "Perhaps it's best not to eat that. The cat has licked it. It's fine. I don't mind." Omala smiles, showing that she is not so delicate and believes in not wasting food. Shiza approves of her demeanor. If meat were to fall on the ground with many people around, he would hesitate to pick it up, caring somewhat about appearances. However, if no one were around, he would not hesitate to follow the 3-second rule. Shiza had expected a girl her age might be sensitive about appearances, but she seems to embody a different ethos, one that values not wasting anything. "You little rascal," Shiza squats down, pressing the cat to the ground and playfully flicking its nose. The little cat, unaware of its misdeeds, struggles to escape while still holding the piece of bread Omala had given it. Shiza certainly won't let it go. It's vital to educate it early, the little creature meows plaintively. And Omala, unable to bear it, pleads, "Let it go. It should know better now." After a few more flicks for good measure, Shiza releases it. The little cat, sensing the change in Shiza's demeanor, quickly scurries away, seeking refuge behind Omala. She scoops up the little cat, cradling it in her arms and gently stroking its head in comfort. There. After consuming a small meal, Omala felt a slight improvement in her spirits and began to speak. Once she finished eating, she attempted to rise, one hand cradling a milk pouch and the other bracing against the bookshelf behind her. The moment she stood up, darkness blurred her vision as if the blood in her head had rushed down to her neck, inducing a dizzy spell that nearly caused her to faint once more. What a clumsy little mage! With quick reflexes, Shiza caught Omala, preventing her from falling. "Are you truly all right?" Shiza inquired, steadying Omala by her arms. With Shiza's assistance, she regained her balance and handed the milk pouch to him. The little creature, once freed from Omala's grasp, began to meow in Shiza's arms. As Shiza released his hold, Omala extended a hand to support herself against the bookshelf, her knees weakly holding her up, her breathing heavier. "I'm fine." "Are you really fine, young lady? Please don't collapse in front of me." Shiza said, visibly anxious. How about we go out together and find a store to get some restorative potions? Your health is essential for your studies, Shiza suggested. Umala shook her head in refusal. I truly don't need it. I just need to rest. As Shiza observed the mischievous milk pouch in her arms. An idea struck him. Then how about this? Consider it a favor you're doing for me. Once more, Shiza grasped the kitten by the scruff of its neck, and finally, it ceased its cries. This little one seems to have developed a psychological trauma from earlier. As it has been wailing in my arms, he passed the kitten to Umala. It might be unwell. I had planned to take it to the vet this afternoon. I can't keep holding it like this. Especially since its cries are so attention-grabbing. Umala, though confused, instinctively accepted the kitten when Shiza handed it over. Here's the plan. You accompany me outside and help me hold this little creature to quiet it down. Once we've taken care of its medical needs, I'll treat you to something to eat, Shiza said. All right, I'll return this book and request some time off for you. You rest here for a bit. Umala, feeling faint and dazed, hadn't fully grasped what Shiza had said, merely cradling the milk pouch in her arms. By the time she came to her senses, Shiza had already exited the library with the book in hand. Shiza felt quite clever, managing to assist his student while also returning the book amidst the chaos. Although he was curious about whether a dragon girl would have lava flowing from her mouth when eating, he prioritized his student's well-being. He quickly returned the book to the shelf, ensuring to remove several other books to obscure it from Umala's curious gaze. He then approached the library director. The bald middle-aged man who always sat behind the counter near the library entrance, and explained Umala's condition. The director promptly agreed. All right, now hold on to it and follow me. Even after stepping outside the school gate, Umala still felt somewhat disoriented. Wasn't I supposed to go to work this afternoon? How did I end up out here? Here, let me cast a few buffs on you, Shiza said, still concerned about Umala's state. Hoping she wouldn't faint halfway. Buffs? Umala repeated, puzzled. Lightness, vitality, feline agility. In an instant, beams of enhancement magic emanated from Shiza's hands, swiftly enveloping Umala. Although Shiza typically employed powerful offensive spells during adventures, he had diligently trained to achieve instantaneous casting of enhancement spells. Preparing for any eventuality. Oh, splendid! The two stone lions at the school entrance, bored on duty, reacted to Shiza's swift magic with simultaneous exclamations of admiration. The effective and elegant display of instant magic caught the attention of several passers-by, who turned to witness the spectacle. Are we watching a show? Let us hurry along, Shiza urged. Oh, okay. In a daze, Umala followed Shiza, feeling as light as a feather under the magic's enhancement, each stride feeling as though she were soaring. This was the wondrous amplification of magic. When a legendary figure bestows buffs upon lower-tier practitioners, the effects are magnified due to the overflow of magical energy. Were Umala a traveler with a system panel, she would likely receive notifications such as lightness, eliminates most obstacles to movement, vitality, energy restoration 1000, feline agility, agility 1000. Within 10 minutes, Umala found herself oblivious to her surroundings, simply following Shiza. They arrived at a narrow alleyway, marked by a sign depicting a black cat, its paw pointing inward, accompanied by the words, "Walk 10 paces inside." Was it an illusion? Was there a magnificent elf, or perhaps a succubus, standing within? Umala glanced at the sign, questioning the legitimacy of the establishment. Chapter 32. A fortuitous encounter. You finally arrived. Yu's figure was as striking as ever, resembling a succubus from the magical realm rather than the more balanced appearance of an elf. Upon seeing Shiza, her eyes sparkled, and she approached him eagerly. Good afternoon, Shiza greeted. Good afternoon, Yu replied with a gentle smile, naturally taking Shiza's hand and pulling him into an embrace. Although it felt slightly awkward to admit, Shiza, whether on Blue Star or here, had never been so directly embraced by such a formidable being. Feeling his arms squeezed by something remarkably elastic, startled, he attempted to withdraw his arm from between her two mountainous peaks, but failed. What are you doing? He exclaimed. Oh, nothing at all, Yu said nonchalantly, her expression devoid of embarrassment, her features exuding alluring charm. Didn't I mention before? If I want you as my partner, I naturally must display my feminine allure. Last time, when you visited with Evia, I assumed you were her partner and thus reserved a bit of courtesy for her. Her expression was sincere, devoid of pretense. But since you are not her partner, don't blame me for making the first move. But isn't this a bit too forward? Shiza couldn't help but critique. Is it too forward? You mused, glancing down at her ample curves, before suddenly appearing enlightened. Oh, you're concerned about that. She extended her delicate tongue to lick her lips. Rest assured, I am quite reserved with others. It's only you, if my possessiveness flares up. You needn't worry. There are children present, Shiza pointed out. Umala, standing nearby, covered her eyes with her hands, peeking through her fingers at the interaction between the two. Oh? At this moment, you noticed Umala, turning her attention to the young girl. Her voice sultry and enchanting, a stark contrast to the last time Shiza and Evia visited. Hello, little sister. My name is Yu. Hello, Umala stammered. I'm Umala. You released Shiza's arm and turned to walk into the alley. Come in. I've been waiting for you. Her attire was simple, a long black dress beneath a casually draped mage's robe, embroidered with a silver leopard, albeit distorted due to the uneven ground. She had only fastened the top 2 buttons, making it loose and flowing, yet it did little to conceal her figure, swaying as she walked and exuding a mature allure. The shop was dimly lit, lacking lamps, and you showed no intention of turning on any lights. Instead, she opened the door and casually gestured, "Find a spot to sit. I'll get you both something to drink." With a wave of her hand, a kettle flew towards her, and after a quick touch, she confirmed its temperature was just right. Perfect, let us drink this. She poured each of them a cup, the beverage reminiscent of brewed leaves, emitting a minty aroma without being overpowering. The water was perfectly warm. Did you know we were coming? Shiza remarked, observing the tea in his hand, noting the brewing time was impeccable. The milk pouch in Umala's arms curiously leaned forward to inspect the tea, prompting her to dip her finger into the liquid and offer a taste to the creature. Sitting at the counter, you appeared somewhat cramped due to her voluptuous figure. Shiza and Umala sat across the table from her. Adjusting her posture, you leaned forward onto the table, finding a more comfortable position. With a gentle smile, she said, "Of course I knew you were coming. I have been keeping an eye on your destiny star." The moon delicately tucked her flowing hair behind her ears. She playfully poked her cheek, and a glimmer of silver light flickered in her eyes. I am indeed an esteemed astrologer of our clan. In various regions, astrologers are also referred to as seers, diviners, or spiritual shamans, possessing the unique ability to communicate with the ethereal realm and predict the trajectories of all things. Shiza had encountered such beings before, during his initial arrival in this world. When it was proclaimed that he was the destined hero meant to vanquish the dragon of destruction, urged to embark on his journey, Shiza had dismissed it as mere narrative exposition, paying it no further heed after the revelation. In this realm, prophecy is not a figment of imagination. It is a reasonable aspect of the magical perspective, merely a conjecture regarding the paths of existence. Can you perceive my fate star? Shiza inquired, somewhat astonished, for he was of legendary caliber and harbored certain unique attributes. Although he had not intentionally concealed his essence, it was indeed remarkable for someone to discern his fate star within the spiritual domain. The fate star is an entity that exists within all beings, a projection of one's life through various circumstances into the spiritual realm, allowing one to observe a person's fate almost equivalently. After a moment of contemplation, the large fairy before him was likely no more than an emerald-tier being, incapable of ascending further. You can indeed see your fate star? Shiza mused aloud. Moon nodded with a gentle smile, revealing dimples on her cheeks. How did you manage that? Shiza could not help but inquire. Curious to know? The fairy replied with a playful grin. Shiza nodded eagerly. Moon then glanced at the petite Omila beside her and remarked, "If you wish to know, I shall divulge this secret to you alone." Omila, feeling the intensity of Moon's gaze, timidly asked, "Should I step away for a moment?" "No need," Moon assured. "Shiza, lean closer. I shall whisper it to you." Shiza leaned toward the counter, his upper body inclined, a bit closer, Moon instructed. Hesitating for a moment, he leaned in, slightly tilting his face. Moon's features were strikingly defined. her nose elegantly sculpted. She leaned toward Shiza, their noses nearly touching, allowing him to catch a whiff of a floral fragrance that stirred a flutter within him. "I'm teasing you," she said, her breath brushing against his ear, rendering it slightly damp and ticklish. Once a retired hero, Shiza's previous adventures had been devoid of anything beyond perilous exploits. A glance downward revealed far more than he intended. He had previously occupied his time in the library studying the habits of red dragons. And at 19, an age brimming with youthful vigor, he could not help but react. His body, which had previously been poised away from the chair, quickly retreated back into it, and to Moon, it appeared as though he was shyly retreating from the breath he had inadvertently elicited. Moon could sense the formidable masculinity of Shiza, yet she was taken aback by his unexpectedly innocent demeanor. Her laughter rang like silver bells, resonating with delight, though charming. "Your eyes may deceive, but your essence does not," she mused, realizing that this masculine presence was indeed a suitable match for her, drawing her admiration. "Can you not see your own fate star?" she asked, reclining back to reveal her astonishing curves, stifling a giggle behind her hand. "Recently, auspicious events have unfolded. Aside from you, I can think of no other good fortune. Isn't Avia your close friend? Her visit surely counts as good news." Shiza attempted to redirect the conversation, feeling overwhelmed by her charm. "Lately, my little pet has been rather unwell, alternating between eating and vomiting. I wonder if there's a health issue." "Oh?" Moon's enchanting eyes turned to the kitten cradled in Omila's arms. "Bring that little one closer for me to examine." Omila gently placed the kitten onto the table, but as it tried to paw at the teapot, Moon swiftly caught it. Moon was not gentle. She firmly grasped the kitten by the scruff and turned it over. Despite its mewling protests, after a quick examination of its pupils and mouth, she poked its little belly to no apparent issues. "It seems to be experiencing mild indigestion." Chapter 33. Complimentary service. "How much do you feed it daily?" Moon suddenly asked, a thought striking her. "How much?" Shiza recalled, as he rarely spent time in the dormitory with it. Fearing it might go hungry, he always poured a bit more food into the bowl. "I suppose I give it about a quarter of a bag each time," he responded uncertainly. "That's far too much," Moon scolded, poking the kitten's belly. "For such a small creature, that much is unnecessary. A single scoop is sufficient, twice a day, and no wonder it looks so plump, with its neck markings almost resembling a collar. Did I not mention that a single bag lasts it nearly half a month? Why feed it so much?" Shiza felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his nose. "I simply forgot. I was mainly worried it might be hungry. Now that you're here, why not buy some earth serpent jerky or similar treats to take back?" Moon suggested, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Authentic bronze beast meat, currently on sale. A large bag for merely 2 gold and 6 silver. Given your fair complexion, I shall waive 6 silver coins and even offer you a complimentary divination service. It's beneficial for the kitten's growth. By the time it turns 1, there's a good chance it will gain an additional spell slot for its innate magic. 2 gold?" Omila, who had been eavesdropping, nearly gasped in disbelief. "That's enough to feed oneself for 2 months. Who would buy cat treats at such a price?" In Aorn, a typical bronze-tier adventurer might earn 7 to 8 gold coins in a month from various guild tasks or noble protection. A decent wage indeed. Who would purchase such things? Omila continued, aghast, observing Shiza, who appeared to be deliberating on how to decline her offer. "Be wary of the allure of the beauty before you, Moon," retrieving an assortment of pet treats from behind the counter. Displayed items beneficial for magical pets. While the prices were relatively reasonable, they seemed elevated compared to what she had encountered at the borders. Considering the transportation costs and the fact that they were in the royal capital, where prices were generally inflated, it was understandable. Yet, Moon's attire swayed enticingly, drawing Shiza's gaze involuntarily. The button on her garment resembled a superhero from a Blue Planet film, straining against the fabric, seemingly on the verge of giving way. Severely distracting Shiza and clouding his thoughts. Was Moon intentionally captivating him? It remained a mystery, yet she reveled in the sensation. Moon was of pure night elf lineage, a race endowed with an extraordinary gift of perception. Powerful beings emit unique pheromones, and Moon could easily gauge a person's general character and strength based on these signals. Shiza, standing before her, emanated the essence of a dormant volcano, or perhaps a slumbering dragon. Such a potent man should not possess such restraint regarding these matters, yet Shiza appeared as an innocent child, his emotions rising and falling under her influence. A mere adjustment of a button could ensnare his gaze entirely. This brought Moon a peculiar thrill, akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade or sleeping beside an imminent eruption, an exhilarating sensation that left her mouth parched, causing her to unconsciously lick her dry lips. Shiza had initially intended to avert his gaze, yet it is widely acknowledged that greater mass exerts a stronger pull. It is said that an object of excessive mass collapses into a black hole. Drawing an even light. It seemed he found himself in such a predicament now. Here, try this, Moon offered, presenting a piece of earth serpent jerky to the kitten. The little one, eager and unsuspecting, nibbled eagerly at the treat. However, after a few bites, the wily fairy snatched it away, inciting the kitten's frantic mewing. Want some more? Moon teased, shaking the treat enticingly. If you want it, tell your master to buy it for you. Let it eat? Let it eat. I'll buy it, Shiza relented, feeling slightly dizzy from the display. Finally, he withdrew coins from his pocket to pay, as the expense was negligible for him. Having accrued a substantial amount during his previous adventures, he hardly remembered the exact number, but it was clear he could afford this. Even as Shiza produced the coins, Omila remained bewildered. She could barely afford to feed herself, yet here was a wealthy individual, ready to spend a sum equivalent to her monthly sustenance on treats for a pet. Though the expenditure was not from her own pocket, she felt an inexplicable pang of heartache, akin to a precious strawberry from an expensive cake falling to the ground. Rendered inedible. Thank you for your patronage, Moon said, accepting the coins from Shiza with a radiant smile. This open bag shall be my gift to you. I shall fetch you another one shortly. Shiza took the assortment of pet treats, prioritizing the open bag of earth serpent jerky to feed the kitten first. Upon opening the bag, he noticed it had a seafood-like aroma, yet was devoid of any fishy scent, reminiscent of pork jerky. Fragrant and enticing, he produced a stick and handed it to the little cat, allowing it to embrace and eat it on its own. Shiza felt as if he had been ensnared by a hex. Inexplicably compelled to take a bite himself, he was precisely the sort of person who occasionally drifted into whimsical thoughts. You indicated her intention to take note of the accounts and left the counter, intending to retrieve a bag of earth demon snake jerky as well. Now, only Omila and he remained at the counter. You would take a little while longer to return, and in a strange twist of fate, Shiza drew out a piece of jerky from the bag, perhaps feeling it was somewhat selfish to indulge alone, especially since the piece was rather substantial. A glance at Omila prompted a moment of hesitation. He sniffed it again. It truly did smell delightful. Omila merely observed as her teacher extracted a stick from the bag containing the jerky for the earth snake, then took out another piece while looking around. A bold thought flickered in Umila's mind. Surely he wouldn't know. Why is he glancing back at me? The scenario Omila had imagined did not come to pass. Ultimately, Shiza returned the jerky to the bag. Omila harbored serious doubts that Shiza had not intended to eat it, possibly even wishing to share half with her to silence her, but he had abandoned the idea. Omila felt a twinge of regret. She truly wished to sample the pet treat, which cost the equivalent of several months' worth of her meal expenses. Perhaps due to a childhood of scarcity, she held a peculiar obsession with food. Even if it was meant for the little cat, its exorbitant price made her long to try it. Upon returning, you held not only a bag of jerky but also a divination tool commonly seen in various fortune-telling rituals, a crystal ball the size of an infant's head, along with a mat to place it upon. Come, you placed the mat on the counter and set the enormous crystal ball upon it. Now, you are all entitled to a complimentary divination service from the shopkeeper. Love fortunes, career prospects, anything can be divined, and if it doesn't work, it's free. Chapter 34. Divination. The door to the shop's backyard was thrust open by a massive black tiger named Mao Jian. It approached Shiza with an air of familiarity, gently nudging him with its head. Sniffing the bag in Shiza's hand, it made its intentions clear. Such a large black tiger would surely require more than a single piece to satisfy its hunger. Shiza promptly presented a handful of jerky to its mouth, while his other hand stroked its chin as long as there was food. Mao Jian was indifferent to the affection Shiza lavished upon it. Mao Jian, back for more treats, the elf, upon seeing the creature, could only remark on how well you understood its motivations, raising her hand as if to swat it away. Mao Jian cleverly sidestepped behind Shiza. Omala, seated just behind him on his right, felt her space invaded by the tigress presence, prompting her to shift her chair to make room. Mao Jian greeted her with a snort before reclining slowly on the ground beside Shiza. You can have a snack, but should you disrupt my divination later, I won't let you off easily, you warned. The golden tier magical beast understood human language and could detect the underlying threat in Yu's words. Yet today, there was an unusual scent in the air reminiscent of spring. A glance at Shiza made everything clear to it. The interior of the crystal ball was in constant flux, with tiny specks resembling starlight drifting and settling to the bottom, creating an aura of mystery. Such crystal balls are vital tools for magicians adept in divination magic. Only with a crystal ball that resonates harmoniously with one's essence can effective communication with the spirit realm be achieved, thus obtaining desired answers. Are you truly going to divine for me? Shiza asked uncertainly. Perhaps it's best to forego it. My status might be slightly higher than yours, after all, if you attempt to divine for me. It could backfire. I am aware of your elevated status. Trust me, I have my methods. You shot him a flirtatious glance. Unable to resist Yu's persistent entreaties, Shiza ultimately acquiesced to her request for divination. First, place your hands on the crystal ball, the elf instructed. Omala, could you please close the door? Omala obediently shut the shop's door, which had remained unlit, plunging the room into deeper shadows. Only the faint glow emanating from the crystal ball on the mat illuminated the space. As Shiza rested his hands upon it, the light within the crystal ball synchronized with his breathing, fluctuating in intensity with each inhalation and exhalation. The crystal ball serves as a medium for revealing divination results in the realm of magic. In the domain of prophetic magic, it holds a unique significance. Similar effects can be achieved with a tranquil surface of water after rain, an aromatically treated magic mirror, or polished brass. These assist the practitioner in focusing their mind and presenting the final divination imagery. However, the crystal ball's spherical shape allows light to converge more easily at a single point, enabling the practitioner to concentrate more effectively and enhance inspiration. Let us divine your love fortune, Yu declared, revealing her dagger without hesitation. Close your eyes, steady your breath, and clear your mind, she instructed. Shiza complied, shutting his eyes. With his vision obscured, his tactile and auditory senses heightened, a natural consequence of concentrated focus. The rhythmic breathing of Mao Jian and Nai Bao was close, perhaps due to their feline nature drawing them nearer. The sound of Nai Bao's breath drifted from atop Mao Jian's head. Omala sat behind him, while Yu's breath seemed to draw closer. A soft touch enveloped his hands. Whose hand was it? Yu placed her hand atop Shiza's on the crystal ball, gently pulling his hand towards her. Their hands overlapped directly above the crystal ball. From Omala's perspective, Yu tugged Shiza closer, forcing him to lean forward. The long-haired elf pressed her forehead against his eye. Is this something I should be witnessing? Omala pondered, uncertain if she should avert her gaze. Shiza felt something cool against his forehead, with warm breath brushing against his face. The retired hero felt somewhat uneasy, suppressing the urge to open his eyes. Must it be done this way? Patience, Yu said, raising a hand to adjust the position of his head. From Omala's viewpoint, it appeared as though Shiza was being forcibly kissed. Just 16, Omala trembled. Am I merely a part of your play? This is to enhance the connection with your inspiration and facilitate communication with your destined star, she explained. It's about to begin. Shiza sensed her spiritual vision intensifying as Yu's mental energy established a connection with the spirit realm. He too relaxed his demeanor, directing his mental energy toward the spirit world. The essence of the spirit realm actually overlaps with the primary material world, in the realm of micromagic. The spirit world is characterized as a domain of higher frequency micromagic particles. Theoretically, by adjusting one's own frequency, one could effortlessly enter the spirit realm. However, for someone of Shiza's caliber, achieving this is quite challenging, akin to flying during the day. While one cannot control the frequency of their physical body, they can manipulate their mental energy, which underpins most prophetic magic. Compared to the tangible weight of a physical form, The ethereal and elusive nature of mental energy is far easier to manage. At this moment, Shiza's perspective resided within the spirit realm, observing all that surrounded him. His destined star shone brilliantly amidst the darkness and void, radiating a golden light. Compared to his star, those of others appeared dim, like a full moon beside a firefly. Yet, a veil of mist obscured his star, preventing its golden light from permeating the entire expanse. Countless threads connected Shiza's star to distant points, yet their direction was concealed by a shroud of mist. Rendering their destination invisible. One silver thread linked to Shiza's star suddenly trembled as if tugged, glimmering with light that gradually parted the mists. That was Yui. That moment, beads of sweat formed on her forehead in the primary material world. The star emitted a certain allure, attempting to ensnare and draw forth the silver thread. With a firm pull, the thread coiled around it in that instant. It seemed as though more silver threads emerged from the void. And Shiza could faintly hear you exclaiming, "Why are there so many?" As her exclamation resonated, their tranquil consciousnesses abruptly returned to their bodies. Shiza opened his eyes to find Yu's beautiful, delicate face mere inches from his. Their foreheads pressed closely together. He struggled to open his eyes, but it proved difficult as another bead of cold sweat trickled down her smooth forehead. A magical radiance emanated from Shiza's brow, passing through Yu's body, instantly calming her consciousness as she withdrew from the spirit realm, returning to her physical form, plopping down into the chair behind the counter. "I have divined the results of your love fortune. Would you like to hear them?" She wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand and chuckled. "The divination results indicate that in the future, you will develop feelings for me." Chapter 35. Nightmare. What a clutch line. Shiza felt a twinge of exasperation, yet, observing the seriousness etched on Yu's face, he was at a loss for how to respond. Fortunately, you did not linger on this topic for too long. "It has been ages since I last performed a divination. It's a rare occasion that I take out this crystal ball, so let me do a reading for you, little sister." You appeared somewhat fatigued. Leaning back against the chair, I think I will pass," the girl replied, forcing a smile. "I have no money, so I'd rather not waste your time. It's all right." You waved her hand dismissively. "Given your school uniform? You must be a student of Shiza, right? Let us consider it a favor to him. I won't charge you." This, Mila felt a surge of trepidation. The magical aura emitted by this elf while she was performing a divination for teacher Shiza was far more potent than that of any high-ranking individual she had encountered in the cult. That esteemed figure was at the golden rank, and the elf before her possessed at least double that power. It was highly probable that she was already an emerald-tier diviner. Normally, securing the services of such a proficient practitioner of prophetic magic would cost a fortune and be nearly impossible to arrange. However, the issue lay in her seemingly less than innocent background. Wasn't she an undercover agent planted by the cult? Should she really allow this divination to take place? Afraid of revealing her identity, Mila once again shook her head in refusal. "Oh, there's no need for that. I actually want to observe how you conduct a divination for others," Shiza encouraged. Persuaded by both of them, Mila, fearing that her rejection seemed overly resolute, reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Well, if you insist," she responded hesitantly. Come, place your hand on the crystal ball," you instructed. "Oh, I forgot to ask, how old are you, little sister?" 16. "Why do you ask?" Mila replied. 16. "You say?" You nodded thoughtfully. "You are at a critical age. Possibly the most significant period of growth in your life. How about I take a look at your career fortune?" Career fortune? This could be a dead giveaway. I am an undercover agent from the Black Death Cult infiltrating Phoenix Magic University. Mila suddenly withdrew her hand from the crystal ball and exclaimed, Wait. I don't want to measure my career fortune. Can we choose something else?" "That works," you replied nonchalantly. "What would you like to inquire about instead?" "Well," the white-haired girl hesitated. "Perhaps my financial luck? This should be safe, right?" "All right," you nodded, and Mila placed her hand back on the crystal ball. Perhaps feeling a bit fatigued, you leaned sideways against the chair, her ample figure creating quite a striking impression as she placed one hand above the crystal ball, releasing magical energy from her fingertips. "Don't you need to place your hand on it?" Shiza asked. "Oh, it's because your status is too high. I need to get a bit closer to absorb your essence," Otherwise, I might face backlash. You explained that why your forehead is pressed against mine? Shiza inquired. That's merely because I wanted to take advantage of you, she replied, casually twirling a strand of her black hair around her fingers, her demeanor completely unperturbed. Humans often exhibit an astonishing tolerance for beauty. Although she had not known you for long, no one could resist the allure of something beautiful, even if you's behavior bordered on flirtatious. Yet, if truth be told, Shiza felt a flicker of delight in his heart. However, the composure of the valiant hero surpassed expectations, revealing not a hint of his inner thoughts, even managing to appear somewhat speechless. Close your eyes and relax your mind. Mila followed the instructions, perhaps a bit anxious. Sitting stiffly with her eyes tightly shut, Yu's expression appeared remarkably relaxed, a stark contrast to when she had performed a reading for Shiza. Noticing Mila's closed eyes, she even had the audacity to blow a kiss in Shiza's direction. One of her eyes radiated a golden magical light, and Shiza could sense her peering into the spirit realm through that eye to perform Mila's divination. All right, open your eyes, Yu's voice emerged. Raspy yet alluring, however, Mila did not open her eyes. Instead, she kept them tightly shut, her brow furrowed, her body trembling slightly. Yu retrieved a box of oddly fragrant powder from the counter and dabbed some on her lips before blowing a breath towards Mila's face. Relax, your sensitivity is too high. You've caught the attention of beings from the spirit realm. Just gradually lower your sensitivity, and you'll be fine. With Yu's assistance, Mila's sensitivity swiftly decreased, her spirit returning to the spirit realm. But a dark entity accompanied her spirit's return to the material world. This entity was well concealed. Even Yu, who was quite close to Mila, failed to notice it. Yet, while it managed to elude the eyes of the two girls, it could not escape Shiza's scrutiny. Come out, Shiza commanded sharply. An invisible wave of mental energy surged towards Mila's body. Both girls were startled by Shiza's sudden voice, watching as an unseen wave rushed toward Mila. Her first instinct was to fear that her undercover identity had been exposed, but while her mind raced, her body could not keep up with the reaction, leaving her helplessly watching that powerful wave approach her. The school's instructors, all at least golden rank, could easily obliterate her, a mere copper-tier insect. Her life flashed before her eyes, memories racing by, and she thought she saw her long-departed grandmother. Grandma. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Yet, the anticipated pain never arrived. A pitch-black shadow was expelled from her body, letting out a heart-wrenching wail, ah! The shadow emitted a shrill sound that pierced the eardrums, startling even the two cats with keen hearing, causing a commotion among the magical creatures in the backyard of the pet shop, where they flapped about in panic. The shadow rapidly coalesced behind Mila, ultimately transforming into a strange black crystal. Shiza stood up and picked it up. Was this a nightmare? Inside the black crystal, white mist resembling ghosts swirled and flew about, occasionally crashing against the crystal walls, leaving behind impressions resembling human faces. Upon witnessing the shadow being forcefully expelled from Mila's body, Yu stood up and approached, gazing at the black crystal in Shiza's hand. Indeed, a nightmare. What on earth happened? It likely returned alongside the entity lurking within Mila's mind. Shiza replied. Truly remarkable, Yu remarked, glancing between Mila and the crystal in Shiza's hand. Your sensitivity is unlike anything I have ever witnessed, she gasped. I have never seen anyone with such sensitivity capable of allowing spirit realm beings to cross into the material world. At that moment, a tear rolled down Mila's cheek, her lips whispering, Grandma. What has happened to her? Shiza asked. Looking at Mila, it appears she has been impacted by the nightmare and has fallen into a deep slumber. Chapter 36, Dinner, Grandma? Mila's spirit felt adrift. Was it an illusion? It was a sunny afternoon, the warmth of the sun enveloping her. This was Grandma's house. The air carried a faint scent of manure. Yet it was not unpleasant. Instead, it felt oddly familiar. An elderly figure busied herself by the stove. Was she baking pancakes? Perhaps frying an egg too. It smelled delightful. The little girl with short black hair barely reached the windowsill, her tender hands propping up against the ledge as she peered inside at the kind figure working away. Memories seemed to drift back a decade. On the other side of reality, Yu applied a fragrant essential oil beneath her nose, What a child, crying and laughing at the same time. This is a wakefulness essential oil, a staple for adventurers. It is highly effective in dungeons and similar environments, helping to grant immunity against certain mental control skills from monsters. All right, you clapped her hands together. In a moment, this child will awaken on her own. She is likely just stunned by the psychic shock of the nightmare. This child's sensitivity exceeds my expectations. The elf leaned closer to examine her pupils, which remained scattered and unfocused, indicating she was still under some form of control. It seems she has a remarkable ability to attract the attention of beings from the spirit realm. She is truly a fascinating child. Within the spirit realm, something had pinpointed Omila's existence and pursued her, but at present, Shiza had no way of knowing what it was. What are your plans next? The elf inquired. I intend to take this child out for a meal before heading back, Shiza replied. Shiza remarked that during the period of Omila's unconsciousness, he briefly elucidated to you the encounter that had transpired in the library and the reasons for bringing Omila outside. To his surprise, she was quite a responsible teacher. She lifted her gaze and said, "Indeed, my impression of you has improved." Shiza smiled ambiguously, offering no response. "And what about me? Are you willing to start as partners?" She stated, her straightforwardness on this topic remaining unchanged. "I believe matters of this nature should cultivate some emotional connection," Shiza replied, pondering why he was so fixated on himself, as he had never encountered such a situation in many years. "I understand now. You relish this ambience." She seemed to grasp something, nodding thoughtfully. After a brief wait, Omila emitted a soft groan. You're awake?" You waved her hand in front of her, to which Omila nodded. Once assured of Omila's mental clarity, you spoke. "You were just struck by a nightmare from the spirit realm. How do you feel now?" "I'm all right," Omila replied, her eyes still glistening with remnants of tears, uncertain of what she had just witnessed. "First, let me share your divination results. According to your star, throughout your life, aside from encountering benefactors, while you will not suffer from hunger, the possibility of sudden wealth is virtually non-existent. There may be times of financial loss. During those moments, you must promptly sever ties with any detrimental individuals you encounter. Do not hesitate. As several stars twinkled in the crystal ball, you interpreted its message. "At least it hasn't been exposed," Omila sighed in relief, contemplating Yu's earlier words. "Detrimental individuals?" As Shiza and Omila prepared to leave, Shiza hoisted a large bag of assorted snacks, placing the milk pouch on his shoulder. The latter, having been fed by Shiza earlier, now acted quite obediently. Omila followed closely behind Shiza as they exited. The creaking sound signaled the closing of the door. You struggled to shut the shop's entrance, hindered by a large tiger named Maojian attempting to squeeze through. You kicked off her shoes, placing her delicate foot on its face and pushing it back inside. "You stay here and guard the place." "Why are you following us?" The creature was shoved back inside with a reluctant whimper. Such a treacherous beast. After retrieving her cast-off shoes, you hurried after Shiza, calling, "Wait for me. I'm coming too." Shiza did not refuse. After all, who would not relish dining with a beautiful companion? They selected a nearby restaurant they had never visited before, renowned for its cuisine. The establishment was predominantly staffed by fox and catfolk, and while the decor was quite pleasing, the menu items were somewhat incongruous. The offerings consisted mainly of large cuts of various grilled meats or chops. Shiza had never been here before. It was recommended by Yuka, the instructor of summoning spells, as a place to treat Omila. "Little sister, do me a favor and sit over there," you said as she plopped down directly opposite Shiza. Naturally reaching over to take the milk pouch from Shiza's shoulder and placing it into Omila's arms. "You sit over there. I'll cover your meal today." Omila took her seat beside them, glancing at the menu in disbelief at the exorbitant prices, 200 copper for a single meat chop and a glass of lemonade. After much hesitation, she opted for the most basic set meal. "It feels almost like a blind date," Shiza quipped. "Do you despise such overt courting methods?" you inquired, her expression one of curiosity. "Not exactly," Shiza replied, scratching his nose. "I just envisioned romance to be a bit more subtle. Perhaps more reserved?" Shiza earnestly attempted to convey his views on love to the elven maiden before him, questioning if he should be more demure. "You needn't say more," she interjected, her face radiating confidence as if sparkling. I already comprehend your meaning. You wish to pursue a gradual romance, correct? Well, it shall commence tomorrow. Just you wait. After casually ordering a few dishes, a server approached to inquire if Umala would be dining with them. Shiza noticed that Umala had only ordered the most basic set meal, likely out of shyness. Seeking to assist the impoverished student, he added a few more dishes to her order. Shiza was perplexed by Yu's intentions. During dinner, she incessantly asked about his preferences, from favored weapons to preferred foods, leaving no stone unturned. Are we conducting a census? Umala, sitting nearby, sensed the atmosphere was rather peculiar yet remained silent. In the days leading up to this, her meals had been meager, but tonight was a feast, the spiced meat, sweetened drinks, and refreshing salad. If not for the staggering numbers on the menu, she would rate this meat-laden dinner a perfect score. Orc cuisine is inherently simple and rustic, originating from the hunting lifestyles of many orc tribes. Essentially, it involves roasting the spoils brought back from hunts. Orcs typically live in merged tribes, distributing their catches before nightfall under the guidance of their chief, a practice born from their need to survive. However, it is curious how something so commonplace can be packaged and marketed in the royal capital, transforming humble orc dishes into high-priced specialties from tribal lands. The evening progressed under this somewhat surreal ambience. When it came time to settle the bill, Yu insisted on paying. Although Shiza had intended to cover the meal since Umala was under his care, he ultimately acquiesced to Yu's insistence. After blowing a kiss to Shiza, she departed. Following this, Shiza escorted Umala back to the school before heading to his own dormitory. Chapter 37. The message returned on this night. Far from Shiza's location, the Holy Seas nation disseminated two sensational pieces of news, each more staggering than the last. The first was that the newly appointed Saintess, alongside her companions, had vanquished the legendary Destruction Dragon, bringing its head back to the Holy See. The Saintess held a coronation ceremony today, announcing rewards for the three companions of Saintess Neely. The second piece of news was even more explosive. One of the most powerful entities in the world, the Pope of the Holy See, was selecting his successor to inherit the papacy. Had the latter announcement not surfaced, the former would undoubtedly have been the most significant news in decades. However, with the emergence of the second, it paled in comparison. This continent has never lacked formidable beings. Each epic and legendary figure boasts impressive achievements, yet the ultimate fate of all powerful individuals is merely to serve as stepping stones for those even stronger. The Destruction Dragon, a colossal beast that had wreaked havoc at the intersection of the Aorn Empire, the Demon Continent, and the Orc tribes, was among the most formidable existences within the legendary tier. Due to its precarious position, none of the three factions could efficiently eliminate it. What powerful faction lacks a legendary figure at their disposal? The notion that a mighty dragon can challenge multiple opponents of the same tier is not applicable in the legendary realm. Every legendary warrior was once a dominating force over their contemporaries in the epic or emerald tiers. Not long ago, signs of a fierce battle had been discovered deep within the territory of the Destruction Dragon. While some speculated that the dragon might have been slain, the terrifying aftermath deterred Golden Tier teams from venturing further. Dragons typically have long hibernation periods, and their territories are often barren, devoid of precious resources. Thus, no foolish adventurer would risk their lives merely to ascertain the dragon's fate. It wasn't until the Holy Mountain coronated the Saintess that definitive news emerged. A quartet had successfully vanquished the Destruction Dragon. The announcement regarding the papal succession was even more shocking. The Holy Sea's domain is broader than that of the Aorn Empire. Over 400 years ago, in a time of chaos across the continent, the current pope emerged to quell the fires of war, and all those he saved spontaneously rallied behind him as their leader. Countless legends have risen and fallen in this land, yet that battle-hardened pope remains steadfast. Why, then, would he suddenly seek to select a successor? Though the human lifespan is relatively short, this only applies to ordinary individuals. As a legendary figure himself, the pope is unlikely to exceed 600 years. Even when accounting for those who perished early in battle, the average lifespan in the legendary tier surpasses 2,000 years. Thus, retirement at this juncture seems illogical. Within the Holy Sea's territory, an individual from the Aorn Empire released a peculiar magical beast, a bird-like creature adorned with beautiful golden red feathers. The man affixed the letter he was to deliver to its leg, propelled it skyward, and took flight. This avian beast is the Phoenix, the very namesake of the Phoenix Magic Academy, as it soared. Azure flames ignited across its form, and it emitted a piercing cry, enduring the agony as it transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the capital of Auren in just over 4 hours. A blue aurora reached the inner palace of Aorn, silently penetrating the palace's barrier and settling in its innermost depths. The news swiftly traversed through layers of communication, arriving in the hands of Aorn's current ruler. The Pope is to succeed. The Dragon of Destruction has confirmed the demise of the corpse. In the Emperor's chambers, the man sat bare-chested upon his bed, having not yet donned his attire, listening intently to his subordinate's report. "Are there 2 humans among the dragon-slaying squad?" inquired Emperor Alan IV. "Aside from the Saintess, who might the other be?" "It is likely a legendary tier adventurer from our Aorn Empire, according to intelligence, a renowned adventurer named Shiza. He is presumably the leader of the dragon-slaying team. The astrologers have divined that he is currently within the capital, yet due to his elevated tier, even without deliberate concealment, it is exceedingly challenging for the sorcerers to ascertain his location." "Elevated tier? Is not Mr. Pume also a legendary tier astrologer? Have you consulted him?" Alan IV rose, attended by a maid assisting him in dressing. "I have already inquired." Mr. Pume indicated that the mists surrounding his fateful star are akin to cotton filled with venomous thorns. Gentle fluctuations are manageable. Yet probing too forcefully risks being pricked by the poisonous barbs. It would also easily draw the attention of the star's master, leading to potential enmity. "You speak truly," Alan IV nodded. "Our strategy towards legendary tier powers should primarily be one of goodwill. His lack of intentional concealment likely indicates a desire for amicable relations. Begin your search for the brave adventurer Shiza within the capital, and promote his dragon-slaying exploits." As he donned his garments and exited his chambers. A guard with flowing black hair resembling a lion's mane, his muscular form shouldering a colossal sword, quickly followed. Alan IV commanded, "Draft a biography titled Tales of the Dragon Slayer Heroes, and gather the content yourselves. I wish to see a finished product within a week. Furthermore, promptly prepare a ceremony to honor the adventurer Shiza. Once he is located, it should be held immediately. I shall attend to this," the guard responded. "Wait," he interjected. "How many epic-tier court sorcerers are currently in service?" A waiting maid replied. "Your Majesty, there are 12 court sorcerers currently employed. If the Void Mirror is to be cast tomorrow, we may still require a few more." The Void Mirror, an epic-tier transmutation magic, projects distant scenes before one's eyes. Alan IV wished to witness the selection ceremony for the Pope candidates taking place on the Sacred Mountain tomorrow. However, given the Sacred Mountain's considerable distance from Aorn, spanning tens of thousands of miles, the magical energy required would be astronomical. Such a task would be trivial for a legendary tier power, yet it would be a grave underestimation of their significance. Beings capable of effortlessly obliterating a city should not be summoned for live broadcast. It would be prudent to employ lower-tier epic sorcerers instead. The Empire possesses an abundance of talent, yet the temperament of these sorcerers can be quite formidable. They are often preoccupied with their experiments or magical studies. While the Empire has many lower-tier sorcerers on its payroll, the number of high-tier sorcerers remains limited. Those who have ascended to the Emerald tier carry an inherent pride, let alone those of the Epic tier. Even within the Empire, it is challenging to command those sorcerers currently on leave. The 12 available Epic tier sorcerers are all engaged in their own research. "Shall we mobilize the sorcerers from the military?" the maid inquired. Alan IV furrowed his brow, wary of the delicate matter of military authority. "No, let us directly hire outside help. Go now to the Phoenix Magic Academy and request a few epic-tier professors from Dean Jessica. The royal family has generously funded them with money, buildings, and land each year. It is high time they contribute their efforts." As Alan IV moved, a series of commands were issued, setting the Empire's institutions into motion. Arriving at his study, he took a seat, already devoid of any desire for sleep, as several intelligence officers awaited nearby to report. "Where's Jefferson? What has she been occupied with lately?" While perusing the documents on his desk, he inquired. "Your Majesty, the princess has been addressing matters concerning the Black Cult and is likely still in the outer city. Have those terrorists who attacked the Empire's train not yet been apprehended?" The emperor frowned, for this issue significantly tarnished the empire's reputation and required resolution, yet it had been an extended period with no progress. According to the princess, the cult members have largely disguised their identities, infiltrating the capital in fragmented groups, making capture exceedingly challenging. However, per her report, she has managed to apprehend one of the Black Hands, the magic swordsman Trevor, along with some accomplices. Hemph, it seems there has been some gain. Alan Ivy's furrowed brow began to ease. Instruct her to return to the capital tomorrow for the ceremony, and simultaneously bolster security in the capital to ensure that the minions of the Black Death cult do not cause any further disturbances during this time. Chapter 38. A change of plans. The black avian creature rapped upon Umala's window. It could not force its way in, as that would trigger the Academy's barrier alarm, drawing the attention of high-tier professionals within the institution. The Academy harbors more than one legendary tier professional, and should it reveal itself, the consequences would be dire. Umala's knights have never allowed her to sleep at ease, even in one of the safest places in the world. A result of her past life. Clad in her nightgown, she swiftly rose from her bed and approached the window, opening it just as the strange bird entered. She promptly closed the window behind it. As instructors patrol the academy at night, making every effort to avoid detection. You bear the scent of the spirit realm. Have you engaged in actions you ought not? A male voice emanated from the creature's abdomen as it unfurled its wings, revealing an uncanny and malformed sight. A bizarre, blood-red eye had grown in the creature's belly, emanating an eerie magical glow. As the light shone upon Umala, a circle of black and red magical runes surfaced upon her neck, and a pained expression crossed her face. Earlier today, while studying prophetic magic, she had inadvertently heightened her sensitivity, thus absorbing that essence. Umala stifled her agony, explaining that her entire being felt as though it were pierced by steel needles. From the area surrounding the magical runes, her flesh gradually began to harden into stone. The flimsy excuse, if the creature before her were to discover that she had been divined by an elfin astrologer of potential emerald tier earlier today, she would likely face far harsher punishment, for that could lead the astrologer to uncover more cult members. She harbored no loyalty towards the cult. Had it not been for the runes upon her neck, she might have betrayed them at any moment. The crimson light from the strange eye continued to shine for a while, until Umala, half kneeling on the ground, could no longer endure the pain and collapsed. At which point the red glow finally subsided, and her flesh, which had begun to turn to stone, gradually restored. Plans have changed, the creature's belly voiced. The plan to rescue the magic swordsman Trevor must be expedited. Now is the opportune moment. It continued to speak, indifferent to whether Umala, curled up in pain, could comprehend its words. The Holy Church will provide you with the necessary tools and materials. Your task is to complete the corresponding magical rite within the Phoenix Magic Academy to incite chaos. Finish the rite before noon tomorrow, and organize the information you have gathered during this time. It preened its feathers, the blood-red eye on its abdomen opening and closing incessantly. Perform well, and as long as tomorrow's ceremony proceeds without a hitch, the runes upon you shall be dispelled, and your promotion to a cadre position within the cult shall not be beyond reach. Dreams can be painted. A thought flashed through Umala's mind as she struggled to rise. Nodding in acknowledgement, the black creature nodded in response, the strange red eye in its belly sinking outward before suddenly plummeting away, its color fading to resemble stone. The creature's throat contorted grotesquely, as if something were about to emerge from it. With a retching sound, it expelled a variety of magical materials along with a repulsive slime, including a root adorned with human facial patterns, gem-like insects, peculiar mushrooms with legs, seeds of carnivorous plants, and a stone carving of a female head with closed eyes. This was originally to be my breakfast tomorrow, the creature remarked. However, it seems I must forego the delectable mushroom soup. Seize this opportunity, Umala. Yes. With most of her flesh restored, Umala finally found her voice to respond. Should you encounter difficulties in arranging the rites, I can unleash a petrification spell of golden tier, sufficient to control an epic tier instructor for several seconds. Make good use of it. Once the rites are completed, you shall withdraw from here, and members of the cult will come to retrieve you. Umara opened the window, and the dark, monstrous bird flapped its wings and vanished into the pitch-black night sky. This creature was a pet of a high-ranking member of the cult, and based on Yumura's conjecture, it was highly likely that it belonged to one of the 10 Black Fingers. She had once witnessed even the Emerald Tier officials of the cult being reprimanded by the voice of a man emanating from that black creature's belly. The only individuals with such status, aside from the Black Fingers, were the 2 highest-ranking members within the cult. The hour was still late. Yumura suppressed her nausea and began to collect the repulsive magical materials. I must save myself, she thought silently. She rinsed the slime off the pile of magical materials with water, then picked up the crystallized eye, pondering what to do the following day. The cult was nothing but a heap of filth. Yumura held a clear understanding of this, and what was even more revolting was that despite knowing it was a pile of excrement, she had no choice but to consume it, all because of the cursed magical rune around her neck. As long as the other end of the contract had a mere fleeting thought, her life could be extinguished in an instant, turning her into a cold, lifeless statue. It was absurd to send a mere bronze-tier infiltrator to carry out a terror attack in a place like the Phoenix Academy of Magic, where epic-level talents were as common as dogs, and the only means of self-defense provided was a stone of uncertain strength, which could not possibly exceed the golden tier. Were they treating her like a fool? The ritual scheduled for tomorrow was imperative. Failure to perform it would result in her immediate demise. The identity of that Black Finger ranked within the top 3 of the cult, and with the petrification magic at their disposal, Yumura could guess who that esteemed individual was: Priest Miles. She reminded herself to organize the information she had gathered during this time, anticipating that someone would come to relieve her of her duties. The esteemed individual had mentioned arranging for someone to assist her, but Yumura understood that this was virtually impossible. The cult lacked the capability to extract her from this place. In essence, she could only be considered a disposable asset, hardly worth the cult's investment. The members of the cult were a bunch of worthless scoundrels. In this world, good people do not die, nor do bad people. Only one type of person meets their end: foolish ones. Why tomorrow at noon? What had transpired? Yumura's mind raced. She was merely a minor character, easily crushed in a place like the royal capital. Chapter 39. The legend of 19 years. Shiza was awakened from his slumber by the ringing of the bell at his bedside, which was connected by a special thread to the doorman at the teacher's dormitory downstairs, now jingling insistently. Rising, he looked out of the window to see the dean shaking the bell at the doorman's station. The night doorman was not the same short fellow as during the day, but rather a rugged man with brown skin. According to teacher Yuka, that uncle was of pure werewolf lineage. Werewolves differ from wolfkin. Shiza's former teammate, Elena, was a wolfkin, a beastman species exhibiting characteristics of wolves, typically growing wolf-like ears, beastly eyes, possessing acute hearing and sense of smell, and their bodies were generally stronger than those of ordinary humans. With some even sporting tales. In contrast, werewolves bore no true relation to wolves, only sharing a slight resemblance. They were indeed a bona fide dark race, classified alongside vampires, skeletons, and ghouls. Such races generally emerge from pure humans subjected to unique magical influences, resulting in mutation. Low-tier werewolves and similar beings often cannot control their bloodlust, behaving no differently than beasts. On nights of a full moon, they have a chance to transform, sprouting thick black fur and growing taller and stronger, developing claws and fangs. The doorman, a handsome middle-aged man with long hair tied back, wore glasses and exuded an air of sophistication. His evening pastime involved sitting in the doorman's room listening to records. Yet according to Shiza's rough assessment, this man was undoubtedly an epic-tier powerhouse. Instead of seeking fame as an adventurer or a great general, he chose to remain a mere doorman. The dean was engaged in a casual conversation with the doorman when she saw Shiza coming down and directly asked, "Tell me honestly, did you slay that annihilation dragon?" "Yes. What of it?" Shiza replied, somewhat perplexed. "Was he summoned for this matter? Is it truly you? Have you already reached the legendary tier?" The dean inquired incredulously, having just received this news from the royal family of Aeon. She could scarcely believe it. Just moments ago, the royal court had sent someone to arrange for mages to join a large-scale magical ceremony the next morning, to witness the election ceremony for the papal candidates of the Church of the Holy See. Though it was significant news, it felt intangible to Jessica, the dean. It was little more than a fleeting curiosity. It had been over 200 years since she reached the legendary tier, following the cataclysmic war that engulfed the world. And she had no acquaintance with the so-called invincible Pope. Even if the Pope of the Church of the Holy See were to change, it would have no bearing on her. In contrast, another piece of news shocked her even more. Among the candidates for the papacy tomorrow, there was a rather familiar figure, one of the members of the team she had met when Shiza was at the border. They were among those who had fought against the Annihilation Dragon, that time. The four of them had barely reached the golden tier, so how was it that within just 2 years, they had managed to vanquish the Annihilation Dragon? How old are you this year? Have you turned 20 yet? The dean asked. Not yet. I still have a few months to go before I turn 20. Shiza answered truthfully. Really? Dean Jessica suddenly realized that Shiza seemed to regard his own talent without any particular awe. To him, being a legendary at the age of 19 seemed quite ordinary. What about your teammates? Are they legendary too? She pressed. Not all of them, Shiza replied. I recall Neely was still epic tier when we parted ways, but she was very close to legendary. Elena and Fudon, however, have already reached the legendary tier. A party of adventurers composed of 3 legendary and 1 epic tier. Were they set to venture beyond the material realm into the vast, boundless seas of stars and spirit realms? And each one younger than the last. Over the years, the most gifted genius born in the material realm was that now retiring Pope. Though he was of little interest to her, Dean Jessica had to admit she had grown up hearing tales of his exploits. This remarkable genius achieved the legendary tier at the age of 31. Then, witnessing the suffering of the populace from the ravages of war, he intervened to quell the chaos and, with the support of his followers, established the Church of the Holy See. At that time, he was hailed as the one closest to achieving divinity, yet hundreds of years had passed, and he had yet to ignite the divine flame and condense a divine persona. It was said he remained in the material realm to protect his suffering followers. He was a legend among legends, but now Jessica saw something else. A younger, more talented child who, at the mere age of 19, led his teammates to slay the Annihilation Dragon and ascend to the legendary tier, mastering both magic and swordsmanship. The werewolf doorman beside them was beginning to doubt his hearing. How could he not comprehend the words just spoken by the dean? 19 years old and already legendary? Shiza, however, felt indifferent. Wasn't he leveling up through monster hunting entirely normal? During his time as an adventurer, he had exerted countless efforts. To him, the power he possessed was entirely earned through his own abilities. When Neely and the others teamed up with him to hunt monsters, they naturally shared the experience, and everyone had been working tirelessly in pursuit of adventure, so it was only natural for them to reap the rewards of their increased strength. Shiza thought this was only to be expected. Yet, he had somewhat forgotten that this world was a tangible one. The notion that effort would always yield reward was as fantastical as an external cheat. Child, truly. The dean was somewhat at a loss for words at Shiza's nonchalant demeanor. Just listen to what we discussed. Do not go spreading it about, she instructed the now dumbfounded werewolf doorman beside her. Bloodfang could hardly contain his urge to transform into a werewolf and howl, though it was not a full moon. The impulse to howl within him was far stronger than at that moment. 19 years old and legendary? Would anyone believe such a claim? Come, let us move aside and discuss this further, the dean said, pulling Shiza along, leaving Bloodfang in a state of bewilderment. As an epic tier werewolf. He was already 175 years old. So, how did you handle the dragon's corpse? Is it in your possession? The dean inquired. The dragon's corpse was one of the most significant spoils after the slaying. Moreover, it was a dragon legendary even among legends. Dragon horns, fangs, scales, tendons, blood, and bones. Each was a precious magical material. If utilized properly, these could create several legendary tier powerhouses. Shiza had complete faith in the dean's character and had nothing to conceal. Aside from the dragon's head, which Neely took back to the Holy See, the rest is in my possession. This arrangement was unanimously agreed upon by us. The corpse of such a valuable dragon would undoubtedly attract endless troubles if carried around. Elena wished to return to the Beastman's tribe, as her homeland had been devastated by the Annihilation Dragon. She intended to return only to deliver good news, taking with her only her equipment and a few miscellaneous items. Fudon was much the same. She merely brought back a few tokens of appreciation. Both individuals found it inconvenient to carry an abundance of belongings, so the shared assets of the team, along with materials from the magical beasts, were entrusted to Shiza, who preserved them through a unique method. This was largely due to the underdeveloped state of spatial magic in this world, where storage equipment, aside from a few rare ancient artifacts, was virtually non-existent, and even those that existed were limited in capacity, with aesthetic appeal far outweighing practicality. When Neely returned to the Holy See, she had to use warm snow to preserve the enormous dragon head. Primarily for the sake of freshness, such a colossal object could not possibly fit into storage artifacts that had barely a fraction of space, and it continually emanated a dragon's might, had it not been for the magical barriers created with the aid of warm snow. Neely would have faced countless robberies on her way back. I see, the dean mused, refraining from inquiring about the whereabouts of the remaining materials, and instead continued, the royal family is likely already looking for you. Slaying a dragon is a significant affair. Now that they are aware of your presence in the capital of Aorn, they will probably bestow honors upon you. I will take care of your classes tomorrow. You shall accompany me to the inner city royal palace. After a brief pause, she added, many will be interested in the remaining dragon carcass, and this may help you resolve some unnecessary troubles. Do you have any other plans for tomorrow? The dean inquired. I have arranged to feed the holy griffin with Evia in the afternoon, Shiza recalled. Given the suddenness of the situation, you should join me in the inner city tomorrow morning and postpone your feeding duty for the griffin. The dean suggested, patting Shiza on the shoulder and winking. Don't worry. I have patrols arranged for tonight, and I will assign you both to the artificial lake area. As for this morning's matters, I will inform Evia on your behalf. Young people can always be understood. That's not quite the relationship, Shiza attempted to explain, but under the knowing gaze of Dean Jessica, all his words seemed utterly futile. Returning to his quarters, sleep eluded him. After reading for a while, it wasn't long before dawn broke. The bell at his bedside chimed again, and peering out of the dormitory window, he spotted the azure-striped earth dragon waiting below. The dean was already there. Looking invigorated, we will also be joined by several other professors from the school, including the dean of the divination department. I will introduce you to them, she said. Shiza nodded in silence. Although the faculty were required to possess considerable strength, positions were not solely determined by power, but also by corresponding qualifications. Shiza had heard that among the legendary teachers the school advertised during recruitment, only 3 truly taught there, while the others were merely nominal. Those 3 were Dean Jessica, the headmaster who had seemingly vanished into research, and the dean of the divination department. As the dragon cart descended from the apartment building, it proceeded towards the school gate. There were quite a few teachers accompanying them to the inner city, numbering at least a dozen. The only familiar face was the elven instructor Lei Yin, who had previously clashed with Shiza during an open lecture at the beginning of the term, now waiting at the gate with a suitcase in hand. The other teachers appeared unfamiliar, looking quite aged. Shiza speculated they were professors from the 2nd or 3rd year, with the weakest among them being of the emerald tier. Lei Yin was among the weakest, while a total of 11 were of the epic tier. One individual stood out starkly from the rest, positioned centrally among the group, as if leading them, a seemingly delicate young boy. With shimmering silver hair, including his eyelashes, radiated a faint glow. A strip of cloth obscured his eyes, and he wore clothing akin to that of a commoner. Though small in stature, he was buoyed by an invisible force, floating effortlessly in midair, on par with the nearby elderly individuals. Long time no see, Senior Ishur, the dean greeted warmly upon seeing the boy, who appeared ethereal, eliciting an enigmatic sensation in Shiza, as if he were a wisp of mist that could dissipate with a mere touch. In gaming terminology, he felt unselectable, creating a curious visual dissonance. He was aware of the boy's presence while subconsciously sensing an emptiness instead. Hello, Jessica. The boy smiled at the dean, then turned to Shiza, nodding. Greetings, Shiza. This was indeed another legendary figure from the school. The dean of the divination department, known as Ishid, was said that he had sacrificed his senses, save for touch, in pursuit of divination magic, a condition that persisted even after achieving legendary status. And he referred to himself as Mr. Ishur. However, he seemed to communicate without any barriers, his closed eyes directed towards Shiza as he spoke. "Hello, Mr. Ishur," Shiza responded with a nod. "Let us discuss further once we board." The dean beckoned and Ishur nodded, levitating into the cart. Intriguingly, his form did not settle onto the seat, but remained suspended in the air. "Please proceed to the inner city. We will join you shortly," Ishur instructed, his magical aura lifting the cart's curtain without direct contact. His youthful voice bore no distinction from that of a child's legendary figures. "We cannot directly enter the inner city," he explained. Turning his head, "You must understand this. If you wish to enter the inner city in the future without causing unnecessary misunderstandings, remember to use the main gates." "Understood," Shiza nodded in acknowledgement. The rationale behind this was clear. It reflected the rulers of this world safeguarding their political center. Epic-tier individuals possessed city-destroying combat capabilities. Given a little time, they could obliterate a city as easily as a group of fragile university students climbing 8 flights of stairs in one breath. Merely slightly winded, a well-resourced epic-tier could immediately proceed to annihilate a second city. For legendary individuals, such feats were as effortless as quenching thirst. They were trivial endeavors in the eyes of 99.9% of the populace in this world. They were indistinguishable from deities, with many even venerating high-tier professionals as divine beings. As the dragon cart made its way to the inner city, it carried 3 nuclear-level beings away from the school. While most of the epic-tier faculty departed, all observed by a peculiar black creature soaring above. After the dragon cart's departure, another hour passed before the creature took flight, circling above the school while emitting a caw reminiscent of a crow. The magical pets and familiars within the school were mostly free-range, and many heard the sound, dismissing it as an ill-managed creature, muttering curses under their breath. Omala recognized this signal. It was time to act. She organized the materials collected by the cult in her dormitory, ensuring everything was in place before conducting a final check. The impoverished cult had truly invested significantly in this operation, providing her not only with the materials necessary for setting up magical arrays, but also a vial of life-boosting elixir. No less than silver tier. After employing identification magic and experimental tests, she confirmed it was a genuine silver tier life elixir, albeit of somewhat inferior quality. Nonetheless, it was authentic, untainted by any deceit. Had she possessed such a potion previously, perhaps her grandmother would not have had to endure such hardship due to her blood deficiency, and would have, momentarily lost in thought while holding the elixir. She soon uncorked it and drank it down in one swift motion, feeling the surge of vitality coursing through her body. Although it seemed to be consumed by something after passing through her heart, plenty still flowed throughout her being, imparting an unprecedented lightness to her form. The invigorating sensation bringing a flush of color to her previously pallid visage. Chapter 41. Morning. Emerging from her dormitory with a backpack laden with various magical materials, she headed straight towards a secluded classroom. After conducting preliminary reconnaissance and investigation, she found it to be rarely frequented. The task assigned to Omala by the cult was to set up a magical array, and from the style of the magical runes, her location was precisely at the center of the array. Her responsibilities constituted merely the tip of the iceberg, as undoubtedly other members of the cult were also engaged in similar setups within the school. The scale of this ritual is likely to be quite substantial. As the very epicenter of the entire ceremony, it is bound to draw the attention of the entire academy in an instant. However, at this juncture, I can only proceed according to my plan. She drew the curtains, meticulously implementing the ritual setup methods provided by the order, step by step. She moved aside the disordered tables and chairs, ground the materials supplied by the order into a fine powder, mixed it with water to create a specially concocted potion for inscribing runes, and meticulously painted the corresponding patterns on the ground. Placing the offerings in their designated spots, perhaps due to the effects of that vial of life elixir, she consistently heard someone whispering in her ear while inscribing the runes. This was quite abnormal. Yet there was no time to dwell on it now. The runes on her neck began to manifest gradually, the power of the contract compelling her to adhere to the plan, lest she swiftly transform into a cold, unfeeling statue. She cradled her head in her hands as the whispering grew louder, yet it remained indecipherable, seemingly nothing more than a string of nonsensical babble. Suppressing her discomfort, she completed all the preparations and retrieved her carefully curated items from her bag. Then, she concealed herself in the corner of the classroom, awaiting the moment of reckoning. The time for action had not yet arrived. The order had yet to signal, and Umala had to bide her time. She arranged her prepared items in the corner of the classroom, rudimentary, makeshift disposable magical tools, primarily capable of casting a magical shield or similar effects. Upon cursory inspection, there were over a dozen, all of low rank. The highest not exceeding bronze, and some barely even classified. These were akin to children's toys. Umala had accumulated these tools prior, primarily crafting them herself due to a lack of funds to procure quality materials, resulting in a collection of disposable items. Umala could roughly deduce the purpose of this ritual. Why is the order called an order, rather than something else? As an order, it must have something to believe in. In this land, the propagation of so-called deities is forbidden. While some places may venerate epic or legendary beings as gods, such beliefs are merely wishful thinking. Epic or legendary practitioners have little regard for whether they are worshipped or not. Nor will they offer assistance based on such reverence. Indeed, the power of faith exists in this world, yet for practitioners on the continent, it is a toxic substance. Utilizing the power of faith gradually transforms one into the image held in the hearts of the faithful. Over time, one risks losing their identity, rendering death indistinguishable from such a fate. The toxicity of incense is akin to the act of suicide. This is a consensus shared among all practitioners. Aside from the Holy See of the Holy See Nation, all others are considered heretical cults. The Holy See is simply the Holy See, with no other name, embodying faith in light and the virtues cherished by humanity, rather than a so-called God of light, which does not even exist. Merely adding two words makes all the difference. The Holy See venerates the power of light and virtue, a faith devoid of a concrete image, which only serves to illuminate the darkened hearts further, benefiting all without harm. Conversely, the so-called deities worshipped by madmen like the Black Death cult are entities from the spirit realm, both terrifying and bizarre. Umala, out of sheer survival instinct, had to join the Black Death cult long ago. However, unlike others in the cult, she did not blindly worship those so-called deities or spirit beings. The ritual the order tasked her with preparing is most likely intended to summon an entity from the spirit world. What it is remains unknown and unchangeable. Failure to act would lead to her immediate demise. All she could do was distance herself after successfully summoning the entity while ensuring her own survival. Living to see another day was her utmost priority. As Shiza set off in the early morning, the dawn light was just beginning to break through the lingering mist. Inside the carriage, Master Ishur assessed Shiza with genuine admiration, exclaiming, "I can hardly believe that it is such young individuals as yourselves who have vanquished the destruction dragon." Although his appearance was youthful, his words bore an air of antiquity, creating a disconcerting disparity. Even the esteemed Jessica Dean referred to him as senior, indicating his notable standing. Shiza humbly replied, "It was merely a stroke of luck. However fortunate one may be, achieving such a remarkable feat requires the support of substantial prowess." He extended his hand in an attempt to stroke his non-existent beard, only to realize his folly and naturally let his hand fall, betraying no hint of embarrassment. "I am still but a junior, with much to learn. For instance, I have considerable room for improvement in prophetic magic. I hope to learn from you in the future." Shiza offered a reciprocal compliment. "This child possesses great talent," Jessica Dean remarked approvingly. "Initially, when I was stationed at the border, I merely had him assist me in gathering materials and casually instructed him in some shaping magic. Yet, his learning speed exceeded my expectations, prompting me to impart more knowledge and see what surprises he could bring." She praised him further, noting, "This child is quite warm-hearted and has been of great assistance to me." To be frank, Shiza's eagerness to help the dean stemmed primarily from the fact that it presented the fastest route to mastering powerful magic through a side quest. Nevertheless, having received praise, he was more than willing to accept it. Indeed, he was quite the warm-hearted individual. Amidst this mutual flattery, the dragon carriage glided smoothly toward the inner city. During the journey, Dean Jessica casually informed Shiza of the arrangements awaiting them at the royal palace, beginning with a special ceremony, after which she would escort Shiza to meet His Majesty, Alan IV, For a detailed discussion, a fortified river separated the inner city from the outer city, with a bridge that could be raised and lowered at the city gates. Each night it would be raised to sever access, only to be lowered again the following morning. Unlike the ancient Blue Star, where bridges were wooden, here they were constructed from colossal stone golems, which performed this duty. In comparison, such magical constructs were far more intelligent, and due to their self-repairing abilities, as long as they stood upon the earth, they could continuously draw magical energy to mend themselves, significantly reducing maintenance costs. Having departed rather early, coupled with the school's proximity to the inner city, the dragon carriage arrived while the bridge had yet to be lowered. The coachman, Rob, intended to disembark and request the soldiers of the inner city to allow the dragon carriage entry ahead of schedule. But Dean Jessica halted him, asserting that time was not of the essence, and there was no need to exert privilege. Waiting was of little consequence. After a brief pause, the sharp cry of a hawk pierced the air. The call of a griffin, a magnificent golden griffin, soared above, circling for a moment before opting not to enter the city, but instead glided toward the dragon carriage. The presence of other carriages waiting alongside sparked a flurry of exclamations, causing several horses to become agitated in the wake of such a high-tier magical beast, prompting the coachman to quell their restlessness. Yet, the blue-patterned earth dragon seemed entirely unfazed, even appearing somewhat bored after the prolonged wait. As the griffin approached, the ground vehicles instinctively cleared a wide berth. Everyone was well aware of the origins of a griffin permitted to fly freely within the royal capital, yet the dragon carriage remained unperturbed. "Is that you, Jessica Dean?" a feminine voice called from outside the carriage. Chapter 42. The Crown Prince or the Crown Princess? Greetings. To Jefferson's surprise, the voice emanating from the carriage was male. Shiza drew back the curtain to reveal a tall, striking female knight with radiant platinum hair standing outside, accompanied by an exceptionally large griffin, towering even over the school as St. Cade. "Hello, Jefferson." Dean Jessica nodded in response, her demeanor appearing less than enthusiastic. "Long time no see." Jessica, Master Escher, and Mr. die in an instant. Jefferson recalled the individual before her. Was it not Shiza, the very one encountered during the train heist? Although she was aware he had assumed a teaching position at Phoenix Magic University, she had not anticipated meeting him again here. The recommendation letter he had presented was penned by Jessica Dean. Yet it seemed his relationship with the dean had grown even closer, sharing a carriage with two legendary figures, which suggested an extraordinary background. She had never considered the possibility of Shiza being legendary. She distinctly remembered Shiza's age, a mere 19, which made his appointment as a teacher quite remarkable. A testament to his astonishing talent, Master Escher's response to her was somewhat reserved. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. "I apologize for making you wait here for so long. I was negligent," she smiled, her exquisite features exuding a sense of warmth. "Please, wait here a moment. That won't be necessary. We are in no hurry and there's no need to make a fuss." The matriarch of the academy intervened, stating that it was merely a matter of having the guards advance the city's opening time slightly. Nothing more. She waved her hand dismissively, turned, and grasped the reins of the griffin, effortlessly mounting its back. "I have a few matters to attend to. I merely came to extend my greetings and shall not engage in extended discourse with you all. Please forgive me." After nodding to the three individuals in the carriage, she departed with remarkable decisiveness. Though the goodwill of the two legends was of considerable significance, a lack of boundaries could, in fact, prove counterproductive. The young boy named Shiza, however, was rather intriguing. It was quite an honor for him to share a ride with the two legends. It would be prudent to investigate further. Establishing a connection with the two legends through him would be most advantageous. Shiza observed as the valiant knight rode the griffin up to the inner city ramparts, exchanging words with the guards stationed there before soaring towards the inner city. Once Jefferson had left, a guard hurriedly descended from the ramparts, wielding a magical artifact resembling a cross. With a flourish, he waved it in the air, causing the expansive moat to ripple dramatically, as colossal stone golems rose from its depths. "What a magnificent stone golem!" Shiza marveled. Two enormous statues emerged from the river, their forms resembling a giant devoid of distinct facial features, their proportions akin to those of a dwarf, with large, square heads reminiscent of a young man named Steve from Blue Star. They had originally been submerged in the water, but now they sat upright. Facing one another, the statues extended an arm over each other's shoulder while bending the opposite arm to grasp their own elbows. Tucking their heads into the crook of their arms, their square heads and arms fit together seamlessly, forming a broad and level pathway. The Aeon Empire had thrived on its advanced golem technology. Although Shiza had encountered many spectacles, witnessing such gargantuan statues for the first time was undeniably awe-inspiring. This was a testament to Aeon's ingenuity. These figures dwarfed even the largest ones he had seen in the ancient labyrinth by several magnitudes. A few guards swiftly approached the group, parting the waiting carriages to create a passage. With the privilege of passage already granted, there was no need to linger. They could proceed directly, allowing other carriages to follow suit. Upon entering the inner city, it became evident that the roads were significantly cleaner and wider, with pedestrians dressed in attire that was notably more respectable than those in the outer city. The carriage moved slowly along the roadway, where adventurers in their distinctive garb were nearly absent compared to the outer city. Inside the carriage, Dean Jessica inquired, "Have you met Jefferson before? Jefferson? The person from earlier?" Shiza nodded, recounting his experiences during the train journey to the two. After listening, the dean adjusted her glasses and asked, "What is your impression of her?" "Well, I haven't encountered her much, so I can't say I have any strong feelings." Shiza replied candidly, "That will suffice." The dean nodded that it would be best for you to avoid excessive contact with her unless absolutely necessary. Her surname is Allen, which belongs to the royal family of Aeon. Ishur raised a small hand, effortlessly conjuring a soundproof barrier, and spoke in a youthful voice. The current ruler of Aeon is her father, Alan IV. There are only 4 individuals with legal claims to the throne within the entire Aeon royal family. Her uncle, her brother Soling Allen, and her sister, Emilia Allen. According to my divinations, Alan IV does not have many years left. He is likely to remain on the throne for about 8 more years, that time. There will undoubtedly be competition for the succession. Although Shiza felt little sense of belonging to this nation, it was essential to know who held power and under whose authority he would seek his livelihood. Alan IV was a bona fide legendary figure, capable of striking titans and kicking behemoths. Logically, he should govern Aeon for quite some time, until he grew weary of power and chose a suitable successor to inherit the throne. Yet, in Ishur's words, Alan IV had become a figure on the brink of demise, spoken of with such indifference, as if a wild blade of grass had been trampled by a blue-patterned dragon and was now no more.